Chapter 95 Betrayer. Veyers was a frustrating part of the time loop mystery for Zorian. The fact that he had been deliberately erased from Zack's mind, and that he started each restart dead, made him a strong suspect for the real identity of Red Robe. However, that raised the question of how Veyers had managed to become a permanent looper. It couldn't have been through the method Zorian had used. Everything he and Zack knew indicated that had been pure luck, and that deliberately replicating it would be both hard and dangerous. Zorian's conversation with Panic Seth had fully convinced Zorian that Zack was the original controller of the loop, so Red Robe must have come later. That meant he had probably become a looper through the temporary marker given by the Imperial Crown, which meant that he had only had 6 months to figure out a way to permanently join the time loop. Did Veyers really possess the skills necessary to pull that off? He was just an inexperienced teenager. He had a crippling condition that made his magic and personality unstable. He was not considered a social genius or a magic prodigy, even before his botched ignition ritual. There was no way he could have developed his magic sufficiently to pull it off in mere 6 months, and organizing a group that could have done so in his stead would have taken considerable amount of social shrewdness. Not to mention that Veyers would have had to do all this while keeping Zack in the dark about everything. Zack wasn't very paranoid, and was probably even less so in the past, but that couldn't have been easy regardless. Still, Zorian could see how it could have worked. Perhaps Zack had really come to like Veyers for some reason, and had done most of the work himself. Perhaps he had brought the other boy into the time loop again and again, figured out a way to stabilize his magic, and helped him advance his skills in the fastest and most convenient manner possible. Perhaps there had even been a time when Zack had gone through the trouble of recruiting Quatakikal and other soul magic experts in order to figure out a way to crack the secrets of the temporary marker so that he could bring his best pal Veyers permanently into the time loop. In order to be Red Robe, Veyers didn't have to be a resourceful mastermind that achieved what he and Zack could not in just 6 months. He could have simply been an opportunistic, heartless traitor who stabbed Zack in the back after his fellow time looper had given him everything he could. It was all pure speculation, of course. Concrete answers about Veyers were basically impossible to find inside the time loop. Veyers himself obviously couldn't be questioned. People he was related to knew nothing useful. Zack did not remember anything about the boy, and Red Robe had left the time loop. If there were answers regarding Veyers, they would have to wait until Zorian had left the time loop. Once he had done so, however, things remained stubbornly unclear. He found out that Red Robe had gone through the trouble of evacuating Veyers and his lawyer friend immediately after crossing over to the real world. That greatly increased the chance that Veyers really was Red Robe in his mind. However, he was then informed by Zack that, in the restarts following his departure, both Zorian and Silver Lake were very much alive, devoid of any memories of the time loop, but alive. This was very much unlike Veyers, who was dead and soulless at the beginning of every restart. Didn't that basically confirm that Veyers was knocked out of the time loop by the Imperial Dagger and couldn't possibly be Red Robe? Now, all of those questions had a chance of being answered because Veyers was finally in front of them. They didn't even have to search for him. He had just shown up in class, alone and defenseless. Zorian had to admit he had been caught completely off guard by the boy's arrival. If this was Red Robe, why would he do this? If this was the original Veyers, why would Red Robe allow this? Why, for the love of all that was holy, had Veyers suddenly come here? Based on the reactions of everyone around him, Zorian could see that no one, not even Ilsa, knew the answer to that question. After briefly staring down everyone, Veyers picked an empty spot not far from Zorian and Briam and sat down. He ignored everyone staring at him and started to unpack his books and writing supplies out of his bag, slamming them loudly on the table in front of them in a clear attempt to provoke some kind of reaction. "Mr. Boranova, what do you think you were doing here?" Ilsa finally asked him. "What?" he challenged. "I'm attending the class I paid for." "Is there a problem?" "You are no longer a student of this institution," Ilsa told him, taking a deep breath and clearly suppressing a sigh. Her voice was tinged with annoyance, and she gripped the teaching rod in her hand a little more tightly in her grip. "You know this." "I know no such thing," Veyers said immediately, shaking his head and making exaggerated faces at her. "My tuition has been paid in full. I passed my first circle certification with flying colors, and I received no notification about any changes in my attendance status. How can I no longer be a student?" "You attacked people on your disciplinary hearing, Mr. Boranova," Ilsa told him. "As a result, you were expelled from the academy. You know this, I'm sure of this. Why are you doing this to yourself?" "That's a lie. I didn't attack anyone," Veyers said stubbornly. "I lost control over my magic and burned down some furniture. It happens sometimes. You know this, I'm sure of this. Your institution had no problem taking my money back in the past. even though they were warned this would be the case. I was assured that so long no one was hurt and I paid for any damages, I would be allowed to attend. You have no right to expel me over that incident. It wasn't me who made the decision, so I don't understand why you're telling me this, Ilsa told him. She didn't look particularly sympathetic towards him, and probably didn't really believe him much either. Make a complaint to the Academy's legal department if you feel you were wronged. Well, I will, Veyers exclaimed. And in the meantime, I will continue to attend the classes I paid for. Zorian looked in disbelief as Veyers continued to argue with Ilsa over his expulsion and right to attend classes. He found the entire situation surreal. It was obvious this Veyers wasn't Red Robe. He paid no special attention to Zack and Zorian. His mind and soul were largely unprotected, and his awful, confrontational attitude was exactly as Zorian remembered it. This was the original Veyers, untouched by the time loop, for better or for worse. Why would Red Robe allow this? He had specifically evacuated the original Veyers from his friend's house at the start of the restart. Zorian had fully expected Veyers to have been taken to some secure place, far away from danger. Why would Red Robe go through all that trouble, and then just let the original Veyers come to class and make a scene? It didn't make sense. Zorian could try to search for answers by digging around in Veyers' mind, but the boy did have some basic protection from mental tampering. He was wearing a pendant with a big green marble embedded in it. It was projecting a mental shield around Veyers' mind and would start screeching and glowing if that barrier was broken or tampered with. Zorian had seen such pendants before. The shield they created was easy to break, but the alarm on them was sufficiently trigger-happy that he couldn't bypass it quietly. He would cause a scene almost as big as Veyers if he mentally assaulted him in the middle of class while he was wearing that. Not that this would stop Zorian for long, of course. He just needed to pick the right moment, and everything would be over in seconds. The only thing that worried him was that he suspected Veyers to be some kind of trap by Red Robe. Did the boy have some kind of trap placed inside his mind, waiting to be triggered by a careless mind reader? Was there someone spying on Veyers, ready to report them to the authorities when they were caught attacking him? He started covertly scouting their surroundings while watching Veyers get increasingly agitated as he argued with Ilsa. The rest of the classmates were also starting to get restless, muttering to each other in increasingly loud voices. Few of them saw Veyers' actions in positive light, which no doubt made him even angrier. "Must give me back the money I paid for this," Veyers shouted, banging his hand against the desk for emphasis. "It's disgusting and shameless in the extreme that you're trying to claim my tuition after expelling me. How brazen and corrupt can you be? I could say the same thing about you, Mr. Boranova. How shameless do you have to be to make this kind of display here and disrupt my class like this?" Ilsa said in a tone that was calmer and more dignified than Veyers, but still noticeably heated. "If you have complaints about money, go speak to the headmaster or the accounting office. I am not in charge of handling student money, and I'm not familiar with the particulars of your case. All I know is that you have been expelled and that you are wasting everyone's time here with your antics. Please leave." "Make me," Veyers challenged. His orange eyes light up with a fiery glow, and a notebook he placed on the table ignited and burst into flames. Evidently, Red Robe didn't bother to fix his botched ignition ritual. "Make me," he repeated angrily. "I'll burn this whole place down, I swear." "Veyers," Ilsa said, pushing her glasses upwards to massage her eyes in frustration. This was the first time she was calling him by his first name. "Why must you do this? Don't you realize you're just shooting yourself in the foot? If you really plan to take the Academy to court over this, behaving like this will only give them more ammunition." "Trogmar, no," Brian suddenly yelled. It was useless. Trogmar, his Fire Drake familiar, had been completely infuriated by Veyers for some time already. Now that Veyers had lost control over his powers and started burning things, the Fire Drake decided it was done passively waiting for this threat to come to him and his master. With a fearsome battle screech, the Fire Drake ripped itself away from Briam's desperate attempts to hold him back and leapt over the tables. It crashed into Veyers' table, scattering books in all directions, and hissed menacingly at the orange-eyed boy. Swearing loudly, Veyers hurriedly pushed himself from his desk, fell on his ass in his hurry to evade the Fire Drake, and then erupted into a short-range fireball centered on himself. Undaunted, the Fire Drake took the flames head-on and added his own fire breath to the blaze. The entire class started screaming and scrambled to get out of the classroom and away from the burning battlefield. Well, Zack and Zorian remained calm and collected. They each picked one end of the classroom and subtly protected their classmates from harm by channeling the flames away from them through invisible force fields and chilling spells. Aside from them, only Brian and Ilsa did not try to escape the place. Brian was desperately trying to rein his familiar in and drag him off from the fight, While Ilsa did her best to keep the fire contained and tried to restrain Veyers and the fire drake in order to stop the fight. Ilsa would have normally realized that Zack and Zorian had something to do with the surprising tendency of the flames to swerve away from the students or lose power before they reached them. But Zorian was using some light mind magic to draw her attention away from that. It wasn't particularly difficult, since there was a big, eye-catching battle in progress, and that attracted most of her attention anyway. Of course, the fact Veyers and Briam's fire drake were throwing fire everywhere, and that everyone was making a huge racket in their attempt to vacate the classroom meant this was a perfect opportunity for Zorian to covertly disable Veyers' pendant and invade his mind. He shared a silent look with Zack, who simply nodded at him. In the next moment, they both struck. Zack wrapped the pendant in an illusion that made it appear inert no matter what was happening, while Zorian pierced the mental barrier it created and started reading Veyers' mind and subverting his will. Eventually, Ilsa managed to separate the two combatants, aided in no small part by Zorian, mentally forcing them both to back down. Briam immediately dragged off his familiar away from Veyers, calming the fire drake down and inspecting him to see if he got hurt in the fight. As for Veyers, he simply collapsed unconscious all of a sudden. Zorian found it easier to memory search people when they were not mentally struggling against him all the time, and he had already gotten everything he could have out of his surface thoughts alone. He was just about to convince Ilsa to let him and Zack carry Veyers off to a hospital or something when she suddenly spoke up. "You two, have you been here all this time?" she asked, glancing toward Zack and Zorian. "Yes," Zack confirmed. "We know some basic spells, so we stayed to see if we could help somehow." "A bit reckless, but commendable," Ilsa said. "Unfortunately, no good deed goes unpunished in this world. I need some uninvolved witnesses when I speak to the headmaster about this, and since you were here from start to finish, you fit the bill perfectly. You'll be coming with me after I clean up the classroom." Zack and Zorian shared a look before lightly shrugging at each other. This was perfect. Really, they got to stay close to Veyers for quite a while, giving Zorian plenty of time to rummage through his memories, and they didn't even have to make up some contrived excuse to do so. "Okay," Zorian agreed easily. Ilsa nodded at them, pleased they had no intention of trying to weasel out of it. She conjured a disc of force and levitated Veyers on top of it, before turning towards Briam. Zack took the chance when her back was turned and telekinetically crushed Veyers' mind shield pendant into scrap. It gave off one final ear-piercing screech and a flash of light, invisible and inaudible through the illusion Zack placed on it earlier, and then went completely inert. "Briam, you and your familiar are coming along as well," she told him. "This? Teacher, I don't know what came into him." Stammered Briam, clutching the fire drake in his arms tighter to his chest. Trogmar had largely calmed down at this point, increasingly aware that his master was not happy with what he had done. "I understand," Ilsa sighed. "I don't think you will receive a serious punishment, especially since Veyers is the other involved party. You really need to keep a better grip on your fire drake, however. Veyers started things, but this isn't a good look for you either." "Yes," he nodded quickly. "Let's go, then," Ilsa said, gesturing towards the door. She strode off towards the headmaster's office, followed by Zack and Zorian, Briam and his fire drake, and an unconscious Veyers on a floating ectoplasmic disc. She found Akoja and a number of other students waiting outside the classroom door, curious to see the resolution of the incident, and promptly recruited some of them as additional witnesses before telling the rest the class was canceled for the day and that they were free to go. Zorian handed off his body to the mind of a distant simulacrum before focusing all of his attention on the memories locked inside Veyers' head. "Break. So, were you the one who pushed Briam's drake into doing that?" Zack asked him later. "No, that was completely spontaneous," Zorian said, shaking his head. "I had nothing to do with it." The questioning had lasted for hours, and Veyers had managed to wake up by the end of it, without any memories of mental tampering, of course. He then yelled out all sorts of threats to everyone in the room and stormed off angrily, thus marking the end of that particular meeting. The narrative has been taken without permission. Report any sightings. Zack and Zorian decided to retreat to Novita Mansion to discuss what happened. "What did you get out of Veyers, then?" Zack asked. "You don't look very excited, so I'm guessing very little." "Sort of," Zorian admitted. "As you might expect, he doesn't know who Red Robe is. He doesn't even remember what happened when he and his lawyer friend were evacuated at the beginning of the restart. That part of his memories was thoroughly erased, and I can't find out anything about it." "Of course," Zack scoffed. "If he knew Red Robe's plans or identity, no way would Red Robe send him to class like this. What was even the point of that, I wonder? This was way too petty to be a legitimate part of Red Robe's master plan." "I don't think this is something Red Robe thought up," Zorian said. "From what I could glean in Veyers' mind, Our former classmate has had this on his mind for quite a while. Long before this month began. Wait, so this is his idea? Zach said incredulously. If you could remember Veyers, you'd know this is exactly the sort of thing he would do, Zorian said. He thought his expulsion was unfair and decided to do something about it. I doubt he saw the situation developing as it did, but he definitely came to class with the goal of making a stand against the academy and drawing attention to his case. So this had nothing to do with Red Robe? Zach asked, frowning. No, this was just Veyers being Veyers, Zorian answered. In fact, I suspect this was the reason Red Robe wiped out your memories of Veyers when he took a sledgehammer to your mind. What? Asked Zach, giving him a shocked look. What do you mean? I don't understand. Veyers probably did this in every single restart while he was still alive, Zorian said. Come to our first class and start a fight with Briam's fire drake, you mean? Zach asked. Yeah, Zorian nodded. We always wondered why Red Robe bothered to erase your memories of Veyers, considering you wouldn't normally even interact with him. But if he normally showed up for class to make a scene, it would be very strange for him to suddenly stop coming, Zach said, eyes lighting up in realization. If Red Robe is Veyers, he probably didn't want to go through this at the beginning of every restart just to keep up a charade. It's a waste of time, and he probably cringed inside at the thought of what an idiot he used to be. However, him being absent from class would immediately tip me off that something is wrong with him, unless I no longer remember him. That still begs the question, though, why would Red Robe allow Veyers to expose himself like this after going to the trouble of saving him at the start of the month? Zorian asked. We didn't kill him, Zach pointed out. Yes, but how would Red Robe know for sure what we would or would not do to Veyers? Zorian countered. He was playing with Veyers' life by letting him come here. Plus, even if he scrubbed his memories clean of any sensitive information, he can't know for sure that he didn't leave anything of importance behind. It's just a pointless risk. If I was in Red Robe's place, I'd never let this happen. I'd trap Veyers in a dungeon and sedate him if I had to. Does Red Robe even care about the welfare of the original Veyers? I don't know if that logic really holds, Zach told him dubiously. You also brought your little sister here, even though you knew this placed her in greater danger. You cared more about fulfilling her wishes than making her perfectly safe. Zorian made a sour face at that. He hated when Zach was right like that. Anyway, even if Red Robe doesn't know what you would do, he does know me. Well, presumably. I would never just kill Veyers for no reason, even if he does have some tenuous connection to our opponent. None of this is his fault, really. Does he even have any connection to the cult or the Abasins? No, that's all Jornak, said Zorian, shaking his head. And Veyers doesn't know about that either, right? So there is no reason for us to go after original Veyers, Zach said. He's just a dumb kid with no way to threaten us. Killing him would be really petty. We didn't even kill the original Silver Lake, even though she could be a real headache if Time Looper Silver Lake manages to recruit her to her side. I guess, Zorian said, not really convinced yet. I still think it's very weird. I thought him showing up was maybe some kind of trap, but it doesn't appear this is correct. I put a tracker on him before he left, Zach said. If he goes back to Red Robe. He won't, Zorian said, shaking his head. This is Red Robe cutting him off and letting him sink or swim on his own. He'll go either back to his family or maybe to his lawyer friend. Assuming Jornak goes back to his home, that is. They talked about the issue for some time before Zorian decided it was time to leave. Sadly, another thing cropped up before he had a chance to set off. Placed on the doorstep of Novita Mansion was a simple white envelope addressed to Zach Novita and Zorian Kaczynski. After thoroughly analyzing it for traps, the two of them opened it and found a letter waiting for them inside. It was just a sheet of normal, non-magical paper with a few words scrawled on it in fancy, formal handwriting. Thank you for showing mercy. Perhaps we can come to an agreement after all. Let's talk. You can pick a time and place for the meeting. You know how to contact me. There was no return address, signature, or name of the sender on the letter, but it was obvious who sent it. Just as it was obvious that they couldn't refuse the invitation. Break. It was already late in the evening, and Zorian was slowly making his way to Amaya's place. He wasn't in a hurry. His thoughts were still stuck on the letter they received back at the Novita estate. A meeting with Red Robe. What could the third-time traveler want to talk to them about? As far as Zorian could see, they were completely and unavoidably opposed to each other. There was very little they could agree upon, and they couldn't really trust each other to stick to any such agreement anyway. Especially since Zorian strongly suspected Red Robe got into the time loop by backstabbing Zach. A person like that couldn't be trusted at all. As he was passing through one of the many Scioria city parks, he suddenly stopped and turned towards the small fountain in the center. He had detected a familiar mental and soul signature in that direction. There was a young woman sitting there, on the edge of the fountain. She was roughly 20 years of age, tall and beautiful, with long black hair and a feminine figure, the sort of beauty that made men turn around as they walked and remain stuck in their head for a while. Also, she was completely unfamiliar to Zorian. He had never seen this woman before in his entire life, he was sure. And yet, she grinned at him cheekily, patting at the spot next to her, as if inviting him to join her. Some of the men around him cast him dark, jealous glances in response. Zorian ignored the invitation for a second, directing his attention to the roof of a nearby building, where a large raven was inconspicuously sitting and observing the scene below. Zorian cautiously approached the smiling woman, his expression darkening. When he was closer to her, he stopped. He could feel a ward field spring into existence around them, but he did nothing to stop it. He could immediately recognize it as a basic privacy ward, meant to stop people from listening in on them. "Hello, Silverlake," he said. "You look much better than you did the last time we talked." "Haha, you flatter her," she told him. "I feel better. My mind is clearer, my bones do not ache, and I no longer get tired as easily. Being young again is everything I hoped for and more." "Is this really what you looked like when you were younger, though?" Zorian asked her curiously. "I have no idea," she said with a shrug. "I don't have any paintings of myself when I was younger, but I do remember being quite a looker in my younger days. Anyone who could legitimately call me out on this little bit of vanity is long dead, so who cares?" "Little bit of vanity," Zorian repeated quietly. "Yes, just a little bit," Silverlake said, pretending to adjust her hair while smiling at him brightly. "You know, you should try not to frown so much. It will give you wrinkles." "You were surprisingly quiet so far," Zorian pointed out. "What's up with that?" There's always something," she said dismissively. "An emergency here, an emergency there, and you suddenly lost 2 days with nothing to show for it. It's frustrating, but that's life." "Indeed," said Zorian, glancing to the nearby roof where the raven was intently watching them. "I see you got yourself a new familiar." "What happened to your old raven?" Silverlake stopped smiling at him. "I guess Panic Seth couldn't get him out of the time loop along with you," Zorian continued. "That must have hurt. I heard it's not healthy to lose a soul-bonded familiar like that, especially for witches like yourself. Witches are known for having well-developed familiar-related magic, which probably translates into an even deeper link to their partner animals. Your soul must have suffered considerable damage when you were incarnated into that pretty new body of yours." You have been unusually passive yourself," Silverlake remarked. "I would have expected you to move faster and bolder than this. I'm guessing your arrival here has not been very smooth either." "I guess you could say that," Zorian said. "I'm mostly recovered by now, though. What a coincidence." "So am I," said Silverlake with a happy laugh. She suddenly gave him a serious look. "Besides, we both know it isn't my spell work that really worries you and your friend. It's the knowledge I possess about your skills, resources, contacts, and tactics." Zorian frowned at her weird emphasis on the word friend, but in the end decided not to pursue that for the moment. "Why are you here, Silverlake?" Zorian asked her seriously. "Aren't you afraid I'll kill you on the spot?" "Huh? What, you'll attack me in the middle of a crowded park?" she said, sweeping her hand to point at the various people milling around them. Some of them were even curiously observing them, unable to hear what they're saying but clearly speculating what 2 mages like them could be discussing like this. "It might be worth it to take down a traitor like you," Zorian told her. I never told Red Robe most of the information about you that I possess," she said. Zorian frowned at the statement. "If I die here, however, the dead man's switch I made will activate and everything I know will fall into his lap," she said with a triumphant grin. She crossed her legs one over another and threw her head back in a self-satisfied pose. "Killing me here would be a very serious mistake. You're a smart, sensible kid, so I know you'll make the right choice." After a few seconds, Zorian decided she was probably telling the truth. The way Red Robe had been behaving these past few days, it was obvious he lacked the sort of deep knowledge about Zack and Zorian that he should have had if Silverlake had simply spilled everything immediately. "All right, I guess you have a point there," Zorian admitted. "That still leaves the question of why you came here. You were clearly waiting for me. What do you want?" "What? Not going to thank me for keeping your secrets?" Silverlake complained. "Whatever your reason for doing that, I'm sure it's purely selfish and aimed squarely on maximizing your gains in this." I'm guessing you were trying to pressure Red Robe into making some sort of concession by not handing all the information over to him immediately, but it ultimately doesn't matter. All that matters is that any benefit we get out of this is purely incidental. What is there to thank you for? Zorian challenged. So judgmental, Silverlake sighed dramatically. It's because I'm a witch, isn't it? It's always like this, we're only good for making potions and doing people's dirty work, and then it's back to the woods with you. I don't have time for this, Zorian told her, turning to leave. I think I'm going to practice my aim on that raven over there, and then go home. There's still time for you to join me, you know? Silverlake called out, not a trace of panic or annoyance in her voice. Zorian's back remained turned away from her, but he did turn his head towards her to give her an incredulous look. I know I sound stupid to say that, she began. Yeah, you do, Zorian confirmed. But I really think you should hear me out, she continued. Remember when we were talking about your friend and how weird I made the word sound? Yes, Zorian confirmed, finally turning around to properly face her. That was your cue to ask me what I mean by that, silly boy. Must I draw a picture for you or something? Zack is no friend of people like us. People like us? Zorian asked. What's that supposed to mean? Well, I'm sure you know by now that I've entered into a bit of a contract with a primordial trapped in Scioria, Silverlake said. A death pact to release it by the end of the month or die trying, Zorian said. Yes, more or less, Silverlake agreed. But I'm not the only one who made a death pact. Your friend has also made a death pact. What? That's bullshit, Zorian said. Zack could leave the time loop at any time. Why would he need to make a deal with Panicseth? Not with the primordial, you numbskull. Silverlake rolled her eyes at him. With the angels. He made a death pact with the angels to stop the release of the primordial, while making sure no one could find out about the existence of the time loop. Even if he prevents Panicseth's release, so long as there is even a single person who knows about the time loop by the end of the month, he is going to die. Never mind people who literally originate from the time loop like me and you. Even people you tell about the time loop must either die or have their memory erased, or he will not survive this month. Zorian froze momentarily, his brain stuttering for a second. He fully expected Zack to have some sort of compulsion embedded inside his mind. But this... How do you know this? Zorian asked her quietly. Did Panicseth tell you this? The primordial cannot directly discuss this, Silverlake said. He hinted at it, and Red Robe explained the details of it to me later. I don't know how he knows so much about it, but presumably Zack told him that personally while he still remembered. He could be lying, Zorian pointed out. Yes, but I don't think he is, Silverlake said. She gave him a knowing look. And you probably don't think so either. Zorian said nothing. Don't think for a second that Zack doesn't know about this either, Silverlake said. As someone who is laboring under this sort of contract, I can tell you right now that deals with primordials are not that easy to get out of. I already tried to erase my memories to void the contract, and it didn't work. The pact is branded directly into my soul, and I am constantly aware of its terms. I can forget the details of how I got it, but not the core contents of it. Zack is the same. Remember how he mysteriously knew he had to find a way to beat the invasion? And how he seemingly foolishly insisted on trying to take it on all on his lonesome? Zorian still said nothing, though his posture slumped a little in response. In retrospect, there were a number of things about Zack that fit this idea. His strong insistence that he would never use the temporary looper markers, for instance, which always seemed a little strange to his eyes, until he suddenly changed his mind about that. Or the fact that Zack was clearly a very proactive and social person before he started working with Zorian, but became increasingly passive and even slightly fatalistic once they started working together. I understand what you're getting at, but I think you've badly misjudged the situation, Zorian told Silverlake. I don't think Zack is out to kill me. And I don't think he would have been out to kill you if you had kept your trust in us and helped us make an exit for ourselves. With your help, we could have physically left the loop, laden with knowledge and resources of the time loop. Was it really worth it to give that up just for a chance of a younger body that you would have gotten eventually, anyway? In the end, aren't you and Zack the only ones who successfully left that place? Silverlake challenged, a defiant look on her face. How do you know my presence would have made a difference? You don't. If I stayed, I would have faced extremely low chances of success while working for a person that needs to kill me once we got outside. You can hate me all you want, but I think I made the right choice. Zorian scoffed, turning back to leave again. Do you seriously think you can trust Zack, knowing all you do now? Silverlake called out. More than I can trust you, Zorian responded without turning back. The raven on the nearby roof suddenly took flight and disappeared into the horizon. Behind him, Silver Lake shape-shifted into a raven before flying off herself, this time in the opposite direction her familiar went. Well, Zorian actually strongly suspected that the Silver Lake he spoke to was her raven familiar, whereas the raven on the roof had been the real Silver Lake. As much as she tried to pretend she didn't fear him attacking her, he felt she wouldn't risk herself so easily. He sped up his pace, putting some distance between himself and the people that were commenting on the spectacle of an attractive woman suddenly shape-shifting into a bird and flying off before deliberately entering a dark, isolated alley devoid of people. He kept walking for a while before suddenly stopping and turning around. "Are you really going to keep following me all the way to Amaya's place like this?" he asked. Only silence greeted him. The alley was dark and still, and there was no trace of anyone here beside him. He was stubborn, however, and kept staring at one particular patch of darkness without making any moves. After a full minute of this, he was just about to start throwing magic missiles at the spot when the familiar figure of Zack stepped out of the shadows. "Took you long enough," Zorian said, relaxing a little. "But only a little. You've been following me ever since I left the Novita estate, didn't you?" Yes, Zack admitted. "Sorry, I don't know. I had a bad feeling and decided to shadow you in secret. I figured that if I was right, I get to save the day, and if I was just being paranoid, you'd never even know. I guess I overestimated my stealth skills a little. Honestly, if Silver Lake didn't put me on guard, it's entirely possible I could have missed you," Zorian admitted. He paused for a second. "You heard my conversation with her, didn't you?" Zack's shoulders slumped a little. "So it's true," Zorian said, getting a little angry. "Why the hell didn't you tell me?" "I didn't know the details," Zack said defensively. "I didn't know I'd made a deal with angels, or even that it was a deal. All I knew was that I have these instincts that tell me things. I can't really talk about them." "Can't or won't?" Zorian asked. "Can't," Zack said. "I get tongue-tied whenever I try." "And if I read your mind to find out?" Zorian asked. "I will have to kill you," Zack told him seriously. "Oh," Zorian said, swallowing heavily. He didn't think he had any chance against Zack, even now. He did have that one trump card that nobody except him knew about, but he needed proper timing to use that, and Zack would probably kill him before he could set it up. Good thing I never tried to forcibly read your mind while you were sleeping, or something." "Yes, very good thing," Zack agreed. A short, uncomfortable silence descended on the scene. "You already decided to die at the end of the month, didn't you?" Zorian asked him. "That's why you had gotten so weird and philosophical lately." "I don't intend to murder you once this is all done, if that's what you're asking," Zack told him. "Silver Lake is just a black-hearted witch with no understanding of things like basic human decency and personal integrity. If I wanted to survive at all costs, I would have gotten rid of you while we were still in the time loop." "I can't believe this," Zorian muttered. "If I had known about this earlier, maybe we could have—" "It's divine magic," Zack said. "We wouldn't have been able to do shit. Just like Silver Lake can't get rid of her death pact no matter how hard she tries. She's a witch. They're known for being skilled with Hayes. You just know she used every trick in the book to try and get out of the contract, but she still failed. So you're okay with just dying at the end of the month?" Zorian asked. "Of course I'm not fine with it," Zack said. "It's just, if I have to murder my friends to survive, then what's the point of all this power and knowledge? It's not how I want to live my life, okay? Damn it, what the hell was my old self thinking to agree to this?" Zack slumped against a nearby alley and lightly thumped his head against the wall. What a horrible, convoluted mess, Zorian thought. As if outmaneuvering Red Robe and Silver Lake was not enough, he now had to figure out how to keep Zack alive when the end of the month came calling. Sometimes he thought the gods were still out there, watching him and laughing at his misfortune. Chapter 96 Contract. Before the time loop, Zorian had never frequented the taverns, restaurants, and other establishments that were so common in Scioria. They were a waste of time and money in his opinion, and it wasn't like he had any real friends to go drinking with. It didn't help that he had seen more than one of his classmates succumb to the lure of big city life in his 2 years of education. Rural teenagers like him were especially vulnerable, since they had little to no parental supervision and were unaccustomed to the luxuries and opportunities that existed in Scioria. Zorian did not want to follow their example, especially after it became obvious that his brother Fortov had fallen into the exact same trap as they had. Amusingly, the time loop had pretty much made him worse in this regard, and he was now familiar with virtually every alcohol-serving establishment in Scioria. This was mostly Zack's fault. His fellow time traveler loved drinking and despised the static nature of the time loop, which meant he dragged Zorian off to a different place every time they had to meet or talk. The situation was similar at the moment. Once they'd both had a chance to gather their thoughts, Zorian tried to pursue the topic of Zach's angelic contract and the restrictions he was laboring under, only for his fellow time traveler to insist he needed a drink. Zorian himself had never understood the appeal of alcohol, but he also knew it was pointless to argue about things like that with Zach. He just let his friend lead him to a small but lively tavern, where they claimed a table and erected simple privacy wards to ensure some privacy. Still not the safest location for this kind of thing, but it would do. "Ah," said Zach in satisfaction, slamming a beer glass on the table before wiping his mouth on his sleeve. Zorian's mouth twitched at the sight, but he said nothing. He was already used to that kind of behavior from Zach. Really? I really needed that. So, can I spoil the mood now and dig a little more into this whole angelic contract thing? Zorian asked him, folding his fingers together in a thoughtful gesture. I guess, Zach shrugged. Though I really don't think I'll be able to tell you much. I just need some things confirmed, Zorian said. You said you can't talk about the contract thing, that it physically stops you from saying the words. But would it stop me from picking it up from your thoughts through telepathy? Zach looked uncomfortable for a moment. His eyebrows twisted into a thoughtful frown. It shouldn't, he eventually decided. I mean, we communicated through telepathy quite a few times in the past. You read my surface thoughts more than once, and I never felt any urge to attack you. Let's try it. Zorian felt Zach lowering his mental barriers and immediately started looking through his surface thoughts, which appeared to be completely empty. Blank, even. Are you thinking about the angel contract at the moment? Zorian asked, frowning. I'm thinking of the mysterious rules that I'm laboring under, Zach told him. If that's really a death pact with angels like Silver Lake was saying, then yes, I'm thinking about it. Why? I can't read anything from you, Zorian admitted. It's like you have no thoughts at all. It didn't work. No matter what trick or method they used, Zorian could not get anything about a contract from Zach's surface thoughts. It wasn't that he could not read the boy at all. He could interpret Zach's thoughts just fine when he was thinking about mundane things, like how his hand itched or how cute the passing waitress was. But every thought that involved the mysterious rules, as Zach called them, was invisible to Zorian. The effect was both subtle and sophisticated. There was no indication that Zach's thoughts were being magically blanked out, and it looked mostly like Zach was deliberately blanking his thoughts or just plain not thinking of anything. If Zach tried to embed a few relevant thoughts in a larger stream of consciousness, the restriction would not only unerringly pick out the offending parts, it would do its best to quietly erase them without leaving any suspicious pauses or other evidence of tampering. Unless someone spent a lot of time scrutinizing Zach's thoughts or already knew what to look for, it would be very easy to overlook the fact that some of the thoughts had been tampered with. How was the contract even doing that? Zorian had no idea how something like that could get accomplished without the contract itself being sapient in some fashion. But that couldn't really be true, right? What if I tried to read your memories? Zorian asked. No. Zach immediately and reflexively protested. He stared at him for a second before shaking his head, seemingly reasserting control over himself in that one moment. No. Bad idea. Zorian nodded slowly, making a placating gesture. All right, he said carefully. But, someone has already read your mind once, as well as erased a bunch of things in it. Red robe, Zach nodded. Yes, Zorian confirmed. Doesn't that make you murderous, I guess? Well, it kind of did, Zach said, scratching his hand. Remember when we first met and I told you I had a confrontation with Red Robe for the first couple of restarts after he disabled me and read my mind? I made it seem like he was the aggressor all the time and I was just an innocent victim, but I may have been simplifying things just a little bit. I basically made it my life's goal to destroy him for a while there. I hounded him relentlessly for at least 2 restarts. It may have been one of the reasons why he decided to leave the time loop entirely after a while. Oh, said Zorian. That made a lot of sense, actually. But you were both time travelers. What would you even do to him if you managed to catch him? You don't need to be a master mind mage to erase the victim's entire mind, Zach told him. Or scramble it beyond all repair. There are spells for that, and I got a hold of all kinds of illegal spells while looping. You got me there, Zorian admitted. The sort of effect Zach was describing did not take much skill and sophistication, just power. I notice you aren't frothing at the mouth right now at the thought of Red Robe being present again, though. Does the effect run out or something? Yeah, I calmed down after a while, since I could no longer find him, Zach said with a shrug. Even after I left the time loop and saw Red Robe again, it didn't start up again. I guess the angels didn't want me to become useless if someone read my mind and then fled beyond my reach. So I should have just forcibly read your mind and then spent a few restarts running away from you? Zorian mused. Zack scowled at him. What? You have to admit that's a reasonable interpretation of what is happening, Zorian said. Except that he was not at all sure he could have successfully evaded Zack for several restarts. His fellow time traveler had vastly more endurance than Zorian did, and knew most of the places and escape routes Zorian could come up with. Zorian might have still been able to avoid any permanent consequences of being caught if he forced a restart every time he was forced into a corner, but doing so would rapidly burn through the remaining restarts. Anyway, what about the first time Red Robe messed with your mind? Zorian asked. You know, the one where he erased Vayers out of your mind and gods know what else? I don't know, Zack said, frowning. I don't recall going on that kind of hunt for someone before we met. I guess since I had no idea who mind raped me, and perhaps didn't even know there was a specific person behind my amnesia, the effect never kicked in. Zorian mused. So if you never find out that you had your memory read or never see your attacker, it won't work. I'm no longer the same person I was back then. I will know I had my mind tampered with, and I'll know it was you, Zack warned him. And not just because you just stupidly clued me in that you're considering it either. I mean, who else but you could pull it off? Even if I had absolutely no proof, my first instinct would be to blame you. And then you try to kill me, Zorian guessed. That or erase your relevant memories, Zack said. But we both know how impractical that option is on a mind mage like yourself. In practice, yes, I'd have to kill you. So, the contract could mask Zack's surface thoughts to eliminate any mention of itself, but it couldn't do the same for his long-term memories for some reason. Thus, anyone who looked deep into Zack's memories had to be silenced, in whatever manner was practical. Who determines who has to be memory wiped and who has to die? Zorian asked. What do you mean? Zack asked. What if Ilsa read your memories? Zorian clarified with an example. Would you memory wipe her or kill her? Memory wipe her, Zack said immediately. Really? But she has some pretty advanced knowledge of mind magic under her belt, Zorian pointed out. She's possibly even better than Svim in that regard. Really? Zack said, surprised. Huh? I would have never guessed. Damn. I guess I would have to kill her in that case. Zorian stared at Zack for a second. He lied. Ilsa had no advanced knowledge of mind magic. She knew how to cast telepathy spells, and that was it. Guess that answered his question. Zack was the one that made the decision. The contract may force him to act in certain ways, but it was Zack's perception that determined things. What? Zack asked. Nothing, Zorian said, shaking his head. Let's forget that, then. There is something else I've been wondering. Silver Lake said you have to make sure the time loop stays a secret or you die, right? Right, Zack sighed. She did say that, didn't she? Of course, I can't really confirm or deny anything. But it's pretty much true, Zorian surmised. However, back in the time loop, I recall that you tried to convince pretty much everyone who would listen that the time loop was real. Or at least you told me you did so. Plus, you never had any issue with helping me convince people that the time loop was real. Well, yeah, I'm not compelled to keep it a secret, Zack shrugged. I can't talk to people about the mysterious rules that bind me, but everything else is fair game. I can tell people about the time loop just fine. I just have to keep in mind the potential consequences. And while the time loop was still going on, those consequences were a non-issue. You know, right? You only die if the knowledge of the time loop isn't contained in the real world, when it actually matters. It doesn't matter how many people you tell inside the time loop, because they'll never get out of there anyway, Zorian guessed. Or at least that was the idea, probably. Keep in mind, I had no idea how the time loop worked back then, Zack said. I didn't know there was a real world and a time loop world, or any other details that we figured out later. I wasn't lying to you when I said I don't remember how I got in the time loop and how it functions, right? That was pretty terrible design by the angels. If they could make sure that the contract they made with Zack was impossible to forget by any means, why didn't they include some basic information there as well? Olenek apparently wasn't kidding when he said angels worked in mysterious ways. If you didn't know how the time loop works, how did you know when telling people about the time loop matters and when it doesn't? Zorian asked. Zack couldn't answer him, of course. That would mean he would reveal some of the information about his contract thing, and that was forbidden. Well, we have no real choice here, Zorian said. If you can't discuss these mysterious rules you are laboring under, and you don't even have a solid idea what they mean, we'll have to summon the angels for a talk. Zack gave him a surprised look. But you, he began. I'm not supposed to be here outside the time loop, yes, Zorian said, nodding. This was the primary reason they had been hesitating about contacting the angelic hierarchy, even though they had already suspected the angels were involved in the time loop. It was entirely possible that summoning an angel would just draw their attention to Zorian's existence and give them a chance to finish what the Guardian of the Threshold had already tried and failed to do. "We'd be risking a lot," Zack said, frowning. "No, I'm risking a lot," countered Zorian. "And I'm willing to take the risk. We need to see if this contract of yours can be renegotiated, or at least find out what it actually entails." Zack gave it a brief thought, tapping his fingers against the beer glass in his hand. "Well, it's not like I was looking forward to dying," Zack finally said. "Though if the angels immediately smite you dead upon sight, don't come crying to me that I didn't warn you. I won't be doing anything at that point, being dead and all," Zorian blandly pointed out. "Anyway, Silver Lake said you made a contract to stop Panic Seth from being released at the end of the month. If true, that suggests the angels care a lot about keeping Panic Seth in his prison. Killing me would interfere with that. Plus, silencing all the extra witnesses is impossible, so long as Red Robe lives. Hopefully that will give them pause." Well, that all made perfect sense to Zorian, but it was obvious that the logic of angels was not the same as the logic of men. It wouldn't be too surprising if the summoned angel just ignored everything Zorian said and tried to kill him anyway. Would it be considered disrespectful if he sent a simulacrum instead of participating in the summoning personally? "You really think there is a chance to renegotiate this?" Zack asked, waving vaguely over his chest. It was unlikely. But hey, it was worth a try, right? "The contract is probably divine magic, right?" Zorian asked, ignoring the question for now. "I don't actually know," Zack said uncertainly. "It has to be. I mean, otherwise I would have managed to find it by now, right? The only piece of mortal magic I ever found embedded in my soul is the marker." Zorian shook his head. He was pretty sure the marker did not include any divine energies or mysterious rules in it, because if it did, Zorian himself would have probably inherited them from Zack when he acquired his marker. "It's probably a part of the soul stabilization frame that boosts your mana reserves," Zorian pointed out. "The divine blessing and divine contract probably came together as a package deal." Zack winced slightly. "Yes, I kind of guessed that too," he admitted. "But that whole frame is incredibly complicated. It's hard to figure out where the blessing ends and the contract starts." Yes, that was pretty much how Zorian expected it to be. The blessing and contract were probably intertwined in a way that made it impossible to remove one and not the other. That way, even if Zack found a way to remove the contract, he would have to give up the mana boost that came along with it. An extra layer of security that would make just about anyone hesitate to tamper with the whole thing. After all, who would be willing to lose something as amazing as a divine blessing that doubles your mana reserves? Even if the angels agreed to renegotiate, you'd probably have to give up your divine blessing, Zorian eventually said. Zack looked horrified at the thought, but also a little bit resigned. He seemed to have expected something like that to be true. "Oh man," he whined, finishing his entire beer glass in one desperate gulp before ordering another from a nearby waitress. "It's better than being dead," Zorian consoled him. "I don't know, man. How would you react if you had to give up half of your mana reserves tomorrow?" Zack asked him sullenly. Zorian blinked rapidly in surprise. That's right. Zack didn't even know his mana reserves were a result of a divine blessing until relatively recently. The current situation had persisted as far as he could remember. His mana reserves felt normal as they were right now, and reducing them probably felt no different than a crippling injury. "I'd be absolutely devastated, but it's still better than dying," he finally said, a little quieter this time. Zack gave him a cranky grunt and said nothing else in response. "How are we going to summon an angel, anyway?" Zack eventually asked, calming down a little when he got his second glass of beer delivered to their table. "Alanik. Alanik can't summon an angel," Zorian said, shaking his head. "Only a few priests are capable of that, and he is not one of them. However, I happen to know someone in this very city who is capable of summoning angels, so it shouldn't be a problem. Though we might want to invite Alanik with us anyway." "Oh. Who is it?" Zack asked curiously. "I don't remember anyone like that. You wouldn't know her." "I haven't really interacted with her ever since we teamed up," Zorian noted. "It's Kylie Quosi, a priestess in one of the semi-abandoned temples here in Scioria. She is a bit of an obscure figure, but she's a capable mage and she knows quite a bit of interesting magic. For instance, she is one of the experts when it comes to forecasting the future through divinations, and she also knows how to establish contact with angels. It didn't matter much in a time loop, since contact with the spiritual planes had been blocked there, but now." "All right," Zack said after a second of thought. Let's see what the heavenly bastards have to say. Break. It took them 3 days to arrange for the summoning to occur. It wasn't particularly difficult, but Kylie was understandably very suspicious about a couple of teenagers showing up on her doorstep and asking for her to summon an angel so they could talk to it. The fact that Zach and Zorian were in a hurry and were pushing for her to set up the ritual quickly did not help matters. Thankfully, after bringing in Olenek to vouch for them and explaining several times that Zach had been given some kind of mission by the angels that he had forgotten, made her reluctantly agree to their request. While this was going on, their other preparations continued. The Silent Doorway Adepts had finally agreed to open a passage to Koth, and Zach and Zorian used it to quickly claim the Imperial Orb. They did not establish contact with Diamond for the moment. The original plan was to evacuate everyone to Koth the moment a gate was established, but that plan was now looking a lot less practical than it used to be. Talking everyone into cooperating with their plan while keeping them ignorant about the time loop was impractical, to say the least. Zorian was still a little pissed off that Zach had never tried to stop him when they had been discussing doing that, even though he knew this was practically suicide on his part. But then again, the situation was kind of hopeless. How would they ever be able to contain the knowledge of the time loop when they had no control over Red Robe, and he had very little reason to keep things a total secret? Not to mention the problem of Zorian himself. Princess was claimed as normal and bound to Zorian. Zach's situation was deemed too unstable to have Princess depend on him. They had no idea how the bond with Princess would interact with his mysterious rules, and whether its presence would make it more complicated to adjust the contract he had with the angels. Plus, if Zach was compelled to go on a rampage or something, it was best he didn't also have a loyal Hydra at his disposal as well. His current skills were a headache enough. Svim also joined their little group of time loop-aware individuals. They had already started talking to him before Zorian found out about the contract, so it was pointless to back off from him now. Plus, they could really use his help. Finally, the scheduled day of the summoning had arrived. Zach, Zorian, Olenek, and Svim came together to Kylie's temple, where they were greeted by Batak, the friendly green-haired priest that Zorian had met so long ago. Even though Zach and Zorian had been kind of rude and impatient these last few days, the young priest had never lost his temper around them and remained polite and helpful to the very end. He led them to the interior of the temple, which had been dramatically rearranged in the preparation for the summoning ritual. The chairs and furniture had all been shoved to the walls to make space in the center, and a complicated circular spell formula had been inscribed on the floor in blue paint. Kylie was not the only priest present inside. A more lower-ranking attendant priest had been brought in from elsewhere, and were currently scurrying around the modified main hall, double-checking the spell formula circle and making last-minute corrections. Additionally, there was a tall male priest observing the proceedings with a cool, detached look on his face. His fancy blue robes, decorated in gold and silver, meant that he was someone pretty high in the triumvirate church hierarchy. He gave them a chilly, unfriendly look when they entered the hall, and then purposely ignored them. "This is more involved than I thought it would be," Zorian whispered to Batak. I don't think you really realize the sort of thing you started," Batak told him with a quiet, nervous chuckle. "Even in the triumvirate church, it is not every day you get to summon an angel for a talk. This is a big deal. It's especially a big deal when someone pulls as many strings as you did and does it all on such short notice. This has a lot of people sitting up and taking notice, I hear." Pulling strings? Zorian didn't remember doing that. He looked at Olenek, who noticed his look and gave him a small shrug. "You said it was important," Olenek said unrepentantly. "I agreed with you." They eventually retreated to the side and let Kylie and her fellow priests finish things. The preparations were lengthy, however, and Zorian couldn't help but wonder if all of this was really necessary. There were lots of chanting and arcane rituals being performed, such as burning of incense and ritualistic bell ringing. Very little of it resembled structured magic as Zorian understood it. That was interesting because, as far as he knew, angels could be summoned through any old summoning spell. It was just a matter of knowing how to contact them properly and them actually deigning to answer the summons. Did all these little rituals count as proper contact procedure, or was this just empty tradition that the Triumvirate Church insisted on following? He didn't actually ask that question, though. He had antagonized them enough recently with his request, and he knew from Olenek that the Triumvirate Church had some very scary resources to call upon when someone angered them enough. He wasn't in a time loop anymore. After what felt like an hour, the actual spellcasting began. Neither Zach nor Zorian had much experience with summoning spells, as they were useless and impossible to train inside the time loop, so the whole process was largely a mystery to them. All they saw was the circular spell formula on the floor lighting up with a soft glow, and the air above it rippling like hot summer air. "We've decided to summon a low-ranking angel to start with," Batak explained to them in a low voice. He wasn't involved in the summoning and seemed to have been assigned as their guide and minder instead. Even if it cannot help you, it will inform its superiors about the issue, and they'll decide what to do about it from there. That's fine, Zorian said. Low ranking was fine. Less chance of it completely overpowering them that way. Servant of the highest ones, I implore you to grace us with your presence, Kylie intoned solemnly. We, the lowly children of the dust, have a need for your infinite wisdom and jerk. Oh, this doesn't sound too good. What's happening? Zack and Batak asked out loud at the same time. The summoning is getting hijacked, the blue-robed priest said in a panicky voice. I don't understand. We performed all the rites correctly. The demons shouldn't be able to. Reading on Amazon or a pirate site. This novel is from Royal Road. Support the author by reading it there. It's not the demons, Kylie said firmly. She was calmer than the blue-robed priest, but her voice still trembled a little. It's being hijacked by another angel. Someone high up in the angelic hierarchy has used their rights of seniority to substitute themselves with the angel we were trying to summon. She then winced and stumbled in place. The other priests followed her actions soon after, some of them falling on their knees. It's too much, one of the attendant priests gasped. We can't supply enough mana for this. In the center of the summoning circle, a vague fuzzy outline flickered in and out of existence. Every summoning spell had to incarnate the spirit being summoned into something. A shell, a vessel that would allow them exist in and interact with the material world. The more powerful the spirit, the fancier the vessel had to be to contain them and let them manifest their power, and thus the more mana one had to pay to create an ectoplasmic shell suitable for them. The angel that had substituted itself into their summoning ritual was apparently very mana-hungry to summon. Before anyone could say anything, Zack pushed Batak aside and stepped up to the summoning circle. He observed the whole thing for a few seconds and then started pouring his vast mana reserves into the ritual. He may not have been familiar with summoning magic, but simply supplying power to the whole thing was not too difficult to figure out. Zorian, Alanik, and Svim followed his example immediately afterwards. A few seconds later, Batak woke up from his initial daze and hurriedly joined them in trying to power the summoning. Zorian's mana reserves dipped dangerously low, almost as soon as he started pouring mana into the summoning ritual. It wasn't by choice. The angel on the other side of the ritual was aggressively pulling on every available mana source to fuel its descent to the material plane. No wonder the priests had reacted like they did. Having one's mana reserves forcibly drained in such fashion wasn't lethal, but it wasn't a pleasant experience either. Finally, after everyone in the room had run dry of mana, the fuzzy ectoplasmic form in the center of the summoning circle condensed itself into a glowing white ball and then erupted into an explosion of fire. A brief moment of panic surged in Zorian's heart when he realized there was a wall of flames coming at them and that he was entirely out of mana and practically defenseless. Thankfully, the explosion of flames suddenly reversed itself before it reached them and collapsed into a writhing ball of fiery ectoplasm before suddenly sprouting to black branches and metallic surfaces. Eventually, the angel's form stabilized, and Zorian finally got his first look at an angel. It wasn't human-looking in the slightest. Most old, powerful spirits weren't, but somehow Zorian didn't expect an angel to look so strange. The angel was shaped like a black, floating, cross-shaped tree with 4 sets of branches and no roots. Or maybe it would be more accurate to imagine 4 trees that had their lower half cut off and were then glued together through their trunk into a cross-shaped pattern. The branches were leafless, and burning orange eyes grew on them instead. The eyes were animated, constantly moving and taking in everything around the angel. Translucent orange flames enveloped the branches, coiling around them like a multitude of snakes and releasing crackling sounds reminiscent of real branches burning in flames. Floating behind the tree of eyes was a gently spinning ring of silvery metal. The ring was densely covered in tiny golden characters that Zorian didn't recognize, and which seemed entirely alien to his eyes, unlike anything he had ever seen. Behind it, several ghostly ribbons of multicolored light extended in all directions from the angel, straining Zorian's eyes and blurring the angel's form. If one squinted and tilted their head the right way, they kind of looked like 6 pairs of wings. Zorian felt some of the eyes swivel in his direction, and he suddenly felt naked and exposed. It was as if the angel's eyes had seen right through him and peered straight into the depths of his soul, observing, analyzing, judging. Zorian instinctively took a step back from the angel, and then suddenly realized the entire hall was unnaturally quiet and still. Only he, Zack, and the angel remained in the hall. Everyone else was just gone. Zorian was getting uncomfortable flashbacks to his first meeting with Panicseth. Do not be afraid, the angel said. Its voice was booming and resonated painfully in Zorian's ears and chest. I have come to help. What? Where is everyone? Zack asked in confusion. They should not hear this, the angel responded. So you just shunted us off to some private space? Zack frowned. Also, can't you talk a little more quietly? My time here is limited, the angel cautioned. It made no attempt to lower its voice for them. It was still uncomfortably loud and resonant, and Zorian thought he could faintly hear additional voices repeating its words whenever it spoke. You must not waste time. Zorian supposed the angel had a point there. Even though it had taken all their mana, a spirit of this level probably couldn't stay manifested on the material plane for very long. They had to make the most of it. Did Zack enter into a contract with you? Zorian asked. Yes, the angel immediately confirmed. Zorian waited for a second, but the angel seemed disinclined to clarify more than that. My enemies made me completely forget about that, Zack said with a frown. They did not, the angel countered. Zack made a strange face. Yes, they did, he said, laughing in a frustrated manner. Why would I lie about it to you of all people? They did not make you forget because you never even knew you had made a contract with us, the angel said. If they do know that you have made a contract with us, it is because they have guessed correctly. Zack never knew he'd made a contract with you. Zorian asked incredulously. How would that work? We went through a great deal of effort to mask our involvement, the angel said. Our current interference is already overstepping certain boundaries that we would rather not cross. It would have been best for everyone if nobody had realized we had a hand in this. But how would I make a contract with you without realizing it? Zack insisted. That doesn't make any sense. We contacted you through a dream, the angel told him. You had no idea who was making the offer when you accepted the contract. Zack's face went through several different expressions as he processed that. Zorian just buried his face into his palms and took a deep breath. Zack, that's slander. Zack protested. I'd never do something stupid like that. Even I know it's dumb as hell to accept spiritual contracts from mysterious people that contact you in your dreams. You being foolish enough to take the offer was one of the reasons we chose you as our champion, the angel told him bluntly. Well, Zack fumbled. You know what? Forget it. Even if what you say is true, I still ended up mind-wiped of critical information inside the time loop. I didn't even know how to return to the real world. You included so many things in this a contract I made with you, so why didn't you include some basic information like that in there as well? We did, the angel responded. You simply never satisfied the conditions necessary to access the information. What? What? Demanded Zack. What do you mean by that? You had a goal, did you not? The angel challenged. You had to stop the invasion without informing anyone about the time loop. Had you ever succeeded at that, the contract would have given you information about the time loop and how to leave it. You never explained to him how the time loop worked to begin with, Zorian realized. Giving him the exit method right from the start would mean he could leave at any point he wished, even before he was capable of stopping Panic Setha's release the way you wanted him to. The hearts of men are weak and fall easily to temptation, the angel confirmed. If he could not handle the relentless weathering of time and become the savior we need, it would have been better for him to never emerge from the Sovereign Gate at all. You, Zack began. You chose this, the angel reminded him, completely unrepentant. And with that in mind, I would like an explanation. What happened in there? You don't know. Zorian asked curiously. Would I be asking if I did? The angel asked rhetorically. The inner workings of the Sovereign Gate are opaque to us. Much like the black rooms you are familiar with, the Sovereign Gate is completely isolated from the rest of the world once activated. We have inferred some things, but we would like an unambiguous answer. Zack and Zorian gave the angel a quick summary of what had occurred inside the time loop, taking pains to emphasize Panic Setha's interference with the normal operation of the time loop and how Red Robe's and Silver Lake's presence in the real world made the entire task of stopping the invasion very difficult. Finally, they explained Zorian's situation and how his presence made the idea of eliminating all knowledge of the time loop outside of Zack basically impossible. A disappointing result, the angel concluded. The task we gave you was not that difficult. Why did you allow things to get so complicated? Not that difficult. Zack repeated incredulously. Do you know how difficult it is to stop an army on your lonesome without being able to explain to people where your skills come from or how you know things? Even though we initiated the Sovereign Gate prematurely, you still had hundreds of chances to get things right, the angel said. I suspect you have a skewed perspective on the difficulty of the problem. In the original scenario, you would have been tackling an unaware force oblivious to your shifting schemes. Even with our restrictions, it should not have been difficult to figure out a solution when you have infinite attempts and your enemy never learns from your mistakes. Instead, you have been competing against a rival time looper. Regardless of how it happened, that is your own failing, not ours. Zack looked like he was about to start yelling at the angel, but eventually restrained himself. He scoffed disdainfully at the spirit, and then folded his hands over his chest in silence. They didn't actually know how Red Robe got included as a time looper, so it was difficult to counter the angel's claims there. So you deliberately activated the Sovereign Gate a month before the invasion, Zorian noted. You could tell what was going to happen a month in advance. The future is hazy and constantly changing, but some things are more certain than others, the angel said. Unless something was done, Panic-Setha's release was practically set in stone. Why not just inform the Triumvirate Church and let them handle it? Zorian asked. Strange as this may sound to you, that would have been far worse than what we ended up doing, the angel responded. We are not supposed to meddle in mortal conflicts. Why me? Zack suddenly asked. If you have such an accurate way of predicting the future, surely you knew I wasn't a good choice. On the contrary, the angel disagreed. You were the best choice. That is why we settled on you in the end. Best how? Zack asked suspiciously. It is a secret, the angel responded. There were considerable restrictions in regards to candidates. They had to begin the month in Scioria. They needed to have a certain potential and mentality. They needed to have considerable freedom of movement and association. They needed to satisfy the ethical guidelines. And so much more. I cannot tell you the details. If Zorian began the month in Scioria, would he also be a candidate? Zack asked. Zorian gave him a strange look. Why would he ask that? Heavens no, the angel said. He fails just about every criterion, especially in regards to mentality. I am surprised he was even willing to risk his life in this manner, based on his previous actions and attitudes. Annoyingly, Zack seemed really pleased to hear that response. Zorian folded his arms over his chest in dissatisfaction. Jerks, the both of them. What is my status at the moment, then? Zorian asked. I defied the laws of the time loop and got out into the real world, but I notice you are not making a move against me. Are you fine with my presence, then? The angel's burning eyes focused on him more closely, studying him in great detail for a couple of seconds. Zorian squirmed uncomfortably under its gaze, but stood his ground and stubbornly kept staring back at the angel without flinching. You are a forbidden existence, and you have committed grave sins to be where you are right now, the angel judged. However, we are not without mercy and understanding. So long as the primordial's release is stopped in the end, we are willing to overlook some things. So, I'm safe from your wrath, Zorian summarized. If the primordial remains chained by the end of the month, the angel stressed. If not, then we will be forced to directly intervene in the material world. At that point, it costs us nothing to be extra thorough and eliminate all possible complications. You understand, yes? Of course, Zorian confirmed. Even though he had made no contract with the angels, his life also depended on the outcome of the invasion. If he and Zack failed to stop Red Robe and Silver Lake from releasing Panic-Seth, the angels would take care of him all the same. If you're fine with Zorian, does that mean that my contract can be renegotiated now? Zack asked hopefully. Because the way things are now, we cannot renegotiate the contract, the angel said. It simply cannot be done. But you're the one who made it, Zack protested. Why wouldn't you be able to change it? It is divine magic, the angel pointed out. We obviously didn't make it. Of course, no one could cast divine magic in the current age, not even the angels. Only the gods themselves were capable of that. Everyone else, including their spiritual servants, were just tapping into artifacts and resources left behind when the gods went silent. How about just removing it? Zorian tried. Also not possible, the angel responded. It is deliberately designed to be next to impossible to remove once placed. I am afraid there is nothing we can do about it. But the way things are going, I'll die at the end of the month, even if I stop the primordial from getting out, Zack pointed out. Isn't that just a little unfair? It's obvious the situation has changed from the time I agreed to the contract, and even you admitted the way you got me to agree to it was kind of dodgy and inappropriate. We cannot absolve you of fulfilling your part of the bargain, the angel stubbornly said. It simply is not within our power to do so. The only thing I can promise you is that if you find a way to remove or evade the contract in some fashion, we will not seek to punish you for it. Zach's eyes widened at the statement. You will not seek to? You're saying if I found a way to trick the contract on my own, you would have gone after me for it? He asked incredulously. We are not the primordials, the angel told him. Though our actions are restricted, we are far from powerless in regards to the material world. Even if you could trick the spell left by the gods, it would do you no good if we were also not willing to look the other way and accept this outcome. You made a solemn pact with us, and we have done our side of the bargain. We have every right to be harsh and demand that you fulfill your obligation to the letter, but as I said to your friend, we are not without mercy and understanding. So long as the primordial's release is stopped in the end, we are willing to overlook some things. So I still have to do the impossible, complained Zach. It's just that, if I succeed at that, you won't come after me in response. You can view it that way, I suppose, the angel responded. The spirit froze for a moment, its eyes staring off somewhere into the distance, as if listening to some distant words that neither Zach nor Zorian could hear. My time here grows short. If you have anything else you need of me, say it quickly. Give me the actual contents of the contract Zach signed with you, Zorian demanded. Zach can't tell me what it says, and I need to know. For a while, the angel said nothing. Then its branches swayed on unseen winds for a few seconds. An array of burning orange light erupted without warning and struck Zach in the chest. Rather than harming him, however, the ray harmlessly sank into his chest and was absorbed without a trace. Before either Zach or Zorian could ask what the hell that was about, a series of burning letters started materializing in the air in front of Zach, and kept going, and going, and going. Pages and pages of text, going on and on and on about what was expected of Zach. Zorian expected the contract to be a couple of concise sentences, since that was what a spell would look like, but apparently he was wrong. The contract instead consisted of a massive legal document, complete with that peculiar legal word choice that made official documents hard to understand even if you speak the language. It was good that he could flawlessly memorize everything he could see, because there was no way he could understand this thing without a few hours to pore over it, and possibly some actual legal help. For heaven's sake, Zach, Zorian sighed. How the hell could you agree to this? There is no way you actually read all this and understood its implications. I don't remember any of it, Zach protested. It was my stupid younger self, okay? Gods know your younger self was just as stupid in his own way. Well, he got him there, but still, this was something else. He did not actually read the contract, the angel added in helpfully. Still, we had summarized the relevant parts to him. He has to stop the invasion of Scioria from achieving its goal, or he will die at the end of the month. He cannot let anyone know about the existence of the time loop, or he'll die at the end of the month. He cannot kill a ruler of any nation, or otherwise directly cause a nation to collapse into anarchy, or he'll die at the end of the month. Restrictions were placed on what kind of mind and soul magic he can learn, because the ethical committee would not approve the project otherwise. He's also completely forbidden from talking about the specifics of the contract he signed. Anyone who forcibly sees the contents of the contract, such as through a deep memory scan, must be neutralized in whatever manner is practical. Finally, the contract is completely dissolved at the end of the month, allowing him to live life freely from that point afterwards. Can you tell me how you define knows about the time loop? Zorian asked. It is all in the contract, the angel responded, one of its branches casually waving toward Zach. I know you memorized it. The angel once again stilled for a moment, seemingly listening to something in the distance. I must go, it said. You have one more question. If the primordial becomes free, is it the end of the world as we know it? Zach immediately asked, giving no chance for Zorian to think about this last chance to question the spirit. Probably not, the angel admitted. Nevertheless, you still would not want this to happen, and not just because of the dire consequences for you personally. The highest ones had placed a great many triggers into the core that governs this world. If conditions satisfying a trigger are detected, automatic countermeasures are initiated. A primordial gaining access to the material plane would activate several of them. You do not want that to happen. No one wants that to happen. Much of our duties involve making sure none of the triggers can be activated, for the sake of both the spirit world and the material one. Most of the triggers look out for things the highest ones had considered existential threats, and they had a very scorched earth policy when dealing with existential threats. Having said that, the angel suddenly swooped down towards the ground, and one of its branches lightly reached towards the stone floor beneath them. Even though its branches looked thin and fragile, they scooped out a chunk of stone from the floor like it was nothing but wet clay, and then started shaping it just as easily. Black branches twisted and tapped the stone like hundreds of tiny fingers, chipping off pieces in a flurry of rapid movement. In less than 3 seconds, the chunk of rock became a smooth, glossy cube that was then thrust directly into Zorian's hands. It was the weirdest thing because it didn't look like magic. Instead, it looked as if the angel physically shaped the chunk of stone through a combination of inhuman strength, speed, and precision. "Take this," the angel said. "Use it to summon me for the final battle." "How do you know there will be a final battle?" asked Zorian. "The future is hazy and constantly changing, but some things are more certain than others," the angel said, echoing one of its earlier statements. And then it was gone, and the temple hall was once again loud and full of people. Alanik, Svim, Batak, Kylie, and the other priests quickly surrounded them, demanding to know what had occurred. From their perspective, they just suddenly disappeared for a while, and now they are mysterious back. Zack and Zorian ignored them for a moment, focusing on the cube in Zorian's hands. It wasn't as smooth as Zorian originally thought it was. It was densely covered with strange writing, the same kind of writing that covered the silver ring that floated behind the angel. There was nothing obviously magical about it, but the cube had a strange sheen to it when the light hit it just right, and the characters did seem to have some kind of pattern to them. In the end, he carefully pocketed the cube and put it out of his mind for the moment. Before he dived into the specifics of Zack's contract and studied the cube, they had one more meeting to go through. Red Robe had invited them for a talk. Break. As Red Robe had noted in his brief letter to them, Zack and Zorian already knew how to contact him with information about the meeting. Their simulacrums clashed all the time, and it was no problem to just throw a letter on the ground during one of those confrontations and then just walk away. Using that method, Zack and Zorian eventually arranged for a meeting with Red Robe on the roof of one of the academy buildings. It was a sufficiently public location that neither side could really prepare a trap for the other there. Plus, the academy wards were actually pretty good now that Zack and Zorian covertly talked them into changing their ward keys. Even Zack and Zorian had to be a little careful around them, since the new security voided their knowledge as much as it did Red Robe's. The meeting was arranged at midnight, and everyone arrived exactly on time. One side consisted of Zack, Zorian, Svim, and Alanik. The other had Red Robe, Silver Lake, and Quantakikl. Red Robe was wearing his usual red robe as a disguise, his face hidden in a patch of darkness behind the hood. Silver Lake was as Zorian last saw her, a young, attractive woman wearing a form-fitting dress. She seemed very happy and pleased with herself, grinning from ear to ear as she looked at them, a fact that made Zack obviously fume at her. It just made her grin wider. And then there was Quantakikl. He was not in his skeletal form for this meeting, opting to come in his human guise instead. He looked calm, composed, and confident. He greeted them politely with a small bow before turning silent and just observing things. Zorian sighed inwardly. He knew it was a futile dream, but he had been hoping Red Robe and Silver Lake hadn't initiated the old Lich into their deep secrets. This made everything so much harder. "Ha ha," Silver Lake cackled. "See, I told you they would bring those two with them and none other." "Pay up. We never actually agreed to any bets," Red Robe protested. "Bah. You're supposed to play along for appearance's sake," Silver Lake said, scowling at him. "Whatever. Zorian, did you reconsider my offer?" "It still stands, you know." "Shut up," Red Robe snapped at her. "Everyone, I'd like to apologize for her actions recently. I know you probably think I sent her to sow dissent into your group, but that was entirely her own idea. She seems to think there is a genuine chance of convincing Mr. Kaczynski to join us in freeing the Primordial, but we all know that is just a fantasy." Yeah, as if Zorian was going to believe that. He fully believed that Silver Lake being there was an attempt to make Zorian and Zack fight amongst each other. He also suspected it was an attempt by Red Robe and Silver Lake to reduce the number of enemies lined up against them, since Zorian was far less likely to keep telling people about the time loop if he knew that would get Zack killed, which was what ended up happening in the end. One thing he didn't believe for a moment was the idea that Silver Lake actually made an honest offer for him to join her. Her natural instinct was to exploit others, not work with them. "As if your plan is any better," Silver Lake complained. "Why do you think? I thought we agreed I'll be doing the talking." Red Robe protested with a sigh. Silver Lake clacked her tongue dismissively and then conjured herself a chair to sit on. Quantakikl did not react at all to his companion's antics, opting to study Zorian and his group instead. A short and very uncomfortably silence descended on the scene. Everyone involved was tense and seemed to be ready to attack at a moment's notice. Even Silver Lake, who was sitting on a conjured chair and tried to give off an impression of being bored and inattentive, was clearly twitching whenever someone made an unexpected move. "What is this all about?" Zack finally asked. You're the one who invited us here, so why are you silent all of a sudden? Don't waste our time. Even after all this time, you still haven't changed. Still so impatient. Red Robe said softly, as if reminiscing about something. Zack frowned at him, clearly considering the merits of just starting a battle here and now. I see you came here unmasked, Red Robe commented. You already know who we are, Zack shrugged. Is there any point in hiding our faces? True, Red Robe nodded. Well, I guess there's no point in hiding my identity any longer either. He pulled his hood down, and the patch of darkness that hid his face suddenly disappeared. It was Veyers. The same face, the same blonde hair, the same orange, slitted eyes. The main difference was that his hair was well-groomed, his eyes lacked some of that ferocity and violence he had seen in Veyers recently, and his entire attitude was calm and more assured. I'm guessing this isn't much of a surprise to you, Red Robe said. Without the voice-masking spells embedded into the hood of his robe, even his voice was recognizably that of Veyers, just calmer and quieter. Still, I hope you take this gesture of goodwill as just that. I'm not the monster you think I am, and I really think we can come to a sort of agreement here. Zorian studied the boy in front of him for a few seconds before shaking his head. You say it's a gesture of goodwill, and you show us a fake face and identity, Zorian told him. How do you expect us to agree to anything when you open the talks with such a brazen deception? Veyers looked honestly taken aback at the accusation. You're overthinking things, Silverlake said, rolling her eyes at him. It's really him. Who else could it be, really? No, he's not Veyers, Zorian insisted. It never made sense and still doesn't. Zack sent Zorian an almost imperceptible frown. He clearly didn't understand why Zorian was so certain, but didn't want to call him on it. Zorian didn't blame him. He had long had his suspicions. It was only when he saw the true form of Zack's angelic contract that he became completely certain. Are you asking me to prove that I'm Veyers? Red Robe said with an amused laugh. What would even satisfy you? Every student has to give their mana signature to the academy for identification purposes, Svim suddenly said, reaching into his jacket pocket and retrieving an inconspicuous-looking ball out of it. He displayed it for everyone to see. Proving whether or not you're Veyers should be an extremely simple matter. Red Robe stared at the ball for a few seconds before bursting into short, barking laughter. Oh, hell, he said, chuckling to himself. I can't believe I overlooked something as simple as that. Silverlake gave him a shocked look. Feeling dumb now? Red Robe said, giving her a contemptuous look. You spent all these days interacting with me and never suspected a thing, but Mr. Kaczynski here saw through it immediately. Maybe you should have asked to join him instead. He then ignored her and turned to face Zorian fully. I guess you also know who I really am, he asked, tilting his head to the side with a self-indulgent smile. You're Jornak, Veyers' lawyer friend, Zorian said. I'm guessing Veyers introduced you to Zack, and you hit off with each other since you have both been cheated out of your inheritance and empathize with each other because of it. He didn't realize you have ties to the esoteric order of the Celestial Dragon until it was too late. The cult of the dragon is nothing to me, Red Robe said. He still continued wearing Veyers' face. I was never seriously loyal to them, even before the time loop. So why? Zack asked him, looking at him with confused eyes. If Zorian could trick the time loop into letting him leave, then you don't understand, Red Robe said, shaking his head sadly. You just wouldn't understand, no matter how I tried to convince you. This knowledge, this power, it's just begging to be used. Should Tirana change the world entirely when he left the time loop? Why can't I? Why couldn't we? Zack seemed taken aback at the question. Have you two ever tried to look into what our country has been doing these past few years? Red Robe said, looking at Zorian. I just wanted to figure out how to ensure justice for me and Zack at first. However, I couldn't stop myself from looking, and the more I looked, the more awful things I found. The prosperity we enjoy right now is all built atop of a mountain of lies, theft, unspeakable corruption, and even straight-up murder. Even if I got justice for myself and Zack, it's all just a drop in the bucket. The other countries are no better, Alanik pointed out. Yes, I know that, Red Robe said, agreeing vigorously. I've looked into them as well, and it was just as disgusting. And even if one wanted to shut their eyes and ignore all the violations, the current state of peace is just a fragile illusion. Another round of splinter wars will occur soon, with all the pain and suffering that entails. Something had to be done. I had to do something. But Zack wouldn't hear any of it. He just wanted to stop the invasion, get the money his caretaker had taken from him, and look away from the ugliness of the world. We had this incredible opportunity to change things for the better, and he was fine letting it slip through his fingers. I hate to break it to you, but you're trying to raise an entire city of 500,000 people to the ground and feed their souls to a wraith creation machine, Zack told him. If that's your vision of changing things for the better, I'm not surprised my forgotten self would have none of it. Things wouldn't have been so drastic if you had agreed to work with me on this, Red Robe said. Though yes, some unpleasantness would still have to get done. Things have to get worse before they get better. There was a short pause as everyone processed Red Robe's Jornak's statements. Jornak decided to take this chance to drop his disguise and assume his real form. He took a deep breath and then suddenly became taller, his facial structure shifting and changing. A few seconds later, Vayers was gone. In his place was a perfect copy of Jornak as Zorian remembered him. Except that there was a spark of intensity in this Jornak's eyes which simply hadn't existed in him the last time they had spoken. The Jornak that Zorian had known was a nervous, risk-averse man that harbored no desire to change the world or enact some grand scheme. Zorian knew this because he had read his thoughts and memories several times, and had seen nothing particularly suspicious about them. Then again, wasn't Zorian the same? This was just one more proof that the time loop was capable of radically changing a person. For better or for worse. Of course, this could all just be another disguise, but Zorian rather doubted it. He was pretty sure Red Robe really was Jornak. That's why Vayers had to be soul-killed in the time loop and erased out of Zack's mind, because Vayers would know if Jornak was acting inconsistently from restart to restart, and Vayers always crashed their first classes of the year and could thus interact with Zack at any time. If Zack regularly spoke to Vayers over the course of many restarts, the other boy would surely mention how his best friend Jornak was missing from his house or doing strange things that differed radically from restart to restart. In order for Jornak to drop off Zack's perception, Vayers had to go away. You know what? Why don't you just tell us why you invited us here? Zack suddenly told Jornak. Surely it isn't to get us to join you, right? No, I know this is impossible, Jornak said. In the end, neither of you are willing to dirty your hands with this, even if doing so would prevent far more suffering in the end. No, I invited you here to arrange for a truce. A truce? Zorian asked incredulously. Yes, I want us to stop fighting until the day of the summer festival, Jornak clarified. We'll decide a winner and loser among us in one massive battle at the end of the month, just like it was always meant to be. In the meantime, you'll stop making raids on our forces, and we'll make no moves against you. That seems like a deal that completely favors you, Zorian pointed out. Why would we shoot ourselves in the foot by agreeing to this? Jornak smiled at the question and took out a brown stone with a crudely carved flame symbol on it. It didn't seem magical in the slightest, and Zorian did not recognize it, but Zack immediately paled upon sighting it. Because I have wraith bombs scattered throughout the major cities on the continent, ready to activate at my command. Because I know exactly who to assassinate and how in order to immediately trigger a new continental war. And he shook his stone token as he said this. Because I got Oganj and his group to work with me. Your choice. Chapter 97 Lussery. Standing on the roof of one of the academy buildings, the two groups stared at one another without speaking. The situation had already been tense, and Jornak's threats only made it more uneasy and unstable. Zorian suspected that if one of them made a single suspicious move, the other side would attack and the whole meeting would instantly degenerate into violence. Probably the only reason that hadn't happened thus far was that both sides realized they couldn't meaningfully hurt the other. They had picked this place for a reason. It was too exposed, too close to powerful mages standing watch, and too heavily protected by a warding scheme that neither side was keyed in on. If a battle were to start, it would be hard to deal a finishing blow and decide anything. Even if one side gained the upper hand in the fighting, there was no way for them to keep their opponents from simply running away. They would just be revealing their trump cards and making outside observers even more aware of the secret war being waged all around them. Zorian watched the stone token in Jornak's hand while considering his threats in his head. The wraith bombs were kind of expected, though Zorian did not really think they would be using them outside of Scioria. He thought they were intended to be used as support for the invasion itself, not as a way to blackmail them into a truce. As for the threat of an assassination campaign that could start another war, well, Zorian wasn't sure he entirely believed that. How would Jornak actually test this? Zack never mentioned any sudden wars erupting in a time loop, and he surely would have if he witnessed any. In Zorian's opinion, Jornak was just making an educated guess, based on the various information he gathered in the time loop, and it was an open question what would really happen if he were to kill a bunch of really important people in quick succession. Then again, during that fateful incident where Quadakikl tried to mutilate Zack's soul and brought Zorian into the time loop, Zack ended up in a coma for quite a few restarts, and it was very likely that Zorian spent a number of restarts in a similar state as well. Perhaps it was during some of these lost restarts that Jornak tested such large-scale schemes for viability. And then there was Oganj, the infamous dragon mage that had killed an entire army, and one of the immortal 11 sent to deal with him, a terrifying dragon that had menaced northern Altazia for centuries now. Zorian was a little mystified why Jornak was invoking his name so smugly. Sure, Oganj was an immensely powerful opponent, even by dragon standards, but hadn't Zack already killed him once? He distinctly remembered Zack going through a great number of short restarts in order to. He glanced at Zack again. His friend did not seem as calm about Ogan's involvement as Zorian thought he would be. What am I missing here? Zorian asked Zack, sending him a telepathic message. Didn't you already prove you can best Oganj? I'm not even sure I could repeat that feat inside the time loop, let alone here in the outside world. Zack immediately sent back. Are you saying you winning was a fluke? Zorian asked, surprised. It wasn't a fluke, Zack responded, sounding faintly outraged in his thoughts. I beat Oganj fair and square. However, I kind of brute forced things and took advantage of the fact I could learn from our fights and Oganj couldn't. Unless I caught him off guard, unless I timed things just right, unless I knew what spells he usually uses and counters my moves with. I'm not sure I could beat him in a straight fight. Huh? Zorian did not often hear this kind of admission from Zack. If there was anything that Zack was good at, it was a straight fight. Then again, his main advantage, his massive mana reserves, was not as big of a deal against a dragon as it was against human mages. All dragons had impossibly huge mana reserves by human standards. Is Oganj more powerful than Quatakikl? Zorian asked. Not even close, Zack said immediately. He doesn't have the huge variety of spells that Quatakikl does. His body is too large to teleport around easily, and if you kill his body, he will actually die. The old bag of bones is still the toughest opponent I ever faced. Still, Oganj is incredibly powerful. Even worse, he has students. Students? Zorian asked curiously. As in dragon ones. What else? Zack responded. Even though dragons are usually solitary, dragon mages had to find a way to pass on their skills to a new generation. Otherwise, their traditions would never spread and would eventually die out. For that reason, all dragon mages occasionally take a young dragon as a student to pass on their teachings. Usually, a dragon mage will only have one student at any particular time, but Oganj is more powerful and confident than most dragon mages. He currently has 2 students. Crap. 3 dragon mages. He lamented. Even if the 2 students were mere beginners, this is still bad news. 3 dragons working together was already a cause for panic for most people. Having them all be dragon mages as well made a terrifying group that would give even Zack and Zorian pause. Are you done talking to each other? Jornak suddenly asked. Just so you know, when I say I can get Oganj and his group to work with me, I don't just mean his 2 students. You see, Oganj has been making connections with other dragon mages, and even regular dragons. You may not know this, but human-dragon relations have been steadily becoming worse lately, what with Eldamar and other northern countries constantly pushing deeper into the wilderness with their colonists. As solitary as they are, dragons are still intelligent beings, and they can see where this is going. Some of them have been wondering if they should temporarily band together to halt or at least divert human advances, and Oganj is something of a logical figure to rally around in that case. If he moves against Eldamar, there could be as many as 20 or even 30 dragons following behind it. Zorian couldn't help but twitch at the explanation. His first instinct was to dismiss Jornak's claims as pure fiction, but there were precedents for large-scale dragon attacks happening. Usually when humans attack dragon nesting grounds or kill too many dragons in too short of a time, but still. And 30 dragons? That would take an entire army to stop, except that an army was a lot less mobile than a group of 30 dragons, which meant Ogan's group could advance practically unchallenged through Eldamar's territory, laying waste to all they encountered and simply fleeing whenever they were confronted with a force big enough to deal real damage. It would take an entire group of ultra-powerful mages to counter such a flight of dragons, and assembling such a group would take months. If Eldamar was simultaneously suffering from assassinations of its prominent leaders and the entire continent was teetering on the brink of another war, it was questionable whether it would be assembled at all. It was interesting, though. Some dragons had friendly relations with humans, but Oganj wasn't one of them. Considering his antagonistic past with humanity, it couldn't have been easy to convince him to work with Jornak. Still, Zack was adamant that the stone token in Jornak's hands was Oganj's calling card and was genuine. That meant he probably did reach some kind of agreement with the old dragon mage. It was becoming apparent that, while Zack and Zorian had largely focused on accumulation of personal power and skills, Jornak had spent most of his time trying to investigate the various states and organizations in their surroundings in order to figure out how to manipulate them. Probably a smart decision, considering he wanted to enact some kind of grand change in the entire continent and possibly create his own version of that Kojin Empire with him on top. Personal power alone couldn't do that. Thinking on it some more, it was likely that Jornak's focus on recruiting others to help him originated from pure necessity. If he had started off as a temporary looper, like Zorian suspected, it made sense that he was focused on trying to leverage people around him to accomplish his goals. He was not a master mage, and he had a limited amount of time to work with, so slowly training to become good enough to accomplish things himself had not been a possible option. You know, nothing you said really addresses my question from earlier, Zorian pointed out to Jornak. Delaying the conflict until the summer festival does not benefit us in any way. You and Silver Lake will die if you can't release the primordial before the deadline, and you can only make an attempt on the day of the summer festival. So it makes sense that you want to postpone the conflict until then. However, Zack and me have every reason to push things and try to resolve things sooner. Nothing you said changes that. In the end, all you did was name a bunch of threats and try to blackmail us into agreeing to a terrible deal. Yes, that's entirely true, Jornak said calmly, nodding slightly at him in agreement. The truth is, I don't think I can keep the conflict manageable at the rate it is going. It's only been a few days, but we're already raising red flags everywhere. At this rate, we're going to end up dragging the Eldamarian government into it whether we want to or not. Not even the local mage guild, subverted as it is, can fully suppress what is happening. And if that happens, then the release of the primordial becomes all but impossible to pull off. You're losing the fight and getting desperate, Zack said. I wouldn't phrase it that way, Jornak said carefully. But it is definitely true that I and Silver Lake here are not in a good position. We made a deal with a primordial to release it or die, and we can't weasel out of it. If we can't release Panic Seth from his prison by the end of the month, everything else will become pointless. However, should everything really fall apart that severely, why wouldn't I drag you all down along with me? If you drive me into a corner like that, I will obviously turn to destructive and extreme methods. Zorian is, right? This is just brazen blackmail, Zack said flatly, frowning at the man in front of him. I'm just explaining my logic, Jornak said. I think it makes perfect sense for me to escalate things if we continue down this path. In the current situation, Eldamar can do as they wish and focus on sorting out the situation in Scioria at their leisure. Meanwhile, if I kick off another splinter war, release hundreds of wraiths in all major cities, and get a group of dragons to lay waste to the entirety of northern Eldamar, well, it just might give them more pressing matters to worry about. And a narrow chance to live is better than having no chance at all. Wouldn't you agree? Zack and Zorian said nothing to that. See, I think you're reasonable people, Jornak continued, undaunted by their silence and frosty glares. If anything, he grew more animated in his speech and mannerisms. You didn't immediately run off to inform the crown about what is happening. You spared the life of Ayers, even though he was clearly connected to me in some way. You came to this meeting to see what I have to say. Therefore, I think you're going to be reasonable about this. After all, even if you agree to this truce, you still have a high chance of stopping us in the end. Letting us delay the battle until the end of the month may be a little suboptimal for you, but it's not a catastrophe. If you push me too far, we both lose. If the sides were reversed, would you take your own deal? Svim suddenly asked, interrupting his explanation. Jornak hesitated for a moment, mouth open, before his mouth snapped shut and he shook his head. Not a chance, he admitted. Silver Lake laughed at the admission, a sharp cackling laughter that somehow looked more appropriate on her old withered form than on her current young one. Then how can you call it being reasonable? Svim probed further. Because you are not me, Jornak said. I wouldn't accept it because I wouldn't care about the death and destruction, so long as I win in the end. I accepted this as a price for what I want to do a long time ago. You four. I'm guessing you are far more reluctant to make that sacrifice. He was probably right about that. If it were just Zorian and Svim making decisions, maybe they would have decided to cold-heartedly ignore the threats and continue pressuring Jornak and his group. Maybe. However, there was no way either Alanik or Zack would be fine with that. Especially Alanik, since he clearly cared a lot about Eldamar, not just the people, but the country itself as well. For a while, the scene was quiet, as Zorian and the rest of his group discussed the situation in front of them via telepathy. Jornak and his group were probably discussing something through magical means too. Considering their body language and brief looks, though Zorian did not really know if they were using telepathy or something else. Probably something else, as all three were under the mind-blank spell. It was a good thing they had decided not to bring Spear of Resolve with them, he mused. Her telepathic prowess would have been largely useless against the people in front of them, and her skills at other forms of magic were relatively humble. She couldn't teleport away, or even just fly off into the distance. If a fight were to break out, she would have been a rock around their neck, unable to contribute to the battle, incapable of quickly retreating, yet important enough that Jornak and Quatakikl would definitely want to see her dead. No, it was best she stayed safe in the depths of her web for now. If we agree to this, how can we be sure you won't be here tomorrow to demand further concessions in exchange for not wrecking everything? Zack finally asked. As we have already established, this truce is more in our favor than yours. Why would I risk things like that? Jornak asked with a raised eyebrow. In my opinion, I'm the one who should be worried. You have every incentive to agree to the truce and then dishonor it later. How can I be sure you won't just take advantage of the truce to build up your forces and dishonor it a few days later? I can't. All I can do is immediately make good of my threats in response. Zorian clacked his tongue at the explanation. So this truce was basically toothless and could fall apart at any moment if one side pushed more than the other could tolerate. And there would definitely be plenty of pushing and testing of waters. That much was clear. If any side saw a chance to gain an advantage by dishonoring the deal, they would do so in a heartbeat. Threats, and more threats. Just so you know, if you come later to demand more from us, I will immediately attack you. Consequences be damned, Zack told him darkly. Does that mean we have an agreement? Jornak said with a self-satisfied smirk. Of course they're going to agree. Silverlake suddenly piped in, jumping up from her conjured chair and stretching in an exaggerated manner. She ignored Jornak's annoyed look and stepped forward with a grin. They're all too touchy-feely to risk such devastation just to stop us a little earlier, but more importantly, they recently found out that Zack will have issues surviving this month. It sure would be nice if they could take a step back from all the fighting in order to figure out what to do about that. The atmosphere immediately got even more tense and gloomy. Zorian had always known that Silverlake wouldn't have informed him about Zack's contract purely on a whim, and now it seemed like one of the big reasons for it was to put pressure on them to agree to this truce. It was as Silverlake said, they needed time and resources to figure out what could be done about this, and it would be hard to focus on this if they were constantly fighting their enemies during this time, spending their time, money, and mana on getting an upper hand. How did you even find out about that? Zack asked with a frown, directing his question at Jornak instead of Silverlake. Clearly, he felt the lawyer was the source of the information. I mean, even I didn't know I made a deal with the Angels, so how? You did know, Jornak said, shaking his head. The Angels didn't tell you who they were, but you are not completely stupid. Zack scowled at him but said nothing. There are only so many powers capable of doing what they did. You eventually figured out who it could be and raided church archives to see if they had records of similar deals being made. They did. In fact, they had examples of past angelic contracts. Many examples. Even if none of them were directly applicable to your situation, they still held a lot of clues for those who knew how to read them. You brought them to me, and we worked together to piece together the general nature of your contract. I don't dare claim I understand it completely, since I've never seen the actual contract, and you can't directly talk about it, but I know enough. Stolen novel, please report. Zorian wasn't surprised at this. Back when the angel they had summoned caused the contract to appear, he immediately noticed that the contract was written in very legal terms. More importantly, they were modern, familiar legal terms, the sort you would see in any sort of legal document in Eldamar. At first glance, at least, the contract looked like something you might get if you visited a mundane lawyer in Scioria and asked them to write up a contract for a business deal or something similar. That meant the Angels had lots of experience when it came to making these contracts. Zack shouldn't be the only person working under this kind of contract. There should be others. Perhaps many others, and not all of them could have a contract backed by divine magic. No matter how secretive the Angels were, examples of past contracts would exist somewhere out there. And with examples of past contracts in hand, some creativity when answering questions, and an actual lawyer to consult with, probably wasn't impossible to figure out what is happening and how to convey it to others without tripping the angelic restrictions. You know, Silverlake began, Panic-Setha's escape does not necessarily have to be for real. Zorian gave her a strange look. The contract we're under says we just have to let Panic-Seth out of the seal, and our job is done, she continued. If the primordial is resealed immediately afterwards, even if we are the ones who do it, the contract will not punish us. That just shows how utterly confident Panic-Seth is in being able to handle everything, including all of us combined, Once it is out of the cage made by the gods, Zorian told her. Don't tell me you actually think you can seal it back in? I'm not sure you know this, but the gods placed numerous contingencies on Panic-Setha's prison, and on the prisons of all trapped primordials, for that matter, Silver Lake said. The moment he gets out, Panic-Seth will get seriously weakened. Even the primordial is not sure how badly the contingencies will hurt him. If Panic-Seth was at the peak of his powers, I would obviously be a fool to try and fight him, but if he's weakened badly enough, it is entirely possible. Hell, those cultists trying to take control of Panic-Seth? Maybe they're not as dumb as we thought they are. They've overestimated their mind magic capabilities. Yes, but if they had a master telepath and his hundreds of Iranian friends. No, Zorian told her. It was just a thought, Silver Lake said easily, not arguing him over it. An idle thought. I don't really think us mere mortals could seriously control an entity on the level of Panic-Seth, but perhaps we might be able to muddle his thoughts and hinder him long enough to push him back into the seal. Wouldn't that be nice? Me and Red Robe, sorry, Jornak. I still can't believe that little shit lied to me about something so petty, and then I fell for it. Zorian gave her an annoyed look as she started muttering to herself again, and she cackled at him in response. Some habits were hard to break, it seemed, even if she had suddenly regained her youth. Anyway, if you agree to this, then this whole conflict could be avoided. We get to weasel out of our contract, and the primordial would still be sealed at the end of the month, which means that part of the angelic contract will be fulfilled, at least. We no longer have any reason to fight you or support the invasion. Happy ending for everyone. I know I've been quiet throughout this entire meeting, but surely you didn't forget I'm standing right here listening to you? Quatakik laughed her, raising his eyebrow at him. This ending of yours certainly isn't happy for me. And if I'm not happy, no one is going to be happy. Silver Lake clacked her tongue before giving Jornak a look of distaste. I told you we shouldn't have invited him along, she told him loudly. What good is he here, anyway? Actually, that reminds me of something I've been wondering about for a while now. Zorian spoke up, butting in on their argument. Namely, why is Quatakikl going along with this? The ancient lich gave him a curious look. What do you mean? Shouldn't you want Jornak to make good on his threats? Zorian asked him. Why are you here, helping him bring about this truce? Why not purposely sabotage the talks and let Jornak damage Eldamar as much as possible? That's what you're here for, no? Ha, Quatakikl said. No, not exactly. I'm trying to push the continent into something more favorable for Ulquina Besa, not cause widespread chaos and uncertainty. All right, I remember now. You're trying to install Fakrinia as the local hegemon, Zorian said loudly, pretending he was just loudly thinking. He made a couple of random gestures with his hands, which he hoped would look completely incomprehensible to everyone except Quatakikl. It was something he learned while traveling through Zlotic with Zack and Nialu, and should be completely opaque to anyone who has never been there. Still, weakening Eldamar and the surrounding countries can only help you in that regard. You seem to know a fair deal about me, Quatakikl noted, giving him a searching look. We must have interacted pretty heavily in the past. Interesting, considering we seem to essentially be natural enemies. Anyway, I don't think I agree with you on this. Let's just leave it at that. Besides, why are you trying to convince me that I should start another continental war right now? Shouldn't that be against your goals? I was just curious, Zorian said before falling silent. Jornak and Silver Lake gave them both suspicious looks, faintly aware that something more had been said between the lines of that conversation, before shrugging it off and continuing with the negotiation. The meeting lasted for another hour, most of which was spent making vague and not-so-vague threats towards one another, but eventually they reached an agreement of sorts. There would be a truce. How long it would last, Zorian wasn't sure. He would be first to admit that he intended to dishonor it the moment he saw a good chance to do so. He was sure Jornak and Silver Lake felt the same way. For the moment, though, open conflict between the two groups was put on hold. After everyone left, the roof of the academy building remained dark and silent for a while before two people teleported on top again. One was Zorian, and the other was Quatakikl. So, the ancient lich began. What exactly did you invite me here for, Mr. Kaczynski? I'm going to try and talk you into giving up on this invasion, Zorian told him bluntly. Quatakikl raised his eyebrow at him. Continue, he told him calmly. Correct me if I'm wrong, Zorian began. But your current thoughts are that if the primordial is released and lays waste to our surroundings, the angels are eventually going to stop it before it can do too much damage. After all, you have seen the might of the angels personally, and you are certain they can do it. So unsealing Panic-Seth would destroy Scioria and deal a lot of damage to Eldamar. but would have no real effect on Ulquina or even the Altasian continent as a whole. The ancient lich stared at him silently for a second. I'll repeat what I said earlier. You seem to know a fair deal about me. Curious. Very curious. I wonder just how much help you got out of my other self. But that's a topic for later. Yes, that is pretty much how I see the situation. Am I wrong? You are wrong, yes, Zorian said. I have summoned an angel and spoke with him. Whatever it was, he took the cube out of his pocket and showed it to the lich. He hadn't had a chance to study the cube yet and decipher its uses, but he hoped that Quatakikl, being experienced as he was, will be able to recognize it as an angelic artifact anyway. Quatakikl leaned forward, silently studying the cube in Zorian's hands. He did not ask to hold it, not that Zorian would have given it to him, but eventually he leaned back and took a deep breath. It must have been a pretty high-ranking angel you spoke with, Quatakikl said, sounding honestly a little impressed. Then again, considering what kind of situation you are involved in, I suppose it's to be expected. The angel told me about the contingencies that Silver Lake had spoken about earlier. They aren't just some simple local effect, like a divine warding field or a stored spell, Zorian said, putting the cube back into his pocket. They are security measures woven into the core of the world, and triggering them could have effects that would be global in scale. I'm not sure how far-reaching the effects would be, but there is absolutely no guarantee that Ulquina would not be affected. Quatakikl frowned at him slightly, not saying anything. Just as importantly, continued Zorian, if the primordial is released into the world, the angels will be given free rein to descend into the material world and intervene directly to stop the primordial. At that point, they also intend to get rid of all the loose ends wandering around. Like a bunch of people that escaped from the time loop into the real world, or that one annoying lich that made the whole thing possible to begin with. I see, Quatakikl said calmly. You're saying the angels will go after me if I help release the primordial. Yes, Zorian confirmed. The lich stared at him intensely, as if trying to look into his soul to see if he was telling the truth. Zorian's posture remained relaxed, and his eyes stared right back at the undead mage in front of him. He was too old and experienced to be unnerved by something as simple as that. I think you're exaggerating things, Quatakikl finally said, looking away from him for a moment and thoughtfully tapping his finger against his leg. Yes, there is certainly a danger of that happening, but angels are laboring under many restrictions. In any case, if I were that skittish about taking chances, I would not be where I am right now. A big part of why being a lich is so great is that you can take crazy risks without dying for good. Zorian frowned. Truthfully, he did not really think he could convince Quatakikl to just give up on the invasion and go home, but he didn't expect the lich to dismiss the threat of angels so readily. Then again, he was right about liches like him being uniquely suited for taking risks. They had their own personal resurrection point. It was almost like being a time looper, in a way. Oh well, it was worth a try. Don't say I didn't warn you, Zorian said, shaking his head. He turned to leave. You intend to evacuate your loved ones to Koth, at a Terramachula estate, right? Quatakikl suddenly asked him. Zorian jolted into full alertness, spinning around to face the lich. He gave him a shocked, searching look. Don't look at me like that. Silver Lake knows about it, so obviously me and that Jornak fellow also know, Quatakikl told him bluntly. Don't do it. Jornak has somehow managed to reverse engineer my permanent gates within the time loop, the thieving wretch. Even as we speak, he is sending a simulacrum to Koth to build a gate there. If you dump all your people in Koth, they will not be safe. You'll just place them all in one spot so Jornak can conveniently capture them all in one fell swoop. Then he'll have a whole bunch of hostages to threaten you with. Why? Began Zorian. I don't like him, Quatakikl said. Besides, he's trying to become the overlord of the entire continent. While I want to say he's an arrogant idiot who bit off more than he can chew, the truth is that this time loop you all underwent is one hell of a boon. If he's right about the first emperor of Icosia using the same method for his ascent to power, then I cannot afford to dismiss his ambitions as a mere delusion. I'd prefer to have him dead by the end of all this, even if that means you emerge victorious as a consequence. At least you and Mr. Novita have no political ambitions. And if that causes your own invasion to fail? Zorian asked curiously. You agreed to this truce partially because you know you still have a good chance to win, even if you take a handicap like that, the lich said. I believe the same about my chances. We'll see each other on the battlefield, Mr. Kaczynski. Before Zorian could say anything else, Quatakikl was gone. Break. Not long after the end of the meeting, Zorian went to meet with Spear of Resolve. Part of that was to inform her of what had happened there. Although it was decided she would not participate in the talks, She was still a crucial part of their forces and someone who knew about the time loop. Additionally, she and her Iranian normally constantly pressured the invaders and their cephalic rat allies, so it was important he told her about the truce as soon as possible. However, if anyone from their group were to see them at the moment, they would be shocked at what they were seeing. Zorian and Spear of Resolve were not meeting each other in the dark tunnels beneath Scioria. Instead, they were walking through Scioria's main square in plain view of everyone. Throngs of people of all ages wandered around the place, laughing and talking and arguing, but none of them paid much attention to a teenager and a huge jumping spider walking beside him. Some of them glanced curiously at Spear of Resolve. It was clear they could see her, but then they just continued on their merry way, completely unconcerned by the giant spider wandering around the town square. Some children running past them accidentally dropped a ball near her, and she deftly stopped it with her long, hairy leg. Those spider limbs were more dexterous than Zorian gave them credit for, and lightly sent it back to them. They awkwardly thanked her for returning the ball to them, and then ran off while loudly arguing about something completely unrelated. "This is an interesting experience," Spear of Resolve commented, watching them fade into the throng of people surrounding them. She was talking vocally this time, making use of a sound spell, rather than speaking to him telepathically. "Anyway, back to our current topic. No, I don't think there was anything else you could have done. You could have just refused the truce, of course, but I have no doubt our enemy would have done as he promised. Personally, I'm glad that crisis has been temporarily averted." "Why?" Zorian gave her a curious look. "None of the threats would really affect you and your web. The Wraith bombs terrify me," Spear of Resolve confided. "I had the misfortune to meet one of those things once. They can pass through solid stone, and they only have to brush against you to do serious damage. They aren't immune to mind magic, thankfully, but they are highly resistant to it. Having hundreds or even thousands of those things prowling around through Scioria's underworld would essentially guarantee our extinction." Nodded Zorian. "Yes, that makes sense. Still, while I'm glad we delayed a disaster, that's all this is. A delay. Even if the truce holds, we still must figure out a way to counter his threats before the end of the month," Spear of Resolve continued. "I'm sure you realize this, but this man is guaranteed to use these things in the end, no matter what deal was struck." A massive flock of pigeons suddenly flew overhead. Some of the birds flew low, speeding right past Zorian and other nearby people, narrowly swerving left and right to avoid hitting anything. People around them stopped and pointed, animatedly discussing the disruption, but Zorian and Spear of Resolve just kept walking. Eventually, the two of them left the town square and walked into a nearby street. They entered into a nearby restaurant and decided to sit down for a while. Of course, the chairs were designed for humans and not very convenient for Spear of Resolve. Thus, they called the staff and got them to place a stack of wooden boards on top of the seat so that the Urania could stand on them and still be high enough to interact with the table and Zorian properly. So Zorian then began. "How many Urania in your web know about the time loop, anyway?" "Pretty much all of them," Spear of Resolve said, curiously tinkering with the plate, metal utensils, and glass placed in front of her. Zorian sighed heavily. "Of course." "Sorry," she told him. She didn't sound very sorry, in all honesty. Word spreads around fast among us, especially if it's something so strange like time travel. It was inevitable that it would become known by everyone by now. "What if you asked them to subject themselves to memory modification?" Zorian asked. Spear of Resolve was silent for a while. "It would be difficult," she eventually said. "But possible?" Zorian asked hopefully. "Potentially possible," she admitted reluctantly. "There have been events where the entire web agreed to have memories of a certain incident erased for this or that reason. It is always a controversial decision, however. I would have to burn through a lot of social capital to make it happen. And for what? As things currently stand, our sacrifice will not save your friend. What about that unkillable lich that you never really managed to kill? What about Svim and Olenik? What about you? I don't think it's fair to ask this of us." "I've talked to Svim and Olenik," Zorian said. "They are not entirely opposed to losing some of their memory. I think they could be convinced to go along with it in the end. That still leaves the lich and you as the huge, looming issues," the matriarch remarked. "Yes, that's true," Zorian agreed. "Incidentally, what about me? Do you think—" "No," Spear of Resolve immediately said. "I've seen your thoughts. You are practically defined by this experience of being stuck in the time loop. You spend as much time inside as you did out of it. In my opinion, no one can erase your knowledge of the time loop without metaphorically taking a sledgehammer to your mind. I really wouldn't recommend it." "I see," Zorian said quietly. Part of him was relieved to hear that. He really didn't like the idea of losing such a massive chunk of his memories for any reason. But how can they save Zack then? Was Panic Seth really right in saying that one of them would have to die? He was far more selfish than Zack, he realized. Zack had already decided to die if it means he has to kill Zorian in order to live. If the situation was reversed, Zorian wasn't sure he could accept his own approaching death so easily. He was quiet for a few seconds, lost in thought, before shaking his head and focusing on Spear of Resolve again. She was quietly studying him with her large, pitch-black eyes, still standing on the stack of wooden boards that the staff of the restaurant placed on her chair. The nearby waitress asked her if she wanted something to drink, undaunted by the fact she was talking to a giant spider, but the matriarch politely refused her. Anyway, Zorian suddenly said, sweeping his hand around them. What do you think about all of this? What, the city and the restaurant? Spear of Resolve asked. Zorian nodded. It's nice. Novel. Nothing jumps out at you? He asked with interest. You mean other than the fact people around us are ridiculously accepting of me? The matriarch asked rhetorically. Well, there are a few minor details here and there. The vibrations I'm sensing through my feet do not quite match up with what I'm used to. And it's sometimes obvious that the conversations in the background are pure gibberish if you listen to them closely, but otherwise it all looks very convincing. Recreating exotic senses like your tremor sense is a pain in the ass, Zorian admitted. I did my best, but I'm not surprised I didn't quite succeed. I'm honestly shocked that you managed to make all this so convincing to my Iranian senses, the matriarch said. It's not just a matter of mind magic skill. You must have a very firm grasp of our perspective of seeing the world to succeed at this. I'm guessing you read many Iranian minds inside the time loop. I actually shapeshifted into an Irania a bunch of times, just to really see what it was like, Zorian said. Oh, maybe I should try that and be a human for a day, Spear of Resolve mused. I'm betting it would be an unforgettable experience. Anyway, why don't we stop here for today? Fine, Zorian agreed. Truthfully, I'm starting to get a little mentally tired for maintaining this for so long. Without warning, the world around them blurred and melted, like it was falling apart at the seams. In only a few moments, the two found themselves sitting on the cold, stony floor of a small cavern in Sayoria's underground. The city and the people in it were gone, like they never existed. Indeed, that was what happened. Everything they saw had literally happened all in their heads. It was nothing but a mental illusion that Zorian had summoned around them. It's still going to need some work if you really want to use it in the way you hope to, Spear of Resolve remarked. I know, Zorian agreed. I'm going to need your help with this. That won't be a problem, the matriarch said. Maybe I'm not powerful enough to directly confront our enemies, but this is exactly my sort of problem. I assure you, I am very good at mind magic. They talked for a few more minutes before Zorian decided it was time to go home for the day. It had been a long day. He had to sleep on things before he could consider how to go forward. One moment, please, the matriarch said before he could leave. I understand the logic regarding my vulnerability to enemy action, and I agree it is wisest for me to stay in the safety of our settlement for now, but I am a little unsatisfied with our current state of communication. No offense, but I'm not comfortable being totally reliant on you for all contact between us. So, Zorian asked curiously. So I decided to assign you a liaison, she said. A liaison? Zorian repeated. I guess that's fine, yes. Great. I'll call her over right now. I'm sure you'll get along perfectly, Spear of Resolve said with a trace of humor in her voice. Why? Before he could say anything, a smallish Arania excitedly skittered into the room, jumped right next to him, and then excitedly started circling around him, thoroughly checking him out. Hi. A cheerful, bubbly voice suddenly sounded in his mind. I'm an enthusiastic seeker of novelty, but you can just call me Novelty. Do you want to be my friend? Chapter 98, Beneath the Surface. After the two groups of time travelers agreed to the shaky truce, the daily fighting stopped and the situation in Sayoria stabilized. Zack and Zorian no longer sent their simulacrums to raid invader bases and assassinate their leaders, and the invaders seemed to have no interest in testing their luck with them. Zorian had been worried that their enemies would try to strike at them indirectly, perhaps by sending the law enforcement after them or by attacking targets technically unrelated to them, but fortunately, they did no such thing. Not that the two groups were entirely ignoring each other just because they weren't fighting, of course. Zack and Zorian were constantly monitoring invader movements, trying to figure out what they were doing and what their secrets were. Where they had placed all those wraith bombs Red Robe was threatening them with, for instance. Red Robe and his allies were similarly spying on them in return. Although both groups were clearly aware of each other's surveillance, there was an unspoken agreement that this was perfectly acceptable, and the truce continued. Even though this was just the calm before the storm, Zorian found himself kind of enjoying it. Too many things had happened recently, barely days apart from each other, and he had never really had time to sit down and process it all properly. They'd failed to get their group physically out of the time loop, and he ended up killing his old self after entering the real world. Zack had almost died at the start of the month, and he was certain to die at the end of it if they couldn't find a solution to the angelic contract he was working under. He doubted he would figure out something insightful about that just because he spent a few days mulling things over, but it would make him feel a little better at least. Of course, he couldn't really justify wasting time right now, truce or no truce. Things still needed to be done, preparations made. Thus, he decided to simply spend more time in his workshop, building up his arsenal of bombs, golems, and magical devices, something that was both useful and relaxing. He had actually wanted to set aside more time for magical artifice for a while now, but the frantic pace of their activities in these past few days made that all but impossible. Just building enough simulacrum bodies and equipping them for the daily skirmishes was challenging enough. In any case, Zorian was currently sitting in his workshop, a spacious room in the Novita mansion that Zack had generously donated for his purposes, and staring at a shiny metal plate in his hands, considering things. The large wooden table in front of him was an absolute mess of tools, half-processed materials, technical reference books, and hastily drawn blueprints that probably only made sense to him and no one else. The rest of the room was not much better. Tall, dangerous-looking golems stood lined up next to one of the walls, some of them with gaping holes in their chests, still missing critical components before they could be completed. A stack of small metal cylinders densely covered in glowing lines and magical glyphs lay, seemingly forgotten, in one of the corners. Zorian glanced at the half-finished construction on the table in front of him before returning his attention to the metal plates in his hand. The device he was building was still barely formed, but a perceptive onlooker would be able to puzzle out that it was a fairly large and very complicated cube. The center of it consisted of several rare and expensive crystals, which were then surrounded by a plethora of gears and interlocking pieces of metal, wood, and stone. Most of it was already done, just waiting for him to put it all together and cast the necessary spells, but he still had to make the outer chassis of the cube. "What are you making?" A cheery, excitable voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Zorian glanced at Novelty, who was currently wandering around the room and inspecting everything within her reach, caressing the items with her hairy spider legs and occasionally taking a nibble when she thought he wasn't looking. Most of his allies had no real interest in his workshop and what he did there, as they had no interest or deep understanding of magical artifice, but just about everything human-related was new and exciting for Novelty, so she insisted on coming along. He suspected she would get bored of it all very soon, but for now she was surprisingly well-behaved. It was amusing, he thought to himself. Once upon a time, her presence here would have driven him up the wall, and he would have done all he could to get rid of her. Now he found her antics to be kind of nostalgic. She reminded him of an older, simpler time, a time when Novelty had been entirely qualified to teach him mind magic, and the Urania had been his only friends. Even though Spear of Resolve had intended to betray him in the end, something he had never actually revealed to the Urania here in the real world, he still felt gratitude towards her and her web. He sometimes wondered what his life would have been like if they had somehow survived that fateful restart. Would the final outcome have been better with him around, or was their doom a necessary price for him to develop into what he was today? After all, without that reckless ploy he and Spear of Resolve concocted, Red Robe might have decided to stick around in the time loop for a long time. Zorian could easily imagine a situation where he never contacted Zack at all, constantly moving in the shadows in fear of attracting Red Robe's attention, the Urania his only ally. "Hey, why aren't you answering me?" Novelty protested. "What? Oh right, his project." "It's secret," he told her, shaking his head. "Secret project," she said, tapping her legs on the floor excitedly. Rather than backing off, she seemed only more fascinated by the secrecy. "Is it a weapon?" "Whew. Maybe it's a collapsible golem that transforms into a giant spider when a command word is spoken." "Why would I make a golem in the form of a giant spider, of all things?" he asked her, raising an eyebrow at her. "Well, everything is better with spiders," she told him matter-of-factly. "Plus, I heard you humans found us cute." Zorian gave her an incredulous look. "What? What?" she demanded, shuffling from side to side in agitation. "I think one of your friends played a prank on you, or something," Zorian said diplomatically. "No way," she protested. "I have it on good authority that... I mean, you humans like small, furry animals, right? I saw your little sister playing with that black cat yesterday, and some people are taking care of dogs and stuff." I'm afraid humans don't really place you in the same category as cats and dogs, Zorian told her. In fact, a sizable number of humans think spiders are pretty horrifying. Even giant spiders. Novelty asked, visibly incredulous. Especially giant spiders, Zorian said, laughing. How mean? Novelty whined, her entire body vibrating in a clear show of annoyance. Idly, Zorian wondered if painting Novelty pink and wrapping her in ribbons and glitter would make her cute enough for people to coo over. He could probably talk Novelty into going along with it. Well, something to think about if they managed to survive the month. Fortunately, Novelty got over the incident very quickly and continued her exploration of Zorian's workshop instead of brooding over the whole event. Zorian left her to her exploration. He closed his eyes for a moment, took a deep breath, and when he opened his eyes again, the metal plate in front of him was densely covered in spell formula markings. They weren't real, of course. The whole thing was just a mental illusion, a visualization of what the end result would look like based on his plans. Spotting a few possible flaws and failure points, he quickly went through a lengthy series of complicated calculations inside his head, almost instantly calculating problems that would have taken another spell formula crafter an entire afternoon of diligent calculation using pen and paper. The visualization of the end result blurred for a moment, and then shifted into a different configuration that took these new calculations into account. The process repeated itself several times, gradually refining the design. Most other artificers would have to spend a lot of time and mana making test plates and waste hours upon hours every time something had to be recalculated or adjusted, but Zorian's mental enhancements allowed him to sidestep most of that process. Of course, all this work wouldn't even have to be done if it weren't for the fact that he had lost most of his spell formula blueprints while crossing over into the real world. So much work lost. Thankfully, spell formulas were one of the fields he was most confident in. He suddenly realized Novelty was poking a small metal sphere he left on a nearby chair. He pointed his hand towards her, causing invisible waves of telekinetic force to seize her entire body, and then gently but firmly drag her away from the offending object. Don't touch that, he told her verbally. It's dangerous. She gave him an indecipherable look, staring at him quietly for a few seconds. What? He asked her. You're pretty scary, she told him. I didn't even see you cast anything. You just casually pointed at me, and I suddenly couldn't move. And then you just dragged me off like it's nothing. I thought mages like you needed to mumble and wave when they do their weird human magic. They do. I'm just very, very good at this, he told her. Though this did remind him that he needed to curb these kinds of moments as much as possible, since this kind of casual use of unstructured magic was not something a teenage mage like him should possess. Holding back for years and years was going to be hard. How did you even know what I was doing? She continued. Your back was turned. I'm sure of it. This whole room is crisscrossed with a mesh of hair-thin mana threads centered on me, Zorian told her. Whenever you pass through them, I can sense it. Like an invisible web? She asked. Yes, exactly, he agreed. It was a detection trick he had learned at some point in the time loop, inspired by Taven's old trick of flooding her surroundings with her mana to detect hidden attacks and enemies. He didn't have the mana reserves to copy her trick exactly, but he didn't really have to. Shaping the mana into a mass of threads was much cheaper than simply flooding every nook and cranny with his mana, yet just as effective for his purposes. The only downside was that this kind of detection web required insanely good shaping skills to execute, but that was not really something Zorian had trouble with. Scary, she repeated unhappily. She glanced at the metal sphere she had been poking before he stopped her, and then gave him a speculative look. So what's that thing anyway? She said, pointing at the small sphere with one of her legs. You didn't complain when I was looking at the other things in the room, but you immediately reacted now. What is it? It's a hollow metal sphere holding a pocket dimension inside, he told her. It's supposed to suck in and contain a creature inside. Like a portable prison for powerful monsters. I don't understand, she complained. That's meant to capture people. But it's so small. I never fit inside. Oh, right, not everyone was familiar with the concept of expanded spaces and pocket dimensions and whatnot. It's bigger on the inside than on the outside. There is an entire room inside that little metal ball. You'd fit in just fine, he explained. Novelty was quiet for a second, trying to process this. Oh, how weird, she eventually said. You shouldn't leave it lying around like that, then. What if someone stumbles upon it when you're not around and gets sucked in? They could starve to death before you remember to check inside. Give me some credit. I did put some safeguards on it. It's just that it's meant specifically for capturing giant spiders, so I'm not sure if the safeguards would work properly for an Arania like you. I kind of forgot I left it lying around when I let you come today, Zorian explained. Oh. Wait, why are you making tools for capturing giant spiders? Novelty asked, suddenly sounding concerned. It's a secret, Zorian said. It has nothing to do with Arania, though, so you can rest easy. Plus, if he wanted to deal with the Arania, he wouldn't need to resort to such complicated and expensive methods. But he didn't really say that out loud. Novelty already thought he was scarily powerful. After all, no need to feed her paranoia further. I kind of want to get inside now to see what it's like, Novelty eventually admitted, staring intently at the sphere. Zorian snorted at the admission. And here he thought he was scaring the poor thing. Nosy little spider couldn't resist sticking her legs and fangs absolutely everywhere. It's meant to be a prison, so it's pretty bare, Zorian told her. Wait a few days and I'll show you something similar on a far larger, more interesting scale. There is an entire palace in there. And Princess. I guess I can introduce you to her at that time. Princess? You know royalty, Novelty said, sounding very fascinated. Princess isn't really an officially recognized ruler of any place, but she's very majestic. Very memorable. I'm sure you'll be suitably impressed after seeing her, Zorian said, smiling evilly inside. Huh? You know, you're pretty nice to me, Novelty remarked. Yes, I'm a pretty great guy, aren't I? Zorian indulgently agreed. Did we know each other? Before, in the future. This is so confusing. You know what I mean? Novelty fumbled, waving her front legs in front of her frustratingly. Zorian tapped his finger on the table, thoughtfully. He never actually told the Arania the fine details about what happened in the time loop, and definitely didn't mention Novelty, as she wasn't terribly relevant in the grand scheme of things. What gave you that idea? He asked her. It just seems like you know me a little too well, she said. It's true, isn't it? We totally knew each other in the future you came from, didn't we? You taught me mind magic a few times, Zorian admitted. I was your teacher, Novelty said incredulously. If she was human, she would have probably gasped. But that means I wasn't just your friend, I was your senior. You should be paying your respects to me. Keep dreaming, Zorian said. It was just a couple of basic lessons, and you're younger than I am. The matriarch said you don't even qualify as a real adult in human terms, whereas I already went through the maturation ceremony. So there, Novelty insisted stubbornly. She almost immediately drooped down in an exaggerated gesture of defeat, though. Though, if I were honest, I kind of want you to be my teacher instead, she admitted. I kind of want to try learning human magic, and you're the only human mage I know, so you'd be willing to help your future teacher out, wouldn't you? Sure, Zorian shrugged. I already have a huge list of people I need to help out once this is all settled. What's one more person on the list? You're going to have to wait for this month to end, though. Yes, she cheered. I'll wait. It's totally not a problem. Patience is my best feature. It took an inhuman amount of self-control for Zorian not to roll his eyes at her. What? She demanded. Liar, he told her flatly. How can you talk like that to your teacher? She complained. Kids these days, no respect. Zorian blocked her out and turned back to the metal plate on the table in front of him. Break. In a small but familiar tavern in Scioria, Simulacrum number 3 sat alone in a corner, curiously studying his surroundings. The insides of the tavern were dark, the air stale, but the place was still familiar to the Simulacrum even after all these years. This was the tavern where he used to talk with Haslush Etc., the detective who taught him divination way back when he had still been a novice mage. Now he would be meeting his old divination teacher again, this time in the real world. He was disguised for the occasion. At the moment, the Simulacrum looked like an older middle-aged man, with graying hair and a bushy, prominent mustache. A formal brown suit, a weathered wooden cane, and a roll of yesterday's newspapers completed a picture of a regular, nondescript man that he hoped wouldn't attract too much attention. However, based on the frequent glances he was getting from other people, he was pretty sure he failed at looking like he belonged here. It was likely that regular visitors to this tavern already knew each other, and that a newcomer like him was automatically noteworthy, or maybe he just wasn't as good at pretending as he thought he was. In any case, it didn't matter much, since he intended to discard this identity entirely after today's talk. Unauthorized usage. This tale is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. Eventually, a familiar man approached his table. Middle-aged, dressed in a cheap, rumpled suit and kind of unkempt, Haslush looked just like he remembered him. He scanned the tavern quickly, his eyes soon falling on the disguised simulacrum. The simulacrum met his gaze, and they stared at each other silently for a second. Haslush had a sleepy, lazy look on his face the whole time as he studied him, but the simulacrum could see a trace of wariness bleed into his posture. The information provided by his empathy and soul perception reinforced this. Eventually, the detective averted his eyes, rubbed his nose for a second, and then casually ambled over to the simulacrum's table. "Hi there. Do you mind if I sit here?" Haslush asked in a lazy voice. "Not at all. After all, I did ask to meet you here," the simulacrum said. "Ah, so you were the one that asked to see me," Haslush said, nodding to himself. He plopped heavily into the chair in front of him, ignoring the ominous creaking of the wood beneath him, and ordered himself a drink. "Why all this cloak and dagger stuff, if I may ask? You didn't even give me your name in that letter you sent me." "With good reason," the simulacrum said. "We'd both be in danger if you knew who I am. But I already know your face now, so," Haslush began, before suddenly frowning. He narrowed his eyes at the simulacrum, his irises glittering with a subtle divination spell. "This isn't your real appearance, is it?" "No," the simulacrum admitted, shaking his head. "For reasons of convenience, you can call me Kazur, though that isn't my real name either. I'm just a throwaway simulacrum. After this talk, I will vanish into ectoplasmic smoke and will hopefully never speak again." "A simulacrum?" Haslush repeated, visibly taken aback. Zorian understood the reaction. Simulacrums were high-level magic, not something that one regularly encountered. Rather than saying anything, the simulacrum extended his arm between them and willed it to unravel for a second. It quickly grew blurry and dissolved into a mass of glowing blue smoke before suddenly reforming itself back into his arm. For this particular meeting, he didn't inhabit the usual golem body that most of Zorian's simulacrums were equipped with these days. The fewer traces he left here today, the better. He was pretty sure he had covered his tracks well enough to stop Red Robe from knowing about this meeting, but it was still best to minimize risks. "Well, I'll be damned. That's not a piece of magic you see every day, that's for sure," Haslush said, recovering his calm, lazy facade. "Are you sure you got the right person for this, though? This sounds almost like a job for spies and crown agents, not little old me." "I'm just your average detective, Mr. Kazur. For reasons that will soon become obvious, I can't contact anyone particularly high-ranked, or things will get really bad," the simulacrum said. He took a large leather paper holder out of his jacket pocket, deliberately making the entire process visible to the man in front of him. Haslush's eyes widened imperceptibly when the simulacrum retrieved a large object from a jacket pocket it couldn't possibly fit into. It was just a temporary pocket dimension, not even a permanent expanded space, but most people would have still never encountered that sort of thing in their entire life. More than even the simulacrum, pocket dimension creation was a rare form of magic. "Please take a look at this," the simulacrum told the man, handing him a stack of pictures and documents before leaning back in his chair and patiently waiting. Haslush cautiously leafed through the papers, periodically frowning and tapping his fingers on the table. His expression worsened as time went by, and at some point he ordered some really strong alcohol to get through the rest, but eventually he skimmed through the whole stack. There wasn't enough time for him to comb through the whole thing, but even a casual glance through the documents Zorian gathered painted a grim picture. "This is insane," Haslush eventually said, downing an entire glass of hard alcohol and slamming it on the table in front of him. Some of the nearby tavern patrons glanced at them curiously for a moment. A full-scale invasion of the city with the local mage guild in on the whole thing? How can something like this be real? A conspiracy this grand and far-reaching should be impossible to pull off. The invaders are using permanent gates or a concept that has not been known to exist until now. On top of that, the local authorities have been hopelessly infiltrated and are working with the invaders to cover up the whole thing. "It's very real," the simulacrum said. "You're one of them, aren't you?" Haslush suddenly said. "A defector. That's the only way you could possibly know all this and have this much evidence." "I'm not one of them," the simulacrum insisted, "but they do have a certain amount of influence over me, or else I wouldn't be moving in the shadows like this. If I go public with this, the results will be disastrous." "Really?" Haslush asked, raising his eyebrow at him. "A mage of your caliber? I didn't say I would die. Of course, I can always run away and hide. I said the consequences would be disastrous," the simulacrum clarified. "More disastrous than a city being invaded by monsters, demons, and the undead?" Haslush asked dubiously. "Yes," the simulacrum said. Haslush waited for a second, but the simulacrum didn't intend to clarify. What he was telling the detective was unbelievable enough without getting into the whole Wraithbomb situation or the possibility of an army of dragons laying waste to northern Eldamar. Wouldn't the same be true if I were to make this public? Haslush asked. Yes, the simulacrum admitted. To be honest, the enemy would instantly realize where you got your information from, so you trying to alert people to this would be no different than me doing it myself. Well, other than the fact you'd be much easier to silence than me. Lovely, Haslush said calmly. So you don't actually want me to make these documents known to anyone? I obviously can't stop you from doing what you feel is right, the simulacrum said. But I wouldn't recommend it, no. What do you expect me to do with this, then? Haslush asked, waving the leather paper holder in front of him. He looked genuinely curious rather than angry. The simulacrum was actually rather impressed with how Haslush was behaving. Most people were either stubbornly disbelieving or had trouble thinking straight when something like this was dumped into their lap. In fact, Haslush wasn't the first person they were contacting about this, and he wouldn't be the last, but he was the one who had had the best reaction thus far. This didn't mean he would end up being useful in the end, of course, but it was encouraging. I don't know, the simulacrum said. Although it may seem like I'm holding all the cards here, I'm actually not sure what should be done here. I'm not a professional spy or master manipulator. I'm hoping that you will know what to do with this better than I do. Haslush stared at him quietly for a second before leafing through the pages a few more times. It was just an idle gesture. The simulacrum could see he wasn't really reading things, just idly flipping through the documents as he mulled things over. He eventually snapped the paper holder shut and pushed it aside before massaging his temples for a bit. This is insane, he said. Yes, you already said that, the simulacrum noted. Well, I feel like repeating myself, Haslush told him, giving him a weak glare. I suppose this does help explain all the weird attacks and sudden deaths my department has been flooded with lately. Who else did you tell about this? What makes you think I told others? The simulacrum asked, surprised. Who? Haslush insisted, not offering any explanations. The simulacrum eventually relented and gave him some names. Kylie and the other priests in the city, which were slowly being informed about the invasion. Some of the shifters living in the city whose children were going to be used in the ritual. A few other policemen and detectives Zack and Zorian had identified as reliable while inside the time loop. And so on. That's more people than I thought, Haslush noted. Aren't you afraid someone will talk? It's always a possibility, but I feel I judged people correctly, the simulacrum said. I'm a mind reader, after all. Haslush immediately graced him with a string of colorful curses before casting mental defense spells on himself. Of course you're a mind mage, too, the detective grumbled. Anyway, since you so graciously left it up to me to decide how to handle this, I will visit these people and see if we can figure something out. But if we decide to go higher with this information, then everything goes to hell probably, the simulacrum said. Though maybe that would be for the best. I don't think there is a perfect answer to be had here. Maybe triggering everything sooner rather than later is actually the right move. I don't know. Whatever you decide, I'll support you as much as I can, but I'm not all powerful. Don't be surprised if you end up dead after talking to the wrong person. I'll keep that in mind, Haslush said thoughtfully. I'm still not tired of living, I can assure you that much. Plus, I know better than anyone how disgustingly underhanded the Mage Guild can be about protecting people who really don't deserve state protection just because they are useful in some way. But let's not talk about that right now. Do you have anything else for me? Yes, the simulacrum said, retrieving a paper envelope sealed with ornate red wax. Here, have this. What is it? Haslush asked, flipping the envelope curiously in his hands. Don't open this until the end of the month, the simulacrum warned him. Otherwise, I will assume the letter has been compromised and abandoned in that particular place. That said, there is a key to a post office box inside. It's empty right now, but if the worst happens, there will be a package inside at the end of the month, explaining everything and containing some information to be distributed to various people. Insurance in case you die. Haslush guessed. He casually stuffed the envelope in his pocket, carelessly crumpling it in the process. All right, do you think? But the simulacrum was already unraveling, quickly becoming intangible ectoplasmic smoke. Before he completely dissolved, he thought he heard Haslush say something about rudeness. Break. In Amaya's kitchen, there was a large and curious gathering. Zorian, Amaya, Kiriel, Kale, Kana, Ray, Nachka, Taven, and Svim were all present. They weren't doing anything terribly important. The older people present were playing a game of cards and having scattered conversations, while the three little girls ran around playing with dolls. In the beginning, they also participated in the card game, but they were not very good at it, so they eventually wandered off to do their thing. These sorts of meetings had happened a few times already, but they'd never had so many people before. In addition, Svim's presence was an unusual event, to say the least. Zorian thoughtfully fingered one of the cards in his hand, purposely ignoring Taven, who was sitting beside him and craning her neck in an attempt to stealthily peek at his hand. Times like this were a bit of a guilty pleasure for him, since they were entirely unproductive and he realistically shouldn't waste time on them. The reasonable response to Amaya's request to join them in their game would be to say he's busy and go back to analyzing Zach's contract again. But he was only human. Sometimes he just wanted to play cards and relax, even when the fate of the whole city was at stake. Svim was present here for a reason, though. With the discovery of Zach's contract and the fact Red Robe was sending a simulacrum to Koth to take his friend hostage, he was presented again with the question of what to do about his friends and family in the upcoming invasion. He clearly couldn't leave them to wander the city on invasion day, ignorant of the threat. However, he also couldn't just tell them about the time loop and dump them all at the Terramachula estate in Koth. In the end, it was decided that Zach and Zorian shouldn't be doing the evacuation of all these people in the first place. Some people, Taven for example, reacted very poorly to Zach and Zorian revealing crazy powerful abilities that they shouldn't have, and others might refuse to cooperate with a bunch of teenagers trying to drag them off to a completely unknown place all of a sudden. It was better to have an adult in a position of authority to contact the people. Someone in on the whole story, capable of advanced dimensionalism and respectable looking. That made Svim the prime candidate, especially since he claimed he could talk Ilsa into accompanying him and lending additional weight to his words. Ilsa was Amaya's best friend, so she would probably trust her if she said Amaya had accompanied them and hid for a few days. But it was still best if Svim wasn't a total stranger to the people he intended to contact, so it was agreed that he would visit Amaya's place one day. Officially, the visit was because he had to discuss something with Zorian since he was his mentor and all, but the real reason was so that he could introduce himself to everyone. That way, when he and Amaya came knocking to people and told them that they had to evacuate out of the city for a few days because an attack was imminent, they would hopefully be more open to the idea. As for Zorian, it was his job to arrange things so that most people were actually present when Svim visited. He thought he had done a decent job there, to be honest. Mr. Chow sure is diligent in his work, Ray remarked, throwing a card at the center of the table. You don't often see teachers making a personal visit to their student's home. I only ever saw it once, and that was because the student in question had vandalized another student's belongings, not because of anything good. Then again, I did hear that Sayoria's Royal Academy of Magical Arts is on a different level than most places. I usually don't make this kind of personal visit, of course, Svim said, casually throwing a card of his own on top of hers. Zorian thought the man would be awkward or annoyed when presented with this kind of social gathering over a card game, but Svim showed no discomfort with the situation whatsoever. He wasn't exactly relaxed, but he gave off the same sort of severe, dignified atmosphere he always did. Sadly, most students today are very lazy and lack proper dedication to truly master their chosen fields. They want shortcuts and instant results, and the modern academy curriculum encourages that sort of attitude. It's the weeping, isn't it? Kale said softly. Indeed, Svim nodded solemnly. With the death of so many mages, the academy received a directive from on high to lower its standards, in more ways than one. On one hand, this meant children from wealthy but not traditionally magical families could attend our institution far more easily than in the past, and I have no issue with that. Unfortunately, it also meant that some of the more boring and unpleasant but necessary lessons were removed in favor of practical education and other nonsensical words. As if foundation building is not practical. The conversation continued for a while in this vein, with people chipping in with their thoughts from time to time. Zorian noticed Taven staring at him at one time, but she averted her gaze when he glanced at her. She had probably started to notice that there was something weird going on with him. Well, other than him being a telepath and hanging out with sapient underground spiders. Thankfully, she was still wary of confronting him about it, so he didn't have to figure out how to explain anything for now. She was one of the people who reacted very badly to him being suddenly absurdly powerful and competent, so delaying that confrontation for as long as possible was for the best. He was still debating whether it would be better to have her join the fighting on Invasion Day, or to simply hide her along with all the rest. On one hand, having her join the chaotic final fight would be extremely dangerous, and there was a high chance she could die. He would be devastated if that happened. On the other hand, she was a warrior mage looking for a chance to get actual experience and make a name for herself, and he was pretty sure she would choose to stay and fight if she had a choice. Did he have the right to take that choice away from her just because he would hate to see her die or get seriously hurt? He remembered his younger self, and how much he hated his parents' attempts to dictate his life for him. Taven's parents were already trying to keep her safe by steering her away from dangerous professions, and she resented them for it. If he made this choice for her, how was he any different from his mother? He would be worse, probably, because at least his mother had never used advanced magic to compel him to obey. He put that decision aside for now. He could tackle that later. He suddenly realized that Kiriel had brought her new toy to show off for her friends, and that it was attracting attention from the adults as well. It was a small golem Zorian had made for her. Kiriel had already painted a face on it and added hair and a dress and other little touches, so by now it looked almost like an anime doll rather than a golem. "I hope you realize this is a very eye-catching toy, Mr. Kaczynski," a voice said in his head. Zorian was startled to realize it was Svim, contacting him telepathically. Svim wasn't psychic, and Zorian hadn't seen him casting any spells. Then again, it was Svim, and as he liked to say, there was a shaping exercise for everything. Laymen may ignore that golem as a curiosity, but any decent mage will know how difficult it is to produce such a thing. "I know, but that golem isn't just a toy," Zorian sent back. "Beneath its harmless facade, that thing is packed full of weapons and defensive wards. It is a veritable tiny murder machine. This way I get to give Kiriel a powerful bodyguard without being too obvious about it." Svim responded, surprised. "I am admittedly not an artificer, but your ability in that field never ceases to amaze me. I suppose I could understand why you fear the government as much as you do. Your ability to make devices alone would make the authorities do everything in their power to gain control over you." Yeah, Zorian agreed uneasily. He knew that his abilities would get out at some point, but that would hopefully be years in the future. By that point, he should have cemented his position a bit and would be able to resist being pressured against his will. "I think your sister's friends are going to be very jealous of her, though," Svim noticed, observing their reactions. "I'm actually hoping they will ask for a doll of their own," Zorian admitted. "That way I get to put another 2 bodyguards among people close to me." Svim had nothing to say to that. Eventually the game ended and people decided it was time to disperse. Zorian was about halfway back to his room when he suddenly felt a stream of knowledge flood into his mind. It was from the simulacrum he had left studying Zack's contract. The document was hard to understand. The language used was very complex and weirdly structured, and there was a lot of text to read through. However, Zorian was pretty sure he understood the basic points by now. 2 points stuck out to him. One was that the release of the primordial was tied to the activation of the divine safeguards on its prison. If the safeguards activated before the month was done, regardless of the reason why, Zack was considered to have failed in his mission. Zack's perception did not matter here. The contract could detect the activation of the safeguards innately, and was apparently tied to them on some intangible level. Zorian could not detect this connection on Zack, but the contract claimed it existed, so it probably did. Divine magic was headache-inducing bullshit. Anyway, Zorian suspected that this part of the contract was the core of it. It was clearly the most important part of it. It was defined near the very beginning of the document and had the most unambiguous terms. The second thing was the definition of time loop knowledge. Zorian had been hoping that enforcement of this clause depended purely on Zack's perception of what counted and what didn't, which would make it really easy to manipulate it through warping Zack's perceptions, but it wasn't quite that simple. The contract defined exactly what counted as informing people about the existence of the time loop. Telling people he was a time traveler, describing his experiences in such a way as to make it clear he had gone through the same month multiple times, describing future events in a way that made it clear he had already experienced them, all ran afoul of the terms of the contract. In fact, that part of the contract went into considerable detail to close any sort of loophole that would allow Zack to tell people about his experiences in the time loop. Even telling people he came from another world was not okay. It was obvious for a while now that the angels really didn't want anyone to know about the time loop, but reading the contract really drove the point home for Zorian, which caused an ominous feeling to arise in his heart. After all, the contract had an expiration date. At the end of the month, it would dissolve and Zack would no longer be bound by it. That meant that after the month went by, Zack would be free to make his experiences as public as he wanted to make them. Were the angels really fine with that? The contract strongly suggested they weren't, but there was really nothing stopping Zack from doing just that. Maybe not immediately after the month ended, but as years and decades went by, a person might get tempted to write a book or something before he died. It would probably be very convenient for the angels if Zack and Zorian stopped Paniksetha's release, but perished some time afterwards. His paranoia aside, the good news was that the enforcement of that particular clause of the contract depended entirely on Zack's own perception, just like Zorian suspected. Zack was the one who determined whether a violation of the contract had occurred or not. If someone knew about the time loop, but Zack never found out about it, the contract would never know either. It pulled information straight from Zack's senses, thoughts, and memories. Zorian knew a couple of mental enhancements that might be used to manipulate that, but Zack's restrictions when it came to mind magic prevented him from teaching them to his fellow time traveler. Not that they had time for that, but still. Zorian had a feeling the mind magic restrictions weren't just due to ethical concerns. Curiously, there was nothing in the contract stopping Zack from doing what Zorian planned to do and just giving people research notes that they had written themselves. Even though such information was clearly made through time travel, and some of the more perceptive and open-minded recipients would probably realize they come from some future version of themselves, it wasn't actually against the rules. At least not to Zorian's amateur eyes. So long as the notes never said where they came from and only incidentally hinted at their origin, they were fine from the contract perspective. This was good, because Zorian had an important task to accomplish in the coming days. He had to talk to his older brother, Daimon. He obviously wasn't going to be sending his friends and family to the Terramantula estate now, since he knew that Red Robe was setting up an ambush party there to take advantage of that. Nonetheless, the fact remained that his older brother and the Terramantula were now in danger because of him. If only for that reason, he had to talk to them. And he doubted he could convince Daimon to accept him as the legitimate Zorian without utilizing the notes his older brother had written for himself inside the time loop. Even with them, he was definitely not looking forward to that conversation. Chapter 99 Powder Kick. Arranging a meeting with Daimon was easy this time. Not that it had ever been truly difficult to do that, but after learning the basics of the local language and customs over the restarts, the task had become totally trivial. He just had to approach the Terramantula in the right way, and they didn't even bother trying to turn him away. They went to fetch Daimon after only a few minutes of convincing, leaving Zorian to wait at the entrance. He was currently flipping through Damon's notebooks to pass the time, ignoring the strange looks given to him by the gate guards. The notebook was coded, but that couldn't stop Zorian at all. With his mental enhancements active, he could decode the text in an instant, so long as he knew the key. Not that there was anything really interesting recorded in the notebooks. Daimon had written those in consultation with Zorian, so this was more about Zorian reminding himself what they put in there than discovering something new and exciting. He thought about trying to strike up a conversation with the guards currently observing him, but he knew from previous experience they weren't the talkative sort. It didn't help that his grasp of the local language was pretty shaky still. After a while, Zorian flipped through the last of the notebooks he had brought along and closed it shut. He impatiently rocked back and forth in place, taking in the sights around him through his various senses. In his mind sense and soul sense, the bees coming and going from the Terramantula estate looked like streams of tiny glittering stars. Pretty. He turned his back towards the gate and observed the wall of plant life surrounding the estate. He had been here many times in the past, but he had rarely paid much attention to the land surrounding the place. Ignoring the guards and their alarmed inquiries about where he was going, he promptly wandered off into the wilds and started exploring. The jungle surrounding the Terramantula estate was kind of beautiful, he realized. No doubt a large part of that was deliberate design by the Terramantula, but still. There were paths cut into the vegetation to make the area more accessible to humans, and flowers were everywhere. Zorian followed the paths with no particular purpose in mind, mentally repelling snakes and biting insects whenever they got too close to him. No large predatory animals bothered him. The Terramantula had probably cleared them all out from the vicinity of their home. Eventually, he stopped walking, staring at a particularly large white flower that had a great many bees swarming over it. A voice sounded from behind him not long afterwards. "It really is you. Damn it, Zorian. Couldn't you have waited at the entrance just a little bit? If you wanted to look at bees, there are like 1,000,000 of them inside the estate." It was Daimon, of course. Zorian slowly turned around, observing his eldest brother with a complex expression. Interacting with people he had gotten to know as temporary loopers before the inn was always rather uncomfortable, and never was this as true as it was right now. The last time he saw Daimon, his brother had sacrificed himself to ensure Zorian could get out of the time loop alive. Svim had sacrificed himself too, of course. So had many other temporary loopers. However, Damon's choice to burn his whole life force to stabilize the passage into the real world had left a particularly deep impression on Zorian because it was done. He would have never expected his eldest brother to sacrifice himself for him. He had never completely forgiven Daimon for what happened in his childhood, he realized. Interacting with his eldest brother in the time loop, he grudgingly came to accept he was being kind of petty and that he needed his brother's help, but a part of him would always see Daimon as an enemy. Now that part of him was angry and upset, because he realized he owed a life debt to Daimon now. Even if the diamond in front of him knew nothing of it, Zorian himself could never pretend it wasn't real. What? Diamond demanded. He sounded pretty annoyed. Why are you staring at me like that? We haven't seen each other in a while, but I feel like I saw you only days ago, said Zorian after a second of pause. Huh? Yes, your big brother is just as handsome and dashing as always, Diamond said, puffing his chest in an exaggerated manner. He then gave Zorian a scrutinizing look. You've certainly changed, though. Like always, Diamond doubted his identity upon their first meeting. Quite sensible, considering the distances he would have to traverse just to end up here. Yeah, well, people change rapidly during their teenage years, Zorian commented calmly. No, it's more than that, Diamond said, shaking his head. Even your posture is different. You look calmer. More confident. Confident? Zorian asked incredulously. He felt anything but confident at the moment. He was under a tremendous amount of stress at the moment. Yeah, Diamond said. It seems the academy has been a good influence on you. He looked around until he spotted a nearby fallen tree, and then casually waved his hand at it. A gust of wind immediately blew away all the dirt and leaves on top of it, after which Diamond plopped down on the tree with a heavy sigh. He then gave Zorian a piercing look. Why are you here, Zorian? He asked. Actually, scratch that. How are you here? Teleportation, Zorian said. In reality, he had opened a dimensional gate straight to Koth, but it was best to keep that secret for now. I got someone to transport me directly to you. Transport you directly? Zorian, do you have any idea how dangerous that is? Diamond spluttered at him. Of course I do, Zorian told him. It's just that I had no choice but to do this. I had to talk to you as soon as possible. Diamond stared at him for a few seconds, discreetly casting a few divination spells at Zorian and considering something. Zorian patiently waited for him to finish and pretended he didn't notice the divination spells directed at him. You're in trouble, aren't you? Diamond finally asked with a long-suffering sigh. Yes, Zorian admitted. Big trouble. I knew it, Diamond said flatly. Damn it, Zorian. This is the sort of thing I'd expect out of Fortov, not you. All right, just tell me what you have gotten yourself into, and I'll see how I can help you. But you owe me big time for this. How did you get enough money to pay for teleportation here, anyway? You didn't steal from Mother and Father, did you? No, I have plenty of money, Zorian said, shaking his head. Diamond swore under his breath. He seemed even more displeased with that idea than with Zorian stealing money from his family. In all likelihood, he assumed Zorian must have gotten the money illegally, which, now that he thought about it, was pretty much correct. He got most of his current funds by stealing them from the invaders, after all. Anyway, my issue is that invaders from a.k.a. and the cultists of the World Dragon are going to jointly invade Cyoria on the night of the summer festival in order to release the primordial trap beneath the city and harvest the souls of everyone currently living there, Zorian summarized. The men gave him a strange look. What? He asked with an incredulous laugh. a.k.a., the Isle of the Exiles, is invading Cyoria through a permanent dimensional portal hidden beneath the city, Zorian said. Diamond said slowly. Much of the city's leadership has been subverted by the esoteric order of the Celestial Dragon, better known as the Cult of the World Dragon. They are working together with the Abasins to keep the invasion preparation secret and will directly aid them when they actually invade the city, Zorian continued. I see, Diamond said, giving him a sour look. You are definitely Zorian. Only he would come here with such a ridiculous story. A real imposter would surely cobble together a far more convincing scheme than this. I'm glad you think so, Zorian told him calmly. Anyway, I don't really expect you to do much about the invasion itself. That whole situation is kind of beyond you. Unfortunately, the invaders know I'm one of the chief people opposing them, so they're going to go after you and the Terramantula to get leverage over me. That's why I hurried over here like this. I had to warn you before it was too late. Diamond suddenly frowned, becoming a little more serious. Zorian, this isn't funny, Diamond protested severely. I know, Zorian sighed. For what it's worth, I'm sorry for getting you into this mess. All I can do is offer you information, and maybe shelter if you need one. Though convincing the Terramantula to evacuate their ancestral estate and leave it at the mercy of the invaders is probably a tall order. So, you know what? I don't have time for your bullshit. The men told him, anger and annoyance mixing in his voice and posture. He got up from his seat and dusted himself off. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be going back to my work. When you're ready to have a serious talk, we can. Zorian took the Imperial orb out of his jacket pocket and held it in front of him, in plain view of Diamond. Diamond froze at the sight, staring dumbfounded at the orb for several seconds. "Is that?" he began. "It's the Imperial Orb, yes," Zorian nodded. "Sorry about that. I know you've been looking for it for a while now, but I'm in dire need of it." "What? Why?" Diamond said in an uncomprehending manner, unable to accept what he was seeing. "Considering my earlier story, it should be self-explanatory why I need it," Zorian noted. "Not that. I mean Arg." Diamond groaned. "How did you get that? Why do you have that? This doesn't make any sense." "Here," Zorian said, reaching into his jacket pocket again and handing Diamond the notebooks he had written for himself during the time loop. "Read this, and things will hopefully make more sense." Diamond quickly snatched the notebooks out of Zorian's hands before giving the Imperial Orb an intense look. He then snatched the Imperial Orb as well before retreating back to his log to study them both. Zorian let the orb go, unconcerned. Diamond was a great mage, but he was no Quetzalcoatl. If Zorian wanted to get the orb back, he could do so at any time, regardless of Damon's wishes. Diamond flipped through the notebooks with one hand while fondling the Imperial Orb in the other, occasionally muttering to himself in a low voice. "What? This can't be right. Oh, I remember this one. I was going to check this in the next few months. How does he even know this?" Diamond muttered. "Wait a minute." He suddenly shut up and started pacing like a caged tiger, reading a particular passage. He eventually spun in place and turned toward Zorian in an aggressive manner. "What is this?" he demanded. Did I write this?" "Yes," Zorian confirmed. "But I don't remember ever writing this." Diamond frowned. "Yes," Zorian agreed. "Don't you yes at me," Diamond protested. "Give me an explanation." "I can't," Zorian said, shaking his head. "Oh, come on. Do you seriously expect me to believe you have no idea how this came to be?" Diamond said, waving the notebook in front of Zorian's face. "I know how the notebooks came to be, of course," Zorian said. "I even helped you write them. It's just that I can't give you an explanation." "You helped me write these?" Diamond asked, looking at him strangely. He shook his head to clear his thoughts. "No, ignore that question. Why can't you give me an explanation?" "Because lives depend on it," Zorian told him. "I know I'm asking a lot here, but please trust me on this. The consequences of me telling you these things would be truly dire. My friend could die. I could die. The whole city of Scioria could die. That thing again." Diamond frowned at him. "This invasion of yours. In the end, everything comes back to that," Zorian confirmed, nodding. "Oh, and give me back the Imperial Orb, please." He stretched out his hand towards Diamond, observing his reaction. Diamond glanced at the Imperial Orb in his hand, and then back at Zorian again, his expression deep in thought for a moment. Then he thrust the orb back into Zorian's outstretched hand and returned to his log, flipping through the notebooks again. "I don't want to believe this, but there is so much stuff here," Diamond eventually said, his voice a little more subdued. "These notebooks, they represent years of work, and I remember nothing of it. Did I really lose years of my life somehow? It couldn't be. I would have noticed something this big. There is no way you can rip out such vast swathes of someone's memory without completely messing them up." "As I said, I can't talk about that," Zorian told him. "I can't accept that," Diamond said, not taking his eyes off the notebook he was reading. Zorian ignored him. "You're in danger," he told Diamond. "You and the Terramantula both. Originally, I intended to evacuate my friends in Kiriel here to shelter them from the attack, and unfortunately the enemy got their hands on that information. Now they intend to attack this place to get their hands on some hostages to pressure me with. You need to alert the Terramantula and prepare yourself for the incoming attack, okay? Love this story? Find the genuine version on the author's preferred platform and support their work." Truthfully, Zorian could simply destroy Red Robe's simulacrum once it arrived at Koth, ending the possibility of the threat that way. However, he did not want to do that. As callous as it was, he felt that making Red Robe waste all his time and mana on this was preferable to him scrapping the plan entirely and trying to get him in some other fashion. A predictable threat was better than a completely unknown one. "So this invasion of yours is so powerful their reach extends all the way to Koth as well?" Diamond asked him, looking at him like he was an idiot. "I already told you they have access to permanent gates, so why does this surprise you?" Zorian asked, giving him the same look back. "They only need one person to build a gate, and they can shuffle their forces to and from any place on the globe. And what do you mean you wanted to evacuate Kiriel here? Isn't she with mother and father?" Diamond continued, ignoring Zorian's remark. "No, she's with me," Zorian said. Diamond made a show of looking around, even peering beneath the log he was sitting on. Zorian rolled his eyes at him. I left her in Scioria, of course, Zorian told him. You left her alone while you traveled to Koth? Daimin asked flatly, sounding very unamused. Calm down, Zorian told him. It's only for a few hours. What? What do you mean, for a few hours? Daimin protested. Traveling to Koth takes days, even with teleportation. We'll discuss that later, okay? Zorian tried. No, we can't discuss that later. This whole thing is insane, and quite frankly, I'm starting to question if you're even actually Zorian, Daimin said, giving him a heated glare. My brother is 15 years old, and there is no way he would involve himself with something like this. In fact, even if he wanted to get involved, he doesn't have the skills to do so. Who are you really, and what did you do to Zorian? Zorian was silent for a moment. It was a good question, really. In truth, the real Zorian had died at the start of the month. He had stolen his body and identity, letting his soul move on to the afterlife. Daimin wasn't actually wrong to think of him as an imposter. If the Daimin in front of him knew the truth, would he consider him his real brother, or would he do his best to avenge the real Zorian? Temporary Looper Daimin felt that sacrificing his life so that Zorian could replace the original was right and proper, but this Daimin might not agree. It was amusing, Zorian thought to himself bitterly. Years ago, he wouldn't have given a damn about what Daimin thought of him and his choices. Now he found himself dreading his judgment, should his eldest brother ever find out the truth. The notebook in your hand, said Zorian, pointing his finger at the book Daimin was tightly clutching in his hands, is proof that things have happened which you have no memory of. Therefore, should it really surprise you that I am also not how you remember me? I could show you some skills you taught me. Minor things, but things that should be immediately obvious as your own magical insights. Would that convince you? I need an explanation, Daimin insisted, clutching the notebook in his hands so tightly his fingers turned white from blood loss. I'll give you one at the end of the month, said Zorian. After the summer festival. That was amusing, too. Zorian had used this excuse so many times in the past, while he was still inside the time loop. The only difference was that, back then, this offer meant he didn't really have to explain anything. The loop would restart before the deadline was reached. After this invasion of yours, Daimin noted shrewdly. Yes, as I said, lives depend on it, Zorian insisted. You expect me to help you out for a mere promise of an explanation after the deed is done? Daimin asked him. No, Zorian said, shaking his head. All I want is for you to take my warning seriously, and to make sure the Terramachula do the same. So long as you survive the month and protect your fiancé's family from the invaders, I will consider this a success. Daimin stared at him angrily for a few seconds, before rising from his log again. Let's go, he told Zorian. Go where? Zorian asked, taken aback at the statement. To Syria, Daimin said matter-of-factly. You're going back there now, aren't you? Yeah, Zorian admitted. So you want to go with me? I need to confirm things personally, Daimin said, and check up on Kiriel, just in case. Let's go. Just like that, Zorian asked for confirmation. Is there a problem? Daimin asked, frowning at him. Well, aren't your fiancée and her family going to freak out if you suddenly disappear for a few days? Zorian told him, cocking his head sideways. I mean, surely you want to explain things to them before we set off? Of course, Zorian could just get him back to Koth in a few hours, but Daimin didn't really know he could open a gate between continents at will. Sure enough, Damon's eyes widened in sudden realization, and he slapped himself in the forehead a few times. Focus, focus, he mumbled to himself. All right, so we're going to put the journey on hold for now. I need to talk to a few people first. Break. In the depths of the ziggurat of the sun taken over by the Solrotham, a strange meeting was taking place. Zack and Zorian stood before a huge stone dais that contained this tribe's sacred fire. The high priest and his honor guard stood in front of the fire, looking down at the two arrivals. The massive bonfire writhed and crackled in a strange, somewhat ominous manner, casting light and shadows alike on the surrounding walls. Both sides silently scrutinized each other for a full minute before the Solrotham high priest decided to break the ice. Welcome, guest, the high priest said. We have been expecting you. You have? Zorian asked curiously. That was quite unusual, since their visit here was completely unannounced. The angels have informed us of your coming, the high priest told them. Of course, Zorian had kind of expected that, to be honest. Funnily enough, the angels were not nearly as willing to contact human organizations to help them out. For example, Zack and Zorian had been in secret talks with the triumvirate church representatives, and at no point did the angels contact the church hierarchy to make the negotiations go more smoothly. But a random Solrotham tribe in the middle of the Zlotic desert merited them sending actual instruction? Just what made this tribe of devil wasps so special, anyway? Did they inform you why we were coming? Zack asked them. You're here to ask for help, of course, the high priest said easily. A great battle is about to take place, pitting the allies of heaven against an ancient evil. Well, yeah, that's what we're here for, Zack admitted after a second. We accept, the high priest immediately said. Just like that, Zack asked incredulously, arching his eyebrow. What more is there to say? The high priest asked rhetorically. Only cowards would shirk from this kind of battle. To fight and die in the name of heaven is glorious. Surely you understand this? I can sense the mark of the angels shining bright on you. The mark of heaven, Zack said sourly. Yeah, what an honor. The high priest's multifaceted eyes stared at Zack for a second, antennae twitching, trying to interpret his statement. Children often do not understand the importance of what their parents try to teach them, the high priest eventually remarked. What's that supposed to mean? Zack asked, annoyed. Just a random remark, the Solrotham high priest said, waving his hand in front of him dismissively. A very human gesture. Zorian wondered if Solrotham really did that, or if the high priest was familiar enough with human customs to mimic their habits. I just realized you are quite young in human terms. We thank you for your help from the bottom of our hearts, Zorian quickly said, cutting Zack off from continuing the pointless argument. If it's all right with you, we'd like to discuss battle plans. Let's, agreed the high priest. Break. In a small, out-of-the-way alley on the outskirts of Scioria, Simulacrum number 2 was painting a picture on a wall. It was a small, abstract picture the size of a human head, vaguely resembling an eyeball if one viewed it from the right angle. To a casual observer, the painting would likely look like a random graffiti, the likes of which were quite common in Scioria. The city was crawling with young mages, after all, and they often used their newly gained magic skills to vandalize the walls of nearby buildings. Painting spells were beginner stuff, and nearly every mage was capable of using them. But the painting was more than just idle amusement. So much more. After half an hour, the simulacrum carefully connected the last 2 lines of the drawing, causing a faint blue sigil to momentarily flash into existence within the painting, before quickly fading away from sight. After observing his handiwork for a few more seconds, the simulacrum placed his hand on the painting, activated the spell formula hidden within it, and then dived into it with his mind. Almost immediately, a sea of glowing suns popped into existence inside his mind, connected by a dense web of light. His mind raced from one sun to the next, his mind's sense and telepathy manifesting itself throughout the whole network. There were sigils like this one scattered throughout most of the city by now, and through them, Zorian's mind powers could envelop nearly all of Scioria. Every building, every street was within his reach. He could see and invade the minds of anyone and anything, from the lowest pigeon to the most high-ranking mage. He quickly retracted his mind from the sigil, afraid he would get noticed by someone. This had to stay an absolute secret. No one, not even his closest allies, were allowed to know about the sigil network. Taking one last look at the painting, Simulacrum number 2 nodded to himself and wandered off to place more sigils elsewhere. Some of these paintings were bound to be found and erased by the city authorities and building owners, so it was best if he had some spares scattered around. 99 telepathy nodes on the wall, 99 telepathy nodes. Take one down, wipe it away, 98 telepathy nodes on the wall. The simulacrum hummed to himself. He had lots of work to do today. Break. In one of the empty academy classrooms, Zorian and Tinami sat facing each other, both silent. Well, for a few moments, at least. Are you serious? Tinami asked incredulously. You can connect me with the legendary Arania? I'm not sure I would call them legendary, Zorian remarked. They're more common than you'd think, and a bit underwhelming once you get to know them. But yes, I can indeed do that. He had gotten to talk to Tinami the same way he did in the past, by answering her call to have someone help her practice her telepathy skills. Naturally, the moment she experienced his innate mental skills, she wanted to know how he got them, and that quickly led the conversation to the topic of Arania. The point of all this, of course, was to get House A.O. involved in preparations for the invasion. They had shown themselves to be quite resourceful and capable the one time he and Spear of Resolve had brought them into the whole invasion conspiracy. The awful, catastrophic outcome of that restart aside, the Aope had played their part perfectly. Hopefully the rumors of House Aope being bad luck were just superstitious nonsense. History wouldn't really repeat itself like that, right? After all, House Aope couldn't have reached its current status if it was really cursed. Paranoia aside, he was taking quite a risk by interacting with Tanami like this. Not because he thought House Aope would mess up their invasion preparations or anything like that, but because of the attention it would bring to him personally. Officially, Zorian was just connecting Tanami and House Aope with Urania, and anything else they talked about had nothing to do with him. In practice, there was no way the leaders of House Aope would be naive enough to swallow that story. This was equivalent to putting a giant beacon on top of his head, telling the Aope leadership that he was worth paying attention to. Not exactly conducive to his plans to lay low after this whole thing is resolved. Still, there was no helping it. The situation was precarious enough that he needed their help if he could get it. "You know, you're more interesting than I thought you were," Tanami remarked, giving him a shrewd look. Thanks," Zorian said awkwardly. "Not that way," she hurriedly clarified. "What I meant was, you're venturing into the tunnels beneath the city and taking lessons from giant sapient spiders living there. I never would have guessed you were that driven." "I'll take that as a compliment," Zorian said after a short pause. "It is," Tanami confirmed. "By the way, how come you're missing so many classes? You know, that looks pretty bad on your record, right? Even if you're more capable than you look, you should still pay attention to your reputation. Don't lecture me." "You sound like my mother," Zorian told her. Tanami didn't seem amused. "Anyway, I'm really busy with something right now, and I can't come to class. I already told my mentor about it, and he said it was all right. I should be able to start attending classes again after the summer festival. Assuming he was still alive and the city remained standing, that is. It's your life, I guess," Tanami shrugged. "These meetings, we'll continue with these, yes?" "Sure," Zorian said. "As long as you wish. I get the feeling this is far more to my benefit than yours," Tanami noted. "Kind of," Zorian agreed. "But I am learning things here, so it's okay. This isn't a zero-sum game." He wasn't even lying. Attending these practice sessions with Tanami would hopefully clue him in on what kind of skill level was considered normal among human mind mages. He had a feeling that would be crucial information in the near future. Tanami gave him a weird look when he said that, though. "What?" he asked. "Nothing," she said quickly. "Nothing at all." Break. In the skies above Iasco Mansion, a lone iron beak was slowly circling the surrounding forest. The huge flock of iron beaks that guarded the place had long since noticed it and were watching it carefully, but they did feel a certain level of kinship with a fellow iron beak, even if it was a foreign one, so they did not attack it. The iron beak was actually Zorian, who had used a potion to shapeshift into the said bird. What he was doing was crazy, but if it could work. He slowly approached the iron beak flock, probing it with his mind and soul, looking for flock leaders and weak links. Sudamir and the invaders had these iron beaks controlled through blackmail, having seized their nests and subverted their leadership, but the flock had never submitted totally. It was intelligent enough to recognize blackmail and listen to simple orders, but also smart enough to hold a grudge and plot revenge. For hours, Zorian circled the flock, speaking to them mind to mind, subtly subverting the mind magic used by invaders to control iron beak leaders. If it were anyone else doing it, they would have likely made a mistake somewhere and alerted the monster handlers that something was happening and that the flock had gone out of control. But Zorian was good. Too good for the Abasin monster controllers to detect anything. As time went by, the iron beak flock paid more and more attention to the thoughts and images being fed into their heads. They were quiet and still, but their eyes shone with increasingly malicious glee. Soon, break. The day of the summer festival swiftly approached. Most of the preparations were complete, but there was always more that could be done, and their actions got ever more frantic and desperate as the deadline loomed ever closer. Perhaps it was just Zorian's mind playing tricks on him, but it seemed to him that even uninvolved people like Amaya and Kiriel could sense the heavy atmosphere and became more serious as a result. As the end approached, Zack and Zorian evacuated most of the people close to them out of the city. Having already seen how that sort of thing could go wrong with their original plan to get everyone to Koth, they did not group everyone together at the same place like they had before. Instead, they picked 5 different sanctuaries and distributed people among them. In addition to Svim, the man also got himself involved with the evacuation, drawing on his own connections and experience to make things go more smoothly. His brother was still not happy with the amount of secrecy Zorian presented him with, but he seemed to realize the seriousness of the situation in the end and agreed to cooperate with him until the situation was resolved. After the summer festival was over, however, he was going to come to Zorian for that explanation he was promised. He was quite vocal about that. Unfortunately, the evacuation wasn't entirely successful. While most people agreed to go into hiding when told there would be fighting in the city during the summer festival, Taven and Ray refused to go. In Taven's case, the reason was exactly what Zorian had been afraid of. She thought of it more as an opportunity to prove herself than a dangerous situation to avoid. She was a fully qualified battle mage, after all. All she needed now was some actual field experience. Zorian understood all that, but he also understood that she was a known friend of his to their enemies, which meant they would be directing far more forces at her than her skills and reputation warranted. Her combat skills, impressive as they were for her age, were not enough. Was he selfish for not explaining that to her? Probably. If he told her the invaders would be gunning for her because of him, that would raise all sorts of questions about why that is so, and probably lead to her either finding out everything about him or feeling betrayed and hating him forever for it. But maybe her hating him forever was worth it if it meant she would survive the month. As for Ray, she was fine with having her daughter and husband out of danger, but she refused to go into hiding herself. Her explanation for this was that she was confident enough in her own combat skills and had to guard their house from looting. They were a very poor family, she said, and their move to Cyoria had exhausted all of their savings. If their house ended up looted or destroyed, they would be utterly ruined. Zorian was racking his head about how to talk her into abandoning the house when Ray ended up inviting him to her house on her own initiative. Zorian was quite surprised at this, as this wasn't something Ray typically did. Did she somehow catch wind of his own involvement in all this? When he finally arrived at her place, however, he was greeted with another surprise. There were 2 more people already there. One was Haslush, the detective that taught him divination, and that he had already recruited into their anti-invasion efforts. He gave Zorian a curious look, but there was no trace of recognition in his eyes. He probably did not suspect Zorian. The other was, shockingly, Rainey. His classmate was clutching a cup of hot, steaming tea that Ray brought her with pale fingers, a blank expression on her face. She looked terrible. It took a while for her to wrench herself out of her thoughts and notice someone had arrived, but when she did, she gave him a shocked look. "Zorian, what are you doing here?" Rainey asked. "I invited him here," Ray said matter-of-factly. "Him? He's the guy you said could help me?" Rainey asked incredulously. "But he's just a student. What could he possibly do?" "I have a feeling Mr. Kaczynski here is more than just a student," said Ray, giving Zorian a knowing look. "In any case, why don't you tell Zorian what happened so that he knows what he's dealing with?" Haslush observed the situation calmly, giving Zorian a thorough look but not saying anything. Zorian was really uncomfortable at the whole situation. Rainey stared at him questioningly for a few seconds, before she once again lowered her head and stared at her teacup in a defeated manner. "My brother has been kidnapped," she quietly said. Chapter 100 Sacrifice. Standing in Ree's home, Zorian ignored the curious gazes leveled at him from Ray and Haslush and kept silent, calmly considering things. A million questions swam through his head. Why were these 3 gathered in Ree's house, despite the fact they shouldn't even know about each other? Why did Ray think he could help in this situation, and what were their enemies even thinking when they orchestrated this kidnapping? Was this some kind of strike against him and Zack? Why not go after all of his classmates, then? Rainey did not give him a lot of time to ponder those questions, though, and took his silence as a sign she should keep going. "My family doesn't live in Cyoria, so I didn't even know it happened at first. It wasn't until my family discovered some signs the kidnappers might have originated from Cyoria that they contacted me several days later and asked me for help," Rainey explained quietly. "I was shocked that it happened, and She fumbled with her words for a few seconds before falling into an awkward silence and lowering her head even further. She looked quite pitiable at the moment. "That they asked for your help with this?" Zorian tried. She flinched slightly and gave him a shocked look for a second. Guilt, sadness, and confusion emanated from her in an equal mix. However, she quickly schooled her expression and cleared her throat with a trace of panic. "Why, yes, exactly. I'm just an academy student. What can I even do?" she said hurriedly. "I want to help my little brother, of course, but this is way above me. So I contacted the police about it, and they eventually pointed me at Detective etc. here, who agreed to help. And here we are, I guess." She took a deep breath after finishing her explanation and gave Zorian a disbelieving, but slightly hopeful look. "No offense, Zorian, but I'm still not sure how you can help me with this." "Neither am I," Zorian told her honestly. He could help, of course. How he should go about doing that, however, was something he couldn't decide on at the moment. Rainey's expression immediately dimmed after his admission, but he didn't let that bother him. He couldn't ruin all their plans just to assure her everything would be all right. He glanced at Ray, and she glanced back at him, completely unconcerned with whether or not she had judged him wrong. What exactly gave her the confidence that he was someone who could make a difference here? No matter how he racked his head, he couldn't figure it out. "You're pretty calm about this," Haslush commented from the side, giving him a shrewd look. "Panicking wouldn't help anyone," Zorian commented, unconcerned with the veiled accusation. "That wasn't enough to prove anything." "That's not how people work, but all right," Haslush said with a light shrug. "I guess you're just an exceptionally calm person. This probably wasn't a deliberate attack on him and Zack," Zorian decided. While Rainey was one of their classmates, neither of them were very close to her in the time loop. Zorian did feel a certain kinship towards her due to her messed-up family situation, but Silver Lake shouldn't know that. Therefore, Jornak and the rest shouldn't either. The fact their enemies kidnapped Rainey's brother was probably just an accident. Since Zorian sabotaged their efforts to kidnap shifter children in the city of Scioria and its surroundings, they looked further away for suitable targets. They needed those sacrifices, after all. Without the primordial essence contained in the blood of shifter children, the primordial's prison couldn't be opened. In the time loop, the Sovereign Gate could serve as a substitute key, but out here in the real world that wasn't possible. As it turned out, Rainey's brother was one of the children the invaders ended up targeting in their expanded search. Did they even know they were targeting the family of someone who went to class with Zack and Zorian? Then again, even if they did, they may have thought it wouldn't matter. Rainey's relationship with her family was not exactly the best. It wouldn't be out of line to assume she would be glad to have her brother out of the picture. "I have to say, though, I'm surprised to see you here," Zorian told Rainey. "I didn't know you and Ray knew each other." In fact, considering her disdain towards cat shifters, he would expect Rainey to purposely stay away from Ray. We don't," Rainey said, giving Ray an unsure look. "Detective Excederi is the one who brought me here. He thought she might be able to help. We have received reports of a group targeting shifter children some time ago, so we have been in contact with city shifters about the issue," Haslush clarified, idly studying some kind of metal disc in his hands, flipping it over from time to time. Zorian recognized it as one of the communication devices the cultists and Abasins sometimes use to coordinate their actions. Apparently, the detective hadn't been sitting idly all this time. Ms. Satchel was one of the less adversarial contacts we established during that time. "I figured it wouldn't hurt to bring your classmate here to see if she had some insight into the situation. I'm just a humble housewife, so how could I offer insight into a situation like that?" Ray said with a slight smile, shaking her head lightly. "Still, the mother in me can't help but empathize with the pain of having your little brother stolen away by some heartless fiends. In another life, that could have been my little Notchka in his place, no?" She gave Zorian a piercing look, but he just raised his eyebrow at her in response. "What are you implying?" he bluntly asked after a few seconds. "I know you are connected to the evacuation effort that has been going on recently, and that it's not a minor connection either," Ray told him with an exaggerated sigh. "Your scent is present on almost everyone that has come to talk to me about getting Notchka and the rest of us out of the city. You have several adult friends who all treat you with respect and even a little deference, more like you're their leader than a precocious teenager. You're known as a diligent and hardworking student, but you've been skipping all your classes for weeks now, doing gods know what. Stupid cat shifters and their superhuman sense of smell." Zorian grumbled internally. He was pretty sure she wouldn't have gotten suspicious and started connecting things if there were no scent clues to attract her attention. "Plus, when Ms. Satchel mentioned you, I couldn't help but notice that your older brother Diamond, who is said to be in Koth, has been very active in the city lately," as Lush added from the side. He placed the communication disc he was fiddling with in his pocket and focused his full attention on Zorian. Almost like some kind of emergency has popped up, forcing him to drop whatever he had been doing to rush back to Eldamar. "No? Oh, come on. Me and my brother almost never interact with one another," Zorian told him. "You seem to have investigated me. Surely you know that much? How would I know anything about what he has been doing? But you do know he's here in Scioria right now?" Has Lush pressed. "Of course. He dropped by to let me know he's in the city. It's just common courtesy. We are family, after all," Zorian said with a shrug. He saw no point in telling an obvious lie and pretending he never saw Diamond recently. "Do you two seriously believe Zorian is some kind of secret agent?" Rainey asked incredulously from the side, her eyes shifting between the three of them in rapid succession. "He definitely knows more than he lets on," Ray shrugged. "Considering the situation, I figured it wouldn't hurt to try to wring some information out of him. It's your brother's life on the line here." It doesn't have to be," Rainey tried anxiously. "Maybe it's just a ransom thing, and they just haven't gotten to state their demands." You're lying to yourself, and you know it," Ray said, giving her a knowing look. When a shifter child gets kidnapped, 9 times out of 10, it's because the kidnappers want their blood essence. With so much time having passed, it's a question whether your brother is still alive at this point. Rainey paled at the reminder. Let's not be all doom and gloom here. I'm sure her brother is still very much alive, Haslush hurriedly assured Rainey. The ritual they are kidnapping all these children for is only due to happen on the night of the summer festival. They need to keep her brother alive for a while yet. Jim, if you say so, Ray said. Still, that date is just around the corner. If that's our deadline, we don't really have much to work with. Look, what do you even expect of me? Zorian asked Ray, frowning at her slightly. I don't know where any kidnapped children are being kept. Do you think I would just sit on that information if I knew? It wasn't like Zack and Zorian didn't try to sabotage the primordial release ritual by denying the invaders the needed sacrifices. The problem was that they couldn't possibly round up every shifter child on the continent and hide them away. No matter how thorough they were, their enemies could always throw a wider net and go after some shifter community that Zack and Zorian didn't even know about. Jornak had spent decades preparing for this. Zorian suspected the power-mad lawyer would have found the needed sacrifices no matter what they did. Of course, if Zack and Zorian could locate the place where the shifter children were being kept, he was all for launching a rescue operation. Without the needed sacrifices, Panic Seth couldn't get free, which would be an automatic win in a sense. It would be worth it to trigger the final battle before the summer festival if they could inflict such a critical blow on their opposition. The problem was that Zorian genuinely had no idea where Rainey's brother could be held. It could very well be that those children were being kept on Ulquin Abesa, Koth, or some other distant place. They could be anywhere on the planet, so finding them was like searching for a needle in a haystack. I don't know, Ray admitted. I know you're involved with this somehow, but I don't know in what way. Maybe you really can't do anything for poor Rainey here, but I'm hoping you can. I know she thinks I'm just a scheming, skulking cat, but I really do want to help her. What? Rainey protested. I don't. It's fine, Ray said with a chuckle, gesturing with her hand towards Rainey to quiet her down. I get it. There's too much bad blood between our peoples to let go on a whim, and I get why Zorian here is feeling defensive and denying everything. I suppose it must feel like I led him here into some sort of ambush. Didn't you? Zorian asked, raising his eyebrow at her. No, well, yes, I guess I kind of did, Ray admitted. But considering you've been less than honest with me these past few weeks, I think you should be able to stomach a little underhandedness. Zorian opened his mouth to defend himself, but she raised her palm to stop him. I understand, Ray said. I'm not angry with you. You wanted to get your sister's friend and her family out of danger, but you didn't want to reveal your secrets. I would have probably made the same choice in your place. I'm just curious. Was our first meeting really an accident? Yes, Zorian said easily. From a certain perspective, it was true. I'm not terribly social. If my little sister wasn't such a giant busybody and insisted I accompany Nachka to her home, the idea would have never occurred to me. Getting Nachka's bike out of the river so she could stop crying would be enough for me. Oh, is that what really happened? Ray laughed. You know, Nachka later told me a bunch of mean boys were trying to take her bike away from her, and you chased them off and then escorted her home in case they came back. Oops. He should have synchronized stories with Nachka, apparently. He didn't think it was a big secret. Of course, Nachka's version is the correct one, Zorian assured her. Don't mind my earlier ramblings. I just got confused for a moment. Sure, Ray said indulgently. It was very heroic of you to defend my precious daughter from random ruffians like that. For a while, Haslush and Rainey watched them curiously as they talked, not interrupting their interaction. However, while Haslush was a grown man and an experienced detective, Rainey was just a teenager and under a lot of stress at the moment. As such, she soon became impatient. Zorian, can you help me with this or not? She loudly asked, impatience and frustration in her voice. Zorian stared at her for a second before opening his mouth to apologize and tell her he was just an academy student, that there was nothing he could do to help her brother. But then he shut his mouth and started thinking about something. It suddenly dawned on him that their enemies may have made a huge mistake when they kidnapped Rainey's brother. After a few seconds, he focused back on the red-headed girl staring at him expectantly and stared back straight into her eyes. You know what? He told her. I actually think there is something I can do, but I'm going to need your help. Haslush silently leaned forward, his lazy-looking posture shifting into one of alertness. Me? She asked, taken aback. She shifted in her seat uncomfortably. But I'm just an academy student. So am I, Zorian told her. Here's what we need to do. Break. In the port city of Ludja, there was a small abandoned warehouse. It was a dark, uninviting place. The walls were moldy and crumbling. The floors were full of rat droppings and glass shards from broken bottles, and the windows and doors were crudely barricaded with wooden boards. There were a number of such places in Luja, as it was a large port town where trading companies were starting up and going bankrupt on a regular basis. Most abandoned warehouses would eventually find a new buyer and be fixed up into usable condition, but it wasn't unusual for places like this to stay unoccupied for months or even years as old owners try to hold on to them in hopes of getting a better price later. As it happened, though, this particular place held a dark secret. In the back of the warehouse, shielded from view by a mountain of rotting crates and boards, there was a black egg-like object attached to the floor with a mass of root-like tendrils. Spiral lines were etched into the black oval, beginning at the bottom and reaching all the way to the tip. Perceptive individuals would note that the oval almost looked like a giant black flower bulb on the verge of unfolding into a proper flower. Or maybe a container, patiently waiting for the day it could unleash its contents upon its oblivious surroundings. Zach, Zorian, and Olenek stood some distance away from the black oval, staring at it grimly. They dared not approach, lest they activate the hidden wards and traps strategically placed around it. "This is the fourth one we found," Olenek commented. "One in Scioria, two in Corsa, and now one in Luja. Just how many wraith bombs did these people make? There has to be more than one of these things in Scioria," Zorian commented. "There is no way they would place two in Corsa and then leave only one for Scioria. Corsa is important, but Scioria is a far more critical location. We just haven't found the others. This content has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. There are probably a few in the capital city as well," Zach said. "Jornak seems to have a downright personal grudge with our country's leadership. No way would he miss the chance to strike at them at the heart of their power. Plus, considering what he said about Sulamnon and Fakrinia, there's bound to be a few of these bombs reserved for them as well. We'll never be able to find more than a fraction of them," Olenek commented grimly. "This is going to be a disaster. Entire city districts could end up being devoured by wraiths. The cleanup will take years." He glanced at Zach and Zorian unhappily, but neither of them said anything. There's nothing to say, really. They knew this as well. "You still don't know how to neutralize these things without triggering them?" Olenek asked with a trace of resignation in his voice. He already suspected the answer he was going to get. Sure enough, Zach and Zorian shook their heads in denial. "They're superbly well made," Zorian told him. "Jornak must have spent ages refining the design in the time loop. Any tampering I can think of will set one off, as well as alert our enemies to our actions. The only way we could deal with these is by employing the same tactics we used on the previous wraith bombs. Set up a specialized ward field just outside the bomb's defensive field and try to contain the wraiths once they're released. It should be effective, but I obviously haven't tested it, so—" "I see," Olenek said. He turned around towards the wraith bomb again, staring at it as if that was going to suddenly provide him with some new insights. "You don't have to waste time on that. I'll contact the church higher-ups and send them to perform another containment job here. I still say we should trigger these things the moment we find them and deal with the consequences." "And I still say we shouldn't," Zorian argued back. "These wraith bombs can be harmlessly disarmed. Jornak has a method to do so, I'm sure. I just need to rip it out of his head." "You really think you can do that?" Zach asked doubtfully. "We'd have to capture Jornak alive for that to happen." "That seems difficult. These wraith bombs are set to collectively go off the instant Jornak dies, so we want to avoid killing him if at all possible. Anyway," Zorian pointed out, "not to mention the other surprises he may have left for us in the case of his death. For all his megalomania, he clearly realized there's a real chance he's going to lose this conflict and made contingencies to account for it." Zach snorted derisively. "Too many contingencies, if you ask me," Zach said. "He puts so much time into making sure everyone suffers if he loses. What does he even gain out of that? It's just petty. Sore loser. Well, we were just discussing how we should try to capture him instead of killing him outright," Olenek noted. "So it's not just pettiness. But yes, I get the feeling this is more than just about power for Jornak. He wants revenge." "Revenge?" Zach asked, surprised. "On who?" "Everyone," Olenek said, still staring at the black oval in front of them. The smooth, glossy surface of the object squirmed and shuddered, as if hundreds of worms were moving just beneath the surface, before once again becoming still and quiet. Neither of the three were disturbed at the sight. Wraith bombs did that sometimes. On occasion, one could even see a faint outline of hands and faces on the surface of the oval, leering, maddened, crying, screaming, begging, as if a person was desperately trying to break out from the inside before being forcibly wrenched back into the depths of the device. Speaking from personal experience here, maybe? Zack tried, giving Alanik a curious look. Alanik didn't say anything for a second. I was a very angry person when I was young, he eventually said. I don't want to talk about it. All three stayed silent for a few seconds, and Zorian quietly considered the battle priest's words. Alanik had never told them about his past, and Zorian had always respected that. Truthfully, he sometimes wondered why the man was so helpful to them in the first place. Did he see them as young troublemakers that needed to be steered from a dark path, just like someone had once steered him away from one? Or was he simply so discerning that he could accurately judge them with even the slightest exposure? Whatever the answer, Zorian was grateful for the priest's help and had no desire to open old wounds if he didn't have to. As for the priest's speculation of Jornak's motivation, well, it could be true. Jornak, the old Jornak, the one that Zorian had talked to in the time loop, was definitely bitter and resentful about having his rightful inheritance stolen away from him. He could see how that could grow and fester once he became a temporary looper and looked into the abyss of corruption and power plays that was Altasian politics. In the end, it didn't even matter. No matter what reasons he had, Zorian would still have to defeat him in the end. In somewhat unrelated news, Silver Lake is gone. Zorian suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence. The old Silver Lake, that is. She just packed up everything portable out of her hideout and disappeared one day. I don't have the faintest idea where she went. Do you think she'll join the battle on our enemy's side? Zack asked, frowning. No, I doubt it, Zorian said. I think she just realized she was being heavily scrutinized by some very powerful forces and got spooked. She's a coward. No way she would dive into this conflict unless someone arm-twisted her into it, and New Silver Lake seemed like she wouldn't support that. If she's really going to stay out of this, I'm fine with her going away, Zack shrugged. One less thing to worry about. I've heard reports that several mercenary companies from the neighboring countries have taken on secretive, well-paid contracts, Alanik said. I'm not completely sure, but I strongly suspect our enemies have bought themselves some more soldiers for the final battle. Zack scowled at the news, uttering a nasty curse. Zorian's reaction was more restrained, but his face still darkened in response. The invaders have in general been getting restless and increasingly reckless as of late. Their preparations might be nearing their end, Alanik continued, becoming more animated. What are we waiting for? We should attack now and seize the initiative. Well, the idea was always to be proactive and launch an attack before the day of the summer festival, Zack said, giving Zorian a questioning look. However, Zorian keeps stalling, saying he needs more time. So the timing depends on him, really. Alanik's eyes softened a bit at the statement, his posture deflating. The situation with Zack, right? He asked softly. Did you find... I'm sorry. I couldn't find a solution no matter where I looked, Zorian said with a wooden voice, not a trace of emotion on his face. It's fine, Zack sighed. I've already come to terms with things. I've already written my final will and everything, right? In any case, you're right. There is no point in waiting anymore. We're just giving our enemies more time. We'll attack 2 days from now, the day before the summer festival. I still have one final idea I want to try, Zorian said. The shifter thing? Zack asked curiously. You really think that will work? If it does, it will be a huge success, Zorian pointed out. True, Zack agreed. It's worth a try. Break. Just outside of Scioria, there was a spherical ritual room made by Zorian and his simulacrums. Everything here was carefully crafted for only one purpose, to power up and enhance one particular divination spell. All of the walls were densely packed with complicated series of lines and endless rows of cryptic sigils, all made from precious metals and rare alchemical materials. The ground was etched with no less than 6 blood-red magical circles, and in the center stood a small golden cube with a seemingly mundane pottery bowl. Hundreds of tiny white stars hung in the air, illuminating the space. These were actually tiny dimensional gates that connected the room to various places in the country and beyond. Every place that was likely to house the kidnapped shifter children, in Zorian's opinion. Currently, the ritual room contained Rainy, Haslush, Ray, and 3 of Zorian's simulacrums. 2 simulacrums were disguised as adult mages, grim and silent. They were here for the sake of pretending this was a secret government operation, rather than something Zorian set up himself. Only one of them would be necessary for the ritual itself, but having 2 wouldn't hurt, and it would be more realistic for something of this scale to require multiple people to execute. The last simulacrum looked just like Zorian and pretended to be the original. His job was mostly to stay next to Hazlush and Ray and pretend to be normal. Though considering the looks on their faces as they studied the ritual grounds, he felt he mostly failed at that already. My, Mr. Kaczynski, I knew you couldn't be normal, but I have to say I didn't expect you're connected to people like this, Ray said quietly. For the first time since he met her, she didn't sound confident and in control, and he instead sensed a trace of fear in her voice. You have no idea, Hazlush said, his voice quivering. His reaction was even more extreme than Ree's. He seemed downright horrified by what he was seeing. More money went into this room than my entire police department gets in a year. And it's all meant to empower one specific spell that is only useful for this one thing. The whole thing will be useless after today. The extravagance is mind-boggling. Simulacrum number 1 shifted in place, a little uncomfortable. Zorian's perspective on money was a little skewed. Yeah, this could be a real problem in the future, but at the moment he really didn't care. He'd pay twice this much if he thought it would help. You don't even understand what this room means, do you? Hazlush asked Zorian, giving him a strange look. No, the simulacrum told him uncertainly. And he really didn't. Sure, the room was the best thing he could make on short notice, which probably made it amazing by regular mage's standards, but he was sure a country as big and influential as Eldamar could pull this off. It was kind of funny, really. The original went through so much trouble to make his abilities seem more humble than they were and to attribute his achievements to some nebulous government organization. He'd even succeeded. But in the end, the mere fact he was associated with people like that was enough to alarm and awe Hazlush and Ray. He'd normally get a headache out of this, but he was just a simulacrum and wouldn't even exist in a couple of hours, so imagining Zorian having to deal with this in the future just made him laugh. Forget it, Hazlush sighed. You're still too young and inexperienced. You're tangling with some really dangerous stuff, is all I'm going to say. Don't I know it? The simulacrum mumbled. Rainey, on the other hand, was currently sitting in the middle of the ritual room, next to the golden cube and the bowl, taking deep breaths to calm herself. She was chanting some sort of song to herself in a language Zorian's simulacrum couldn't recognize. It was probably the language of her tribe. The two disguised simulacrums were also sitting around a cube, forming a triangular formation around it together with Rainey. They were naturally far more calm and collected, and patiently waited for Rainey to psych herself for the upcoming ritual. The pressure on her was enormous. This ritual would succeed or fail purely based on how she performed. Simulacrum number 1 was certain his fellow simulacrums would perform their part of the ritual flawlessly, but the core part of the divination ritual was something only Rainey could do, because it was her brother they were trying to track down with the spell. Divination spells were more effective the more they had to work with. In case of tracking spells, the caster needed something connected to the target. A personal item, a drop of blood, things like that. They were even more effective if the caster was personally connected to the target in some way, if they had personally spoken to the target at some point, if they were friends with them, or if they were married to one another. As far as connections go, though, there were few things more potent than being literal family, parent and child, brother and sister. And more potent still was to use literal blood magic to form a resonance between their common bloodline. Finally, there was the primordial essence that existed in the blood of every shifter. Rainey was already a teenager, so most of that primordial essence was gone, integrated into her body and soul. However, traces of it should remain still. Zorian had spent quite some time with the leaders of the cult of the World Dragon, studying their method of releasing Panicseth, and he knew how they used primordial essence to resonate with the one in the prison and act as a key. The same method could be used to fool any mortal defensive ward or anti-divination method. Rainey and her brother were siblings. Even if they had never interacted much, the link between them was strong. Blood magic could make it even stronger. They also both had primordial essence in their blood, and that could be used to bypass any form of divination defense the invaders put up around her brother and the rest of the sacrifices. If the ritual they were about to undertake successfully located Rainey's brother, Zack and Zorian could liberate all the shifter children the invaders gathered during the past few weeks. Not only did that mean doing a good deed and saving a bunch of children from a gruesome death, it would also irreparably sabotage the Panicseth release ritual. There was only one day before the summer festival. There was no way that the invaders could gather another batch of sacrifices in that short of a time. There were a lot of ways the ritual could fail, even if they executed it flawlessly. For one thing, Zorian couldn't blanket the entire planet with dimensional gates, no matter how small they were. Not even close. It was possible he had failed to pick the right place to search at, in which case all of this was for naught. It was also possible that the invaders were keeping all the kidnapped children separated until the final moment, in which case they will just end up saving Rainey's brother and no one else. Their enemies also may have gathered enough spare children to form a second group, in which case they could still try to release Panicseth as normal. Zorian had a good feeling about this, though. This could work, he was sure of it. The only question now was whether Rainey was capable of doing her part. The necessary blood magic itself wasn't that difficult. Blood magic was famously easy to perform. Too easy, according to some. Additionally, blood magic tracking spells were a very common use of blood magic, and there was no need for Zorian to reinvent the wheel to make one. There were plenty of tried and true methods that Rainey could use for her attempt. It was still blood magic, however. Rainey would have to ritually cut herself during the casting and remain clear-headed despite the resulting pain. The mana-shaping requirements for successful casting were low, but Rainey was a total beginner when it came to magic, so even that may be too much for her. Finally, whether she succeeded or failed, she would be severely weakened for at least a week after the attempt, and the traces of primordial essence in her blood would be spent. She had one try, not one more. If she made even a single mistake, the whole ritual would be ruined, and that would be it. So Zorian's simulacrums patiently waited, not trying to hurry her up in any way. Likewise, on the edge of the ritual room, Ray, Hazlush, and the simulacrum that actually looked like Zorian patiently waited as well. Well, simulacrum number 1 patiently waited. Hazlush and Ray were clearly anxious as hell about the eventual result of the ritual. The center of the ritual circle is protected from sounds, right? Hazlush softly asked simulacrum number 1. They can't hear us if we talk. Yes, the simulacrum calmly said. It's also protected against outside mana intrusion and the like. Unless you really go out of the way to make yourself known, you shouldn't be able to disturb them. Of course, simulacrum number 1 was always mentally connected with his fellow simulacrums and the original, but the two simulacrums participating in the ritual were too experienced and skilled to be distracted by something like that. "What's up with you, kid?" Hazlush complained, glaring at him slightly. "Are you made of ice or something?" "I'm just naturally stoic," the simulacrum bragged, puffing his chest up proudly. "It's okay, old man, you'll learn how to be as cool as me one of these days." Hazlush clacked his tongue at the response and no longer bothered to talk to him. "I've looked into your classmate's family situation," Ray commented idly. "Oh," the simulacrum said, raising an eyebrow at her. "It seems Rainey's relationship with her family is less than harmonious," Ray said, cocking her head to the side and closing her eyes as if listening to something. "Her brother essentially replaced her as the clan heir when he was born. There are rumors that she was extremely resentful about it." Simulacrum number 1 said nothing. "You knew," Ray said after a while. "Yeah," the simulacrum admitted. "Yeah, I did. You think she's going to purposely botch the spell?" Hazlush asked, frowning. "Quite the contrary," Ray said calmly, shaking her head. "I think she's desperate for it to succeed. She probably wished ill on her brother a lot, and now that it finally happened, she feels guilty and responsible for it. Shifter tribes have somewhat superstitious view of curses. Wishing misfortune to someone in your head is not just harmless catharsis to a lot of them. That's true for a lot of regular people too," Hazlush shrugged. "It's just mages that really disdain that kind of thinking." Ray hummed thoughtfully, but did not respond. The whole group suddenly became silent as it became obvious that Rainey was finally ready to begin with the ritual. The red-headed wolf shifter started chanting, softly at first but getting more confident as time went on. Her hand trembled as she raised a dagger above her palm and slashed into it once, twice, thrice. The motions were crude, and she cut a little more deeply than was really necessary, but simulacrum number 1 supposed that was better than being too timid. She held her bloodied hand above the simple-looking pottery bowl and dropped blood into it. The bowl promptly lit up with glowing blood-red lines and diagrams, and a barely perceptible magical pulse spread out from the golden cube upon which the bowl sat. The white stars above them dimmed and brightened like 100 tiny hearts. Thin, hair-like streams of blood, barely visible from where simulacrum number 1 was standing, rose from the bowl and reached for the tiny dimensional gates above it. Rainey loudly gasped and swayed unsteadily as some of her life force left her, some of the threads reaching for the wounds on her hand like dozens of hungry leeches. Overwhelmed by the pain and vertigo, she dropped her dagger and almost collapsed face first into the bowl in front of her, but with the support of 2 disguised simulacrums and her own willpower, she managed to retain consciousness. Gritting her teeth, she started slowly making gestures with her healthy hand. Finally, the last gesture of the spell was made and everything snapped into place. The dimensional gates floating above them shone with blinding light, forcing Hazlush and Ray to shield their eyes. and a flood of information entered the minds of the 3 simulacrums present. So much information. Hundreds of places, most of them completely disconnected from each other, all of them mixing together into a giant incomprehensible mess. The spell, too vast in scope, struggled to narrow down the search on its own. It passed the task to the caster of the spell. If Rainey was doing this alone, she would have outright failed here. A beginner mage simply wasn't capable of controlling a spell of this sophistication and magnitude. But she wasn't doing this alone. Zorian's simulacrums were present, and they were capable. In fact, a single one of them would have sufficed. Having 3 of them do this together was just overkill. After a few seconds, simulacrum number 1 smiled. Almost immediately afterwards, a quick message was sent to the original by all 3 simulacrums. It only consisted of a single word. Success, simulacrum number 1 mumbled. Break. Sitting next to a table full of battle maps, surrounded by Zack Svim, Alanik, and the rest of the members of their little conspiracy, Zorian suddenly became alert and cleared his throat to get the attention of other people in the room. They immediately stopped whatever argument they were having and turned to him. "We found them," Zorian said. "Start the attack." Break. On a peaceful and sunny day, just one day before the summer festival, the city of Scioria suddenly went to hell. It was around noon when, without warning, dozens of places in the city suddenly launched volleys of magical artillery projectiles to some unseen targets just outside the city. These targets, almost as if they had been expecting something like this might happen, immediately responded with an artillery barrage of their own. In a matter of minutes, the city was burning. Numerous buildings had been partially or completely destroyed, and rogue fire elementals started wandering the city, setting everything they encountered ablaze. Neither of the 2 sides were done yet, though, and the exchange of magical artillery continued on for quite some time. Then the monsters came. Skeletons, war trolls, giant lizards, massive flocks of iron beaks. All of these came pouring out of the local underworld, spreading chaos as they went. A lot of these invading monsters met a grisly end, triggering hidden traps when they tried to move through upper levels of Scioria's underworld, almost as if someone had foreseen their invasion routes. A lot more were held back in the depths of the earth, fighting some unseen enemy beneath the city. But even the fraction of the forces that reached the surface was nothing to scoff at. The final battle had begun. Soon, the leaders of the 2 opposing forces would clash as well. Chapter 101: The Switch. Scioria was burning. A number of important buildings had been leveled to the ground by the initial artillery exchange, and several sections of the city were ablaze with sapient fire that deliberately sought to burn as much of the city as possible. The invading soldiers did not help matters, as they had a tendency to set buildings ablaze unless there were defending forces to stop them from running amok. Despite this, Zorian felt the situation was actually pretty good. Based on the previous invasions he had witnessed in the time loop, he expected the city to suffer far more than it had so far. The city leadership was extremely quick to react and organize itself, despite the fact that the city hall and main barracks got totally destroyed early on, and the defending forces were far better equipped than he remembered. This was only partially the result of Zack and Zorian's machinations. It seemed that despite the 2 sides' agreement to keep things relatively secret and low-key, some awareness of what was happening still ended up trickling down to Scioria's authorities. That was good. Zack and Zorian had more important battles to fight and couldn't afford to come to the aid of the city at this time. It was up to the city itself to douse the fires before they went out of control and repulse the invaders pouring out of tunnels beneath the city. Was it cold-hearted of them to leave Scioria entirely to its own devices in a time like this? A little. However, Zorian firmly believed that what they were doing was the best way to minimize the number of casualties. Getting involved in the city fighting would no doubt cause Quetzalcoatl and other invasion leaders to make their own appearance there as well. It was not in the interest of Scioria and its inhabitants to have a bunch of ultra-powerful mages duking it out in the city streets. No, it was far better to go on the offense against the invaders and force the high-level mage fights to happen elsewhere, somewhere where the invaders would have to worry about collateral damage. This was why one of Zorian's simulacrums was leading a force composed of golems, Alanix recruits, and mind-controlled monsters straight towards the Abasin underground base. The base held the dimensional gate through which the Abasin forces intended to retreat once their goals had been achieved, which meant it had to be held at all costs. Thus, the moment the invaders realized there was a powerful army heading towards their retreat point, they had no choice but to redirect most of their forces to try and stop them. The defenders on the surface probably didn't realize this, but they were fighting a mere fraction of the invading enemies, because most of them were currently busy fighting Zorian's army in the tunnels below. Well, the original Zorian was busy with other matters entirely, so it was more accurate to say they were fighting an army led by his simulacrum, But on this particular day, it hardly mattered. Zorian and his simulacrums were truly one. Their minds fused together to an unprecedented degree. He felt less like a man with a couple of copies running around, and more like a single mind controlling multiple bodies. It was the culmination of all his research into the way Princess and the cephalic rat swarms functioned, and he previously did not dare use it outside of a testing chamber. He was afraid of such magic warping his personality and sense of self, especially if used on a regular basis, but desperate times called for desperate measures. It should be safe to use it just this once. Hopefully. Currently, Zorian's simulacrum body advanced confidently towards the massive enemies blocking the nearby tunnel entrance, unintimidated by their attempt at setting up a blockade. His army, composed of several hundred golems of various sizes, almost 100 mages that Alanik recruited for their cause, and several hundred hook goblins and other dungeon denizens, swarmed behind him, waiting for orders. A pair of shining projectiles, one red, one blue, came flying at him from the enemy barricade ahead. They shone so bright they were painful to look at, that their flight created a startlingly loud screaming sound as they homed in on Zorian. He did not even bother to defend himself. It would be a waste of his limited mana. The huge bodyguard golem that never left his side raised its massive hands in front of Zorian and slapped down the incoming spells like a pair of annoying flies. They exploded into a pair of blinding explosions that somehow strengthened and reinforced each other, becoming stronger than the sum of their parts, but it simply wasn't enough. The defensive wards of the massive bodyguard golem harmlessly neutralized the blast, leaving Zorian completely untouched. The golem was left without so much as a scratch as well. Without saying anything, and before the explosion was even fully over, Zorian pointed the huge magical rifle in his hands at one of the mages that launched the attack and fired. The bullet reached the target at supersonic speeds, effortlessly punching through the defensive wards the Abasins put on their little barricade, hitting the enemy mage in the chest before he could put up any sort of defense. It wasn't a killing blow, but the mage was out of the fight for the foreseeable future, so it might as well have been. Zorian coldly turned his rifle towards the other mage responsible for the attack, ignoring the barrage of spells coming his way or the target's frantic attempts to coat himself in as many shielding spells as humanly possible. More than a dozen nearby golems suddenly turned toward Zorian's target, pointing their own heavy rifles at him in a single, synchronized motion. The mage's shields blocked the first 5 bullets. Then the other 10 or so tore into him and killed him on the spot. As for the barrage of weak spells that was meant to distract him, it was unceremoniously blocked by a bunch of heavily built golems that stepped up in front of him to soak them up with their tough bodies and well-made defensive wards. Zorian gave them a thought, and a screeching swarm of hook goblins, giant centipedes, and cave lizards surged forward and charged the enemy position. The enemy responded by sending hordes of skeletons and zombies forward, and the two groups of expendable meat shields crashed against each other in the middle of the battlefield, attempting to overpower the other. However, it quickly became obvious that the undead were losing. They may have been fearless, but they were ultimately just a mindless mob. Zorian's monster swarm, on the other hand, was more advanced than it appeared. This wasn't the first time Zorian used mind-controlled monsters as meat shields and shock troopers like this, and his methods had evolved greatly over time. His monsters no longer mindlessly charged forward, getting into each other's way and spreading their attacks thin over the entire battlefield, like they did in the past. Instead, they worked together like a cephalic rat swarm, sharing senses, focusing attacks on perceived weak points, ganging up on tough opponents, and sacrificing themselves for the good of the whole if necessary. Suddenly, Zorian sensed 10 mental and soul signatures rapidly moving towards him from all sides, invisibly tunneling towards the back of his army through solid stone. Rockworms. Zorian scoffed inwardly and telepathically ordered the rest of the army to advance forward. The golems mindlessly obeyed, of course, but some of Alanik's human volunteers visibly flinched at the mental command, still unused to this form of communication and a little fearful of him. They did obey in the end, though, and this was all that mattered. He had avoided using them so far, both because he was trying to preserve their strength for a battle that really mattered and because he was still very uncomfortable with ordering people into battles where some of them were guaranteed to die. Unlike the mindless golems and the animal-level monsters that made up the rest of his army, the human mages and soldiers were not expendable. The Abasins in front of them sent out war trolls to charge out and meet them, probably hoping to capitalize on the moment of shock when the rockworms suddenly burst out of the ground and attacked them. That wouldn't be happening, of course. Silverlake must have informed Jornak about Zorian's potent mind magic capabilities, but either the information never trickled down to the people commanding the troops, or they dismissed them as ridiculous, or else they would never dare use a ploy like this against him. It happened in an instant. The charging line of war trolls was only moments away from crashing into the line of battle golems in front of them, perfectly synchronized with the tunneling rockworms that were just about to emerge in the middle of Zorian's army. Whoever was commanding the situation really knew how to arrange things to deal the maximum amount of damage and confusion in an enemy, and Zorian could literally sense the glee and anticipation in the minds of Abasan mages as they waited with bated breaths for the inevitable catastrophe to befall the enemy. And then Zorian suddenly reached out to the 10 approaching rockworms with his mind, tearing through the Abasan mind control schemes like they were made of cobwebs, and commanded them to switch targets. And so they did. Just before the golems and war trolls were about to clash, 8 of the rockworms burst out of the floor and ceiling, tackling the biggest, meanest-looking trolls to the ground and breaking their momentum. When the two groups finally met, the war troll regiment immediately crumbled before the pitiless advance of metal puppets. Tougher than steel and armed with scorching hot blades specifically designed to neutralize the trolls' natural regeneration, the golems wouldn't have had an issue even without the rockworms' help. With them distracting the leaders of the war trolls regiment, the war trolls had no chance. Zorian kept advancing forward. In fact, he had never stopped doing so. As he got closer to the battle between the golems and war trolls, one of the war troll leaders stumbled in close to him, a rockworm stubbornly wrapped around him like a giant snake. The rockworm kept snapping its massive jaws at the war troll's face, while the war troll used both hands to desperately keep it at bay. Zorian gave a command to his huge bodyguard golem, and the metal puppet reached down with one of its massive hands, grabbed the war troll by its left leg and picked it up in the air. The rockworm immediately let go of the troll and found another target to menace, as the massive golem started to spin the war troll above its head a few times and then hurled it straight at the barricade that the Abasans had set up in Zorian's path. It wouldn't have been a very effective attack normally, but the Abasans were a bit busy at the moment. The last 2 rockworms that Zorian didn't send after the war trolls were instead pointed at the mages normally responsible for commanding them. Additionally, Zorian's monster horde had mostly dismembered the undead chaff sent to stop them, and were currently attacking every available weak point of the barricade in the attempt to break through. As such, they could do nothing but watch as their own war trolls, large even by troll standards and clad in heavy steel armor, spun through the air and physically slammed into the boxy stone cube that served as the core of the barricade's defensive wards. The cube shattered into hundreds of pieces, and the wards covering the fortification immediately went down with it. Without breaking his stride, Zorian retrieved the bulky grenade launcher gun from his back and fired 3 frost grenades straight into the biggest clumps of Abasan mages he could see. Barely a moment afterwards, his human underlings joined him in the attack, unwilling to let such an obvious opportunity go to waste, and a wave of energy spells, bullets, and grenades came raining down on the Abasans. Demoralized by their repeated failures, the Abasan forces abandoned their blockade and ran. Zorian was about to command his forces to give chase and thin down their forces when a familiar figure materialized in the air in front of him. It was a floating humanoid wearing a scarlet-red robe, his face hidden beneath a hood that masked his features under a veil of darkness. Even after unmasking himself to them, Jornak still used his red robe outfit to face them. "You were hiding your abilities when we fought earlier," said Jornak, idly blocking a handful of bullets Zorian's soldiers had fired at him while simultaneously firing a streak of lightning back at them. The lightning line hit the first target in an instant, killing him on the spot, before arcing from target to target 5 more times, claiming 3 more lives and disabling 2 more. Zorian immediately ordered them all to withdraw. They might have held some usefulness as a distraction, but they would have to die in droves to achieve that, and he didn't want that on his soul. The Jornak in front of him was just a simulacrum anyway, so it wasn't like they would accomplish much by putting him down. "We both hit our true abilities," Zorian told him, firing a few rounds from his rifle at the floating figure without missing a beat. Jornak blocked them just as easily as he did the bullets from before, looking completely unconcerned. Some kind of shield specialized in defending against physical attacks like bullets? There is nothing strange or unexpected about that. "I really hate those things," Jornak commented. Zorian was pretty sure he was talking about the rifle in his hands. They caused so much grief and suffering. "I wish they were never invented. I'd certainly never use one of those unless I had no choice." I believe Zack feels the same. That's why it surprised me so much when you used one against me the first time we fought. In a way, you're even more honorless than I am. Zorian did not feel like being lectured to by someone like Jornak, so he simply ordered his golems to attack and prepare to cast a spell. He didn't think the man was really here for a philosophical discussion anyway. He probably just wanted to stall Zorian with pointless talk while the enemy forces converged together and regrouped. Almost simultaneously, both of them hasted themselves in an attempt to catch each other off guard and let loose 3 spells each. The The walls of the tunnels around them instantly melted, warped, and shattered. They were both unharmed for it. A faint shockwave of the clash propagated itself to the spot where Zorian's human army had retreated, prompting them to fearfully retreat even further. Zorian frowned, looking at the red-robed figure in front of him. Truthfully, he had known something like this would happen when he started this attack. He would have been seriously worried if someone hadn't shown up to stop him, since he would soon be approaching the Abasin base. Their enemies had to stop him before he could shut down the dimensional portal they used to shuffle their forces from place to place. Without it, the invasion was finished before it even began. The trouble was, the original was already fighting elsewhere, and that fight was way more important than this one. This was also the reason why the only serious opposition their enemies had sent to stop him was one of Jornak's simulacrums. They were already pressed elsewhere and couldn't spare anyone else. Truthfully, this whole operation was a bit of a deliberate distraction. He had never really expected to take the Abasin base, because most of their forces were busy elsewhere. His main purpose was to lessen the pressure on the city and to threaten the Abasin retreat point to the point where they would be forced to send someone important to defend it. Both of the goals had been pretty much achieved. The very fact that Jornak had been forced to send one of his simulacrums and waste his mana on this was a success. At this point, it would serve his purposes just fine to simply drag this fight out as much as possible, wasting Jornak's mana and preventing him from fully committing elsewhere. Or he could take a risk and try to eliminate the simulacrum for real, something that would force the enemy to shift even more resources to this conflict, but had a high chance of blowing up in his face if his simulacrum ended up being destroyed in the clash. All of the human recruits that followed him to this place would die soon afterwards, and the Abasins would once again be free to focus their effort on the city above. The indecision only lasted for a moment. He swiftly ordered his golem army into motion and then created a swarm of tiny projectiles around him. Each one was smaller than his thumb and glowed with bright orange light, circling around him like a river of stars. Though seemingly weak, each of the little orange stars contained the force of a fully powered fireball. They were fast, maneuverable, and Zorian could hold them in reserve until he needed them. He immediately sent 3 of them at Jornak on curved, complicated trajectories, and then followed them up with a lance of force aimed straight at his head. Jornak's reaction to the small army of golems trying to tackle him surprised Zorian, however. Rather than use magic to evade them or waste a huge amount of mana to batter their spell-resistant bodies, he simply punched them away. The simulacrum Jornak sent here was clearly special in some way that Zorian did not understand, because he possessed downright incomprehensible physical strength. His mere punches sent man-sized golems flying away like discarded dolls, and a well-placed kick could easily snap a knee joint and render the golem useless. Worse, Jornak's simulacrum seemed able to regenerate its ectoplasmic body with minimal effort on his part. Twice Zorian managed to severely damage him, blowing off his arm once and piercing a big hole with a force lance in his torso the other time, and in both cases the damage went away in mere seconds. Zorian ordered his bodyguard golem to join the fray, hoping to use its size and powerful wards to simply overpower Jornak with raw strength, but this quickly backfired. Jornak took out 3 grenades from his pocket and threw them above his head before teleporting out of the huge golem's reach. Before Zorian could order it to withdraw, the grenades detonated without the slightest sound. A web of hair-thin dimensional fractures flashed faintly in the air, space itself shattering before the magical grenade blast and enveloped the golem. As potent as the great golem's defenses were, very few things could stand up to the cutting power of dimensional fractures. The thin black lines went through the golem's bulk with hardly any resistance, snuffing out its animation core and cutting up its bulk into hundreds of tiny pieces. Zorian could only helplessly watch as his creation, one which had been crucial in his coming this far so easily, fell apart in front of his eyes. Okay, now he was kind of angry. He launched all the fire stars he had circling him straight at Jornak's simulacrum, forcing him onto the defensive, and then physically charged straight at him. The enemy's simulacrum hesitated for a second, no doubt wondering what had possessed Zorian to do something that stupid, before deciding this was too good of a chance to pass up. He charged as well, rushing to meet Zorian head-on. Jornak's simulacrum was clearly far more powerful up close than Zorian's. Just before they slammed into each other, Jornak's whole body became shrouded in arcing red electricity that reminded Zorian of Quetzalcoatl's favorite spell. In a blindingly fast movement, Jornak's hand flashed forward and punched straight through the chest of Zorian's simulacrum. Despite being made out of metal and alchemically treated materials, his body provided very little resistance before the ectoplasmic hand, which passed through him like a very sharp blade. Damaging red lightning immediately began spreading itself through the chest cavity of the simulacrum, irreparably damaging sensitive components. Zorian ignored the damage. Instead, he reached out with both hands and firmly gripped the hand sticking out of his chest. Realizing that something was wrong, Jornak's simulacrum tried to wrench its hand free of the grasp, but he wasn't fast enough. Hundreds of mana threads erupted out of Zorian's palms, burrowing themselves into Jornak's ectoplasmic flesh. Jornak's simulacrum shuddered and twitched as it tried to move, but failed to wrench itself out of Zorian's grasp. Even as Zorian's chest started to flake off around a hand stuck in it, internal components seeping out as fine black sand, Jornak's own form was getting blurrier and more indistinct. Moreover, the degradation of Jornak's simulacrum was clearly progressing faster than that of Zorian's own puppet body, more and more mana threads spreading throughout its ectoplasmic form and disrupting it on a fundamental level. "You," Jornak croaked incredulously, before his entire body, red cloak and all, warped and flickered like a badly made illusion and collapsed into smoke. Zorian's own simulacrum body then promptly collapsed on the floor, now that Jornak's hand was no longer keeping his body standing. His internals were far too ruined for him to move his limbs anymore, and just about the only thing he could still move was his head. Eventually, the human soldiers under his command decided to check things out and cautiously approach the place of the battle. "Hey," Zorian suddenly called out from the ground, where his crumpled simulacrum body lay motionless. A bunch of people looked at themselves before the closest soldier pointed to himself curiously. "Yeah, you with a beard. Cut off my head. The tail has been illicitly lifted. Should you spot it on Amazon, report the violation." "I beg your pardon?" the man asked, shocked. "I can't move my body, so it's mostly just useless weight at this point. Sadly, none of my golems are too good at fine manual dexterity, so it's up to you to cut off my head and carry it with you. You'll be my official head carrier from now on." The man gave the body on the floor a strange look before sighing. "This is not what I signed up for," he mumbled under his breath. "Break." At the same time, one Zorian was fighting in the tunnels beneath Cyoria, but he was also in Koth, preparing to participate in the assault on the Abasin base there. Jornak had made a portal link to Koth earlier in the month, in order to eventually take Zorian's friends and family hostage, and now there was a small Abasin base hidden out there in the jungle, relatively close to the Terramantula estate. Zorian couldn't tell if Jornak still placed any hopes on this plan. On one hand, the base was still there, and the portal connection was not shut down. Surely their enemies would not have done this if they knew that Zorian had opted out of using the Terramantula estate as his sanctuary. On the other hand, the base looked pretty small and understaffed to Zorian's eyes. Just a single regiment of war trolls and a small horde of undead, led by a handful of human mages. This was a pretty half-hearted operation. Or that's what he thought anyway. Orisa and the other Terramantula around him apparently did not share his sentiments. What a nasty surprise these people had planned for us. "This would have been a disaster if the attackers had caught us off guard," Orisa commented. "I've seen you fight," Zorian said, frowning. "A house with several dozen mages like you should have no problems repulsing a force like this, even if the war trolls and undead are more resistant to be attacks than most targets." Since most of their attention was placed elsewhere, Zorian was here only as a simulacrum. Moreover, he did not have an army of golems with him like the simulacrum beneath Cyoria did. He was here more as an advisor than anything. The Terramantula would be the ones who did all the fighting. "You did?" Orisa asked curiously. "How strange. I don't remember fighting anyone while you were around." "Still, while I thank you for the compliments, the simple counterpoint to your claim is that our house doesn't have several dozen mages like me. I am very much exceptional, both in talent and the amount of resources that have been spent on me. Most of the members of our house aren't particularly good at fighting to begin with. Most of them are primarily trackers and surveyors, using their bees purely to find things and fighting only as a last resort." Said Zorian, wincing a little internally. "Yes, you probably shouldn't take someone like Orisa to be the benchmark for your average member of the house. So why did you insist on making this attack then? Why not just defend your estate like I advised you to?" "There is too much risk involved in that," Orisa said. "If our main hives are damaged in the fighting, it would be a huge blow to our operations. But more importantly, the elders want that portal." Zorian raised his eyebrow at her. "The portal, of course. The base Jornak made for this operation connected Koth directly to Altazia, bridging the vast distances between two continents with a permanent dimensional connection. The value of this was incalculable. And you think you can take out this force, which you aren't sure you could defend against effectively, in such a way that you can seize the portal intact?" Zorian asked her curiously. "There is a chance, yes," Orisa told him with a mysterious smile. "In a direct fight, I wouldn't be too confident of my chances, but thanks to your information, we have a chance to take them off guard. If we can sneak enough bees into their base without them noticing, then their first indication of an impending attack will consist of getting swarmed by hundreds of magical bees each. You'd have to make sure to get them all, or the whole thing will fail, Zorian pointed out. If even one survives the initial attack, he will close the portal. Of course, Arissa said. That's why it's important to be patient and do this slowly. You said there was no rush, yes? None, Zorian admitted. This fight was relatively irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. If the Terramachula could really seize the portal, Zorian supposed they could send in some of their forces to the other side to assist them, but that was unlikely to be decisive in any way. In fact, I wholly support your decision to be careful. Less chance of your needing to pull us out of the fire if we flounder? Arissa asked knowingly. I'm just a moderately talented teenager, Zorian said. I could hardly turn the tide of battle all on my own. Yes, I'm sure, Arissa said. How many living people did you say were in the base? 28, Zorian said with barely a thought. He then quickly pointed out to her where exactly everyone currently was so her forces wouldn't waste time scouting the base for no reason. You know exactly where everyone in that base is, even from this distance, Arissa said lightly. But you're just a moderately talented teenager. Your brother should have taught you how to lie better. It's just a standard mind sense that all psychic people have, Zorian protested. Just an innate ability, nothing more. I'm quite sure that Diamond couldn't replicate what you just did, despite being way older than you, Arissa said. Why was he so bad at this look relatively normal thing? This was going to be a real problem in the future. He could already tell. You know what? I'm shutting up now, Zorian sighed. You have a surprise attack to plan, so you should get on that, and I'll just stand on the sidelines and let the adults handle everything from now on. Please protect me, Damon's fiancé. My brother will never forgive you if you get his beloved little brother killed. She set loose some of her bees on him for that. Break. Zorian was in the tunnels beneath Scioria, he was in Koth, and he was even in the academy in Scioria, setting up contingencies in case things failed to develop as they hoped. But mostly, he was at Ayaska's mansion. In fact, Zak, Svim, Olenik, Demen, and most of their forces were also at Ayaska's mansion because that's where the Abasins held their kidnapped shifter children. It was a bit of an obvious choice in retrospect. It was heavily defended, it was really far from any other civilization, and it had a gate connection to the Abasin base beneath Scioria. However, there had been lots of obvious choices when it came to the place where the Abasins held the shifter children, and the cost of attacking Ayaska Mansion was huge. It wasn't something they would be willing to commit to unless they knew there was something of critical importance there. Well, now they knew, and the mansion and its surroundings had become the site of a bitter battle. Zorian's real body was here, standing on the back of Princess as the forest burned and shuddered around them. Thousands upon thousands of undead were charging at them, ranging from simple undead boars to towering mountains of stitched-up flesh that could rival even the biggest of Zorian's golems in size. Zorian's golems took care of most of them, tearing into them with grenade throwers and dismembering them with giant blades, but there were just too many of them. Fortunately, Princess was unafraid of the horde of the walking dead, and her 8 heads were ever vigilant. Any undead that dared approach her was immediately dealt with, without Zorian having to do anything. Immediately behind the undead horde was a rapidly approaching mass of monsters, mostly war trolls and winter wolves, with a huge swarm of iron beaks hovering above them, cawing ominously. Some rock worms were moving invisibly beneath the surface of the earth, but their controllers were wiser than the ones beneath Scioria and made sure the worms avoided Zorian like a plague and stayed as far away from him as possible. And in the distance, perched on the roof of the mansion, were 3 dragons staring intently at them. 3 living, perfectly healthy dragons, completely unrelated to the skeletal monstrosity hidden in the depths of Ayaska Mansion. Oganj and his 2 students, Zorian was sure. They weren't doing anything for now, but Zorian knew this wouldn't last as they got closer to the mansion itself. The attack was meant to be a surprise, but their enemies had clearly been ready for them anyway. Well, it would have been nice to catch their enemies completely off guard, but he had never really thought this would be an easy battle anyway. After some back and forth with Zak, Zorian gave a silent signal to the menacing mass of iron beaks in the sky, and suddenly the whole flock swerved to the side as one, before letting loose a massive volley of knife-like feathers at a seemingly empty patch of land. Distant screams filled the air as the mages who were moving there under the cover of invisibility suddenly came under attack by the forces they believed were on their side. Before the enemy mages could regroup, Zorian ordered Princess to charge forward towards the mansion. She did so with relish, but not before letting loose a challenging roar from all 8 of her heads at the trio of dragons in the distance. Clearly riled up by the provocation, one of the dragons shook and almost flew up in the air to intercept her, but the biggest of the dragons casually slapped him down with his tail and gave him a silent glare. Visibly chastised, the smaller dragon immediately backed down. Zorian was impressed. Although Ganj was clearly the biggest and meanest of the trio, the other two were still adult dragons. They were not known for accepting such clearly subordinate positions lightly. Oganj must be more than just a good mage if he could convince a pair of adult dragons to follow his orders like that. In any case, Princess was like an 8-headed train that didn't need train tracks to get around. Her great speed and bulk meant that she could simply barrel through the undead horde with minimal resistance, trampling smaller corpses without slowing down and knocking the bigger stuff aside to continue forward. Then Alanik and his fellow mages finished their spell and summoned a fiery twister inside the heart of the undead horde, where it began to suck in the undead towards the center and got increasingly bigger and stronger the more undead it consumed. Zorian had seen that spell before, and now he even knew what the secret behind it was. The fire twister was actually trapping the souls of the undead it consumed and using them to power itself, which is why it seemingly never ran out of mana and only got stronger as it killed more and more undead. It was a rather dark piece of magic by church standards, almost necromantic in the way it functioned, but fighting fire with fire and all that. The fire twister would release the souls it had gathered when the spell eventually ended, letting them move on to the afterlife. Before Zorian could celebrate too much, hundreds of red figures poured out of the mansion, flying into the sky. Zorian squinted at the sight, finding the enemies in front of him unfamiliar. They looked almost like bats, but with disturbingly humanoid bodies and faces, and snake-like tails trailing behind them. The tail had a toothy mouth at the end, Zorian eventually realized, and the tails moved around like they had a mind of their own. Demons, Alanik sent to him through their telepathic link. Minor or major? Zorian asked. There is no such thing as a minor demon, Alanik answered him. But I suppose these would count as minor. Zorian clacked his tongue. Sadly, due to the way the time loop functioned, he had no experience at all in how to fight something like this. All he knew was that demons were an incredibly diverse bunch, with many strange powers that sometimes varied from individual to individual, never mind different species. Fighting them was almost as bad as fighting a human mage. You never really knew what to expect. Let us handle them, another voice demanded over the telepathic link. Zorian didn't argue. He gave his permission, and a swarm of Solrotham suddenly rose into the sky with a terrible buzzing sound and flew off to intercept the demon bats. For a while, Zorian busied himself with guiding several severing discs and decapitating war trolls and winter wolves while Princess trampled everything in her path, but gradually things began to bother him. Things were going pretty good, but he couldn't help but feel that this was because the mansion defenders weren't really giving their all to stop them. They were just sending disposable troops to buy themselves more time for something. The facto Ganj and his two students were just sitting there on the mansion roof, and watching the battle with seemingly no intention to get involved was especially bothering him. Why were the freaking dragons not attacking? Hell, they hadn't even sent the skeletal dragon into the fray. He nervously fingered the cube given to him by the angel he summoned, wondering if he should... No, this wasn't the right time. Using it now would be a mistake. Something in the back of his mind insisted that this was true. He put the cube back into his jacket pocket and made a quick conversation with Zack, Alanik, and everyone else. Soon, an absolutely massive creature rose into the air in the distance before rapidly approaching. It was the Solrotham holy beast, the massive sandworm that had given them so much trouble when they had tried to fight it. Now it was on their side. Flying on hundreds of translucent butterfly-like wings, the worm made a beeline for the three dragons. At the same time, the others also made their own moves. Zorian projected a blast of repelling force in front of Princess, knocking aside some troublesome opponents that had halted her advance, and ordered her to head straight for the mansion and its guardian dragons, damn everything else. Meanwhile, a milky white orb suddenly rose into the air, carrying Zack, Svim, Alanik, and Demin towards the dragons with incredible speed and agility. The dragons immediately realized they were being targeted and rose into the air as one. Oganj bellowed out something to his two students, and they each picked their own opponent. The left one went to intercept Zorian and Princess. The right one flew off to engage the massive sandworm in the sky above the mansion. As for Oganj, he seemed to have identified Zack's group as the biggest danger out of them all, and thus something he should deal with personally. Zorian was modest enough to admit the Dragon Mage was probably right. In any case, once Oganj decided it was time to fight, he did not hold back in the slightest. Zack's sphere was too fast and maneuverable for the great dragon to dodge it or breathe fire on it, so he instead reached for his magic. Waving his hands in a surprisingly human-like gesture, Oganj created an incandescent white sphere in his hand and thrust it in the opposing sphere's general direction. Even though the attack wasn't aimed at him, and he was quite a distance away, Zorian could still feel his neck hairs raise at the amount of mana Oganj poured into the spell. Dragon magic was bullshit. Thankfully, all of them were quite unusual in their own way, and Zack had 3 other people supporting him. Before the destructive sphere could actually get close to Zack's sphere and detonate, space started to bend around it, like something invisible was being wrapped around it, and then the sphere seemingly winked out of existence. Moments later, a terrifying detonation sounded in the distance. Svim had teleported Oganj's projectile away into a nearby region, but its detonation still sent vibrations through Zorian's chest and lit up the sky like a second sun. Gods, no wonder Zack had died to Oganj so many times. How are they even supposed to fight someone like this? Watch out, you stupid savage. Sudamir's voice suddenly echoed all around the mansion, magically amplified and projected so that it could be heard clearly in the whole region. You're lucky they got rid of that projectile, or you'd have leveled the whole mansion. Since when is this kind of magic acceptable when you're defending a place? Shut up, Oganj yelled back in clear human tongue, his voice just as loud as Sudamir's, despite using no magic to amplify it. I know what I'm doing. Go whine to your dead wife instead of bothering me when I'm fighting. Zorian ignored the bickering between Sudamir and Oganj because he had more immediate issues to worry about. Oganj's student was probably not as powerful as his master, but he was still a dragon mage and he was coming for him. Zorian fired a force lance at the incoming dragon's wing, hoping to ground it. Dragon flight was magical, but they still needed their wings intact if they wanted to use it, so wing membranes were a big, well-known weakness. Too well-known, apparently. The dragon tried to swerve out of the way of the force lance, but when Zorian revealed he could make the lance pivot in the middle of flight and change directions on a whim, he found out that the dragon also erected a shield around himself just in case. The force lance hit the shield and shattered harmlessly upon it. Visibly narrowing his eyes at Zorian and Princess, the dragon took a deep breath and launched a stream of fire-based projectiles at them. Apparently, this dragon practiced magic that allowed him to shape his breath into various projectiles like exploding fireballs and fast-moving beams of flame. He still couldn't hit Princess. With her 8 heads and her strangely shaped body, she kind of looked like she should be clumsy and slow, but she was a divinely enhanced beast, and this impression was totally wrong. Princess was both fast and maneuverable, and not only did she skillfully dodge every projectile the young dragon mage directed at her, she even found the time to pick up various loose stones and small winter wolves that hadn't moved away fast enough and hurl them straight at the dragon in the air. She was a pretty good shot, too. Plus, of course, she had Zorian riding on her back. Whenever she couldn't dodge something, he would just deflect it away while periodically annoying the dragon with simple force projectiles. He was pretty sure that this was the dragon that had wanted to fight Princess when she had bellowed out a challenge at the start of the battle, so he should be a fairly irritable sort. Annoyingly, the dragon had placed mental shields on itself before the battle had even begun. They weren't much, but dragons were already a pain to affect with his powers, even without dedicated mental defenses, due to their magic resistance. The mental shield, crude as it was, simply made the idea of targeting it with mind magic a complete non-starter. Thankfully, Zorian's hopes about the dragon's irritability proved to be correct. After repeatedly dodging his projectiles and harassing him with force spells, the dragon had apparently had enough. He could have continued flying high, outside of Zorian's and Princess's effective reach, but instead he decided to descend closer to the ground so he could catch them with a more powerful attack. It was a good attack, Zorian had to admit. The dragon created a translucent blue ball in front of him and launched it at the pair. As it got closer, it suddenly extended into a large gelatinous dome and trapped them inside it. Princess tried to bite through it, but the gelatinous barrier resisted her efforts and even glued one of her jaws shut, forcing Zorian to cut her free. Meanwhile, the dragon clearly took time powering up some kind of massive fire spell that would incinerate them both to ashes, now that they were both trapped in a small area with no way to dodge. Unfortunately for him, Princess could teleport. Just before the dragon could release his spell, Princess quickly curled up into a ball and disappeared from her gelatinous prison, taking Zorian with her. Before the dragon could realize what happened, he had already launched the fire attack at the empty dome, wasting his spell and hitting nothing. Then Princess popped into existence practically next to him, and Zorian quickly fired a whole bundle of severing whips at the dragon's torso. Being considerably tougher than a human, the dragon mage was not cut into tiny chunks by the severing whips, but they did cut into his flesh, drawing blood and wrapping too tightly around him to be easily dislodged, especially since any struggle would just worsen his wounds. Zorian anchored the severing whips to Princess's back and ordered her to pull. She did. The dragon let loose an almost girlish scream and plummeted to the ground, severing whips digging ever deeper into his flesh. Before he could gather his bearings, Princess was already upon him, heads biting and snarling, and they both went down in a tangle of limbs and necks. The fight quickly degenerated into a weird but vicious wrestling match, the dragon and divine Hydra rolling around the ground, knocking down small trees and smashing boulders into powder. As for Zorian, he had thankfully already jumped off Princess's back when she went after the downed dragon, and was currently flying towards the other two dragon fights in a milky white sphere similar to the one that Zack used to confront Domagoj. He felt a little bad leaving Princess to fight the dragon on her own, but he had faith she wasn't going to get herself killed in his absence. She was a pretty tough girl. The other two fights, he soon realized, were still ongoing. In fact, they had merged into some kind of confused combined battle, thanks to two facts. One, Domagoj's student couldn't really stop the flying sandworm. He could keep it busy, but the sandworm was too big and massive for the relatively tiny dragon to stop it from going wherever it wished. Secondly, the Iron Beaks decided, on their own initiative, to pick a fight with the two dragons. Zorian had no idea how that had happened, since picking up a reason from the minds of Iron Beaks itself proved unhelpful. They were just very, very angry, and apparently hated the three dragons from the very moment they had shown up and arrogantly claimed the mansion's roof like they owned the whole place. Compared to dragons, the Iron Beaks were nothing. However, there were a lot of them, and they knew when to attack and when to retreat. Moreover, Zack and the others were protecting them, since they found the vicious corvids useful as a distraction. Also, apparently, Sudamir really didn't like the fact that his mansion, which contained his beloved wife's spirit, was in danger from all this fighting around it. As such, his voice constantly sounded from the mansion, shouting instructions at the two dragons and insults at Zack and the others. He was starting to sound increasingly incoherent as time went by, and by the time Zorian got close to the battlefield, the man had apparently had enough. The roof of the mansion crumbled, and the skeletal dragon hidden inside the top half of it started to pick itself up from the rubble. Domagoj gave the skeletal dragon and the mansion itself a contemptuous snort before focusing back on his current fight. Of course, the other combatants wouldn't allow another powerful creature to join the fight like that, so before the skeletal dragon could launch itself into the air, Domagoj suddenly materialized a giant ectoplasmic body around himself and tackled it off the roof and into the ground below. Daimon had once used the spell to tangle with Princess, back before they had realized how to take control of her, and now it was being used to restrain Sudamir's skeletal dragon. Sadly, Sudamir was no amateur when it came to building his artificial horrors, and the skeletal dragon wouldn't be so easily restrained. Daimon gave it his best, but it was clear that he was losing, and none of the others could afford to turn their back on the other two dragons to give him a hand. But Zorian, who had just arrived on the scene, could. Before the two dragons could react, Zorian reached into the Imperial Orb that he carried with him, and an absolutely massive golem popped into existence. It was 6 meters tall and fully made from gleaming, nigh-indestructible metal. The ground sank under its weight as it barreled towards the skeletal dragon being desperately pinned to the ground by Damon's conjured giant. Perhaps it was just Zorian's imagination, but he could almost see an expression of pure panic in the dragon's empty eye sockets just before the metal colossus jumped on top of it and brought down its heavy spiked fists right on top of its skull. Sadly, the moment was slightly ruined by the fact said heavy metal fists didn't shatter the skeletal dragon's skull into tiny fragments with a single blow. Instead, the golem just chipped the skull and ended any hope it had of getting into the air, where its maneuverability would make it a huge threat to everyone on his side. Before Zorian could celebrate and focus on grinding the stupid bone dragon to dust, though, a strange ripple emanated from the mansion, causing both him and everyone else to halt in their tracks. I really hoped this wouldn't be necessary. Sudamir's voice sounded again, this time sounding calmer and more subdued. Shit. Zack suddenly swore over their telepathic connection, and then Zorian's entire perception lurched and twisted. His vision warped, his knees buckled, and bile rose to his throat, threatening to make him puke. He immediately recognized the symptoms. It reminded him of a botched teleportation spell, except he quickly looked around. He was still next to Ayaska Mansion. The Colossus Golem was still holding the skeletal dragon pinned to the ground not far from him, and the Iron Beaks cawed frantically in the sky above, their synchronized murder flock wobbling chaotically in a disorganized fashion. He was impressed they hadn't dropped from the sky when the dizziness hit them. Beyond Ayaska Mansion, though, Zorian could see a building. A familiar building. And in the distance, he could see burning fires and hear the sound of city defenders facing off against marauding war trolls and hordes of undead. It took him only a moment to realize what had transpired. During the last planar alignment, A group of mages managed to perform an incredible feat of transplanting their city from one continent to another. What Jornak and his allies did was relatively tame in comparison. They had simply switched Ayaska Mansion and its surrounding space with a piece of Scioria. Zorian sighed. He gave a mental order to the Colossus Golem, and it brought down its fist once again on the skeletal dragon's skull, this time shattering it to pieces, causing the rest of its bony body to fall limp and lifeless. Despite all their attempts, everything converged back in Scioria in the end. In the sky above, Oganj gave a bellowing roar as the battle began anew. Chapter 102 Giants. In the middle of Scioria, relatively close to the massive bottomless hole around which the city was built, there was an anomaly. A large mansion sat there like a lonely sentinel, surrounded by trees. No road led to it, and the surrounding forest was far too thick and wild for a city park. The area was perfectly circular, even cutting several buildings in half at the edges, as if someone had switched a portion of the northern forest with a random city district with zero care as to how it would naturally fit inside. Which is exactly what had happened, of course. While Zorian and the others had been fighting the dragons and trying to break into Ayaska Mansion, their enemies had been performing a powerful teleportation ritual to send said mansion straight into the heart of Scioria, right next to the place where the primordial release ritual was to take place. Zorian took a few moments to replenish his mana reserves a little and marveled at the sheer audacity of the feat. He had been curious for a while now why Quetzalcoatl, Silver Lake, and Jornak weren't helping their dragon allies defend the mansion. Now he knew. This kind of ritual spell wasn't something that could be done on a whim or stopped in the middle without consequences. Quetzalcoatl, Jornak, and Silver Lake were probably all required to pull this off, and they absolutely couldn't afford to get distracted for even a moment. That's why they got the 3 dragon mages to guard them at this critical time. That's why they were so defensive in general. They should have pushed them harder, Zorian thought to himself regretfully. If they had held nothing back right from the start and tried to break into the mansion with absolutely everything at their disposal, then maybe. He shook his head, putting such thoughts to the side. This was no time for regrets and hypotheticals. Besides, in a way, luck had been on their side. Zorian had not invested too much time studying these kinds of ritual spells, but everything he knew about them told him they had to have started the ritual a long time ago. Long before Zorian had given everyone a signal to start the attack, Jornak and his allies had started casting their spell. If they had moved any slower, it was possible the fight would have started with the mansion's sudden teleportation in the middle of Scioria. Now that would have been a disaster. He observed the battleground around him, trying to figure out his next course of action. Princess had been too far to get caught in the teleportation effect, which meant she was effectively out of the fight. It would take too much time and mana to get her to Scioria, assuming she could even finish her fight with her draconic opponent in a timely manner. The Solrotham's flying sandworm had also been left behind, being far, far too big for the teleportation spell. On the bright side, both of the divine beasts had tied up one of the dragon mages through their efforts. The one princess had been fighting was obviously too far to get teleported, and the second one had been hit by the sandworm and flung into the distance at the time the teleportation effect hit, causing it to be left behind as well. The only dragon mage left now was Oganj, who was currently fighting Zorian's allies in the sky above the mansion. Unfortunately, Oganj was by far the most powerful dragon mage out of the 3, and they were now fighting above a highly populated city, where collateral damage was very much an issue. On the bright side, Zack and his entire group had followed Oganj to Scioria, and they were joined by most of the Iron Beaks and the Solrotham. Zack and the other human mages were currently busy keeping Oganj from leveling the city, but the other 2 were basically unopposed. Under the leadership of their high priest, the Devil Wasps had thoroughly beaten the Demon Bats, and were currently just mopping them up. As for the Iron Beaks, they were quickly recovering from their sudden change in scenery, and their fighting spirit didn't seem lessened by the experience. Both groups would soon be free to join the other battlefields. Which was good, because a flood of war trolls, various monsters, undead, and enemy mages suddenly started pouring out of Ayaska Mansion. Zorian was not surprised by this. Why else would their enemies bother transporting the entire Ayaska Mansion to Scioria, unless it was filled to the brim with troops? Still, he was kind of surprised that they managed to keep so many of their forces in reserve like this. The amount of soldiers and monsters they had placed beneath Scioria to fake the main attack wasn't small, and they had also lost a great many of their minions trying to delay them from reaching Ayaska Mansion. Jornak and Quetzalcoatl must have been far more active with recruiting than they thought. It wasn't just the Altasian mercenary groups. Either looking at the enemy forces spreading out into the city, Zorian could see that many of them were of clear Ulquin Abesa origin. Quetzalcoatl must have paid a heavy price to reinforce his existing soldiers with these new ones. This was a risky move by the ancient lich, Zorian felt. There were too many obeisants here for them to retreat from the city in a timely manner, even with the help of a permanent dimensional gate. The plan was probably for the obeisant forces to retreat the same way they had come in, by retreating to a.k.a. Mansion and then have it teleported again, this time out of the city. However, this was something that was much easier to disrupt than his original plan, which meant a.k.a. risked losing a lot of forces today. Idly, Zorian wondered how a huge loss in lives and tame monsters here would reflect on a.k.a.'s reputation back on Ulquina Besa before deciding this wasn't the time for such thoughts. He directed the iron beaks at these new forces threatening the city and sent a message to the Solrotham asking them to support them. He received no response from the Solrotham High Priest, but the Devil Wasps did start to fly towards the forces exiting a.k.a. Mansion, so they had clearly gotten the message. He also sent a signal to the Academy. Up until this moment, the Academy staff had taken a purely defensive stance and had not gotten involved in the city fighting much, but an improvised combat force had long been gathered and organized. Now that a mass of enemies had materialized practically on their doorstep, the Academy was also close to the hole. After all, they also began pouring out and started to actively confront them. As for Zorian, he did nothing to help their allies against the enemy forces running amok in the city. He'd done all he could for them. They would lose or triumph based on their own merits. Instead, he kept replenishing his mana and waited for... they were finally here. a.k.a., Silver Lake, and Jornak. The three of them marched out of a.k.a. Mansion once the flow of troops leaving their base had slowed down to a trickle, their bearings proud and their steps never faltering. All three of them were as Zorian had come to know them. The ancient lich was in his skeletal battle form, black bones encased in gold-decorated armor, and the imperial crown placed securely on top of his bony head. Sickly green light emanated from him, something that he now knew was a visible trace of a powerful ward anchored to the fancy armor he was wearing. His appearance wasn't just for the sake of appearances and intimidation. Jornak was still dressed in that distinctive red robe he loved to wear, his face hidden in darkness. Truthfully, Zorian still often thought of him as Red Robe in his head, even though he was completely sure of his identity by this point. Finally, Silver Lake was looking the most relaxed out of the three, dressed in an expensive red dress, hands clasped behind her back as she was looking around at everything around her. Zorian couldn't really hear her due to the distance between him and their group of three, but she seemed to be quietly humming some kind of tune as she walked. It was hard to connect the beautiful, black-haired woman in front of him with the withered old which he had come to know in the time loop, but they were clearly one and the same. All three were under the effect of mind blank. Of course, two more new arrivals also caught his attention. At the same time their three main enemies marched out of the mansion, a large procession of people in robes also left the mansion through another entrance. The lead people were dressed in the same kind of red robe that Jornak was wearing, and guarded tightly in the center of the procession was a large armored carriage that seemed to be shaking from time to time, as if someone was pounding on it from the inside. The group immediately set off in the direction of the hole, barely glancing at the fights occurring around the mansion. The second thing that caught his attention was another a.k.a. This one was identical to the ancient lich that had just marched out of the mansion, except this one was holding a glowing red gem the size of a human fist and was standing directly on top of the ruined roof of a.k.a. Mansion. a.k.a. was using a simulacrum? How interesting. As far as Zorian could tell, a.k.a. was like Zack in that he didn't like using those unless he had to. He didn't have the convenient telepathic link to his copies like Zorian did, and he probably worried about what one of his copies would do without his supervision. It was hard enough for Zorian to keep his copies in line. He couldn't imagine how many headaches other people experience with them. So that probably means... The second a.k.a. raised his black skeletal hand in the air, his palm pointed at the sky, holding the glowing red gem exposed for all to see. A complicated magic circle, made out of blood red light, suddenly sprang up around his position. Red streams of light emanated from the gem like many whip-like tentacles, and the air above the mansion started to twist and distort like hot summer air. Yeah, it was time. He reached into his jacket pocket and retrieved the angel cube. Then he deployed the Imperial Orb and retrieved from it a much bigger metal cube of his own design. Glancing to the side, he could see Damin approaching him. His older brother had chosen to stay still for a while after the teleportation event, rather than immediately rejoining Zack and the others in fighting Oganj. He had spent a lot of mana fighting Sudamir's skeletal dragon until Zorian had come, so he probably felt it prudent to take a breather and recover some strength while he could. That thing on the roof is going to summon something. Min told him, concern creeping into his voice. Something big. Demons, Zorian said. I know. But look at those three marching towards us. Do you think we can push through them to stop the summoning? Daimen looked at the ancient lich, the humming witch, and the man in the red robe. He didn't know them like Zorian did, but he was a powerful and experienced mage and could make a decent judgment. He then looked at the battle in the sky, where Zak Alanik and Svim were fighting Oganj, and scowled. Their companions were too busy to come to their aid. Can you help me hold them off while I do some summoning of my own? Zorian asked, giving Daimen a brief side glance while focusing on the angel cube in his hands. He had never actually done a summoning like this before. He really hoped he didn't mess things up. That would be really anticlimactic. He swept his hands around him, and invisible forces cut deep grooves in the ground around them, forming a complicated magic circle of his own. The lines and glyphs began to glow blue. You won't seriously ask me to fight 3 master mages alone? Daimen asked incredulously. I think you have a very inflated view of my capabilities here, brother. It's fine, Zorian insisted. You just have to hold them off for a little while. Plus, you will have Merva here as support. Zorian pointed at the giant hulking golem standing behind them. Daimen muttered something about Zorian having a stupid naming sense, but the reminder that he had a metal colossus on his side had obviously helped breathe additional confidence into him. Plus, Zorian added, placing his hand on the other, much bigger cube. I won't be completely helpless. Keeping his hand on said cube, Zorian copied Quetzalcoatl's gesture and raised his hand up into the air, palm facing upwards. The small angel cube greedily accepted his mana, interfacing itself with Zorian's improvised magic circle. Hundreds of tiny golden glyphs lit up on the surface of the cube, though from a distance Zorian imagined it just looked like he was holding up a miniature sun in the palm of his hand. A vortex of multicolored light and soft wind suddenly formed around him as the angel cube started to madly draw an ambient mana in the area. A massive, mind-boggling torrent of mana was sucked into the cube, more than Zorian could have ever provided out of his own personal mana reserves, even if he sat there and powered it for several months at the time. This wasn't how summoning rituals usually worked. If Zorian had tried to use ambient mana to help pay for the summoning like this in normal circumstances, he wouldn't just suffer mana poisoning. He would explode into ash and dust before he channeled even a quarter of the mana he was handling now. However, this time he didn't have to channel the ambient mana through himself, as with most spellcasting. The cube was somehow doing that on its own, and Zorian simply had to make sure to guide the mana across proper channels and shape the summoning spell. His mana reserves were still dropping dangerously fast, but the ritual was more taxing on his shaping skills than anything else. Did the angel make the cube specifically to take advantage of Zorian's high shaping skills? Because this was hard. Insanely hard. Other than maybe Svim, Zorian didn't think there was any person other than him that could stop all this mana from running out of control and ruining the titanic summoning ritual the cube wanted to execute. Zorian wasn't entirely sure he could do this himself, actually. The difficulty was still increasing. His hand shook and beads of sweat formed on his forehead as the cube in his palm shone brighter and brighter. An angel's trust is a heavy thing to bear, Zorian lamented in his head. Focused as he was at his task, he was only partially aware of things happening around him, and even that was purely because his mind was fused with so many of his simulacrums. One of the simulacrums took over his body and senses while he focused on shaping the summoning spell, and in his current fused mental state, this allowed him to observe his surroundings in a way he would normally be unable to achieve without being distracted. Almost immediately after he started his own summoning, Jornak, Quetzalcoatl, and Silverlake stopped their dramatic march and just plain rushed at him, hoping to stop the spell. If he hadn't been distracted by the strain of the summoning, Zorian would have found the scene funny. As it was, he just watched as the enemy trio started hurling spells at him, only for them to be stopped cold by Daimen and Merva. Quetzalcoatl did his best to hit him with a multitude of his signature red disintegration beams. Jornak was showering the entire area with blindingly bright arcs of lightning that dodged through any static shield and obstacle in the way, and Silverlake was trying to copy Zorian by launching various potion bottles at him with the aid of telekinetic spells. Nothing worked. Daimen recklessly burned through his mana reserves to erect massive golden shields in front of them, tanking most of the damage, and occasionally dispelled incoming projectiles by hitting them with pale blue beams and invisible waves of disrupting force. Anything that got through him was stopped by Merva, who was tough and warded enough to simply intercept incoming projectiles with his body. Merva also frequently went on the offensive, picking up any rocks and boulders from the craters exposed in the fighting and throwing them with surprisingly good accuracy. He also sometimes suddenly charged at them and tried to stomp them flat, a crude but effective tactic that frequently interrupted their spellcasting and forced them to dodge. In general, the Metal Colossus was far faster and more agile than its looks would suggest. It was no slow, lumbering giant. It was a golem equivalent of a dragon, and Zorian was very pleased it was performing as well as he had hoped. It was just a shame he couldn't figure out how to make Merva fly as well. Something to tackle when he started building version 2 of the Colossus. At some point, Jornak seemed to have had enough of the massive golem and tried to get rid of Merva the same way his simulacrum had gotten rid of Zorian's bodyguard golem back in the tunnels underneath Scioria. Jornak threw a bunch of bombs at the charging golem, and they erupted into a web of hair-thin spatial cracks that enveloped the area. Merva was completely submerged in the spatial cracks, but he emerged completely unscathed. The metal colossus was a lot bigger than his bodyguard golems, and had a lot more time and money invested into him. Zorian had equipped Merva with the finest wards he could set up, and it would take more than that to take it apart. Surprised at the fact that the golem was still whole and rushing at him, Jornak panicked for a moment and tried to cast a short-range teleport to evade the threat. That was a mistake. One of the wards Zorian placed on Merva was a teleportation ward that could be amplified to extend a fair distance from his body. The ward was a really malicious sort, too. One that didn't just disrupt the teleportation, but also try to do it in a way that made the spell go haywire and try to kill the caster. Find this and other great novels on the author's preferred platform. Support original creators. Jornak's body shuddered and lurched as his teleportation spell was violently disrupted. He was good enough to stabilize the failing spell, enough that he didn't get himself torn to pieces by the dimensional stresses, but he wasn't good enough to escape all consequences. Dazed and unable to react in time, he was almost stomped by Merva's foot before Quatakikl gestured with his hand and pulled him out of the way of the charging golem. Pity, but no matter. Quatakikl and Silverlake were perfectly lined up at the moment, so Merva thrust both of his hands towards them, causing a huge wave of wind and kinetic force to barrel towards them. Self-casting items were largely disappointing. They could only really produce crude blasts of force, fire, and the like. For some uses, however, that was enough, especially if the blast was big enough. Quatakikl was too experienced to fall for this, and the blast only caused him to be momentarily distracted as he focused on counteracting it. Silverlake, however, wasn't that much of a fighter. The blast caught her entirely by surprise, and she reacted too slowly, causing her to get knocked back into the distance. She would be back soon, but it didn't matter. In this kind of battle, every second counted. Silverlake was the weakest among the three enemies facing them, but still very dangerous. Having her gone for a while was great. Sadly, Merva and Daimin had been unable to take advantage of this opportunity because two giant spheres of black bone suddenly burst out of Ayaska Mansion and came barreling down at Merva. As they got closer, they unrolled into familiar skeletal crocodilians. Zorian had seen one of them in action when he and Zack had gone to rob Eldamar's royal treasury with Quatakikl and knew exactly how powerful and resilient they were. Back then, Quatakikl said the crocodilian skeleton beast was his pet. Of course, he actually had more than one. The two skeleton beasts quickly pounced upon Merva, tying him down. "What great allies I have," the ancient lich said, bending his skeletal neck sideways as if he was cracking his neck. His voice was amplified, allowing everyone in the vicinity to hear him. It was probably intended primarily for Jornak and Silverlake, though. Better than nothing, I guess, but only just. You'd think literal time travelers would be better than this. What? Daimin asked, confused. He had been preparing to keep the ancient lich tied down, but Quatakikl's statement made him hesitate. "Oh, he didn't tell you," Quatakikl said, sounding surprised. "Aren't you his big brother or something?" Looks like family doesn't mean what it used to these days. Before Daimin could say anything, two more simulacrums of Quatakikl suddenly appeared right next to the original. Or at least Zorian guessed the lich they had been fighting thus far was the original. All three Quatakikls immediately hasted themselves and turned into a blur. A split second later, each of them cast 3 spells each. 9 red stars, each smaller than the tip of Zorian's finger, but shining bright, immediately shot toward Zorian with blinding speed. Daimin scrambled to block them, but it was too little, too late. The first 5 slammed into Damon's golden, multi-layered barrier, blocked by it but ripping it to shreds in the process. The 6th one was stopped by Daimin himself, who retrieved a small mirror from his pocket and physically intercepted the projectile with it. His brother's prized divine artifact lived up to its divine nature and stopped the projectile cold. Unlike the time it stopped Princess's attack beam, it didn't break in the process. There was a flash of light and the red star was just gone, then standing unharmed behind it. The other 3 stars rushed towards Zorian completely unopposed. Up in the sky, his 3 allies realized he was in danger and tried to help him, but Oganj realized what was happening too and suddenly launched an entire swarm of blindingly bright white beams to intercept them and make them unable to render aid. Although aware of the incoming attack due to his simulacrums, Zorian did nothing to evade it. He kept stabilizing the summoning spell with all his might. However, the large metal cube he was resting his hand on wasn't as passive. With a whirring sound of shifting metal plates and internal mechanisms coming to life, it flew in front of him, placing itself in the path of the incoming red stars. Two of the stars swerved to the side, making sure the cube could only physically intercept one of the stars, but it didn't help. The cube seemingly fell apart at the seams, suddenly separating itself into 8 smaller cubes. They positioned themselves into a rough sphere around Zorian, and a faint blue sphere of magical force, almost invisible, encased the entire area around him. The smaller cubes didn't even try to intercept the red stars after that, and the 3 projectiles slammed into the barrier completely unopposed. The borderline invisible barrier barely even reacted. Anyone standing close to Zorian would see a handful of gentle ripples emanating from the points of impact for a fraction of a second, but these quickly subsided and left no trace of damage on the shield. To his credit, the ancient lich wasn't shocked by the sight. He simply launched into one spell barrage after another, burning through gods know how much mana to launch a multitude of spells at Zorian. Zorian was kind of worried for Daimen at this point, since this kind of onslaught could probably kill his older brother very easily if the lich decided it would be a good idea to kill the distraction first. Thankfully, Daimen quickly realized the safest place to be right now was next to Zorian, being protected by his shield, and promptly retreated behind him so that Zorian's cube could protect him as well. And protect them both the cube did. The cube was not a simple spell aid or ward stone like most such tools. It was closer in nature to a golem, and was just as expensive and complicated to build as Merva had been. Although no magic item could truly cast a spell, only maintain one indefinitely, Zorian's cube did a pretty good job of mimicking spellcasting. A dizzying amount of protective spells were constantly maintained by the cube. By amplifying some of them and suppressing others, the cube could adjust its protections from moment to moment, creating custom shields to counter specific type of spells. It did that mostly autonomously, because Zorian had animated it in the same manner in which one would golem. None of its operation required any mana, or even much attention from Zorian. Thus, none of Quatakikle's attacks were effective. Projectiles slammed into the impenetrable, ever-shifting barrier created by the 8 small cubes orbiting Zorian, producing no effect. Larger, slower attacks were dealt with more actively, by one of the little cubes firing marbles at them. The marbles were all charged with various spell bombs, and each cube had a pocket dimension absolutely packed with them, making it unlikely they would run out of marbles anytime soon. Once the marble detonated next to an attack, it would be either dispersed or weakened enough for the barrier to negate it with ease. Attempts to send ectoplasmic constructs or animated earth at them were dealt with by Daimen, who picked them apart from the safety of the cube's defense. The shield was sufficiently sophisticated that it would let Daimen's attacks pass through without obstruction, even though that was not normally possible when attacking behind another mage's shield. Silverlake and Jornak had recovered by this point and did their best to help Quatakikle, but while Merva was being distracted by the crocodilian skeletons, he wasn't fully tied down. As such, the two had to keep the colossal golem at bay without Quatakikle's help while trying to help him. It wasn't very effective. Eventually, Quatakikle realized this wasn't working, and that attempting to overpower Zorian in this manner was just him burning through mana for nothing. Zorian wasn't even spending any mana on defending himself, so the Lich's attacks weren't even wearing him out. "Oh, Gun!" Quatakikle suddenly shouted. "Help me crack this turtle's shell. Get these idiots off me, then." Oganj responded, trying to swat away the milky sphere flying around him out of the sky. The ancient lich crouched and jumped, and immediately shot up into the sky like a bullet. Daimen looked torn between pursuing the lich, even though he knew this would take him out of the safety of Zorian's shield, and trying to put more pressure on Jornak and Silverlake. He eventually decided to try and kill Jornak. It was probably a smart decision, and Zorian fully supported it. While countering whatever Quatakikle was doing would probably be more useful, it would probably result in his death. Zorian would rather face more danger than see Daimen die here. Visions of a pale and bleeding Daimen, near death after he had sacrificed his life force to allow Zorian to save himself, momentarily flooded his mind, his control over the summoning spell slipping. No, focus. He pushed these thoughts to the side, just like he had pushed them aside this whole month, and focused on the matter at hand. The angel summoning. It had to work, or else the enemy was going to have a whole bunch of demons on their side, and they would have nothing to counter them with. The battle in the air intensified. Somehow Zack and Alanik found a moment to do some spell interruption of their own, and directed a barrage of projectiles at Quatakikle's simulacrum, standing on the roof of Iaska Mansion, trying to interrupt his demon summoning. They failed, both because the flying Quetzalcoatl interfered on behalf of his copy and because Ayaska Mansion still had reasonably intact defensive wards, despite all the fighting occurring around it. But then a disaster struck. Quetzalcoatl managed to distract Zack enough to let Oganj face just Alanik and Svim for a moment. Rather than try to kill one of them or an action that could work, but would probably fail, the Dragon Mage decided to instead try to kill Zorian. Zorian could see the logic of it. Dragon battle magic basically specialized in huge, mana-hungry spells that rivaled human artillery magic in power, but with none of the drawbacks that branch of magic usually had. Quetzalcoatl couldn't overpower Zorian's defenses by sheer number of spells. A powerful piece of dragon magic could surely crack any kind of shield outside of dedicated building wards like the one centered around Ayaska Mansion. Time seemed to slow down to Zorian as he watched Oganj finish his spell. The dragon's yellow, slitted eyes seemed to radiate pride and contempt as he thrust his scaly, clawed hand towards him, and a huge ball of incandescent flame came screaming down at Zorian. Literally screaming. Zorian didn't know if the old dragon mage added that effect purely for the sake of surprise and intimidation, but the massive fireball created a sharp screaming sound as it flew through the air. Zorian still didn't move to dodge. The 8 little cubes stopped orbiting around him, causing the shield around him to collapse, and flew towards the incoming fireball with great speed, quickly arranging themselves into a ring-shaped formation. Jornak and Silverlake tried to take advantage of Zorian's momentary defenseless position to kill him before the fireball hit, but Diamond and Merva stopped that from working. As for the fireball, it flew undaunted towards the ring of cubes flying towards it, even though Zorian was sure Oganj could control its flight and try to get it to dodge. He supposed that the Dragon Mage was confident his spell would overpower whatever defensive effect the cube possessed. He was bound to be disappointed. As the fireball got close to the ring of cubes, it seemed to enter a zone of literal slowed time, a temporal dilation bubble that made time pass slower on the inside than on the outside. Oganj's eyes widened as he tried to pull his spell out of the temporal mire, but the cubes would never allow that. The ring of cubes passed around a burning projectile, and it simply disappeared. Then they immediately turned around and re-established the defensive field around Zorian. It was as if the cubes pulled an invisible bag over the fireball and carried it off, which wasn't that far from the truth, really. Oganj's massive fireball was currently safely stored in the cube's special, time-dilated pocket dimension. It wasn't quite frozen in time, but it was close. Very close. Oganj gave him an angry, hateful look, but was in no position to do anything to him anymore. The moment Quetzalcoatl had given him had passed, and Zack was back in the fight and angrier than ever. Besides, Zorian was almost done with his summoning. Even though he had started his spell later than Quetzalcoatl's simulacrum, he seemed to be working faster. Quetzalcoatl realized it too. "You are to manage this alone for a while. I need to speed things up," Quetzalcoatl yelled, and then flew off in the direction of his simulacrum. He soon took a place beside him, causing the demon's summoning to speed up immensely. Gritting his teeth, Zorian sent even more mana into the angel cube in his palm, causing it to suck in even more ambient mana from the environment, and increasing the strain on his concentration and shaping skills to the edge of the breaking point. Even with the help of his simulacrums, his awareness constantly shrank, until the golden cube above his head became his entire world. Suddenly, the pressure completely disappeared. The air above him warped and twisted, and there was suddenly a huge shadow looming over him. It was the same angel he and Zack had spoken to earlier in the month, or at least it looked the same to Zorian. A mass of black branches with orange eyes instead of leaves, wreathed in fire and light. However, this incarnation of the angel was bigger. Much, much bigger. The angel in front of him dwarfed virtually everything around it. Even Oganj and Merva looked like children before it. Other than the Solrotham's flying sandworm, this was the largest creature Zorian had laid his eyes on in his life. The angel wasn't alone. Flying around him were what Zorian could only describe as animated balls of white wings. There were at least 20 of them, and if there was a body hidden somewhere beneath all the feathers, Zorian couldn't see it. They looked tiny next to the titanic burning tree of eyes, but Zorian estimated they were twice as big as he was. Another 4 angels, these ones twice as large as the winged things, silently floated next to the main angel. They looked bestial, reminiscent of lions with a very long, flexible body. They flew through the air without wings, their bodies undulating in a serpentine manner, and they had no head. Instead of a head, they had a ring of white masks, each with a different expression, circling above their neck. The sudden appearance of a huge angel and its group put an immediate end to all the aerial fighting. Oganj immediately vacated the area. retreating towards Iaska Mansion and its defensive wards, while Zach, Alanik, and Svim landed next to Zorian, grateful for a chance to take a breather and replenish their mana reserves. When Zorian looked towards Iaska Mansion, however, he realized the angels weren't the only new arrivals. Quatakikal had apparently finished his summoning at the same time he did, because there was an army of demons arrayed in front of them. The demons were a diverse bunch. There were hundreds of them huddling around Iaska Mansion, divided among 30 or so different species. One group looked like man-sized black cats with blood-red eyes and shark-like grins. Another consisted of large, hunched, pale-skinned humanoids with 4 arms, no eyes, a long tail, and quills on their back. Yet another looked like brown eggs scuttling around on long, thin, spider-like legs. A multitude of human faces danced on the surface of the eggs, most of them looking as if in pain. Isolated and given a wide berth even by the other demons, a large dark red rose towered over most of its demon brethren, supported by a multitude of thorny tentacles that probed all around it as if looking for targets. A regiment of humanoid demons stood at attention in one corner, carrying spears and covered from head to toe in black armor, with way too many spikes and blade-like protrusions on it, mimicking some ancient human legion. A flock of disgusting, grub-like creatures floated from place to place, dripping saliva everywhere. However, this multitude of demons didn't look too impressive in Zorian's eyes. There were a lot of them, but they were pretty small, at least compared to the angels. Zorian was leery about drawing too many conclusions from the size difference alone, but the way the demon horde subtly cowered every time they looked at the massive burning tree in the sky told Zorian it was not something to completely discount. No, what really worried Zorian was the giant humanoid torso floating above the demon horde. This demon was big. Not as big as the burning tree above Zorian, but big enough to rival Oganj and Merva. The torso was headless and armless, but there was a gigantic eye embedded into its torso, purple and glowing. An armor seemingly made out of various bones, some of them human, some from animals, and some from strange entities that Zorian couldn't recognize, covered the torso, leaving little except the eye visible to the world. The lesser demons beneath it cowered before the group of angels, but the eye and the torso looked completely unafraid, studying the scene before it with detached curiosity. For a moment it glanced at Zorian, and Zorian made the mistake of meeting its gaze. He immediately felt his soul shake, and his vision began to blur. A massive black branch extended from the tree above, stabbing into the earth in front of Zorian and breaking the eye contact between him and the purple eye on the horizon. Zorian's mind immediately cleared, and he quickly reinforced his soul defenses, directing a silent thanks towards the angel above. He didn't think that would have killed him, but he really didn't want to engage a powerful demon in a soul magic fight, no matter how minor it was. For several seconds, the battlefield was silent, neither side wanting to make the first move. Eventually, Jornak amplified his voice and spoke out to Zorian and the others. "If we fight here, the city will get leveled," he said. "If we don't fight here, you'll release Panicseth and the city will still get leveled," Zach responded, his voice still amplified. "What's your point?" "I'm just foolishly hoping you will see reason," Jornak said. "No matter what you do, the city is doomed. You are doomed. You were doomed the moment you accepted that poisonous contract with the angels. We both know they probably hoped something like this would happen, and that you would end up dying at the end of the month, even if you achieve your goal." The primordial is stopped, and the hero conveniently disappears at the end of the story, unable to use his godlike abilities to upset the status quo or enact any real change. You were never supposed to survive this. Several seconds ticked by in silence. Zorian glanced at the looming angel above him, trying to see if it would speak up to contradict him. It did not. He had no idea what that meant. Maybe Jornak was right. Maybe the angel thought his words were not even worth responding to. "But I have a chance to live through this. To change things, to change everything for the better," Jornak continued. "Is the sacrifice of one city, a city that spit on your family's sacrifice and robbed you of your birthright, such a heavy sacrifice?" "You're wasting your time," Zach told him. He turned his head skyward, towards the angel above them. "What are you waiting for?" Every moment they stall for time, the cultists and their sacrifices get closer to the hole. "Let's finish this." "Not yet," the angel said simply. Its voice rumbled all around them, deep and resonant. "Fine," Jornak said, sounding a bit angry. Zorian didn't understand why. Did he honestly think Zach would suddenly roll over and die if he asked nicely? They'd even summoned a huge angel and everything. "Since you're being like this, let's raise the stakes a little." He snapped his fingers, the sound amplified along with his voice, and 3 different detonations occurred at different spots of the city. Instead of dust and gravel, however, what erupted out of these detonations was a geyser of smoky black shapes. They were difficult to make out from this distance, but Zorian could easily puzzle out what they were. Wraiths. Lots and lots of wraiths. Suddenly, Zorian imitated Jornak's actions and snapped his fingers as well. There was no explosion, but the swarms of wraiths released by the bomb suddenly all converged on several different locations of the city and disappeared, as if a hidden predator had drawn them in and swallowed them without a trace. Jornak seemed confused at the sudden event. Surprised, Zorian said out loud, amplifying his voice, "Well, you did give us plenty of forewarning about the wraith bombs. It's only natural that we prepared countermeasures." "How?" Jornak began, before suddenly stopping when he realized he was asking Zorian to explain how he countered his move. Of course, he wasn't going to tell him something like that. In truth, it was something that Zorian had Sudamir to thank for most of all. After all, the man had already figured out how to attract and trap bodiless souls over a wide area inside his mansion. Zorian couldn't really duplicate his grand feat, but he could make smaller versions of the soul well, adapted to trapping wraiths, and scatter them across the city. Even then, trapping free-willed wraiths was significantly different from drawing in ordinary souls of the dead. Zorian had to draw upon his knowledge of the soul-sizer chrysanthemum and its ability to suck in souls of living beings to make the device work well enough. Fortunately, Zorian had gotten lots and lots of insight into the inner workings of the soul-sizer chrysanthemum during the last 6 months of the time loop. Before anyone could say something, everyone noticed a swarm of distant dots approaching the city in the distance. Eagles. Giant eagles ridden by battle mages. Apparently, Eldamar's military had managed to organize a response and was about to get involved. Zorian couldn't help but feel a jolt of fear at the thought. This was entirely unplanned, and he had no idea how the soldiers riding on those eagles would react to their presence. The burning tree, floating above them, however, didn't seem surprised. "Now we fight," the angel rumbled before surging towards the demon horde. The demon horde roared out a challenge and rushed forth to meet them. Chapter 103, Window of Opportunity. As Zorian watched the massive angel tree and demonic cyclops torso barrel through the air towards one another, his thoughts inevitably took a depressing and fatalistic turn. He wasn't deluded enough to think they could solve this crisis without the city taking massive casualties, but as he watched the impending clash of titans in front of him, he couldn't help but conclude that Jornak was right. The city was going to get leveled to the ground, one way or the other. Thus far, the collateral damage from their battle had been fairly modest. They were fighting around Iaska Mansion, and a sizable portion of the city around it had gotten replaced with a patch of forest. The trees had taken the brunt of the fighting. There was no way this would remain true for long, and it left Zorian feeling powerless and frustrated. His primary goal was admittedly rather straightforward and selfish. He wanted to ensure he and everyone he cared about survived this evening, but he had lived in this city for a literal decade and had sunk countless hours and resources into making sure it survived this evening. He did not want to see it destroyed like this. What was their angel ally thinking? It seemed to Zorian that the angel had predicted many of the things that occurred. So why? Almost as if they could hear his silent laments, the remaining angels sprang into action. The 4 lion serpent things that were flanking the burning tree didn't try to join the battle. Instead, they swiftly flew away from the angel tree they had been circling, as if they intended to flee, scattering in all directions. No one was fooled by their maneuver, however, and they soon slowed down and positioned themselves on the edges of the forested area, equidistant from one another. A faint yellow force field immediately enclosed the area in a cubicle prison. Though it looked extremely pale and weak, Zorian didn't believe for a moment that it would be easily pierced. Moments later, a barrage of spells from Jornak's side hit the walls of the cube, confirming his suspicions. The barrier was extraordinarily tough. Not even Ogan's spell made it weaken, and the dragon mage could basically fling artillery spells on demand. Zorian relaxed a little, recovering his reserves more as he observed the situation and looked for an opening. Zack and the rest of the people on his side did the same, clustering close to him to take advantage of his powerful defenses. Jornak and Quatakikl launched a few random spells to try to put pressure on them, but those were effortlessly stopped by his defense cube. His precious creation was burning through its stored mana at a terrifying rate to maintain this level of power, but was also stocked with a terrifying amount of crystallized mana, so it would last for at least another 4 hours. Long enough, in other words. They would either win or lose by then. In any case, neither Jornak nor anyone else on the enemy side could devote much time to figuring out a way to get through their defenses. The angel tree and the cyclopean demon collided with terrifying force. A flood of orange flame and lightning-like bursts of purple energy erupted around them, intermingling with one another and sweeping across the entire battlefield, before being stopped by the cubicle barrier. For a while, everything was chaos. Those unfortunate enough to be close to the initial clash were either vaporized by the energies, or thrown away much like dandelion fluff picked up by the wind. Everyone else was frantically doing their best to vacate their area, a task made more complicated by the fact the two titans did not stay static, and instead moved around as they fought. All of this was good news for Zorian and his allies. Of course, there were only a handful of them, but they were all very powerful, and they had a very good defense that none of them had to spend mana to maintain. Unfortunately, the same thing was largely true for Jornak and his allies too. They had Iaska Mansion, which had its own wards they could hide behind. Sudamir's work was less advanced than Zorian's, but he had an entire building to work with and literal years to slowly assemble his ward scheme. It would take more than this to break down the mansion's defenses. To Zorian's joy, the stalemate between the two titans didn't last long at all. Although the demon torso never visibly lost its composure and kept fighting fiercely, it soon became obvious it was weaker than the angel tree. It could hold its own against the angel, but was constantly on the defensive, constantly pushed back and retreating, and utterly unable to stop the angel tree from engaging additional opponents around them. And the angel tree ruthlessly took advantage of it. The angel tree's might was awe-inspiring. Its branches were seemingly numberless and impossibly flexible, stretching to great distances at will and bending like rubber, while losing none of their power and destructiveness. Its many eyes allowed it to take in everything around it, and it had incredible multitasking abilities. It was constantly engaging multiple targets simultaneously, slashing undead apart with casual swings of its branches, burning the war trolls to ashes with its eerie orange flames, and snatching the more resilient demons and drawing them deeper into its tangle of limbs where their ectoplasmic bodies would be ripped to pieces by attacks from all directions until they disappeared into puffs of smoke. The 20 angel wing balls that followed the angel tree helped with this task, hurting enemies towards the celestial titan with powerful gusts of wind. Even better, every once in a while the angel tree would maneuver the fight to get close to Iaska Mansion and then ruthlessly start pounding on the defensive wards of the building, causing them to visibly strain. The wing balls that followed it contributed to this in their own way, firing intensely bright, lightning-like blasts of energy at the ward scheme. Although the demon torso did everything it could to repulse them from the area, it wasn't doing a good enough job, and eventually Quatakikal and Oganj had to abandon the protection of the mansion in order to help the demon torso suppress the rampaging angels. This was too good of an opportunity to pass up for Zorian and the others, and they decided to join the fray and help the angel tree prevail. After all, they didn't even have to overpower their enemies. If they could simply push Oganj or Quatakikal into the angel's waiting embrace, its lethal branches would take care of the rest for them, and they would have one less heavy hitter on the enemy side to worry about. Zorian mentally ordered the defensive barrier of his defense cube to become flatter and more tangible at the bottom, and to spread itself out over a larger area, and the cube automatically rearranged itself according to his wishes. Sigils inscribed on its surface glowed, mechanical pieces whirled and moved into alternative positions, and soon enough Zorian was standing on a large, heavily shielded, flying platform. He signaled to the others to jump on the platform, and when they did, the platform shot towards the scene of the battle with great speed. Sadly, Merva couldn't fit on the platform, so Zorian could only order his beloved creation to follow after them on foot. Not that it mattered much, Merva was all but unstoppable. He had so much weight and speed that just about anything that tried to stop him was simply shoved aside without impeding him much. A regiment of black armor demons made the most credible attempt, using their great numbers and military-like discipline to slow him down for a time, but even they were ultimately thwarted when Mervat jumped into the air to bypass most of them. As they approached, they had a great view of the titanic battle in front of them. With the support of Oganj and Quatakikal, the demon torso had been given a chance at a comeback. It was pouring a stream of dark purple lightning at the angel tree, forcing the celestial being on the defense for the first time in the fight. Jagged rays of red light rampaged through the angel's branches, temporarily unopposed, actually severing some of them and leaving deep gouges on its trunks. As for Oganj, he appeared to be busy fighting off the wing balls that accompanied the angel tree, which were frantically firing their blue lightning blasts at the dragon mage in an attempt to keep at least one opponent away from their leader. Zorian would have ordered the platform to go faster if it wasn't already flying as fast as it possibly could. Then, disaster struck. Some of the lesser demons noticed their advance and decided to stop them. Zorian didn't take them seriously at first, as it was just that flock of disgusting, grub-like creatures that he had noticed floating around the edges of the demon horde when it had first been summoned. He had taken them to be just one more group of minor demons brought in to fill out the numbers, but now that they were attacking him, It quickly became obvious they were one of the more dangerous demon varieties for him personally. That stupid glowing saliva they were drooling all over the place was actually insanely damaging to force shields. The little wretches were capable of spitting globs of it over surprisingly great distances, and they were really quite fast and agile when they tried. And there were a lot of them. As much as he didn't want to, Zorian had to slow down his advance in order to deal with these little pests. Merva was still continuing forward, of course, but the demon horde had a solution for him as well, it seemed. The ground in front of the charging Merva suddenly erupted, and a multitude of thorny, ropey tentacles shot forwards and wrapped themselves around the golem's limbs and torso. Zorian ordered Merva to simply charge through and use his great weight and momentum to break free, but to his surprise, this didn't work. The thorny tentacles refused to break or lose their grip on the golem and managed to stop its charge. Like an ominous figure, a large rose-shaped demon rose out of the earth, tall enough to tower even over Merva. Zorian remembered seeing it near the epicenter of that initial clash between the angel tree and the demon torso, after which it disappeared. He had thought it died back then, but apparently it simply took shelter under the ground and waited for a convenient moment to reveal itself. Considering it could stop a charging Merva in his tracks, the demon rose was likely quite powerful. They had only spent a few moments engaging the grub swarm, and the demon rose when Zorian received a telepathic message from a familiar voice. "What are you doing?" The angel tree thundered in his mind. The voice was calm and collected, but the mental volume of the communication was painfully high, and the tone was accusatory. "Stop wasting your time here and get out of this place. You need to stop Panic Seth from breaking free of his prison, or else all this will be irrelevant." "What?" Zorian protested, feeling rather wronged at the implication he was willingly wasting time. He glanced at the yellow barrier boxing them in, and sure enough, it was still very much intact. "But the barrier, Desh. It's for our enemies only," the angel tree said. "It will not stop you." And the damn tree only felt like mentioning this now. Why not at the very start of this thing, when it was first erected? This had to be deliberate. The angel had some kind of private plan that involved him staying inside this box for a while, the manipulative bastard. "Fine," Zorian told the angel. "I just need to get myself and my golem out of this situation, and then I'll dash." He hadn't even finished the sentence when the air in front of the platform warped strangely, scaring everyone currently standing on it, and a massive black branch wreathed in orange flames suddenly appeared in front of them, striking down. The grubs harassing them were caught completely off guard by the sudden attack and promptly got speared, bisected, and burned. It was a total wipeout, with a handful of surviving grubs fleeing the scene immediately. The branch continued downward without pause, aiming at the demon rose tangling with Merva. The demon shook and swayed, impossibly agile and flexible, and managed to avoid being speared or cut by the twigs and sub-branches even once, but could not avoid the flames. The strange orange flames separated themselves from the branch at the last moment, forming into ghostly images of snakes, claws, and jaws, and engulfed the hapless demon rose. It let out an unearthly screech, writhing in pain as it caught on fire, and then retreated underground so fast Zorian thought for a moment it simply disappeared. Apparently, the angel tree could casually warp space to strike at opponents' way outside its usual range. Just how powerful was this thing? "Go," the angel tree urged him, and then immediately severed its contact. There was a roar of triumph, and then the dragon mage was holding a rather thick black branch in one of his claws, its fires sputtering and fading. The angel had paid a high price for this timely assistance, it seemed. Zorian immediately ordered the flying platform they were standing on to change directions and proceed towards the nearest barrier wall at maximum speed. "Wait, what are you doing?" Zack asked, alarmed. "Have you gone crazy? You're going to ram us straight into the barrier wall." "It's not going to bar our way," Zorian hurriedly explained. "The angel just told me." "The angel just told you? Why didn't it tell me?" "I'm the one they made a contract with. You'd think I would be their contact," Zack grumbled. "You're under mind blank," Zorian reminded him. "And besides, I'm the one controlling the platform we're flying on. Contacting me is only common sense." The others silently observed their whispered bickering, but said nothing, opting to instead stare at the luminous wall of light they were rapidly hurtling towards, though Zorian noticed that Svim was watching it with an expression more evocative of awe and appreciation than trepidation. "It can even selectively let things through. What a miracle of spellcasting," Svim said in a low voice. Zorian sniffed disdainfully. What was so amazing about that? His defense cube did the exact same thing. But no, he wasn't going to be petty and defensive about this. Not right now, anyway. In any case, there was no time for further conversation, because mere moments later, they collided with a barrier wall. The light parted before them like an airy curtain, caressing their face and skin as it moved out of the way, and then they were out of the box. Everyone except Olenek flinched at the point of impact, unconsciously expecting to get splattered against the magical barrier that had weathered so many titanic impacts from the battle inside. The scarred battle priest's faith and composure was apparently sufficiently strong that he could weather the impact without so much as a twitch. Zorian glanced behind him, only to see no trace of opening where they exited the barrier. The wall of light parted before them in an instant, and then closed together just as quickly. It was also not nearly as transparent from the outside as it was from the inside. It was instead completely opaque, effectively shrouding the shielded area from curious outsiders trying to peer in. Zorian was ecstatic, but also a little worried. With them outside of the angel barrier and their enemies trapped inside, Zack and Zorian could crush the cultists trying to conduct the Panic Seth releasing ritual inside the hole and essentially win by default. On the other hand, Zorian's secret plan hinged on him hitting everyone all at once with his spell, something that was impossible while Jornak and the others were holed up in Ayaska Mansion and protected by the angel barrier. He would have to get them out of there eventually before he could initiate the plan, and that worried him a little. Of course, he voiced none of these thoughts. He silently directed their flying platform towards the hole, prepared himself for another fight. The others didn't need any explanation to understand what he was planning. Stopping the cultists was the obvious goal. There was, however, another problem approaching. While they had been distracted by fighting inside the angel barrier, Eldamar's giant eagles had been approaching the city as fast as they could. Now they were just about to arrive, and Zorian could see they were aiming straight at Zorian and his flying platform. He supposed that the glowing cubical barrier the angels erected was very eye-catching, and the fact they had just flown out of it made them obvious targets. Zorian had no idea what the eagle mages would do. He had assumed they would recognize the angels, but the angels were busy inside the barrier and couldn't vouch for them, which meant they would probably do whatever came naturally to them in a situation like this. That was not encouraging. From the perspective of Eldamar's authorities, it all probably looked like a bunch of rogue mages fighting in the city and wrecking stuff in the process. They may very well decide to just bring the hammer down on everyone and sort things out later. Zorian had heard that was a common reaction to whenever mage disputes escalate into open battles inside a populated settlement. One side may have been entirely in the right, but Eldamar's forces only see two troublemakers endangering innocent civilians and treat everyone as an enemy. Zorian could only hope that the sheer scope of the fighting would give the Eagle Riders pause and make them a little more cautious and discerning. The sheer amount of firepower both sides used against each other should hopefully convince the royal forces they need to take a side instead of behaving like the biggest bully. Unfortunately, Zorian's hopes were in vain. With incredible speed, the Eagle Riders caught up to them and swooped in front of them, the giant eagles releasing ear-piercing screeches. It was a clear warning that they would attack if the platform did not stop. "Halt! In the name of the kingdom of Eldamar," the lead mage said in a voice amplified and distorted by magic. "Power down your flying platform and land on the ground now. This is your only warning." Zorian clacked his tongue in annoyance. He stopped the platform, but did not move to land. This was such an annoying issue. Although Zorian was sure all of them put together were more than enough to take out the Eagle Riders, it would take an unacceptable amount of time and mana. More importantly, Zorian wasn't sure his allies would even agree to attack Eldamar's forces who technically did nothing wrong. Zack doubtlessly would, but Zorian was all but certain that Olenek would refuse to help them, and he wasn't confident about Svim and Daimin either. If only the makeshift flying platform was faster than the Eagles, but his defense cube was ultimately designed for defense and not flight speed, and giant eagles were famously fast flyers. Thankfully, the Eagle Riders did not associate Merva with them, or didn't think they could stop a heavily warded giant golem, so Zorian simply ordered the massive golem to continue on towards the hole, and they let him go unimpeded. It was going to be difficult to control it effectively under these circumstances, but it was better than nothing. "Captain," Zorian said, his voice similarly amplified and distorted, "look around the city. It's under attack and we're helping. We'll gladly explain things later, but it wasn't a request." The man interrupted him impatiently. "I order you to land and explain yourselves, or we will attack you immediately." The Eagle Riders circled around them threateningly, giving the appearance of a pack of wolves just waiting for a sign to attack. Two things happened simultaneously, then. First, there was a commotion back at the angel barrier. Glancing in its direction, Zorian could see Oganj repeatedly impacting the barrier of light, front claws glowing with red light. Each time he slashed at the barrier, he created large gashes in the wall that healed almost instantly. Secondly, Zorian realized the Eagle Riders didn't have any serious mental defenses on them. They only had a basic mental shield that couldn't even provide a speed bump against his psychic powers. As for the Eagles, they were even worse. Completely defenseless. "This is your last," started the Eagle Mage commander, but was interrupted by a draconic roar. Oganj had finally managed to tear a hole in the barrier large enough to squeeze himself through, and immediately tore himself out of the containment barrier the angels erected around Ayaska Mansion. The barrier quickly mended itself, but it was too late. The Dragon Mage was out of the box, and riding on his back were Quatakikl, Silver Lake, and Jornak. Well, so much for his worries about having to eventually lure their enemies out of the barrier. In any case, the Eagle Riders were clearly surprised at the appearance of an adult dragon so close to them, and unsure what to do for a moment. In that moment, Zorian struck. He reached out into the minds of the giant eagles, every single one of them, and ordered them to attack Oganj while amplifying their anger until they were completely berserk. They let out frenzied screeches and made a beeline for the approaching Dragon Mage, ignoring their riders' panicked attempts to regain control. He then reached towards the mind of the Eagle Rider commander and forced him to make a loud proclamation in that amplified voice of his. The man had no choice but to obey. "Oh gum, it's the Dragon Mage," the man shouted against his will. "Forget those small fries, we need to take him down." "Kill the dragon," another Eagle Rider agreed, also forced to do so by Zorian. Oganj reacted exactly as Zorian hoped he would. The Dragon Mage was proud and aggressive, and had clashed against Eldamar's forces numerous times in the past. He saw nothing suspicious about a bunch of Eldamar mages making him their priority target, and he had every intention of teaching them a lesson. He gave a roar of challenge and shifted his focus to killing the Eagle Riders, ignoring Jornak's loud complaints that he shouldn't get distracted. Zorian quietly withdrew his telepathic influence from the minds of the Eagle Riders and ordered his platform to continue flying towards the hole at maximum speed. Even if they wanted to continue bothering him, they had a more pressing problem on their hands now. After a few seconds, he noticed that everyone except Zack was staring at him strangely. "What?" he asked, frowning. "You did that, didn't you?" Alanik asked. "Oh yeah, definitely," Zorian said, only understanding after a few seconds why they reacted that way to his casual display of mind control. Sometimes he forgot that these weren't the same people he had worked with for over a year to figure out how to leave the time loop. Those people had died forever, even their souls erased and denied afterlife. "Are they going to be all right?" Alanik asked, frowning. He clearly didn't like the idea that Zorian might have sent the Eagle Riders to fight and die against their enemies with no support. Funnily enough, it didn't even occur to Zorian to care for their well-being. He thought of them as an annoyance, and saw his actions as a form of poetic justice for impeding their mission and trying to push them around. They came looking for trouble, and they found it. His original self, whom Zorian killed in order to be able to stand here today, would definitely be horrified at what he had become. "They won't all die," Zorian eventually answered. "I fought with them a few times over the various iterations of this month. They eventually retreat if the enemy inflicts enough losses on them. They came here to fight for Eldamar," Zack helpfully added. "They're doing exactly that right now. If they knew what we know, they would have chosen to engage Oganj anyway, even if most of them died doing that. Explaining my involvement in this is going to be hell. I can already see," Alanik lamented. "We did take basic precautions," Zack said. "We're all wearing disguises, and the battle will destroy most of the clues and prevent normal divinations from working. Plus, we have a master mind mage that can delete memories of people who get too close to the truth." "It doesn't matter in my case," Alanik said. "Do you know how hard it was to mobilize all these people I recruited to fight on our side? I had to use my name and connections to make all this happen. There is no hiding this, even if you start mind-wiping people." Well, if Zack was going to survive this evening, Zorian was definitely going to have to start mind-wiping people, and sooner than anyone in this group suspected. Thankfully, nobody was in the mood to continue this topic, both because they were now very close to the hole, and because they were facing yet another threat. Jornak, Silver Lake, and Quatakikl were rapidly approaching, using some kind of high-speed flight spell in an effort to catch up to them. They knew that everything was over if Zorian and the rest of the group could face off against the cultists alone, and they weren't going to let it happen. Before Zorian and the others could really start disrupting the ritual, the battle against Jornak, Silver Lake, and Quatakikl began anew. Break. While his original body had been busy dealing with angels, demons, and eagle riders, his simulacrum bodies had not been idle. They roamed the city and processed information that Zorian constantly received from the multitude of remote sensors and recruited subordinates working with the group to repel the invasion. The primary, albeit secret, task they had was to make sure the network of glyphs he had scattered all across Cyoria remained reasonably intact. The unplanned substitution of an entire city section with Ayaska Mansion and the surrounding forest had already blown a sizable hole in his network, so he had to be extra vigilant, or parts of his remaining network would become disconnected from the network as a whole, making his entire plan useless. While doing that, however, his simulacrums also involved themselves in the fighting here and there. These interventions were by necessity minor, since he couldn't afford to waste too much of his mana in peripheral areas of the city. The original body had a much more critical role to play, so the majority of their mana reserves were reserved for his use. Fortunately, he had a perfect tool for the situation. His mind magic, if used thoughtfully and strategically, was perfect for making large impacts in return for minimal mana expenditures. All around the city, strange incidents began to occur. Many of them were so subtle they could be chalked up as coincidences. A panicked group of scattered defenders suddenly surged with newfound confidence and remembered where they were all supposed to converge and regroup in event of emergency. A fleeing family received a strong hunch that the route they wanted to traverse wasn't safe, and that they should pick another way. A large, muscular man wielding an antique sword, clearly just a normal city worker without a hint of magic or military training, fended off an entire pack of winter wolves all on his lonesome, allowing a nearby military group to save both him and the people he was protecting. For some reason, the winter wolves kept missing him, as if they couldn't see him correctly. A local dog suddenly went berserk and began barking and biting at thin air, alerting a nearby mage to the presence of an invisible Abasan battle group waiting in ambush. Others were less mundane. All around the city, some people received sudden, supernatural visions that gave them critical information about the enemy. Enemies sometimes went crazy and started attacking their own allies for no reason, sowing chaos and discord in enemy ranks. Small animals like bats and bugs were inordinately fond of ramming themselves straight into enemy casters' faces when they were in the middle of sensitive spellcasting. The young soldier suddenly fell into an obvious trance and started describing the enemy distribution of forces to his commander, hopefully allowing much better coordination of defending efforts in that city sector. Meanwhile, up in the sky, Iron Beaks ceaselessly patrolled the city in both large and small groups. They were Zorian's roving eyes and blades, the small groups checking out disturbances to see if anything interesting was happening, and the big ones converging on critical areas to give aerial support to whatever defenders were located in the area. Each flock carried one or more telepathic relays, allowing Zorian to both easily access their senses and occasionally take control of them to direct them to specific spots. They were smart birds with already existing group discipline, so he only had to take control over the leaders in order to control the whole group, which was good, because there was no way he would have been able to control the Iron Beaks otherwise. Convenient. No wonder Sudamir had decided to use these particular birds for the invasion. The Iron Beaks were bloodthirsty, and their feather volleys were extremely deadly. They were fast and agile flyers too, which allowed the flocks to simply swoop in and let loose a feather volley at the surprised enemies, before simply flying away to engage someone else. With Zorian managing their attacks, their strikes were far more strategic and selective than the Iron Beaks themselves would have ever been on their own. They now almost exclusively targeted mages, instead of wasting their feathers on tough targets like war trolls and other dominated monsters, usually striking when the target was exhausted or busy dealing with something else. Despite all of this, the scale of the invasion was vast, and Jornak had brought a large number of fresh troops into the city when he had brought Ayaska Mansion into the city. Zorian's actions were just a drop in the bucket, and it was hard to judge how much difference his actions made in the grand scheme of things. A lot of times he could do nothing but watch as the invaders killed and torched their way through the city. He could do a lot with relatively little when he spotted an opening, but not every situation had one. Or at least, not one that he could spot. Maybe someone smarter than him could have seen some obvious solution that he had missed, but he was still only human, and a lot of the time he saw no way to help without burning through his mana at an unacceptable rate. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. So instead, he did nothing. He watched people fight and die over and over, across the entire city, withholding his help because it would cost too much. He wanted to say the experience made him sick, but the truth was that he was already somewhat numb to it. He had seen things like this happen many times over the restarts, and had even experienced some of these things from the invader's perspective due to his memory reading. Maybe later, when the situation was over and he had time to internalize that all of this was final and irreversible and not at all like the time loop, he would be horrified by the things he had seen and his own lack of reaction to it. But now wasn't the time for it. It just wasn't the time. He eventually turned his attention to the hole, where a fierce fight was happening. While Zorian and Jornak's groups were trapped underneath the angel barrier, the cultists had been free to proceed towards the hole, for a time. There was an element that neither Zorian nor Jornak had expected. Before the cultists could even begin setting up the ritual and start sacrificing the children, they were ambushed by a large number of small animals. Pigeons and cats, to be more precise. Instead of simply clawing or pecking at the cultist, however, these cats and pigeons employed magic spells and weapons. As the cultists were escorting their wagon of sacrificial children near one of the bigger buildings, a handful of cats simply dropped from the roof and onto their heads. Their claws glowing white from the effects of some unknown spell, they swung towards their targets' necks and faces, slicing open arteries and permanently blinding others. One of the cultists noticed the incoming attack, but he made the mistake of meeting the eyes of a cat sitting on a nearby windowsill and was suddenly hit by a powerful bout of vertigo that sent him reeling. He never had a chance to recover, as another cat ripped his throat out a mere moment later. Before the cultists could respond to this attack, a flock of pigeons swooped in, carrying a multitude of alchemical grenades in their claws, and all hell broke loose. Shifters, Zorian quickly realized. Cat and pigeon shifters, the two varieties that were probably most proficient in classical spellcasting in addition to their natural shifting capabilities. And yes, there was the police force joining the attack now. Apparently, Rainey and Haslush had done more in this past month than Zorian thought they would. A surprise, but a welcome one. Of course, while the cultists often seemed like the weakest part of the invasion from Zorian's perspective, they were really not so easy to dismiss for regular people. After the initial shock, the cultists began to fight back, and they did so extremely well. After all, the leaders of the cult of the World Dragon were actually very powerful and capable mages. Usually they were too busy enacting Panic-Setha's ritual to help their underlings, but at the moment this wasn't the case, so they quickly made their presence known. After some initial successes, the combined shifter police forces began to die in droves and lose their courage. There was no way Zorian could allow this, though, so he instructed his Iron Beaks to help out and started subtly and not so subtly directing city defenders to rush over towards the hole and join the battle. Interestingly, the pigeon shifters adapted really well to the Iron Beaks' assistance. Many of them appear to be capable of casting certain spells purely reflexively, which meant that any of the seemingly innocuous pigeons could drop a fireball on an enemy group or summon a force barrier to defend both themselves and the Iron Beaks from enemy spells. Even though Zorian didn't attempt to communicate with any of them, the pigeon shifters soon naturally fell into the role of support, following Iron Beak flocks and shielding them against enemy fire so they could operate relatively unmolested in the sky. As for the cat shifters, their animal forms were mostly useful for surprise purposes and not terribly impressive for these kind of battles, so Zorian feared they would be useless after that initial ambush, but he was wrong. The cat shifters simply switched back into their human forms and started contributing by casting spells normally. Amusingly, they were kind of similar to Zorian in that their biggest talent seemed to lay in mind magic. Zorian supposed that, since so many of them already operated on the criminal side of things, they were less hesitant to practice mind magic than a regular mage. Then Merva barged into the scene, tanking enemy spell fire like it was inconsequential and crashing into the cultist ranks like a cannonball. The original may have been too busy elsewhere and couldn't come, but there was no stopping Merva. His presence slowly but surely started to turn the tide in the favor of Sciorian forces. The leaders of the cult were powerful, but so was Merva. Idly, Zorian wondered if it wouldn't have been better for the original and his allies to simply teleport to the hole the moment they escaped the angel barrier, and then kill the cultists as quickly as possible. But considering that the cultists still hadn't even begun the ritual as of yet, maybe it was for the best that they hadn't done that. Who knows how Jornak would have reacted if he knew for certain that releasing Panic-Seth was impossible, and that he was going to die soon. Although it may have seemed like Zorian had neatly eliminated the threat of wraith bombs with his counter traps, the truth was he only had enough time and funds to make those for Scioria. There were wraith bombs scattered all over Eldamar and possibly beyond, and Zorian could only thank the gods that Jornak didn't see fit to activate them as well out of sheer spite. And that was just the wraith bombs. Although Zorian was sure that some of Jornak's threats were pure bluffs, he had no doubt that the man had plenty of contingencies that would make them all suffer if he lost. Even Zack and Zorian had made a few contingencies that would go off if they didn't survive this battle, so there was no way Jornak hadn't done the same. It still wasn't the right time. All Zorian could do was wait and look for an opening. Break. Zorian stared at the three creatures in front of him. One was some kind of tiger-sized reptilian creature that Zorian did not recognize. Another was a floating orb surrounded by long whip-like tentacles, and the third one was a gigantic green ooze the size of a small building. His defense cube spun around him, sigils on it brightening and fading like the beat of his own heart and mechanical parts softly shifting into various combinations. For a second, everything was still, before both sprang into motion and the battle began anew. The tentacle orb was the first, being the fastest. It hurled itself at Zorian with incredible speed, its milky white body crackling with powerful electrical magic. Zorian didn't panic, simply jumping to the side while telekinetically enhancing to jump a little. He easily dodged out of the way of the living cannonball, and another sidestep dodged the electrified whip the creature tried to hit him with next. The other two creatures weren't that far behind, though. The blue tiger lizard thing used the distraction created by the whip orb to charge at him, preparing for a jump. Zorian flicked a spell marble at the thing, creating a large detonation right in its face and blowing it back with ease. The creature slammed into the already damaged road and promptly burst into liquid. A mere moment later, the blue puddle of slime started to come together again, and a few seconds later, the tiger lizard thing was intact and once again gunning for him. As for Zorian himself, he was too busy trying to avoid being engulfed by the house-sized blob of acid to worry about finishing the tiger lizard thing off for good. The giant ooze was completely unlike most oozes, and moved with speed and dexterity that no natural ooze should possess, let alone one that size. It constantly sprouted pseudopods that lashed out at Zorian, leaving corroded cobblestones whenever it hit, and its great weight and power allowed it to simply smash apart buildings if they were in its way, or it thought the rubble might inconvenience Zorian. All three were working seamlessly together with one another, and showed both signs of human-level intelligence and detailed knowledge of human spellcasting. Though one might mistake them for some kind of exotic magical creature at first, Zorian knew he wasn't looking at a natural creation. If Zorian had to guess, he would say these beings were something akin to living potions, an alchemical liquid animated by either captured souls or elemental spirits. Possibly both, a multitude of captured souls for providing abundant mana and water elementals for actually controlling the liquid. A grating, cackling laugh rose into the air behind the giant ooze. Silverlake seemed to be mighty pleased at how her minions were faring against Zorian. "You shouldn't have sent your metal toy away," she crowed. "Maybe you'd actually have a chance against me and my lovelies if you had this at your side." Zorian said nothing, simply scanning his surroundings for a way he could bypass the potion elementals and strike at Silverlake. It didn't look like he did, but that was because he was primarily looking through the eyes of a small flock of iron beaks circling the skies above the battlefield rather than trying to use divinations in the middle of a battle. The whip orb tried to rush at him again, but Zorian fired a thin line of force at it that speared it right through. It immediately burst into a cloud of electrified potion droplets, causing Zorian to wince. This wasn't a good way to hold the orb at bay, it seemed. "This is so frustrating," Zorian lamented in his head. "I spent a decade inside a time loop. You'd think I would have encountered every type of enemy there is. I hope you realize we found out where you stashed your little sister and her cat shifter friend to keep them safe. Our forces are attacking them even as we speak," Silverlake said, punctuating her threat with her usual annoying cackle. Zorian narrowed his eyes at her, but did not let her distract him. This was a blatant attempt to demoralize him, and he wouldn't fall for it. Not that he thought she was lying. He had known for a while now that Kiriel and Notchka were being besieged in their hideouts, but there was little he could do. He could only hope that the Terramachula guards and mercenaries Diamond hired would be able to protect them, or that the miniature bodyguard golems he made for them would step up if they couldn't. "I hope you realize the cult of the World Dragon hasn't even begun their ritual," Zorian fired back. He knew he shouldn't talk in the middle of the battle, but her mentioning the attack on Kiriel and how he was essentially forced to ignore it struck a nerve, and he couldn't help it. "Look around us. You clearly can't deal with me, and neither can your allies deal with my allies. You won't win anything by keeping us busy." As if by some cosmic joke, his statement was punctuated by a loud detonation as an ominous purple sun exploded in the sky nearby, casting the entire city in a deep purple glow for a moment. An aftershock of Quatakikle's battle against Daimin, Svim, and Alanik. Jornak and Zack were also having their own fight nearby, though Zorian could not see it. Jornak had used some kind of strange ability granted to him by Panicseth to shroud an entire section of the city in thick white mist that no spell could penetrate into. Offensive spells simply sank into the mist and disappeared without a trace, and divination spells went awry when directed at the area. Zorian wasn't terribly worried about Zack, though. Zack had shown himself to be noticeably stronger than Jornak in their past clashes, so he doubted this move was enough to tip the scales. More likely than not, this was just Jornak stalling until Quatakikle and Oganj could finish off their opponents so they can gang up on them 3-on-1. "You are such a fool, Zorian," Silverlake said. A bunch of fire spells on parabolic trajectories came flying over the giant ooze and straight at Zorian, but he dispelled them with ease. "We could have both profited off this if you had agreed to work with me. We could have opened a small crack in Panicseth's prison and then immediately mended it. My oath to the primordial would have been technically fulfilled, and the city would be left standing. Hell, we could have sabotaged the whole invasion from within. Imagine how many lives that would save. Instead, you insist on staying with a dead man, compromised beyond all belief. Are you gay? Is this what's going on? There is no way to fix Panic-Setha's prison once it cracks, Zorian told her, not rising to her bait. He telekinetically seized a large piece of a nearby ruined wall and hurled it at the giant ooze. It failed to punch through, and instead got stuck inside the green slime that made up its body. You're just comforting yourself with nonsense. You took Panic-Setha's offer because you thought it was a sure thing, as opposed to our own escape plan, which would have required you to trust another human being for once in your life. Now that this sure thing is screwing you over, you're grasping at straws. It's still a sure thing. You think we need those shifter children for the ritual? Silverlake cackled. Had you forgotten these bodies me and Red Robe have are made by Panic-Seth? Both of us contain enough of Panic-Setha's essence to form a link to him and crack this prison open. We kept the child sacrifice just to distract you. Zorian scowled. That made a disturbing amount of sense. The shifter children collectively had only a tiny amount of primordial essence in them, so a mass sacrifice was needed to get enough material to form a key. But Jornak and Silverlake were specifically incarnated into the real world by Panic-Seth to help his release. He probably had no shortage of his own essence, and it was of no use to him in his prison. Any response he might have given was postponed as a veritable rain of alchemical bombs rained down from the sky around him, forcing him to dodge and shield himself from their effects. Worse, some of the alchemical mixtures reformed themselves into tiny liquid animals soon after detonation and started attacking him. Smaller versions of the three creatures he was already dealing with, obviously. So annoying. You're the one controlling the birds above us, right? Silverlake continued. You can see through their eyes, so I'm sure you can tell how Ogan's battle is progressing. Zorian glanced at the battle in question and sighed internally. The performance of Eldamar's eagle mages was praiseworthy. Any compulsion Zorian might have placed on them had long since worn off, but they kept fighting Oganj regardless, and they held their own admirably. But Oganj was still a dragon mage, and one famous even among his own kind. Even as Zorian watched, Oganj pointed his claw at one of the eagle riders, and an expanding ball of razor-sharp threads exploded around him. If this was the start of the battle, the eagle rider in question would have evaded or shielded himself against the attack, but by now he was too exhausted and wounded to resist effectively. The tangled mass of severing threads instantly turned both him and his giant eagle into a bloody mess. Blood and chunks of flesh began to slowly fall to the ground. The eagle riders weren't going to last much longer, and when they decided to cut their losses and flee, Oganj was going to come here to turn the tides of battle. He glanced further into the distance where the angel cube was located, but the cube was opaque from the outside and he couldn't see anything. He had no idea what was happening inside. What's your point? Zorian asked, a spark of light entering his eyes as he finally spotted an opportunity. You aren't still trying to turn me to your side, are you? Heavens, no, Silverlake said. Tell you what, though, if you give me the Imperial Orb, I'll let you flee the city and pretend I couldn't stop you. The old witch really had a talent for getting under people's skin. Zorian had to give her that. He made his move. The Whip Orb and the Tiger Lizard had just tried to attack him together and landed very close to each other. He exploited this ruthlessly by casting a rather obscure spell on the section of the road they were standing on, ripping it straight out of the ground and catapulting it straight into the sky and away from his current position. Before Silverlake could react to this, he mentally activated the explosives he snuck into the chunk of the ruined wall he had flung at the giant ooze. The wall section, still floating inside the ooze, blew up in a spectacular explosion that burst the gigantic potion elemental like an overripe melon. It didn't actually kill it, but it didn't have to. It was temporarily incapacitated until it could reform, and that was all that mattered. The path was open. He teleported in front of the surprised Silverlake. She had hurriedly shielded herself to protect herself from the chunks of her own potion elemental flying everywhere, and was currently ill-suited to protect herself. The moment Zorian blinked into existence in front of her, she sneered at him with an expression of smug triumph, and he detected the trap ward she placed on the area activating. She knew he was coming. Zorian's mind went into overdrive. Time seemed to slow down. Elsewhere, his simulacrum stopped what they were doing as the information about the ward was dissected and analyzed by multiple minds bouncing ideas and theories between each other. Before the ward had time to fully activate, Zorian had figured out what it did and where its flaws were. Wordlessly, he stomped his foot and sent streams of non-structured magic all around him, poking and disrupting the rapidly forming structure of the ward. Simultaneously, he fired off a simple magic missile spell at a seemingly innocuous glyph faintly carved into the nearby cobblestones, destroying it utterly. The entire ward suddenly imploded upon itself, carved sigils burning out in a flash of blue light. Silverlake stumbled back, her mind hit by the backlash of the ward control function, suddenly sending a bunch of gibberish at her. Before she could recover, Zorian was already casting spell after spell at her. Force projectiles powerful enough to turn stone to powder, fire spells hot enough to melt steel, potent disintegration beams. The attack kept coming and coming, giving Silverlake no chance to take a breath and center herself. She tried to activate some kind of recall object to teleport away, but Zorian blocked it from working. Finally, her inexperience with these kinds of battles began to show, and her shields broke. A force projectile hit her straight in the head, and half of her face instantly became a blood mist. Instead of stopping, Zorian blew up the rest of her head as well, and blew a bunch of holes in her torso for good measure as well. For a second, the scene was quiet. But something was wrong. Her headless, mutilated body staggered back but didn't fall. Instead, flesh grew out of her wounds at a terrifying rate, quickly reforming her head and healing the rest of her wounds. Zorian couldn't help but be disturbed. Even if she had drunk a portion of troll regeneration or something, a destroyed head was still a killing strike. He tried to incinerate her just in case, engulfing her rapidly regenerating form in an intense cone of flame. Unfortunately, by now the giant ooze had managed to reform itself and launched another attack at Zorian, forcing him to break off the attack before he could fully reduce her to ash. The moment he stopped, the charred skeletal corpse of Silverlake again started to regenerate at a terrifying rate, regrowing muscles and skin at a speed that even trolls and hydras would find amazing, especially considering the damage was inflicted by fire. The half-healed body of Silverlake started to shake and gurgle before breaking into painful coughing and spewing out blood everywhere. After a few seconds, Zorian realized this was Silverlake trying to cackle. "See? You can't kill me," Silverlake said, almost completely recovered now. "It was a sure thing, and you are the fool here. This was so very worth it." "No one is unkillable," Zorian said, launching a few more attack spells at her. She started defending herself again, though, so none of them actually landed on her this time. She wouldn't be defending herself if being hurt was inconsequential. She had a limit somewhere. "I bet if I keep hurting you, you will eventually die for good." "Eventually," she agreed, firing some spells back at him half-heartedly. The giant ooze tried to interpose itself between him and Silverlake again, but Zorian refused to let her out of his line of fire again. "But I bet it will take longer to exhaust my regeneration than it will to exhaust your mana reserves. Even with that cube acting as free defense, you still have to burn through your reserves to hurt me. And besides, Oganj will soon dash." A sound reminiscent of a ceramic plate breaking into pieces resonated somewhere in the distance. The angel cube, long silent, shattered and faded away, revealing the result of the angel-demon battle. The angel tree was triumphant. Neither the massive demon torso nor its accompanying demon horde could be seen anywhere. The angel had paid a heavy price for its victory. One of its main trunks was merely a stump now, and two of the others had the majority of its branches ripped and sliced off. Many of its eyes were missing, and the strange orange fires were no longer covering the whole tree, but were instead thin and faded. All but three of its accompanying wing balls were gone, and one of the surviving wing balls was clearly missing a lot of its wings and zigzagging across the sky as if drunk. Of the sinuous lion serpent things that created the barrier, there was no trace. Maybe they used up all their power to maintain that thing. Regardless, the angel tree did not rest or waste time. It shook itself slightly, flexing its branches like a fighter warming himself up before the fight, and then immediately accelerated like a cannonball toward Oganj. The dragon mage let loose a roar of frustration at all these distractions, but made no attempt to flee. He clearly had every intention of fighting the wounded angel. Although she did not have flocks of iron beaks acting as her eyes all over the city, Silverlake must have seen the event in some way, because she immediately scowled in response. "Don't think you dash," she began. But Zorian wasn't listening. Now that he knew Oganj was taken care of, there was no reason to keep this in reserve anymore. He reached into his pocket and threw a palm-sized metal ball on the ground in front of himself and Silverlake. He then immediately withdrew to a safe distance. The contents of the pocket dimension prison inside that ball were less a controlled weapon and more a bloodthirsty maniac you pointed at the enemy and hoped for the best. Silverlake's eyes widened in fear and shock when the Grey Hunter materialized in front of her, and all confidence seemed to drain out of her posture. She started screaming a long string of curses as she desperately fought to keep the killer spider away from her. Zorian kept himself well back from the two combatants, somewhat unsure if he wanted to involve himself. Although he had managed to capture the Grey Hunter and stuff it into a pocket dimension, he did not actually control it by any measure. It was a feral magical beast released off its chain, and if he wasn't careful, it could easily shift its attention to him instead. Thus, he mostly stayed on the sidelines and watched the battle. Eventually, though, Silver Lake started to use the giant ooze she had at her disposal to take control of the Grey Hunter's movements, and Zorian decided he had to intervene. As amazing as the Grey Spider was, the giant ooze was huge and could keep the spider away from Silver Lake through sheer mass alone. He never got the chance to involve himself, though. Before he made his move, the giant ooze suddenly froze, shuddered slightly, and then collapsed into an inert puddle of acidic slime. Well, more like a small lake, but still. It was dead. What? Who are you? How do you know how to do this? Silver Lake said, looking left and right for the perpetrator while running from the Grey Hunter, who now had an open path forwards and wasted no time in going after her again. The other person did not answer at first. Instead, a crude but effective warding circle suddenly sprang up around the area where Silver Lake and the Grey Hunter were fighting, trapping her with the murder spider. Zorian suddenly realized what was happening. He could recognize this ward easily enough, and there was only one person he ever saw using it. He had to say he didn't expect this. Soon, Zorian's unlikely ally stepped out from the shadow of a nearby building, dropping her stealth spell in the process. It was Silver Lake. Old Silver Lake. The same annoying which that Zorian remembered from the time loop. Her body slightly hunched and ravaged by old age, and her face was covered in wrinkles. "You! What the hell do you think you're doing?" Young Silver Lake yelled, outraged. The old Silver Lake did not answer her. She slowly began to walk around the warding circle in which she trapped her copy, tapping the borders with her staff and methodically reinforcing the ward so it was harder to break. Her expression was grave and serious. There was no cackling this time, no stupid jokes or attempt to throw her opponent out of balance with words. It was actually kind of eerie to see Silver Lake behaving like this. "Don't you know who I am?" Young Silver Lake protested. I'm you from the future. I know that Brad over there already told you this, so why dash? If you're really my copy, then you know what happened the last time we made a copy of ourselves. And let it do as it pleased, old Silver Lake said calmly, not stopping her work or even glancing at her younger self. The young Silver Lake seemed to be momentarily at a loss for words and remained silent. Exactly, old Silver Lake concluded. It's only a matter of time before you come for me. My home, my connections, my life. You want it all, and you clearly outstrip me in power. This is my best opportunity to remove you as a threat. I must take it. You ungrateful, withered bitch, young Silver Lake screamed angrily. The Grey Hunter took advantage of her emotional instability and managed to sink its fangs into her forearm, pumping it full of shaping, disrupting poison. Unfortunately, Silver Lake reacted quickly and immediately sliced her own arm off at the shoulder with a severing spell. Her regeneration immediately started growing it back. I should have killed you immediately after coming here. Probably, old Silver Lake said, shrugging her shoulders. Zorian took one more look at the situation, thought about it for a moment, and then decided to let the two Silver Lakes deal with each other and move on to other targets. He could see that Jornak's mist was starting to thin out and evaporate, which probably meant his battle with Zack was close to ending. It was time. He jumped into the air, his defense cube dutifully following after him, and used a fast flying spell to quickly reach the hole. The cultists were still holding their own against the combined forces assaulting them, but they were exhausted and unprepared for Zorian's arrival. He immediately started scything them down, butchering the whole group of them with a severing whip while trusting his cube to protect him from retaliation. Simultaneously, he took closer control over Merva again, and the golem's attacks suddenly became a lot more accurate and strategic. After only a handful of seconds, most of the cultists realized they stood absolutely no chance against Zorian and his golem, and their discipline fell apart. They started to panic and run, ignoring the threats their leaders spouted at them. As Zorian suspected, his actions provoked an immediate reaction. In the distance, Ogan shouted a bunch of expletives and then separated himself from the angel he was fighting in order to rush towards the hole. He received a deep gash in his flank for turning his back to his opponent like that, but he bore it with barely a grimace. Then, not far from where Zorian was cutting down the hapless cultists, a huge blast of magical force leveled an entire section of the city, and a pitch-black skeleton suddenly flew out of it, flying at Zorian at maximum speed. Zorian quickly scanned the area quite a kick left and breathed a sigh of relief. Svim, Alanik, and Diamond were in extremely poor shape, but they were still alive. Svim was unconscious and Diamond was severely wounded and bleeding, but Olenek was quick to administer aid, so they should both survive. They should. But no, he couldn't get distracted. Oganja and Quetzalcoatl were both coming here, but the Lich was closer and would be here sooner. Although he was just a mindless golem, he couldn't help but glance at Merva looming above him a little sadly. It was nice knowing you, Merva. Being a mindless construct, Merva did not answer him. He simply turned towards the rapidly approaching Quetzalcoatl and spread his giant arms as if offering the incoming Lich a hug. To his credit, Quetzalcoatl immediately understood that something was wrong and tried to swerve out of the way. It didn't help him. There was no dodging this. Merva's chest opened up like a metal flower, exposing a complicated magical device with a glass tank acting as a centerpiece. Trapped within the glass tank was a large soul-sizer chrysanthemum, which immediately woke up from its stupor and focused on the only target his current prison allowed him to perceive, Quetzalcoatl. Normally, the flower wouldn't have been powerful enough to threaten the ancient Lich, especially from this distance, but its current housing wasn't just a prison. It was an amplifier and a focus device, vastly increasing the flower's range and power. Without reservations, Merva immediately started burning through his entire internal supplies of mana, amplifying the flower's attack more and more. It still wasn't enough to actually seize Quetzalcoatl's soul and draw it into the flower, but that was okay. Zorian did not actually expect it to be able to do that. All he needed it to do was incapacitate Quetzalcoatl for a little while, just like the chrysanthemum had done to Zack and Zorian the first time they had encountered it. The amplified soul-sizer chrysanthemum did just that. Hit by the flower's attack, Quetzalcoatl lost control over his flight spell and plowed straight into the building in front of him before unceremoniously dropping to the ground. Being an undying Lich made out of magically reinforced bones, this high-speed impact and subsequent fall did not really hurt him much. But it did make him stationary. The defense cube behind Zorian suddenly restructured itself into a ring-shaped construct. The time-frozen spell Zorian had previously captured from Oganja was suddenly released and immediately continued its attack, this time targeting Quetzalcoatl. The Lich shakily picked himself up from the ground, fighting off the still ongoing effects of the soul-sizer chrysanthemum through sheer willpower, and lifted his head just in time to see the giant incandescent projectile, equivalent in power to an artillery magic spell, hurling towards him. If he'd had only a few more seconds, he would have shrugged off the attack and dodged, shielded, or teleported away. But he didn't have a few more seconds. Before the projectile even reached him, the lights suddenly died in his dead eye sockets, and his bones started to fall back to the ground. He chose to retreat back to his phylactery on his own, rather than be beaten. Moments later, the dragon magic spell hit his remains dead center, and the entire area was consumed by a blinding fireball that vaporized everything around it. As for Merva, his role in this was finished. His chest folded up again to prevent the chrysanthemum from targeting anyone else, and then he simply went limp. His internal mana reserves were gone. He could no longer move or fight. Contemptible thief, Oganja shouted in outrage, getting increasingly close. The angel tree was hot on his tail. Is your kind capable of doing anything on your own? What was he talking about? Dragons were infamous for bullying everything and everyone around them for things they wanted. Besides, you would never see a dragon build a gun or a train, so there were at least a couple of things humans invented on their own. He didn't bother saying any of this, though. He simply teleported close to the blasted site and fired a gust of wind at it, getting rid of the smoke and dust. He was met with the sight of molten ground, still visibly burning hot, with a small crater in the middle. Only one thing survived the magical conflagration, the imperial crown that once stood on Quetzalcoatl's head, still completely untouched. Divine artifacts were not easy to destroy, especially ones of this caliber. Zorian quickly produced a force whip and used it to yank the crown towards him. He was careful not to touch it at first, but it turned out to be completely cool to the touch. He glanced to the side, where Zack and Jornak were facing off against each other. He got a little distracted while fighting Quetzalcoatl, but at some point the mist Jornak had created completely disappeared, and the two combatants reappeared. Thankfully, Zack managed to keep Jornak from interfering, so their fellow time traveler was unable to save the Lich. They both looked pretty terrible. Zack was bleeding from his forehead and limping. Whatever Jornak had done with that mist apparently did much to even the odds between them, since Zorian did not think Jornak could hurt Zack that much in a fair fight. As for Jornak, his fancy red robe was almost entirely shredded and... Chapter 104. Awena. He was Zack Novita, the last surviving member of Noble House Novita, the chosen of the angels. And he had won. He honestly never thought he would win. He wanted to win, of course. He wanted to know what kind of wonders the world beyond this month had in store for him. He wanted to rebuild his house and make his caretaker pay for what he had done to him. He wanted to have friends and lovers that would never forget him. But this wish, it was merely a wistful dream, flickering in the back of his mind and refusing to die. He didn't seriously consider it, and not just because of the stupid angel contract and its impossible conditions. The truth was, he'd kind of given up a long time ago. He had tried to beat the invasion so many times, attempt after attempt, idea after idea, until eventually he became convinced this was his fate. To stay there forever, in an endlessly looping world. All this power and knowledge, all the revelations about his past life, all the insights into people around him. The time loop dangled these things over his head, but it was all meaningless because he couldn't get out. Stopping the invasion of Syria was the key. He knew this. Somehow deep down in his soul, he knew this. But he couldn't do it no matter how many times he tried. It was fine while he was still learning things, becoming a better mage, and brimming with ideas, but slowly he started to slow down. He had learned everything he possibly could about the invaders themselves. Advancing his magic became harder and harder, each new spell or training method giving ever smaller improvements. His inspiration began to dry out, and yet he still couldn't get out. He was as good as he realistically would ever be, and yet it wasn't enough to stop the invasion. His best wasn't enough. That's when he realized he wouldn't be getting out. He would never be getting out. And then he met Zorian. His friend was, all right. He scared him with his behavior from time to time, and he wished he was easier to talk to and more fun to hang out with. But hey, you can't have everything. More importantly, he was driven. He had that spark to keep going that had mostly died in Zack a long time ago. He had ideas that would have never even occurred to Zack, and methods that were alien to Zack's way of thinking. It was new and refreshing, and it reignited that spark of hope in him that refused to fully die. A long time ago, when Zack had only begun figuring out the time loop and his skills were still growing, his pride would have bristled at the idea of just letting his new friend take the lead in how they should proceed with their escape plan or go about honing their skills. Alas, that was a long time ago. By the time Zack met Zorian, the time loop had already grounded him, and he was entirely content to simply act as support. He stepped aside and let Zorian plan their escape and set their short-term goals, trusting his new friend to get them out of their looping nightmare and simply steering him away from his more dubious choices. In the end, that path had led him here, locked in a deadly battle against his other time-traveling companion, Red Robe. Or Jornak. Whatever. He would always be Red Robe to Zack, in all honesty. Even now, he was wearing that stupid red robe of his to hide his appearance. He had trapped Zack in some kind of strange dimensional labyrinth. At first, a mirror image of the city covered in thick mist that severely limited Zack's vision, while allowing Red Robe to move around in some strange manner that Zack found hard to understand at first. Red Robe clearly thought of him as some kind of dumb brute that wouldn't be able to deal with this kind of environment. But Zack hadn't spent all those years in the time loop for nothing, and his knowledge of dimensionalism had reached incredible heights while he had been working with Zorian and others to create a viable escape route into the real world. Red Robe bragged a lot about this misty labyrinth world while he and Zack fought. An attempt to demoralize him, maybe he couldn't see all that well in there either, and wanted Zack to verbally respond so he could lock onto his position more securely. In any case, Red Robe said this misty world was primordial magic granted to him by Panicseth, a place isolated from the real world, impossible to escape, place largely removed from the real world, impossible to escape. Wasn't that almost exactly the description of the time loop? Hadn't Zack helped Zorian learn how to punch a hole through it so he could escape? Red Robe thought Zack was a dumb brute, but Zack had figured his little trick out within a minute of arriving there. Just like the time loop was centered on Panicseth, this world of mist was centered around Red Robe. There was no point looking for an exit in the environment around them. The exit was Red Robe. The fight between them lasted a while, but eventually Zack managed to maneuver things in the right direction. He had to let one of Red Robe's kinetic spells clip him in the leg, leaving him limping, but it was of no importance. It was a relatively light wound, and he had drunk a potion of regeneration before the battle. His leg would be fine soon enough. What was important was that he used the opportunity to hit Red Robe with a dimensional spell designed specifically to punch holes in these kind of prisons. It was literally one of a kind, a product of their intense research near the end of the time loop, and Red Robe clearly had no idea how to deal with it. Zack had expected to punch a literal hole in the misty world, but turned out that Red Robe's little creation was incomparable to that of Panicseth, even if they had the same origin. The moment it was forcibly punctured, the mist started to thin and fade, until the entire world quietly disappeared at some point, shunting them back to the real world. They came back just in time to see Zorian take out Quetzalcoatl. It filled Zack with complex feelings to see Zorian best his oldest enemy so seemingly easily. He knew that a lot of work and preparation went into this victory, and that was not nearly as easy as it looked, but it still made him a little jealous. Just a little bit. Red Robe, on the other hand, was just mad. He attacked Zack with increased ferocity to vent his frustration, and Zack matched it without any reservations. Black swords made out of dimensional forces slashed at Jornak, cutting deep gouges as he dodged out of the way. Tiny incandescent suns zipped around with the speed and agility of a swallow. The ground exploded into stone spears that then exploded into thousands of needle-like shards. Rays of electrified light surged forward while evading obstacles like immaterial snakes, and the air itself was whipped into a miniature tornado centered on Zack. He may have failed in a lot of areas of his life, but if there was one thing Zack Novita felt supremely confident in, that was his combat skills. He was good at fighting, and he loved doing it. It rejuvenated him to fight worthy opponents, made him feel alive. He looked at his opponent, his red robe long since tattered, and met the man's eyes, trying to jog his memory, to remember the time they apparently met and became friends. Alas, nothing came to his mind. There was no memory, no instinctive knowledge, not even a feeling of déjà vu. The man was a complete stranger. Red Robe, Jornak, the man who apparently betrayed him and tampered with his mind, leaving him even more lost inside the time loop than he already was. Zack was angry at the man for what he had done, but if he was honest with himself, not that angry. He didn't actually remember the betrayal, and he was always a relatively easygoing guy. Even so, tracking the man down and making him pay for what he had done had been the driving force of his life for a while now. He didn't think it was the effect of any magical compulsion or anything. He just found hating the man to be convenient, invigorating. Focusing on Red Robe and how he messed him up gave Zack a goal in life that he had lacked for so long, so how he could not go after him. Plus, the man was clearly a total nutcase. He wasn't an empath like Zorian, but he didn't need to be one to get a read on the guy. Even more than Zack himself, he was dead inside. The next round of Continental Wars was going to be bad enough without a guy like this throwing oil into the fire. He had to go. Then Zorian made Oganj go away. He did it in such a hilarious way, too. Except for the part where he gave up the Imperial Orb to make it happen, that part was honestly awful. Hadn't they agreed the orb would go to him after the month was over, since he got Princess? The asshole had no right to give it away. Hell, he didn't even try to negotiate with the stupid lizard. If you spot this story on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. Oh well. Truthfully, the idea he would get to enjoy the Imperial Orb, or anything else for that matter, was just a wistful dream. The angel contract hung like a sword above his head, ready to strike. Its terms were impossible to fulfill. No matter what happened, Zack only had a little time left. Or so he thought at the time anyway. Without warning, Zorian teleported near the site of Zack's battle with Red Robe. Zack remembered feeling a flash of anger in response, even if he stayed quiet. It made sense for Zorian to help bring down Red Robe as quickly as possible, but this was the final stretch of the battle, and Zack was enjoying himself. This was the last fun thing he was ever going to do in his life. Did Zorian really have to take it away from him? What happened next shocked him completely. Without saying anything, Zorian simply lunged at Red Robe, rapidly entering melee range with a man while charging some kind of spell Zack didn't recognize. Though angry, exhausted, and focused on Zack, Red Robe reacted quickly. He instantly spun to the side to face this new opponent, drawing a knife from his belt in a smooth practice motion. No, it was not just a knife, Zack realized. It was the Imperial dagger. Red Robe must have quietly stolen it from the royal vaults at some point. It wasn't that surprising. The man must have gotten quite proficient at it over the restarts, but he thought the dagger wasn't that useful. Red Robe's expression alone told Zack that he had thought wrong. An expression of pure glee and hate shone on the man's face, as if he hoped this very thing would happen and couldn't believe Zorian was stupid enough to grant him this opportunity. Zack hastily launched a fast-moving spell at the two, trying to blast them apart from each other, but he wasn't fast enough. The dagger shone with a faint purple light as Red Robe thrust it forward toward Zorian's face. Zorian did nothing to dodge or shield himself with magic, but that protective cube he made quietly interposed itself in the path of the knife. Zorian's faith in his grand creation proved to be severely misplaced, however. As great as his skills at artificing were, the dagger was a genuine divine artifact. It sliced straight through the cube like it was made of paper and stabbed forward, impaling Zorian straight through the neck. Simultaneously, Zorian's glowing hand slammed straight into Red Robe's chest, blowing a massive hole straight through his chest and causing some kind of faint blue waves to resonate across the man's entire body. And then Zorian's damaged defense cube detonated in a massive explosion that not only blew Zorian and Red Robe away from each other like rag dolls, but also flung Zack back into the nearby building. Zack wasn't really hurt. It wasn't the first time he was flung back into a wall. He cushioned his impact with the wall with a quick magic, expertly landing on his feet. He quickly scanned the area and found Zorian lying on his back some distance away. He rushed towards the boy to provide aid, but stopped when he got close enough to really see him. He wasn't moving. His eyes, blank and glassy, remained open. His chest didn't move. An imperial dagger was still stuck up to the hilt in his neck, and his whole body was full of serrated metal bits sticking out his skin, the remains of his defense device driven deep into his flesh by the force of the explosion. He stared at his friend for a few seconds, overcome in disbelief, before walking forwards. He cast a quick diagnostic spell and slowly, hesitantly placed his hand on him. He wasn't that great with healing magic, but this was one of the simplest spells in that field, and he had an excellent grasp on it. The spell told him what he already knew, but didn't want to accept. Zorian was dead. No, he whispered despondently. No. Zorian, you stupid, stupid, stupid. Why? Why would you do something so dash? Because this was deliberate. What don't you understand? He chose to die so you could live. The thought bubbled up to his mind suddenly, unpleasant and uninvited. It hit him like a punch in the face. He wouldn't. Zack mumbled to himself. He's too selfish. He said so himself. He has friends, a family, a little sister that needs him, a whole bunch of girls that want to get in his pants. He took a deep breath and forcefully calmed himself. He had to check something. He got up to his feet and ran up to where Red Robe was also laying on the ground, motionless. The man was also dead, unsurprisingly. Not only did Zorian's last attack completely destroy his heart and chest, the blue wave that accompanied the attack also did something. Ripped his soul out of his body, maybe. His medical magic was too rudimentary to figure it out, but the man was definitely dead. He swallowed heavily and then got up again. He started to search for other people. Everyone seemed to be unconscious, Zack soon realized. They were lying all over the place, on the streets, in public buildings, in alleyways, everywhere. It wasn't that they got knocked out during a fight either. His diagnostic spells confirmed most of them were completely healthy, barring some minor scrapes and bruises that were normal for the current conditions of the city. They seemed to have just suddenly dropped unconscious all of a sudden. He eventually found Alanik, Svim, and Zorian's brother, Diamond. Gods above, how was he going to explain to the man that he just let his little brother? He shook his head and carefully approached. They were still unconscious, just like everyone he encountered so far. After a second of hesitation, he cast a memory reading spell and placed his hand on Svim's head. The spell encountered no resistance. He was sure that Svim had placed a mind-blank spell on him during the battle, but there was no trace of it now. He immediately dove into the man's memories, searching for any information regarding the time loop. His hands soon began to tremble. The man had no idea about any time loop. More than that, however, he didn't possess any memories of this entire month. Someone had quite literally memory wiped his entire recollection of said time period. He repeated his check on nearby Alanik and Daimen, with the same results. They were free of any knowledge of the time loop because they had no memory of anything that had transpired during this whole month. He breathed out heavily. "Zorian, you scary bastard. How did you even do this?" he said out loud. Wait, if he could do that to others, could he do it to him as well? Was any of this real? The moment the thought bubbled up to his mind, it refused to leave. He could feel something inside his soul wake up and demand a check. He had to know. He had to know as badly as a starving man needed food, a compulsion so strong it was essentially irresistible. He started casting a plethora of diagnostic divinations on himself, his surroundings, and the three unconscious people in front of him. He performed a multitude of little experiments he learned over the years to detect when illusionists messed with his surroundings. Nothing. His mind blank was still working. His mind was not being tampered with. The environment was behaving as it should, and the people in front of him were as complex as real people should be. He started to wander the city, casting memory spells on random people he found lying in the streets. By this time, some people had started to wake up, but Zack simply walked past them, ignoring them as he went about his task. He wasn't really searching for any specific information. He was reading people's memories in order to find out trivial things like their favorite meals, what their mother looked like, or what the last story they'd heard was about. In other words, he was checking if they were real people. A mind mage, no matter how good, couldn't create a mind from scratch. Not a convincing one, in any case. A fake man would be a paper-thin disguise, capable of tricking only the most inexperienced of mind mages. However, Zack had gotten to know Zorian long enough that he couldn't discount anything. He could totally accept that Zorian could produce a convincing fake mind. The guy was just that scary. Maybe even a pair of fake minds. Maybe a dozen. By now he had read the memories of more than 100 people, though. All of them felt real. All of them were complex individuals with lots of little details about their lives and tangled histories that Zack could easily lose himself in for weeks at a time if he really wanted to figure them out. He refused to believe that anyone could create so many lies out of thin air. Even someone like Zorian. He lost track of time. He wandered around the city, checking on people. Anyone that was even slightly familiar with the time loop had lost their memories of the whole month. No exceptions. Even the Arania beneath Scioria were missing any memory of this month. An entire colony of skilled telepaths, but Zorian had somehow managed to convince them to willingly delete their own memories. Eventually, he accepted the truth. It was real. It was all real. Jornak was dead. Silver Lake, too. She was done in by her old real-world self, who lost her memories of the past month, but was otherwise unharmed. Nobody knew anything about the time loop except for him. He left the city. He couldn't look at it any longer. He found a small hill just outside the city walls that he and Zorian used to sit on sometimes, discussing their plans or just wasting time, and watched the field around him in silence. He had no idea how long he stood there. He thought someone approached him at one point and asked him if he was all right, but he ignored them, and they eventually went away. All he knew was that at some point he realized that someone was shooting fireworks into the sky. It was the night of the summer festival. The city may have just suffered a brutal invasion, but that was no reason to halt the celebrations. Hell, if anything, this just made the importance of a celebration that much greater. And Zack felt happy. He felt disgusted with himself for it, but he really did. Panic Seth was still sealed, and the conditions of his contract had been fulfilled. He was going to live past this month. He had won. He was Zack Novita, the last surviving member of Noble House Novita and the last surviving Time Looper. And he had won. He fell to his knees and began to cry. Somewhere deep inside his soul, he could feel the angel contract harmlessly dissolve, finally fulfilled. He was free, and all it cost him was the life of his best friend. Chapter 105I Win 2. He was Jornak Dokakin, a humble lawyer from Scioria, a true heir of House Danin, and the last surviving Time Looper. And he had won. The path had been long and difficult. He still remembered that fateful day. He had realized Zack was a time traveler. The boy had been making scene after scene around the city, making nonsensical statements to the newspapers and everyone else who would listen, never once outright stating what he was, but very much hinting at it. Very few people had taken him seriously. Jornak hadn't either, in all honesty, not until the boy had come to him one day and asked him to help him figure out some legal documents he found lying around the living room. The documents blew Jornak's mind away. Not because the contents were so shocking, but because of what they implied. The people they implicated in crimes were so influential and highly placed, and the evidence so damning, that Jornak simply knew that Zack must have stolen them from the very people mentioned in the documents. Jornak knew exactly how hard that feat was. After the corrupt Eldamarian courts had taken the inheritance of House Danin away from him, he had come to understand that truth and the letter of the law were almost entirely inconsequential in the face of money, connections, and social status. He became a covert member of the cult of the World Dragon and rubbed shoulders with many powerful people. He came to know the darker undercurrents of Eldamar society and knew what it would take to acquire this kind of dirt on someone. No amount of money could buy something like this, so how could Zack have possibly acquired these documents? Jornak had agonized over this question for days, dissecting every statement Zack had made, no matter how minor or nonsensical, and eventually came up with a crazy idea. The craziest idea possibly. He confronted Zack with it, and the boy just laughed and admitted to it easily. Yes, he was a time traveler. In fact, he had lived through this month many, many times, and they had talked before. Jornak believed him. He wanted to believe him. His life had been rather dreary and frustrating for several years by that point. His career wasn't going anywhere, despite his attempts to build connections and increase his social standing. He had no success in love. His family was long dead. The inheritance of House Danin, his best chance at achieving greatness, was stolen from him. His youth was all but spent, and he felt he wasn't going anywhere. This looping time travel thing may have been completely insane, but Jornak was willing to take a chance on it. The two became fast friends. Zach explained that he had originally found Jornak because he befriended Vayers in one of the restarts, and the boy had introduced him to his lawyer friend. Zach's story about his caretaker selling Novita property for pocket change to his friends and then siphoning most of the money into his pockets fascinated Jornak almost as much as the time travel story itself. He wasn't that unique in his realization that Zach was a time traveler. Zach had been making a lot of noise during that particular restart, handing out clues to various people he was fond of, and a number of them had reached the same conclusion he had. Zach was also dating no less than 2 women at the time, both of them aware of the other and fine with it, and he'd outright told them the truth long before Jornak had met him. It was a fascinating group. He made a lot of new friends that month. There was a looming shadow over the whole thing, however, and it grew colder and more obvious with every passing day. Zach Novita wasn't a mage who invented time travel, merely a leaf caught in the storm. The mechanics of the time loop were merciless, and they would soon strike. As the end of the month approached, some people in the group got increasingly concerned. Jornak was one of them. During one evening when they were alone, and Zach had a little too much to drink, he admitted to Jornak that he would eventually stop interacting with him altogether. It had happened repeatedly in the past. Zach would get to know someone, interact with them over and over again, get emotionally attached to them, and then decide it was too painful to be around them in the future. The admission shook Jornak to his core. He wasn't sure why. He wouldn't really remember anything soon, so why did it matter that Zach would replace him with someone else in one of the future restarts? It shouldn't have mattered, but it did. He grew increasingly desperate, constantly probing Zach for any ideas about how he can keep existing after the month was over. He recruited the other members of Zach's group into his efforts, and eventually they managed to force an admission out of him. There was a way. A divine artifact held by a lich that could confer the status of a temporary looper upon a person. It would only be for 6 restarts, and Zach explained again and again why he didn't want to do it, why it was a bad idea, and so forth. It didn't matter, not to Jornak and not to the other people. 6 months was better than nothing. It was probably the 2 lovers that did most of the job of convincing Zach to play along with their request, Jornak suspected. Still, he was the one who organized the whole effort, and he was very proud of it. The next 6 months were a great time, possibly the happiest in Jornak's life. He did not intend to betray Zach at that time. Not at all. The boy was his best friend, and Jornak had every intention of helping him out in any way he could. But alas, 6 restarts had eventually passed. The second deadline started to approach. Tempers ran high. People started asking Zach for a way to prolong their time looping status, horrified that they were about to lose everything they had achieved during these past 6 months. Zach's mood continually worsened, both from him being heartbroken that the people he spent the past 6 months with were about to become lost to him, and the fact they were constantly badgering him about a solution that didn't exist, that he couldn't provide. Jornak's friendship with Zach also started to gradually deteriorate as the end approached. Jornak was far more interested in politics of the state and in what was happening behind closed doors of their nation's elite. He had come to know much, and he grew more disgusted with them than he ever had been. He talked to Zach often about these issues, but the boy was just a teenager at heart, and his perspective was narrow and naive. He simply wanted to get back at his caretaker, start rebuilding his house, and have fun. He did not appreciate the knowledge Jornak had painstakingly gathered, and found his methods to be immoral and disturbing. As the end of their temporary looper status approached, they clashed more and more frequently, and Jornak made the mistake of telling Zach exactly what he would do if he were in his place. The look Zach had given him when he stopped talking. Jornak would always remember that. Eventually, Zach called for a group meeting. He swore again and again that he wasn't hiding any methods of prolonging their looping, and that there was nothing he could do. He promised them he would make them all temporary loopers again as soon as he could. He also privately promised Jornak he would supply his future looper with all the work he had done in those 6 restarts, but Jornak didn't believe him. The boy hadn't even read the last 2 reports Jornak gave him, much less memorized them. Even if he wanted to hand future Jornak the fruits of his work, how would he do it? Not to mention that he probably didn't even want to do it. He doubted Zach would even make him a temporary looper in the future. He remembered Zach's admission that he eventually dropped people from his social circle after interacting with them for a few restarts. He remembered the look Zach had given him not too long ago, and he decided he had to do something. He had never planned to betray Zach. He wanted to work with him, to help him. When one really thought about it, Zach was the one who betrayed him. Jornak himself was not a powerful man. His magical aptitude was entirely average, and not even the time loop could change that. But some of the people in the Looper group were magically powerful, and their skills had only gotten better due to Zack's willingness to help them grow. Getting them to side with him was tricky, but not too difficult. Desperation made people do previously unthinkable things. Contacting a.k.a. and arranging a meeting with him without being immediately killed had been hard, but not nearly as hard as he had feared it would be. From that point on, everything kind of slid into place. In the end, that path had led him here, locked in a deadly battle against his one-time best friend and fellow time-traveling companion Zack. He had to admit he had been pretty worried for a while. The ability he'd gotten from Panicseth was not nearly as effective as he thought it would be. Weren't primordials supposed to be on the level of gods? He expected more out of primordial magic, to be honest. That prison should have taken some kind of advanced, specialized magic to get out of, but Zack had an appropriate spell for breaking it already in his arsenal. Then, when they were pulled back into Scioria proper, it was just in time to see Zorian banish a.k.a. back to his phylactery with the help of a flower. He dimly recognized it as a soul-sizer chrysanthemum. What an obscure magical creature. In any case, he was of two minds about this. On one hand, he needed the ancient lich to win this. On the other hand, it was satisfying to see the black-hearted bastard finally get knocked down a peg or two. And besides, he still had the dragon in him. Oganj left. He took the crown and the orb, and he just left. Unbelievable. Jornak had given him so much for his assistance as forward payment, materials, maps, records of draconic magic that humans had taken from other dragon mages, everything. But Oganj still chose to switch sides in exchange for 2 thrice-damned divine artifacts. A familiar bitterness welled up from the back of his mind. Everyone always betrayed him. He was so fed up with everything. He still didn't think the situation was hopeless. He started the invasion a day before the actual deadline for releasing Panicseth, so he had some time for another attempt. He would activate all of his contingencies and plunge the country into chaos. He would activate all of the remaining wraith bombs in other cities. He refused to believe his enemies had enough countermeasures to disable them all, or that they had even managed to track down every single one of them. He would assassinate people and mind control critical individuals into starting hostilities with every nearby country. He would sick the police and Eldamar's military on them, their allies, friends, and family. He would descend straight into the hole and lure the monsters lurking in the deepest layer of the dungeon back to the surface to wreak havoc on it until the city was nothing but ruins. It was suboptimal. He wanted to rule this country and make it better, not bring it to its knees. However, he had to be alive in order to improve things, and his opponents had forced his hand. If this was the only path they had left for him, he would not hesitate. He was. Suddenly, that other looper, Zorian Kaczynski, teleported next to them and immediately rushed towards them. Zorian. Jornak had so many regrets in regards to the boy. He shouldn't have panicked and fled the time loop when he realized there were other time loopers aside from him and Zack, but it made perfect sense at the time. The information he had gotten from the Arania said there was a small legion of them, which was entirely possible. If Zack wanted to, and had the crown, he could have made the entire city into temporary loopers. What if Panicseth decided some of them would make for a better champion than him? And if Zack was creating so many loopers, he probably knew about the Sovereign Gate and how to leave the time loop. He couldn't play around and risk things. The safest thing to do was to leave as soon as possible. As it turned out, there was just one additional looper, and he hadn't gotten in through Zack's actions. He got in through some weird mistake in the time loop system. Jornak couldn't even begin to describe how jealous he was of the boy when he heard that. He had to go through so much trouble to keep existing, and then this boy got all of that and more through a simple stroke of luck. The world was sometimes so unfair. But no matter, this was perfect. He didn't know what had possessed the boy to get this close to him all of a sudden, but he wasn't going to waste a golden opportunity like this. He drew the Imperial dagger out of his belt with a smooth, practiced motion, its weight and shape familiar and comforting in his hand. The dagger had long been his oldest and most reliable companion, and if he could, he always recovered it from the royal vaults, where it was just uselessly gathering dust. He had spent many years tinkering with it and learning everything it could do. The dagger lit up with a faint purple glow as he thrust it toward Zorian. The Imperial dagger was mostly known for its ability to hurt spirits easily, but it had several alternate modes, and this was one of them. The third looper arrogantly refused to dodge his strike, instead placing his defense device in front of him to ward off the blow. Jornak would be first to admit that the cube was an incredible achievement that left him in awe of Zorian's ingenuity and skill, but it was ultimately just a mortal item. The dagger pierced through the complex, multi-layer shield projected by the cube like it didn't exist, and then stabbed right through the alchemically reinforced metal like it was paper. To his credit, this wasn't enough to take the boy down. Zorian reacted quickly, telekinetically moving his body out of the way of the knife while simultaneously hurling the ruined cube into the sky. Having suffered catastrophic damage, the cube exploded above their heads moments later, showering the area with serrated metal fragments and exotic magical energies. Jornak locked eyes with Zorian, unsurprised by the boy's quick reactions. Though he was standing here partially due to luck, Zorian Kaczynski was someone that had repeatedly shown himself to be a shrewd and decisive person. When Jornak was about to capture and interrogate him back in the time loop, he killed himself without hesitation to deny him useful information. What's more, the action was clearly a pre-planned contingency, and he had enough presence of mind as he ran to make sure Jornak would be unable to recover his body. He did not expect him to die so easily. Still, with his best defensive tool destroyed, and with him momentarily unbalanced, Jornak decided to bet it all on one last push. This was extremely dangerous and may very well end with him killed, but it wasn't the first time he risked his life for a chance to live, and it probably wouldn't be the last. He wrapped his hand around a small black bottle, hanging from his neck and squeezed, shattering it with ease with his supernatural strength. Hundreds of black shapes suddenly slipped from between his fingers, expanding in size as they filled the skies above them. Vaguely humanoid, the entities looked like legless incorporeal humans in tattered pitch-black cloaks. This text was taken from Royal Road. Help the author by reading the original version there. Race. The whole area immediately began to feel uncomfortably chilly as the mere presence of so many of them began to leach minute amounts of life force from the three combatants, and resonant whispers filled the air as wraiths began to babble in that usual incomprehensible nonsense they constantly spouted. Wraiths were mysterious creatures with unclear origins and very few methods of effectively fighting them. In many ways, they almost resembled spirits, but they were usually classified as undead due to their ability to convert human souls into more of themselves. They were difficult to control. Jornak did not actually have any ability to direct the wraith horde he had just released from his miniature wraith bomb, and he had no doubt the wraiths would see him as just as big of a target as the other two people present. However, Jornak was betting he would have a definite advantage anyway, because he had something he didn't think either of the other two had: sophisticated, well-honed soul magic skills. Soul magic was a sinister branch of magic, requiring a lot of cruel and unpleasant experimentation and willingness to deal and negotiate with some very loathsome people. Jornak had long accepted this, and he did not let it bother him. He had tortured entire villages of people over and over again to see how different soul magic methods affected the same soul over various restarts. He sold kidnapped babies and small orphans to some of the more unscrupulous witches that were willing to teach him their skills in exchange for suitable material. He spoke with demon summoners, participating in their disgusting rituals in order to prove his sincerity. His magical talents may be average, but he was confident that there were few people who could boast about having a similar level of skill when it came to soul magic. Zack certainly wasn't one of them, and Silver Lake was adamant that Zorian wasn't that much better. His opponents knew it too. When they saw the wraiths flood the area, the two of them tried to retreat and regroup elsewhere, but how could Jornak allow that? He stopped them. He foiled their teleportation, he wrenched them back when they tried to fly away, and when the two attacked him together and he was forced to choose between being wounded and letting them flee, he chose to get wounded. His regeneration ability was not nearly as potent as that of Silver Lake, but his body was far more resilient than that of a regular person and healed quickly. So long as he didn't black out and could cast magic, it was fine. He would bear it. He would outlast them, outlast everyone, and win. He had to win. All of the sacrifices, all the things he'd done, it couldn't have been all in vain. He was close, so very close to the end. In the end, he triumphed. His soul defenses were honed to perfection, yet even he strained to deal with so many wraiths relentlessly assaulting him. Zack and Zorian? They couldn't compare. Maybe if they hadn't expended so many of their resources before they decided to tackle him, they could have got themselves out of this situation, but alas, for all their power and skill, in the end, all it took was one mistake for them to fall and be devoured by wraiths. Jornak quietly thanked Zorian for deciding to join the battle when he had. If Jornak had been unable to catch both of his enemies at once in his wraith trap, this wouldn't have worked. The moment the two loopers fell, Jornak fled the site and waited for the wraiths to scatter before returning to check up on them. Always check the bodies to make sure your enemies were really dead after all. This was especially true when dealing with enemies on the level of Zack and Zorian. A minute later, he breathed a sigh of release. They were really dead. It was over. He started to laugh. Yes, yes. He knew he could do it. Now was not the time for gloating, however. That would come later. For now, he started searching the city for his partner, Silver Lake. He eventually found her not far from where he fought Zack and Zorian. Or what was left of her, anyway. She was really just an empty bag of skin now. After cautiously kneeling down and inspecting the skin, he found 2 large puncture wounds in her chest and no other notable damage. Something, probably some kind of magical creature, had liquefied her insides and slurped it all out, leaving this preserved husk behind. Jornak frowned. Silver Lake was probably the weakest one from among the 4 of them that had managed to escape from the time loop, but she shouldn't have been this easy to kill. In fact, despite being the weakest, Jornak suspected she was the hardest of them to kill, both because her primordial abilities were all defensive in nature, and because she herself was a cowardly wretch that would no doubt flee at the first hint of actual danger. The creature that had killed her, some kind of spider, maybe? In any case, it had to be very powerful. On the level of a dragon, really. How did a creature like that get here, and where was it now? And why hadn't Silver Lake simply retreated if she had encountered something like that? Magical creatures generally had little ability to stop high-level mages from fleeing if outmatched, unless they were sapient spellcasters in their own right. Concerning. Still, maybe it was better this way. Jornak hadn't actually liked Silver Lake that much. She had brought him some very useful knowledge, and for that he would always be grateful to her. But she was also clearly playing her own game and knew too much about Jornak's true nature for him to be comfortable with it. This way there was one less person potentially messing up his plans. With Silver Lake dead, it fell to him to fulfill their bargain with Panicseth and set him loose upon the world. He threw himself into the task without hesitation, rallying the invader forces under his banner and gathering the surviving cultists that had scattered around the city after their defeat near the hole. While most of the cultists had perished, their leaders and high-level members were powerful and resourceful enough to survive for the most part, and they were the most important part anyway. Jornak had them set up the ritual while the Abasan army protected them, and used his own primordial essence in place of the shifter children that the defenders had managed to rescue and evacuate out of the city. He had thought about trying to recover them, but eventually decided that would take too long. Eldamar was already mobilizing their whole army to crush this invasion, and he had no time to lose. Using his own primordial essence was going to weaken him for a long time and disable most of his primordial magic, but he would rather pay this price than risk dying at the end of the month because he had wasted too much time. Imagine if that happened. He, the ultimate victor of the Time Loop War, ended up dying because he had failed to release Panicseth before the Eldamar army rolled into the city and killed all his underlings. He would die wallowing in shame and embarrassment. No, he would pay the price with his own flesh and blood and do things properly. No gains without sacrifice. The ritual went off without issue. Space cracked, the prison broke, and then Panicseth burst into existence above the city, his fleshy limbs reaching out of his prison and burying themselves into the roads and buildings. Then, he slowly started to drag his entire bulk out of the pocket dimension that had contained him all these millennia. Jornak immediately fled. He may have been Panicseth as champion, but he did not trust the primordial at all. His part of the contract was finished, in any case. Funny, he thought he would be able to feel it when the restriction lifted, but there was nothing. The death pact Panicseth placed on him simply disappeared from his perception. One moment it was there, the next it was gone. Well, it was primordial magic after all. Who knows how that worked? He was finally free. That was all that mattered. The cultists, arrogant idiots that they were, stayed behind. Jornak knew that they had some kind of crazy plan that involved binding the primordial to their will and becoming gods in the process. But it was lunacy. They were like ants trying to enslave a tiger. Even weakened, Panicseth was not something they could handle. Even a fragment of him could probably annihilate them. The primordial let loose a deep, resonant rumble that made the whole city visibly vibrate. Some of the weaker buildings, weakened by the fires and the fighting, immediately collapsed from it. Then the rampage began. The Abasan forces were retreating now as fast as they could, but Jornak knew most of them would never make it. He took one last look at the unraveling city and then teleported away. He wanted to be as far as possible from the area. Break. Eventually, Jornak made his way to Iaska Mansion. The place was thoroughly trashed, its wards broken and most of the souls that powered it set free when their prison cracked and crumbled, but the structure itself was still standing when the angel was done venting its ire on it. Probably because Sudamir placed and set smaller, but far stronger defensive wards around the ward core that housed his wife's soul, and the angel didn't want to spend time breaking it down when there were more important battles happening elsewhere. The angel then dropped the barrier that had kept Iaska Mansion contained, and Sudamir enacted another long-distance teleport ritual to translocate the mansion out of the city, and then all the way to Ulquina Besa. This was something that Sudamir had long since arranged with Quatakikl in case things went wrong with their plan. Sitting in one of the few intact rooms inside the mansion, Jornak had been feeling quite pleased with himself, basking in the glow of his own success, when another person entered the room. Quatakikl. The Lich was in his human guise now, though Quatakikl insisted this form was just as true as his battle form, and he looked as relaxed and confident as ever. Jornak wanted to make some snide comments about him getting taken out by a flower, but he refrained. More than Zack, Zorian, or anyone else, the ancient Lich was the one that really terrified Jornak. He didn't think even his fellow loopers really understood the force they were dealing with when they tangled with him. Without Quatakikl, Jornak would never have been able to make himself a permanent looper. Oh sure, Panicseth was the one who supplied him with a method of transforming his temporary marker into a permanent one, but never in a million years would Jornak have been able to actually use the method himself. No, he had to beg Quatakikl for assistance to help him perform the task, and a price for the Lich's help. Even now, Jornak couldn't help but feel uneasy about it. He had heard from Silver Lake that the other looper already suspected that Quatakikl had been integral in turning his temporary marker into a permanent one, but they couldn't figure out why the Lich hadn't also made himself into a looper as well then. The answer was simple. The method required one to make a deal with Panicseth in order to work, and the Lich wasn't willing to make a death pact with a primordial under any circumstances. However, that didn't mean he was willing to help Jornak without any assurances. He forced Jornak to accept something called a soul seed, a small fragment of Quatakikl's soul, somehow processed to prevent degradation and imbued with some measure of self-awareness and memory, and bound said soul fragment to Jornak's soul, with instructions to return to the original Quatakikl when Jornak successfully came back to the real world. The soul fragment had been with Jornak for the entire duration of his stay in the time loop. Even Jornak wasn't sure what was up to during that time. Was it merely patiently waiting to return to its master, containing only the memories of that one Quatakikl Jornak made a deal with? Or was it watching and learning the whole time, riding him like a spying parasite? He didn't know. All he knew was that once he left the time loop and was incarnated in the real world, the soul fragment immediately left him and rejoined Quatakikl. Jornak had no need to convince the Lich he was a time traveler. Quatakikl already knew and was waiting for him when Jornak came knocking. He had no idea how much the ancient Lich knew about what happened in the time loop, and it scared him. So Quatakikl said, sitting down in one of the nearby chairs, "I think we can safely describe this operation as a success, yes?" "Yes, absolutely," Jornak agreed. "Though, if I may make an observation, the damage made by the primordials seemed to be somewhat underwhelming. Scioria will be no more after today, that is true, but the country as a whole will survive. Aren't you worried they will launch a punitive expedition against your homeland for this? Your involvement in this will be impossible to hide." "Oh no, I fully expect them to retaliate in some manner," Quatakikl said. "I welcome it. Our leaders have been very foolish lately, trying to set up trade treaties with the mainland and other such nonsense. A nice war or two will be good for us." Jornak nodded. This kind of attitude meshed pretty well with the Lich's attitude in their past conversations. "What about you?" the Lich asked. "Aren't you worried?" "Why would I be?" Jornak asked curiously. "A one. It was a close thing," Quatakikl remarked. "A win is a win," Jornak insisted. He glared slightly at the Lich. "Besides, it wouldn't have been that close if you hadn't stupidly got yourself killed. And by a flower, no less. Soul-sizers are curious creatures," Quatakikl said lightly, clearly not bothered by the swipe, or at least not giving any visible indication that he was. The ancient Lich's poker face was too good. "I'll have to look into them when I find the time. Alas, I suspect the next few years are going to be very busy for me indeed." Well, he was certainly right about that. For one thing, Jornak fully intended to start executing his plans the moment he left from here. He and the Lich had completely incompatible plans for the future, and were pretty much guaranteed to start sabotaging each other's efforts soon. Really, Jornak wouldn't be surprised if Quatakikl tried to kill him here today. Unfortunately for him, Jornak was well aware of this possibility and had taken every possible precaution before coming here. He won't die here. He won't die ever. He was only just starting, really. What would you have done if the invasion failed? Quatakikl asked, sounding genuinely curious. A multitude of contingencies floated in Jornak's mind in response to the Lich's question. Explosive traps in numerous cities and buildings meant to cause mass casualties, assassination contracts that would be executed unless he called them off, documents unmasking Zack and Zorian just waiting to be discovered by the authorities. He had many ways to make his enemies regret their victory if he ever lost. Still, he told none of them to a.k.a. Although he planned to dismantle all of them now, there was no reason to reveal his methods and reasoning to someone who would soon become his bitter enemy. He quickly checked his mental defenses and found that his mind blank was still on and in perfect condition. Good. For a moment, he was afraid a.k.a. was trying to pick up answers straight from his surface thoughts. Still, he felt an urge to brag a little. He started to ramble about one of his less important contingencies, a bundle of documents implicating Zorian in the events of the invasion, deliberately placed in one of the cabinets of the police building in Corsa. The cabinet was rarely used, but its owner was very dutiful and meticulous. It would take weeks for the documents to be discovered, and by that time Zack and Zorian will have likely stopped being on high alert for such things and should hopefully be caught completely by surprise. Then there was that letter he sent straight to the royal residence. It should be arriving. He suddenly stopped talking. Why was he telling the Lich this? Didn't he just conclude they were going to become enemies soon, and that it would be best to stay quiet? And the expression on a.k.a.'s face, he was leaning forward and listening with bated breath, like this was the most interesting thing ever. What? Who are you? Jornak suddenly snapped, jumping from his chair and going on full combat alert. He had spent enough time around the Lich to learn some of his mannerisms, and this didn't look like him. In fact, when he really thought about it, his entire demeanor this whole time was slightly off. You're not a.k.a. Why do you say that? The imposter asked, feigning calm curiosity. Jornak fired a blistering beam of red light at the imposter, who didn't even try to dodge. The beam went straight through his forehead, without any resistance. The man wearing a.k.a.'s face sighed. So impersonating the Lich is a lost cause, he lamented to himself. No matter how many times I try, I just can't seem to portray him convincingly. It's a shame, since he's the one you're most likely to really talk with about all the details. Maybe I should try Silver Lake. What? Wait. No. You can't be. You can't be him. Jornak protested, his voice getting more and more panicked. I killed you. I know I did. Your soul got devoured by Wraiths. I have a mind blank on. That spell is total protection against Ash. He checked his mind. He checked it again, and then a third time. Always the same result. His mind blank was still one. His mind was protected. Except it wasn't. None of this is real. Jornak realized. Well then, the imposter in the guise of a.k.a. said, Let's try this again, shall we? Jornak's heart went cold. How many times had he done this? How many times had he lived through this day, enjoying his triumph, making grand plans about what would come next, only to forget all about it again and again? All the while some sinister force keeps talking to him, pumping him for information, varying their approach in this or that way to get what they wanted out of him. His mind couldn't help but hearken back to his time in the time loop, back when he was just a humble lawyer wishing there was more to his life. Back to when he realized his life was literally an endless loop meant to exploit him. It was just like that now, but worse. Infinitely worse. His vision began to darken. He wanted to do something, wanted to send a signal to his various contingencies in one final act of spite, but his mind was fading. He forgot Zorian's words, forgot what led him to this place, forgot any of this ever happened. He found himself back in Cyoria, surrounded by corpses of Zack and Zorian, knowing only one thing. He was Jornak Dokakin, a humble lawyer from Cyoria, the true heir of Houston Inn, and the last surviving time looper. And he had won. Again, and again, and again. Chapter 106 I Win 3. He was Zorian Kaczynski, the third son of a minor merchant family from Surin, accidental time traveler, and quite possibly the most powerful human mind mage in all of Altazia. And he had won. It was not an easy task to arrange all of this. Sure, he could have beaten Jornak in Silver Lake, stopped the ritual, and left it at that, but that would be a very bittersweet outcome. Zack would have died at the end of the month, and Zorian would have spent the rest of his future running away from Eldamarian assassins and whatnot. Zorian did not spend all those years in the time loop just to settle for a suboptimal outcome. The first task, of course, was figuring out how to get past the mind blank spell. Even before he had known about Zack's angelic contract, he'd known the boy was hiding something of critical importance that he would have to wrench out of his head. Thus, he worked with Svim, Arania, and many others to find a solution. A way to beat the ultimate mental defense, a spell that had been providing total protection against mind magic, no exceptions for literal centuries now. A lot of people Zorian had worked with thought it was a fool's task to begin with. What did Zorian have that so many other mind mages that tried to invent a workaround hadn't? But Zorian didn't embark upon this idea blindly. He already had an idea before he threw himself into the project. The Soul-Sizer chrysanthemum was a very rare and obscure magical creature. It was so dangerous and frightening to people that they had long since eradicated it in more civilized areas, not even bothering to study it properly before doing so. Who was brave enough to research a flower that would eat your soul if you made a mistake in restraining it? Not many people. It didn't help that the plant was a very valuable component for many potions, meaning it was worth more dead than alive to begin with. In modern times, of course, some major organization would have probably become interested in the Soul-Sizer and organized a hunt so its abilities could be studied, except that the plant only lived in monster-infested wilderness these days, was surprisingly good at hiding, and smart enough to pick its fights carefully. Plus, its abilities were not well known, and old descriptions found in ancient tomes did not do the creature justice. They made the chrysanthemum look like a simple plant-shaped soul eater. It just wasn't that impressive sounding. Zorian had experienced the flower's attack firsthand, however. Zack hadn't thought much about their experience, seeing it only as an embarrassing instance where they had nearly been beaten by a flower and soon forgot about it. But Zorian had never forgotten. The way the plant's initial stunning attack had simply bypassed all of their defenses left a deep impression on him. If the chrysanthemum could bypass their defenses by targeting their body, mind, and soul simultaneously, could the same method be used to target someone's mind even when it was protected by the mind blank? Mind blank protected the mind by separating it from what the Urania called the Great Web. The mind closed in on itself, rejecting all contact, but it was still connected to the brain and to the soul. It should be possible to target the mind by going through those two, somehow. This wasn't a new idea by any means, but most people who tried to make such a method work before hadn't had the Soul-Sizer chrysanthemum on hand to provide a working example of how such a thing would work in practice. Zorian did, and had a whole host of experts in both soul magic and mind magic to help him figure it out. The process of studying the chrysanthemum's abilities had some unintended benefits. He probably would not have found a way to negate the wraith bombs in a reasonable amount of time if he hadn't spent so much time studying the flower and its abilities, and he wouldn't have been able to make the weapon that Merva had used to disable Quatakikal for a few moments. These were all just side benefit, however, paling in importance to the real end goal of the research, the manifold resonance spell. The spell was not ideal by any means. First of all, the magic Zorian and his team design could only be used through touch. Skin-to-skin contact was required to successfully cast the spell. It was also incredibly complicated and hard to control. 3 whole minds were needed to execute the spell. Not an impossible requirement for someone who could make simulacrums like Zorian could, but still an issue. Finally, targets eventually acquired a resistance to it. Experiments showed that targeting the same person repeatedly with a spell made them instinctively resist it after only a handful of attempts. In the case of people with highly trained defenses like Svim and Alanik, that meant they became resistant after only 2 or 3 attempts. But it worked. It was complicated and inconvenient, but it did the impossible, and that was all that mattered. With the spell to bypass Mind Blank in his arsenal, victory, actual victory, was finally possible. In the end, that path had led him here, locked in a deadly battle against his fellow time travelers, Zack and Jornak. When Zorian teleported next to the 2 combatants and lunged at them, hands glowing, he knew neither would take it lying down. Zack looked shocked at his sudden betrayal, but he was an experienced fighter and reacted immediately, firing a pair of blindingly bright white rays that nearly took Zorian's head off. Only his defense cube saved him, by warping space around him slightly to make the beams miss. As for Jornak, he drew the Imperial dagger out of his belt with a smooth, practiced motion and thrust it straight at Zorian's face. Zorian didn't know much about the Imperial dagger. Its main ability out of the time loop was supposed to be its ability to hurt spirits, but why take that chance? He doubted Jornak would try to use it on him if it wasn't uniquely useful in this situation. He jumped back a little, evading the stab at the cost of losing some momentum and giving up some of his advantage of surprise. Zorian, what Zack started saying, outrage evident in his voice. He never got to finish it. A marble Zorian accidentally dropped out of his pocket before he jumped back, suddenly activated and instantly sucked in all the air around them, creating a sizable area of total vacuum between them. The surrounding air quickly rushed in to fill the void, forcefully dragging all 3 of them into the center of the area. Jornak and Zack were unharmed, but caught off guard. But Zorian was ready. The moment they collided with each other, he clamped down on Zack and Jornak's hands and cast the spell. A faint blue wave quickly rippled through them, expanding from the point of contact to envelop their whole bodies. They still had their mind blank spells on, but it didn't matter. Their bodies went limp and sensei to the world around them. A moment later, they were plunged into a constructed dream world over which Zorian had total control. It was an incredible achievement creating this thing, and this wasn't just Zorian praising himself. The Arania were also in awe of the scale of what he created. That said, he wasn't doing this alone. Aside from him and his simulacrums, many Arania were helping him control the illusionary world. On top of that, he wasn't really conjuring people's surroundings out of nothing. He was accessing eyes of people around the city and his iron beaks in the sky to give Zack and Jornak as convincing of an experience as he possibly could. He had to mess with their memories slightly, mostly to make it look like they won in a convincing manner, a process that took some trial and error, since Zorian didn't have a perfect understanding of their capabilities and habits. Thankfully, any mistake could be covered up by simply wiping away their short-term memories and letting them relive the battle again and again until he got it right. He also had to adjust Zack's perception of what happened to a.k.a, since his contract couldn't be fulfilled unless the Lich was seemingly dead. He made it look like his chrysanthemum weapon actually managed to suck out a.k.a.'s soul and kill him for good, which Zack thankfully accepted as actually possible. Zorian took it as a compliment that Zack had that much faith in his artifice. This tale has been unlawfully obtained from Royal Road. If you discover it on Amazon, kindly report it. Then there was the matter of Zack going around reading people's minds. Zorian had known that Zack would try that. After all, how else was he going to confirm that people did not know anything about the time loop? Unfortunately, the boy was right that Zorian couldn't really create convincing fake minds. Even the dumbest, most boring person in existence had a mind more complex and intricate than anything Zorian could conjure purely from his own imagination. So he didn't even try. Through his network of sigils around the city, Zorian was potentially connected to every person who was still alive there. He could act as a mental bridge, allowing Zack to connect to any person in the city through him. The minds he was reading were very much real. Sadly, that also meant that when Zack checked people's minds and saw they didn't remember anything that had happened during this past month, this was in no way faked. They really didn't remember anything. Zorian was forced to strip them of their mind blanks through dispelling and wipe away their memories of the month. He had thought about being more selective about it, but he wanted things to be absolutely convincing to whatever evaluation mechanic Zack's angel contract employed. He had gifted people like Svim, Alanik, and Diamond memory crystals containing their deleted memories for later perusal, but he knew that wasn't nearly the same as having their real memories. They weren't trained psychics like he was, so digesting their memories from such a source would be a struggle. As for the Arania, deleting their memories of the whole month was kind of tricky, since they were helping Zorian run this whole illusion, and he needed their help right now. Obviously, them not having any memories of all this would be a bit of a problem. Thus, only the Arania that Zack actually deigned to talk to deleted their memories, and Zack was never overly fond of the giant spiders. Thus, the damage to the integrity of the illusion was minimal in the end. Even better, Zorian didn't have to provide the Arania with anything to make them recover after this. They had their own well-developed system of storing their memories and had lots of practice of integrating stored memories into their minds later, so it shouldn't be a big chore for them to recover quickly. Zorian was never as thankful for Zack's disinterest in learning about Iranian society as he was at this moment. If Zack had known anything about them, he would have known that the only reliable way to make sure they forgot something was to murder them all. Which, admittedly, wouldn't have been that hard to fake, but still. Zorian suspected the Arania would have forever borne a grudge against the boy if they had all collectively been butchered by the guy they were trying to save, even if it was understandable in their current circumstances and done entirely in pretend fashion. As for Jornak, the main reason he was trapped in his own private illusion was because Zorian wanted to find all the dead man switches the guy had scattered all over the place. He knew Jornak would make them suffer from beyond the grave if they just let him die. He needed to find out what he had in store for them and how to disarm his traps and contingencies. He tried to simply get their fellow time traveler to simply talk about his plans. It was a good thing he did. He had done a basic search of his memories, of course, but searching someone's memories for information depended on knowing what to look for, and Zorian knew that Jornak was a lot more devious and experienced in this kind of cloak and dagger bullshit than he was. It only took a few conversations with Jornak in various guises to understand that he would have missed many things if he simply tried lifting things out of his mind. However, even this wasn't enough. Jornak had no real friends. His closest emotional attachment was to the damn Imperial dagger, of all things. Thus, he was understandably cagey around other people, even when Zorian prodded him with subtle suggestions and emotional manipulation to make him more talkative. Eventually, Zorian resorted to messing with Jornak's perception of time, making him believe days or weeks had passed in order to learn what he would have done and what he expected to happen. Meanwhile, the invasion of the city was being beaten back all over the city. All of the invasion leaders except the upper echelons of the cult of the World Dragon were gone now, and they were unable to rally the disparate forces around their leadership. Eventually, the higher echelons of the Abasan forces found out that Quetzalcoatl was no longer present on the battlefield and sounded a retreat. Ayaska Mansion was mostly demolished, but Sudamir had somehow managed to survive the Angel's wrath by protecting the core of the mansion through particularly powerful wards. The surviving Abasans hurriedly gathered around the ruin, after which Sudamir translocated it out of the city. Annoyingly, Zorian had no option but to let it go. He was too busy to chase after them. His most powerful allies were incapacitated, and the other city defenders couldn't get through the gathered Abasan forces fast enough. He would later find out that Sudamir translocated his mansion 2 more times after that, eventually landing on Ulquin Abasa, where he was granted refuge by the natives. Great. If Eldamar had any doubts as to who to blame for the attack, they were unambiguously sure now. Not that Quetzalcoatl, the instigator of the attack, cared about that. If Zorian had learned anything from Jornak's mind, it was that Quetzalcoatl was likely quite happy with this outcome. Kiriel and Kana were alive and well, despite the attack on them. Zorian breathed a big sigh of relief when he found that out. Sadly, Kishchenka joined Merva in the Hall of Heroic Golems by sacrificing herself to save his little sister, an event that caused many tears on Kiriel's part and prompted Zorian to consider if he should perhaps delete her memories of the whole incident and quietly replace Kishchenka's remains with an unharmed copy. But no, that was a bad idea. He shouldn't be that casual with memory wipes. And besides, Kiriel didn't know anything about golem theory, so she shouldn't see anything wrong with Zorian fixing Kishchenka into pristine condition. Overall, things had turned out great. He had to give away the Imperial Orb to get rid of Oganj. Quetzalcoatl and Sudamir were still alive and would probably make moves against him in the future, and there was a high chance of another continental war brewing in the near future, but it could have been worse. His friends and family were all alive, Zack was alive, and he was alive. The only thing that kind of worried him was that he found Silver Lake's empty skin back where he left her fighting with her original self. It was clear that the spider not just killed her, but ate her as well. Which was strange. Grey Hunters primarily ate powerful magical creatures. To his knowledge, they thought humans tasted vile. The flesh wasn't magical enough for their tastes. Why was Silver Lake eaten then? Was it because of all the primordial essence Silver Lake's body contained? There was no trace of the Grey Hunter anywhere in the city, and Zorian had pretty much total coverage of everything on the surface at the moment. He had a sinking feeling the spider had fled into the local underground, which meant he had just let an immensely powerful magical predator, one that had recently gorged upon a great amount of primordial essence, no less, escape into the one place where there was absolutely no hope of tracking it down. He sighed. There's no use in worrying about this now. The deadline had come and passed. Zack's contract with the Angels had harmlessly dissolved, and Jornak's death pact claimed his life in a gruesome fashion, his own flesh turning against itself like a country in the throes of a civil war. Observing with his more magical senses, Zorian noticed that even the man's mind and soul were seemingly tearing themselves apart. After a few seconds of disgusting writhing and convulsing, Jornak simply collapsed in a pile of unsightly goo. Zorian opened his eyes, letting the spell finally collapse. He breathed a sigh of relief. He was beyond exhausted. He and his simulacrums had maintained a fake illusionary world, 2 of them, actually, and had done that for more than a day, without rest or sleep. He was no longer alone, however. He had moved to a secluded, secure space with Zack and Jornak in tow, but wasn't really secret to Diamond, Svim, and Alanik. All 3 were currently watching him with grave, vaguely unfriendly expressions. Svim was sitting on a nearby chair, a small book in his hand. Alanik was standing in the center of the room, his hands folded over his chest, and Diamond was leaning against the nearby doorway, blocking the exit and juggling the Imperial dagger that Zorian had removed from Jornak's possessions. All 3 were also clutching memory crystals in one of their hands. Zorian doubted they had absorbed more than a small fraction of the memories stored in them, but they probably knew enough to understand the general situation. "We need to talk," Alanik said blandly. Rather than answering, Zorian ripped out a paper from a nearby notebook and started furiously writing on it while explaining the situation to all 3 of them. A whole bunch of Jornak's contingencies were about to activate relatively soon, and they had to be dealt with as soon as possible. His rushed scribblings were meant to be a reminder if they forgot some of the details he was telling them. The three people in front of him seemed to be part annoyed and part curious about his rushed explanation, but they were polite enough to stay silent and listen while he was talking. It didn't take long, anyway. Only a handful of Jornak's plans were so very time-critical. His list of instructions done, Zorian stumbled to his feet, his limbs not working properly due to the long period of disuse, and thrust the written list straight into Alanik's confused hands before falling to the floor unconscious. He was Zorian Kaczynski, third son of a minor merchant family from Surin, accidental time traveler, and quite possibly the most powerful human mind mage in all of Altazia. And he had one. And now it was time to finally get some rest. Epilogue. Epilogue. Zorian's eyes abruptly shot open as a sharp pain erupted from his stomach. His whole body convulsed, buckling against the object that fell on him, and suddenly he was wide awake, not a trace of drowsiness in his mind. "Good morning, brother," an annoyingly cheerful voice sounded right on top of him. "Morning, morning, morning." Panic. Zorian's awakened mind felt nothing but pure, all-consuming terror. After all of his efforts, all the sacrifices he and people around him had made, it was all for naught. He was back where it all began, in his room in Surin, about to start his third year at the academy. Then the moment passed, and the nightmare dissolved. The room around him was wrong. This wasn't his room back in Surin. He was in Syoria, in the room he shared with Kiriel, at Amaya's place. And the little devil was currently still sprawled across his stomach, kicking her legs up in the air and giving him a mischievous, expectant look. His panicked reaction didn't seem to worry her. If anything, she seemed quite pleased with herself for managing to scare him so thoroughly. "Kiriel, why?" Zorian asked, resisting the urge to sigh. "What do you mean?" she asked innocently. "I always wake you up like this." "Not with those exact words, you don't," Zorian groused. "He put you up to this, didn't he?" "Zack said it was going to be funnier this way," Kiriel admitted, propping her chin with her hands. She gave him a toothy smile. Zorian flipped her over the edge of the bed in response, causing her to fall to the floor with a silent thud. The little imp had expected the reaction and made no sound in response, simply scrambling to her feet immediately afterwards. "It's been a month already," Zorian grumbled. Just when is he planning to stop with this petty revenge crap? It wasn't like Zorian had wanted to deceive him like that. He'd done that to save Zack's life, for heaven's sake. Well, at least he hadn't gotten another punch in the face for that. He chased Kiriel out of the room and got dressed, idly listening to the sound of the house and its tenants as he did. Amaya's place was very busy these days. Nothing like the quiet household Zorian had gotten used to during the time loop. The academy dorms had suffered heavy damage during the invasion, both in the initial artillery bombardment and the fighting that had followed afterwards, which meant that a lot of students were suddenly homeless and in dire need of alternate accommodations. Since Amaya's house had survived the invasion mostly intact, it was soon filled to capacity and even slightly beyond. Zorian didn't really like it, but the situation was what it was, and there was nothing he could do to change it. At least Kiriel had plenty of people to talk to these days. After composing himself a little, he left the room and entered the kitchen, where a dozen or so people had already gathered, some of them still eating breakfast, and some of them pondering a stack of textbooks and papers arranged around them. Most of the people gathered here were his classmates. Akoja, Rainey, Kiana, Capriva, Kale, Naim, Edwin, and Eston were all gathered around the small table that was far too small to really accommodate them all. They immediately stopped what they were doing and turned to look at him as he entered, calling out greetings. Ilsa, who was sitting at a relatively prominent place at the table, was flipping through a stack of papers on her clipboard and simply gave him a curt nod before returning to her task. Nachka, Kiriel, and Kana were on the floor, playing with dolls and getting into everyone's way from time to time. Zorian had no idea why they felt the need to play their games here, instead of somewhere more private, but nobody else was shooing them away, so he wouldn't do it either. As for Amaya, the landlord of this place, she was working around the kitchen while humming a happy tune to herself, looking like she was having the time of her life, despite the current overcrowded state of her home. Zorian knew she was getting paid for this, but he still couldn't quite understand her good mood. Some people were just weird. After a few seconds of looking around, Zorian suddenly realized there were no free chairs left anymore. "This is what happens when you wake up late," Capriva helpfully explained to him. "There should be some free chairs in the next room," Amaya added, stirring the contents of some giant pot, not even bothering to turn around and look at him. "You should probably grab a nightstand or a wooden board or something, just so you have a surface to write on," Edwin told him. "The table is a little crowded right now." Resisting a sigh, Zorian went about securing himself a chair and then carving out a place for himself at the table. This took a considerable amount of pushing and arguing, but eventually he managed to squeeze himself between Kale and Naeem. Amaya immediately plopped down a plate of food in front of him and immediately walked away, not giving Zorian a chance to tell her he wasn't hungry. "You really need to learn how to be more assertive in life," Naeem advised from his left. Zorian raised his eyebrow at him. "Weren't you the one who just tried to chase me away from your side of the table?" Zorian asked. "Well, yeah, you need to be more assertive towards others, not me," Naeem responded, laughing slightly. "Whatever. Where is Zach?" Zorian asked. "Your friend already left," Ilsa said, glancing up from her clipboard for a moment. "He said he had a court meeting scheduled soon and couldn't wait for you to wake up. He said you already know how to contact him," Kale added. Zorian nodded slowly, giving the food in front of him a tentative bite. After their victory over Jornak in the invasion, Zach had wasted no time in filing a lawsuit against his caretaker. Zorian had advised him back then to wait a little for the circumstances to calm down a little, but Zach would have none of it. This decision had both positive and negative consequences. On one hand, the spotlight was still firmly focused on the failed invasion of the city, meaning Tezen was free to try and shut the whole thing down without too much outcry from the public. On the other hand, this was probably the worst time for Tezen to be accused of something like this, considering the royals were looking for someone to publicly make an example out of, due to the debacle that had happened and all. Zorian mostly stayed out of the whole thing. He trusted Zach to know what he was doing. He claimed he didn't need any help with this, and he had clearly been prepared for this a long time. "Aren't you worried, at least a little?" Akoja said, frowning. "I mean, Tezen is a powerful man, and he surely knows you and Zach are friends. What if he decides to get back at him by going after you?" Zorian smiled slightly. He found it interesting how pretty much none of their classmates thought Zach was lying about his accusations. He had expected that at least some of them would have thought Zach was making things up, but even Akoja, who definitely wasn't a fan of Zach, absolutely believed him when he publicly stated Tezen had robbed him of his family legacy. "I'm not worried," Zorian said. "This is the worst time to try and attack people in Scioria. The whole city is crawling with soldiers and investigators. Tezen would have to be mad to go after me right now." This was not entirely true, of course. Tezen had already tried to send people to scout Amaya's house and see if they could ambush him when he left the place, but these people had simply vanished into thin air before their mission was done. After that, Zach's caretaker hadn't bothered sending anyone else. "Indeed," Ilsa said. "Plus, I had the Academy secure this house with additional wards, since we are effectively using it as a makeshift classroom. Anyone trying to infiltrate the place is in for an unpleasant surprise. And with that, I propose we start our usual lesson now. As you can imagine, an alteration expert like me is in high demand during this time of reconstruction, so I can only spare so much time here." Everyone immediately gave their assent for the idea, some more enthusiastically than others, after which Ilsa started giving short demonstrations to the gathered students. Even Kiriel, Nachka, and Kana paid close attention when Ilsa was casting spells, not having many opportunities to witness magic spells like this in their daily lives. The academy was temporarily closed. It had been closed for a month now, ever since the failed invasion. Not only had many sections of the academy been damaged in the attack, but most of the teachers had been recruited by the city to help deal with the aftermath as well. The place was scheduled to reopen in a week or so, if only to stop angry parents from demanding the money they had paid for attendance fees back. But for now, the student body was told to simply wait. A large number of students did just that, treating the whole thing as a sort of vacation, but not everyone was willing to simply waste a whole month or more when they had already paid to learn how to do magic. These students self-organized into study groups and continued their education on their own. Zorian was one of the people leading the charge on such things, at least when it came to his own class. He knew there were at least a handful of people in there that were serious about becoming a proper mage, and finding a study group that was not just an excuse to play cards every other night or some egoist attempt to gather underlings was bound to be hard. This sort of initiative was admittedly not something Zorian was used to, and he had been absent from classes for most of the previous month, so his announcement that he was starting a study group had definitely raised some eyebrows. However, the fact that he had managed to talk Ilsa and some of the other teachers into occasionally giving demonstrations and lectures, something few others could boast about, made others more willing to trust him. The fact that Koja had decided to give up on her own study group in favor of choosing his own probably helped too. Akoja was well known for her serious attitude and work ethic. If she was willing to join Zorian's group, he probably wasn't just messing around. He even got quite a few requests from older students and students from other classes about joining the group, though Zorian had to refuse most of them due to time constraints. He didn't want to spend most of his time teaching people and managing groups. It just wasn't something he was seriously interested in. "I don't understand what I'm doing wrong with this spell," Kale complained. Zorian glanced at the Morlock and at the open book where the spell was detailed. You're not doing anything wrong, Zorian told him. You're casting the spell perfectly. Your shaping skills simply aren't good enough to pull it off. I can show you some more shaping exercises if you want. Great, Kale mumbled. More shaping exercises. You really remind me of that Svim guy you occasionally bring here to teach us. That guy is his mentor, so it kind of makes sense, Caprivis said. Based on what I heard about the guy, you kind of have to go all the way with your shaping skills if you're assigned to him. As if Zorian is suffering here, Edwin grumbled. He was like Zorian, one of the people who had been assigned to Svim against his will, and still hadn't gotten over it. Probably because he really only cared about magic if it could help him with golem making, and shaping skills weren't high on the list of requisites for that. He's probably the only guy in the history of our academy that likes the guy and what he's teaching. You'd be surprised to know how many people speak highly of Mr. Chow's teaching skills, Ilsa remarked with a teasing smile. Though most people don't appreciate his genius, there are always one or two students that have what it takes to thrive under his tutelage. He didn't keep his job at the academy all these years for nothing. You know, we understand he's good at what he does, but does he really have to be so mean about it? Kiana said, pouting. The last time he was here, he said my shaping skills are completely inadequate. I'm pretty sure my shaping skills are average at worst. Actually, they're very much above average now. And it's almost entirely due to Svim pushing you further and further every time he comes here, Zorian pointed out. Teacher's pet, Kiana accused him with a huff. He was pretty sure Kiana was coming here only because Rainey was too, not because she was honestly so dedicated to improving her magic skills. But to her credit, she really did try to keep up with the rest of the group, unwilling to be left behind. Thus, whenever Svim criticized her and pushed her to try for more, she reluctantly did her best to rise to the challenge. She didn't appreciate it right now, but Zorian was sure she would eventually understand that Svim was doing her a huge favor. Most people had to pay a fortune to get personal instructions from an archmage. After a while, Ilsa excused herself and left. The group continued interacting and helping each other for a while after that, but eventually people started leaving and the group was becoming smaller. The table, so crowded and busy earlier in the morning, started to clear up and fall silent. In the end, the only ones left sitting there were Zorian and Rainey. Zorian had originally wanted to leave as well, but he could see from the glances Rainey was sending him and the emotions radiating off of her that she wanted to talk to him, so he remained patient and stayed in his seat. The invasion had been thwarted. Panic Seth remained sealed. There was no more urgent danger constantly occupying his attention. He could finally waste an hour or two of his life and not feel bad about it in the back of his head. I just realized it's been a whole month, and I never thanked you for helping me find my little brother, Rainey eventually said, her tone hesitant. Zorian didn't know what to say to that. Since she hadn't mentioned any of this in all this time, he kind of figured she wanted to pretend the whole thing never happened. Sorry, she said, fiddling with her hands awkwardly. I know this is very late, and Dash. I don't hold it against you, Zorian assured her. I didn't do much, really. I just put you in contact with the right people. You did the rest by organizing the other shifters into a rescue mission. You already heard about that, she asked, surprised. Then she shook her head. Wait, of course you heard about that. What am I even saying? After what I've seen that evening, it would be a bigger surprise if you didn't know anything about what happened. I hear you rescued your brother successfully, Zorian remarked. The cat shifters and pigeon shifters rescued my brother successfully, she corrected him. I just helped the police contact them and talk them into helping me. Then I just stood by the side and waited to see if they would succeed. Though yes, the newspapers have been crediting me for the whole thing. The city police insisted I should be the public face of the whole operation. I don't really understand it. What was there to understand? She was a beautiful teenage girl with an emotional story of trying to save her little brother. The police probably didn't want to release details about what was really going on before Eldamar's forces finished their investigation, and this was a nice way of distracting the public. Plus, it was a story with a happy ending, and Eldamar really loved pushing those to the forefront right now. He didn't say that out loud, of course. I'm pretty sure talking those two groups of shifters into cooperating wasn't easy at all, so don't put yourself down so much, Zorian told her. That aside, I get the feeling you're not really mentioning this because you're bothered by the newspaper exposure. What's got you so depressed? I'm not depressed. It's just my family has invited me to come back home, she admitted with a sigh. Zorian nodded. He paused for a second, considering. Is this a problem? You were instrumental in saving your younger brother. No? They should give you a hero's welcome. They might, she admitted. Or maybe they'll accuse me of overstepping my boundaries when I promised our tribes help in exchange for help in the rescue mission. I really don't know what's going to happen when I get there, and it scares me." Zorian was silent. "I don't know why I'm telling you this," she admitted after a while. "It's not like I expect you to help. You've done more than enough already. I guess I just wanted to complain to someone other than Kiana for a change. She's getting a little annoyed with me lately, I think. She thinks being praised in the newspapers is great, and that I'm being a baby. The newspapers are using you as a distraction and would turn on you in a second if it suited their purposes. So it's good you're not letting it get to your head," Zorian remarked. "Still, I don't think you need to worry. I bet your family also doesn't know what's going to happen when you get there. They probably just want to see where they stand with you since you surprised them so badly." Further conversation was interrupted by a large buzzing sound from a stone disc tied around Zorian's waist. Zorian glanced at it, somewhat annoyed. It was a communication device House Aope had given him so they could contact him, though Zorian hardly thought it deserved to be called a device. It was just a stone that vibrated when told to buy a second stone the Aope were in possession of, and did nothing else. Rather than convey useful information, the stone disc merely told him that House Aope representatives wanted to see him as soon as possible. He badly wanted to make real communication stones for this kind of use, something small and discreet and capable of facilitating actual two-way telepathy between holders, but doing that would be extremely suspicious and attention-grabbing. "I'm going to have to cut this meeting short," he told Rainey. "The Arania?" Rainey guessed. Zorian nodded. "I still can't believe that's what you've been doing this past month. You've been absent from classes," Rainey said. "Learning mind magic from giant underground spiders." "There was no other way," Zorian said. "My empathy was running out of control, and they were the first ones to realize what was happening and stepped up to help me. I'm really grateful for their help." Sadly, although Zack and Zorian had been successful in keeping their involvement in the invasion itself a secret, there was no way to keep Zorian's involvement with the Arania a secret. This was because the Sciorian web had no way of hiding itself from Eldamar's authorities in the wake of the invasion, and asked Zorian to help them broker some kind of agreement with the city authorities. A hard task, and one that had given Zorian many headaches during this past month, but thankfully they had the support of Noble House Aope in this endeavor. It would have probably been an impossible task otherwise. Zorian might be a master mind mage, but there was no way he could compel the entire royal bureaucracy to acknowledge a group of scary telepathic spiders as an ally against their will. Nor would he want to be that forceful, even if it were within his power. Sadly, this also meant that knowledge of Zorian's innate mind magic was gradually becoming more common. People thought he was a complete beginner at mind magic, yes, but he had already noticed mages starting to raise their mental shields when he was around, and his empathy told him some people were scared of him on sight. He dreaded to think what would happen if the full extent of his abilities became known. "Well," said Rainey, "don't let me keep you from your duties. I should really get going as well. I guess I won't be seeing you in our group meetings then," Zorian guessed. "Yes, that was the other thing I wanted to tell you." "I knew I was forgetting something," Rainey said. "I'll be traveling home tomorrow, and I will probably stay there until the academy reopens. We'll see each other in class then," Zorian said. Hopefully, she agreed. The two of them then each left their own way, and the kitchen was once again empty and quiet. But not for long. Things were always lively at Amaya's place these days. Break. Though it was awful to even think, so a.k.a. had to say that this invasion business was the best thing that had happened to her in quite a while. She always felt guilty whenever the thought occurred to her. So many people had died, lost their homes, or lost their jobs when their workshops got destroyed. She should really feel sorry for them. And she did. She really did. But it was also an undeniable fact that the immediate aftermath had breathed new purpose into her life, giving her both the clarity about what she wanted in life and opportunities for advancements that she would have otherwise missed. In the month leading up to the attack of the city, she was lost, and more than a little bitter. She was putting so much work into her studies, into being a class representative and a model student, yet she felt it was all for naught. 2 years of hard work had not given her any special position or advanced opportunities. It only made other students resent her and look down on her. Sometimes, when she sat alone in her dorm room, she couldn't help but wonder if she was just wasting her time. Then the attack happened, and it was terrifying. She had only seen a fraction of the fighting, but what she had seen made her feel like a powerless ant, completely at the mercy of greater forces that could sweep her up without really trying. When the dust had settled and a.k.a. looked at the shattered remains of her old dorm, all of her belongings destroyed, she did not feel anger or despair at the money she had lost or the time and effort she would have to spend to replace it all. Instead, she felt a fire ignite within her, urging her to throw herself into her studies and make sure this kind of thing couldn't happen ever again. When war came for her again, she wanted to be ready. And war was definitely coming. Everyone knew it. a.k.a. wasn't the most avid follower of news, but she had read enough newspaper articles and listened to enough rumors to know that Eldamar was definitely going to launch a punitive expedition at a.k.a. in the coming months. Even though it risked leaving Eldamar vulnerable to opportunistic attacks by Fakrinia and Suleiman, pride wouldn't allow Eldamar to swallow its anger and let this go. The only thing people were unsure of was how big the retaliation would really be, and how far Eldamar was willing to go to avenge Cyoria. In any case, if a.k.a. had been on her own, perhaps her newfound drive would have eventually petered out in the coming weeks, and she would have once again begun questioning herself. A lot of people were fleeing the city these days, especially students like her and workers who otherwise lived elsewhere and only came to Cyoria to make money. A couple of other girls from Corsa she occasionally talked to had already transferred themselves to other academies elsewhere in the kingdom, their parents having been spooked by the attack and fearful another one would follow in the wake of the first. It was, after all, still unclear how a.k.a. had been able to strike so deep into Eldamar territory, so who was to say it couldn't happen again? a.k.a.'s parents had also wanted to transfer her elsewhere, but she had refused. Cyoria may be dangerous, but she had to stay. Because Zorian was here. It wasn't just because she had a crush on him either. She talked to people, and it was obvious that the study group he had organized was the best one currently out there. He had teachers and even outside mages occasionally coming to provide lessons, which only one other study group had managed to do, and he himself was clearly very skilled for his age. He had an uncanny ability to notice the problems people were having, and how to fix them. a.k.a. had compared her progress during this past month with two other girls that had paid considerable money in order to be allowed in one of the better study groups, and was shocked to realize she was handily beating them. The comparison wasn't even close. She didn't know what to think about that. One of the things she really liked about Zorian was that he was like her, a regular guy from a commoner family that tried really hard and was serious about his studies. She had always been jealous of big-name students who came from noble families or had secret magic and bloodlines that gave them an edge over the competition, so it was refreshing to see someone she could empathize with. Even though he could be a little unfriendly and tactless, she understood. She herself was often described as bitchy and joyless, so they had common ground there. But this new Zorian made her question if she really knew the guy. He was more skilled and well-connected than she imagined him to be, and apparently even had innate mind magic ability to draw upon. So unfair. Why didn't she have a famous older brother and a secret bloodline? How was a normal girl like her even supposed to compete with that? But she eventually decided it didn't matter. Maybe her reasons for liking him were kind of misguided, but she still liked him regardless. And he was helping her get better. So she had to stay in the city. It would have been better if she hadn't stated it quite like that in the letter she had sent to her parents, though, because now they wanted to meet him. She knew her father. He was definitely going to come over to Cyoria and confront Zorian on his own if she didn't manage to defuse the situation. Hopefully, her last letter had reached them in time. Still, that was thankfully a concern for another day. Today, she was simply going shopping around the city with Capriva and Kale. All of her possessions had gotten destroyed in the invasion, after all, and she still hadn't had the chance to fully replenish them. Capriva was in a similar position to her, while Kale had apparently never had much stuff to begin with, as he had previously tended to constantly move around with Kana before coming to Cyoria, meaning until recently he owned very few things. Neither Capriva nor Kale was someone that a.k.a. would have wanted to associate with before the attack. Capriva came from a family of criminals, and Kale was a Morlock. Neither were people that a lady in good standing such as her would want to be seen with. However, strange times made for strange bedfellows. She had gotten to know these two over the past month, and they were all right, she supposed. "Wait, so Zack bought you an entire lab?" Capriva asked incredulously, looking at Kale. "Well, a damaged, recently abandoned building that can be repurposed into a lab." But yes, Kale nodded happily. "Now I can finally stop scaring Miss Karashka with the experiments I do in her basement." "Honestly, you were scaring me and the other tenants as well," Capriva told him. "Alchemy experiments shouldn't be done right below where other people are sleeping, even if the place is warded. Still, I'm surprised Zack was willing to shell out that kind of money for you. Even if it's been damaged in the attack, a building in Cyoria is still bound to be expensive as hell. A lot of people are selling property in Cyoria these days," Kale noted. "Prices have dropped considerably. I'm pretty sure it was Zorian who talked Zack into spending money on this," a.k.a. said, sighing internally. She didn't like Zack. His recent reveal that his caretaker was stealing from him made a.k.a. feel sorry for him a little, but only a little. He was the embodiment of everything she was jealous of when it came to Eldamar's mage elite, except he didn't even try to make something of himself, content to live the life of a clown and a wastrel. She hoped Zorian, as his new friend, would help him clean up his act, but she wasn't holding her breath. Probably, Kale agreed. I was surprised when people told me they only became friends over the summer holidays. They seem like they have been friends their whole lives. Yeah, I first thought Zorian was just taking advantage of Zack to get at his money, but these days I kind of doubt it, Capriva said. He has a serious source of cash of his own, I can tell. From what? Akoja asked curiously. How could a teenager like Zorian have serious money unless someone gifted it to him? Sales, Capriva said. I don't know what he's selling, but it must be pretty rare and profitable because people have been asking about him a lot, trying to get in contact with him. Stolen content warning. This tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere. You mean in your circles? Akoja asked worriedly. Yes, in my circles, Capriva laughed at her. I'm sorry, but your crush isn't as clean as you imagine him to be. I don't know what you're talking about, Akoja told her quickly. We're just colleagues. Yeah, sure. Capriva rolled her eyes at her. So, I hate to interrupt your conversation, Kale suddenly said, but have any of you recently found a book or a collection of notes, maybe in your room? What kind of book? Akoja asked curiously. What was the boy even talking about? A book you've definitely never bought, and notebooks you've definitely never written, Kale said. Just sitting there on your nightstand, full of magical secrets that seem almost as if they were specifically tailored to you and you alone. There was a second of silence as the two girls processed this statement. That seriously happened? Capriva asked incredulously. You found a book and some notebooks in your room, Dash. My locked room, Kale clarified. My locked and warded room that Ilsa later confirmed hadn't been broken into. And they contained a gift of magic specifically tailored for you, Capriva finished. You damn warlock bastard. First you have a rich guy buy you your very own alchemy lab. And now this. How are you so damn lucky? The most disturbing thing, Kale said hesitantly, ignoring Capriva's outburst, is that some of the passages use the exact same wording, codes, and symbols that I do. This happens over and over again, to the point I don't think anyone can reasonably fake it. What are you saying? Akoja asked, not really understanding. It's my writing style, Kale said. I have several years' worth of alchemical and medical research, seemingly made by my hand, but no memory of writing any of it. And I don't know what to think about that. The two girls stayed silent. Their first instinct was to deny the idea as completely absurd. But these were mad times they were living in, and nothing was too absurd to fully dismiss. So they just stayed silent and filed a topic in the back of their heads, put aside but not forgotten, and went about their shopping in peace. Break. Eliur Enid was the special investigator sent by the Crown of Eldamar to find out what exactly had happened in Scioria on the day of the attack, and he was not happy. Not happy at all. It wasn't just about a foreign power having the ability to strike deep into Eldamar's territory at their leisure. It wasn't just about the rampant betrayal among Eldamar's highest ranks that had allowed this attack to progress as far as it had. It was about the fact that someone had stopped the invasion and saved the city, and it wasn't anyone that Eliur recognized. Regular people often talked about mysterious organizations and enigmatic hermits moving about in the shadows of polite society, but the truth was that organizations that held real power and powerful individuals didn't spring out of nowhere. It took a lot of resources and connections to raise a top-tier mage, and even more to build an organization around one. By the time these rising powers were able and willing to exert their will and influence on the world around them, people like Eliur will have already noticed them and learned who they were. When mysterious events like the one that had happened a month ago in Scioria occurred, investigators were often unsure who exactly was behind them, especially if the perpetrators had been thorough and erased all the evidence. However, they always had an idea who could have done it, even if they had no proof or couldn't narrow down all the possibilities to one actor. At the moment, though, Eliur had plenty of evidence. He had witness testimonials, magical recordings, field reports from soldiers and mages that had been present when the attack took place, and even material evidence. And all of it was telling him that this couldn't have been done by anyone he knew about. Even more disturbingly, even after he had consulted with some of his foreign sources, he was no closer to finding a likely candidate. No one had any idea who could have done this. It was as if these saviors had materialized straight out of thin air and vanished just as suddenly afterwards. Eliur stood in front of the wreckage of a large golem, hands folded behind his back. To his left, two researchers shuffled uncomfortably in place, hesitating to speak. Well, he asked them impatiently. Have you identified the maker of this thing? None of the known golem makers produced this, Mr. Enid. one of the researchers said after fumbling with his clothes a little and clearing his throat. Although the animation core has been shattered beyond recovery, enough of it survived that we have been able to make some startling discoveries. We are very sure the established golem makers would never make such a thing. Why is that? Elier asked, suddenly curious. Honestly, he thought the golem wreckage would bring him no answers, so this was a pleasant surprise. The spell formulas inscribed on the animation core are completely unprotected, the other researcher said. No codes, no misdirection, no attempts to shroud the method of creation at all. Usually artificers spend almost as much time trying to hide how they made something as they do making designs for it. Golem makers especially so. But there is no evidence of that here. Whoever made this thing cared only about pure efficiency. Are you saying we could potentially replicate this thing? Elier asked. Now wouldn't that be something? He had heard reports about how good these golems were, and it was apparently something on a whole different level from your typical combat golem. If they could duplicate one of these, then this would be a huge gain. When Elier saw the two researchers share a knowing look with each other, however, he knew it wouldn't be that simple. The issue is that the animation core has been totally shattered, and some parts of the spell formula inscribed on it are missing. Even after we compared it with the remains of other golem wrecks we have recovered from the city, we are still missing about 10% of the design. Just 10%. And you can't fill in the blanks? Elier asked curiously. Heavens no, the first researcher said, bursting into laughter. The design for this thing is one of the most complex things I've ever seen in my life. Everything slots together perfectly, and even the slightest mistake would make everything collapse on itself. And considering how expensive the materials for the construction of this kind of core are, experimentation would be hellishly expensive. Never mind 10%, even a 1% gap would make this design completely unviable. Unless we manage to find an intact golem, the only thing this is useful for is for serving as inspiration. All right? Elier said, turning away from the wreckage and walking off. The two researchers quickly followed after him. What is this about some mysterious books that I'm hearing about? Ah, you mean the mysterious gifts some people have been getting? The second researcher asked. Elier nodded. We have only managed to recover a handful of them from the people they were given to. Rumors of us confiscating them have spread among people fast, as has the fact they are of no danger to the recipient, so people no longer report them to us. But from the few we have in our hands, they seem to be full of novel magic specifically tailored for the recipient. If I may make a suggestion, it might be prudent to return the books we've confiscated to the people they were given to, the first researcher said. We've already copied the contents, and it might motivate people to let us take a look at the stuff they're currently hiding if they see they're eventually going to get it back. I'll think about it, Elier said, not thinking much of it. He didn't like the idea of someone handing over magical secrets to people like that. Not at all. Plus, he had suspicions their mysterious saviors were behind this as well. Those gifts were evidence, and he was keeping them, at least so long as his investigation lasted. Infuriatingly, said investigation was encountering a lot of unexpected obstacles. The Triumvirate Church had clearly been heavily involved in the battle. There was a giant angel battling a dragon mage in the skies of Scioria, for heaven's sake. But they refused to let him interrogate the priesthood involved, and the crown was reluctant to offend them. The church had been spectacularly successful recently, providing valuable help and information on necromancer hideouts, demon summoner bases, and some of the more awful criminal groups. Elier had no idea how they had gotten so much critical information about Eldamar's criminal underbelly, but they had, and this unfortunately meant they currently had an upper hand over him and his investigation. At the same time, Elier was having trouble keeping the funds and manpower for the investigation going. Eldamar's attention had been stretched very thin lately. They had an invasion of Ulquin Abasa to organize, complicated heavily by the fact the Abasans had somehow managed to take over Fort Oriclo without Eldamar realizing it. They were throwing a lot of money and manpower at Scioria in order to get the city up and running again, in order to make a show of strength and lift up morale, and these efforts often clashed greatly with Elier's own investigation into what had transpired there. Solimnon, Fakrinia, and even many smaller countries were stirring, trying to see just how badly the kingdom had been hurt and whether they could fish in troubled waters while Eldamar's forces were distracted elsewhere. And finally, there was that permanent gate that linked Eldamar with the jungles of Koth, which had everyone and their mother excited about the incredible opportunities this presented. The gate was clearly related to the Abasan invasion somehow, but Elier and his men were not allowed to examine it closely for fear that they would destroy the precious, irreplaceable intercontinental gate with their tampering. And then his superiors complain he has no results. Of course, he had no results. Just what do they expect when they constantly keep taking his money and resources and don't let him touch things or question people? But Elier was patient. His foes may have won this round, but he knew what to look for now, and everyone slipped up sooner or later. It may take a year or even a decade, but they were bound to make a mistake. And when they did, Ilya would be there, and he would be ready. Break. Daimin Kaczynski was having a stressful but very exciting month. From the day he had woken up in an unknown room in Syoria, with an entire month of his life missing from his memory, it had been a non-stop wild ride of crazy reveals and maddening complications. It was annoying, but truth be told, he kind of enjoyed it. A safe, boring life had never been something he coveted. He somewhat resented his little brother for wiping away a month of his life to save his friend, but he understood. He would have done the same in his place, probably. At the very least, Daimin could safely say he had profited handsomely from this whole time loop business. Not only had Zorian gifted him a veritable treasure of research and notes he had apparently made for himself during this time loop, but he also indirectly allowed the Terramachula to seize the permanent gate linking Koth to Eldamar. A permanent intercontinental gate. The sheer possibilities of that thing were breathtaking to consider. Eldamar's forces quickly moved to secure their side of the gate, but they didn't try to push through it to monopolize the whole thing. It would be too easy for the Terramachula to simply destroy their side of gate back in Koth, and thus ruin this whole thing for everyone. Thus, the Kingdom of Eldamar and the Terramachula now found themselves in possession of a permanent dimensional link between continents. Both sides were positively salivating at the potential profits and other benefits involved, and since Daimin was closely connected to both of said parties, it was often up to him to act as a bridge and negotiator between these two sides. And then there was Zorian, his little brother, the time traveler. Well, it wasn't real time travel, but it may as well be from Daimin's point of view. He had beheld a doomed future, and then he had traveled back to their own world to stop it and save as many people as possible in the process. And in order to pull it off, he had to kill the original Zorian and steal his body for his own uses. Daimin would have liked to say he was conflicted about this information. Zorian was right. In a very real sense, his little brother had been murdered and replaced by an imposter. He should have been outraged. He should have been deeply disturbed by the implications, just like Zorian himself clearly was. But he wasn't. Maybe it was because the whole situation was so utterly ridiculous, and it was hard to really know what to feel. Maybe it was because, by Zorian's own admission, the original Zorian hated him something fierce. Or perhaps it was because he damn well knew that if he had been in Zorian's position, he would have murdered his own original without a shred of hesitation and thought nothing of it. All he knew was that he'd simply told Zorian that everything would be fine and that he shouldn't worry about it. He had only done what he had to. Maybe it was just Daimin imagining things, but he thought he'd seen a small flash of gratitude in his brother's eyes when he said that. He hadn't expected the big bad time traveler to actually care about his opinion that much. Interesting. Now here they were, every Kaczynski sibling gathered together. Daimin, Zorian, Kiriel, and Fortov were all standing next to one another at Syoria's train station, waiting for the next train to arrive. Their parents were coming to Syoria. It was kind of funny, actually. If his parents had arrived to Koth as planned, they could have been here way earlier. Daimin would have arranged for them to step through the brand new interdimensional gate linking Koth to Eldamar, and they would have been home before you knew it. Alas, they'd actually heard about the attack on Syoria when they had almost reached their destination, and decided to immediately switch ships and turn back. As a consequence, they had spent almost an entire month in transit before they were able to return to Eldamar. Sighing inwardly, Daimin noticed that no one except him looked actually excited about that fact. Zorian looked bored and disinterested, clearly intending to just get this over with as quickly and painlessly as possible. Fortov seemed nervous and unsure how to behave. His other younger brother had been acting strangely ever since Daimin had evacuated him from Syoria along with Kiriel, and Daimin had no idea what was going on in his head at the moment, but he clearly wasn't looking forward to this meeting. As for Kiriel, she was playing around with a fancy snow globe Zorian had bought for her while they had been waiting for the train to arrive, but Daimin could see she was extremely nervous under this disinterested facade. He should have brought Arissa with him, he lamented. He had originally left her behind because he didn't want to provoke his parents in this particular meeting, since they were bound to be extremely distraught already, but now he wondered if her presence would have been a positive thing instead. It was too late for such regrets, however. The train soon entered the station and began to disembark. It wasn't long before Daimin spotted their parents. They weren't carrying much in the way of luggage. Daimin winced internally. It made sense, since they must have dropped off most of their stuff when they had stopped by in Siren. Still, the fact they were carrying practically nothing meant they expected this to be a very short visit. This was probably going to get unpleasant. Not long after Daimin had spotted their parents, they also spotted him. The two groups quickly made their way towards one another. For heaven's sake, what are you children still doing in this city? Mother complained the moment they were within earshot. Mother Diamond tried futilely. The whole city was under siege until recently. The academy is closed. Why aren't you all back in Serin already? She continued. Father was totally silent, simply studying each of them in turn. Once he saw that all of them were unharmed, he seemed to relax a little. Most wouldn't be able to tell, but Diamond was the closest to Father out of all the Kaczynski siblings and could read his little tics pretty well by this point. Never mind, I'll help you pack your bags and we'll be home by tomorrow. What? No, we won't, Zorian simply told her in a bored tone of voice. Zorian, please let me handle this, Diamond urged in a low tone of voice. Father gave Zorian a penetrating look for his statement, a gesture that would usually instantly put Zorian on the defensive, but of course, this time traveler Zorian was not bothered by it in the slightest. Zorian didn't talk about family all that much, but Diamond got the notion that Zorian had barely interacted with Mother and Father during the time loop. The two were practically strangers to him, and it showed in his attitude towards them. That, more than the fact he'd had to kill his original self to be here, greatly disturbed him. You seem to have grown some spine in the short time you've been here, Father remarked, still staring intently at Zorian. He didn't say whether this was good or bad, but Diamond knew he thought it was both. He liked when his sons had a firm, decisive attitude, but he also didn't tolerate disrespect towards himself and Mother. Zorian is just dedicated to his studies, Diamond hurriedly explained, shooting Zorian a quick look to shut him up. Just because the academy is closed doesn't mean we're all doing nothing. Zorian is organizing a study group for his class so they can continue studying on their own in private. He even got some of the teachers to help him out. But Kiriel-Mother tried. I like it here, Kiriel immediately exclaimed. I have friends here and everything. It's dangerous here, Mother said firmly. She glanced around the group for a second. I really regret not taking her with us this time, but what's done is done. What I don't understand is how you could all let her stay here under the circumstances. She must be terrified after what happened here. But I'm not, Kiriel protested. Quiet, Mother barked at her. Kiriel immediately shrank back. Out of the corner of his eye, Diamond could see Zorian's mood immediately worsen. Out of all of them here, Kiriel was the one Zorian cared about the most. Diamond was pretty sure his little brother would be willing to make an enemy out of his whole family for Kiriel's sake, which was more than a little disturbing. Kiriel was a cute kid, but she could be a massive brat sometimes. Anyway, if Zorian is as busy as you say, what about Fortov? Mother continued. He could have taken Kiriel back to Serin just fine, yes? Yes, he's already a failed student wasting his time and our money here, Father agreed. Why not have him be useful for a change? You. Fortov protested, visibly outraged. Am I wrong? Father challenged. Why even send me back here if that's what you think about me? Fortov protested. Please, Father, Diamond urged. Look, I know Fortov had some issues with his studies lately. Father scoffed. Mother sighed. Fortov looked furious and very bitter. But I have been giving him some help lately, and I'm sure he'll turn the situation around, Diamond said. He had promised to take care of Fortov back in the time loop, apparently. Although Diamond didn't remember it, he had to admit Fortov needed his help. Certainly, Zorian made it clear he didn't want to do anything with the guy. Apparently, despite having lived in the same city for years, Zorian had never bothered to interact with his brother and figure out how to help him. For all his newfound maturity, this new Zorian still had clear traces of his old self. He sure could nurse a grudge, for instance. And for how long will that last? Father challenged. You'll be back in Koth soon, I imagine, and then he'll be back on his own. I doubt 1 month will make that much difference. Actually, I'm going to be around much more often than I usually am, Diamond said. Haven't you wondered how I got here before you? Father and Mother looked at each other. Well, I thought maybe you used the teleport network. Tried Mother. Diamond shook his head with a slight smile. Mother or Father, I want to show you something. We can go and meet my fiancée and her family now if you're willing. It's what you were traveling to Koth for, after all. What? They came here with you? Mother asked incredulously. Diamond understood her disbelief. A single individual like him could conceivably cross large distances on a whim, but a small group of people was a much bigger challenge. You'll see, Diamond said with a grin. Things are going to change a lot in the future, I think. Who knows, maybe even your family business might profit out of this. Thankfully, this was sufficiently interesting that it distracted Mother and Father from further questioning. He knew that sooner or later, Mother would realize that Zorian had already started teaching Kiriel magic behind her back and that her beloved daughter had been literally attacked by assassins during the invasion, if nothing else because Kiriel was sure to blur it out at some point, and that once she did, there would be hell to pay. For now, though, the crisis had been averted. Zorian. Hey, Zorian. The man looked at the person calling out to his brother and saw a chubby boy with a happy smile on his face hurrying over. An older, well-dressed man with a mustache followed behind him at a more sedate pace. Probably the boy's father. The funny thing about this was that the boy clearly acted like he was Zorian's friend, but Diamond himself had never seen Zorian interact with him at all. That was interesting to say the least. Hey, Zorian. I see you already got back too, the boy said once he got closer. I never left, Ben, Zorian said politely. Oh, so they didn't know each other. By this point, the boy's father also arrived, though he stayed silent behind the boy. He simply gave a small nod and quiet greeting to the gathered Kaczynskis before waiting for his son to calm down. You never left? Man, you worked too hard, the chubby boy said. I heard you got roped into being an ambassador for some giant spiders. You got to introduce me to them someday, man. Sounds like one hell of an experience. There was a long silence as all the Kaczynski siblings looked incredibly uncomfortable. What? The boy said, realizing he made some kind of mistake. What did I say? Giant spiders? Mother repeated. That man couldn't help it. He sighed audibly this time. So much for averting disaster. Break. As he walked through the streets of the city and observed the reconstruction efforts around him, Zorian couldn't help but feel satisfied with how things had been going lately. There were a few complications here and there, but the city was slowly beginning to recover, and neither Zack nor Zorian had been implicated in what had happened. The thanks for that partially went to Alanik, due to him running interference on their behalf in exchange for helping him clean up Eldamar of various threats, as well as Eldamar having its hands full with all kinds of problems these days. But mostly it was because they were currently complete unknowns to most people, so nobody even suspected they could have been involved. Zorian sincerely hoped that by the time they were forced to reveal some of their real skills, too much time will have passed, and people would not connect the dots linking them to the events that had taken place during the invasion. Sadly, his quiet enjoyment of the city was marred by the fact people kept giving him curious and occasionally fearful glances as he passed them, the crowds parting in front of him like he was diseased. Well, they probably weren't doing that because of him specifically. Rather, it was because of the giant telepathic spider strutting around the city beside him. Spear of Resolve seemed completely unperturbed by the reception, however, and gave no indication this sort of behavior bothered her. If anything, she seemed immensely pleased with herself that she could walk through the city of Cyoria in broad daylight without being immediately attacked or met with screams and calls for help. This was already a victory for her and her web. The Arania hadn't been entirely accepted by the city authorities yet. Legally, they were still considered monsters that had no rights, and there was a portion of Eldamarian leadership that really wanted to just wipe them out or drive them out of the city. However, the Arania had quietly gathered a considerable amount of support in the city over the years, so there was also no shortage of people willing to argue on their behalf. More importantly, even the critics that considered them dangerous telepathic parasites had to admit they were instrumental in preventing the various threats from the lower reaches of the dungeon from menacing the city. Considering the amount of destruction and suffering Cyoria had suffered recently, the last thing it needed was to go through a monster invasion too, because some general couldn't tolerate the Arania living beneath the city. The opinion of regular citizens was, from what Zorian could understand, somewhat mixed. The Arania were said to have helped fight the invaders, which won them some goodwill, but they were also monsters, spiders, and mind mages. None of those three sounded good to the average citizen. Accordingly, when people saw Spear of Resolve walking down the street like she always belonged there, their reactions were mixed to say the least. Thankfully, both Zorian and Tenami were accompanying her on this stroll to make sure no incident occurred. Zorian was certain that Spear of Resolve was resourceful enough to evade any real conflict with frightened citizens, but was best not to risk things. So, how are the negotiations going? Zorian asked Spear of Resolve, not bothering to use telepathy for Tenami's sake. The Aope had managed to secure a magic exchange with the Arania, and Tenami was a part of that, but she wasn't psychic and her advancement was slow. She wasn't good enough for casual telepathy yet. Somewhat disappointingly, Spear of Resolve admitted, using sound magic to speak out loud as well. We have managed to block any initiative to have us driven out of our homes, but it's unlikely we will get legal recognition anytime soon. That was always a little naive of you to expect, Tenami told her. The AOP usually preferred to employ older and more experienced people for these kinds of meetings, but Tanami was the designated heir of the house, and she was throwing her weight around to get personally involved in something that very much interested her. You're still too much of an unknown for people to trust you, regardless of your help with the invasion. Oh, I know that, Spear of Resolve assured her. I didn't expect a better outcome, so much as hope for it. I've already made the necessary preparations. The colony can retreat from Scioria on a moment's notice, if it becomes necessary. Where would you go, though? Tanami asked. I can't imagine there are that many places suitable for your kind. We would simply assault one of the smaller webs around the area and steal their home for ourselves, Spear of Resolve said blandly. The Iranian world is a rather brutal place, I'm afraid. Oh, Tanami lamely responded. I heard your academy is about to reopen soon, Spear of Resolve said, turning slightly toward Zorian before resuming her walk. So I'm told, Zorian said. He spotted Taven and her team in the distance, trailing after a large group of other mages, and gave her a small wave. She waved back, but didn't linger or try to talk to him, simply following after her group so she wouldn't slow them down. She looked happy, though. In the wake of the invasion, there was an urgent demand for combat mages, so she had plenty of job offers and opportunities to prove herself. If it doesn't start again soon, the parents that didn't get frightened by the attack will start pulling their children out of the academy out of concern they're not getting taught anything. He looked at Tanami, somewhat curious as to how she was handling that. She had never expressed any desire to join their study group, or any study group for that matter. Was she so focused on this Iranian business that she had no problems putting her education on hold for a month, or did she have some kind of alternate arrangements? My family has arranged private instruction for me, Tanami admitted, somehow guessing his thoughts. I mean, no offense to your study group and your efforts, but this seemed a better idea. She was probably right. As good as he wasn't really a teacher, and he had a whole group to deal with anyway. Tanami probably would get far better results out of private instructors. It kind of made him wonder why her family had even sent her to the academy in the first place, if they could just hire a bunch of private instructors for her. Was it too expensive? Did they just want her to socialize with people? I have a favor to ask of you, then, Spear of Resolve told Zorian. I've made some arrangements with the academy to let Novelty attend a few of your classes as an observer. I'd like you to keep an eye on her and stop her from getting herself into more trouble than she can handle. Why would you do that? Zorian frowned. I know she wants to learn human magic, but do you have any idea how mundane and repetitive our classes are? She'll be bored out of her skull in 3 days maximum. It would be better to just have her come to me for instruction. I did promise I would teach her, after all. No offense, Zorian, but you're just a beginner mage still, Tanami said, frowning. You're not really qualified to teach a member of a completely different species how to do magic. That kind of thing is best left for actual experts. Yeah, I meant I would teach her later, Zorian fumbled slightly. Years later, when I mature into a mage who is qualified to help her. That's what I meant. Tanami gave him a really strange look. It's a good thing for Novelty to receive a much-needed reality check from time to time, so I'm not really concerned about her being bored out of her mind there, Spear of Resolve said, ignoring their interaction. Besides, I didn't mean for this to become a regular thing. I just want to have the students see an Arania walking around and interact with them a bit. It's a publicity stunt more than anything. Oh, so this is kind of like what we're doing right now, Tanami said. After all, it wasn't like they had to have this conversation in the middle of a street where random people could see them. They could have just as easily met in a private room inside the Novita estate, or even inside one of the many AOP properties, but Spear of Resolve insisted they had to do this way. Yes, exactly, Spear of Resolve said. I have to ask, why Novelty? Tanami asked suddenly. Not that I dislike her or anything, but I get the notion that you're pushing her pretty hard, and I can't figure out why. She is not exactly someone I would pick for an ambassador if I had to choose. Surely you have Arania that are more solemn than her. Enthusiastic seeker of novelty is more suited for the role than you might think, Spear of Resolve said after a short pause. You have to understand that the number of Arania living beneath Scioria is not that great. We must hunt to survive, so we can't support large populations. Of the people I do have, many have no interest in learning how to interact with humans, or even downright look down on them. The flicker mind thing, Tanami said, sniffing disdainfully. Yes, that. The point is that I really don't have all that much to work with, and Novelty is one of the few Arania who is downright enthusiastic about going out into the city and meeting a humans face to face. Besides, while her antics might not be exactly professional, I've noticed they put many humans at ease better than a solemn, respectful approach. They often perceive her as a harmless clown, or an innocent little girl, which never fails to amuse me. She's an adult Arania, specializing in interactions with humans. She's far more dangerous to a human than your average, less excitable Arania. Oh, I didn't think of it like that, Tanami admitted. What Spear of Resolve didn't say, but what Zorian strongly suspected, was that she was pushing novelty partly because she knew Zorian liked her. It was clear to him that the Saurian web was determined to build a closer relationship with him and keep him as close to them as possible, so it made sense to have Novelty talk to him. After a few more circles around the center of the city, the three of them separated and went about their own business. Zorian never went home, however, instead choosing to continue wandering the city, lost in his own thoughts. He picked up a couple of newspapers as he walked and idly flipped through them. As he expected, most of the news was still dedicated to the attack on the city, even a whole month after it happened. An article about the Solrotham warriors that had helped the defenders during the attack caught his eye, if only because of the detailed drawing of a flying sandworm hovering above the city. He remembered that the Devil Wasps had refused Zorian's offer of simply gating them back home to their ziggurat, and had decided to instead have their giant flying sandworm pick them up and slowly fly them back to their continent. Some kind of power play, probably. Thankfully, no one in Eldamar had been in the mood to pick a fight with a giant flying sandworm, so they let them leave without incident. Leafing through the articles more thoroughly, he also found subtle clues that the people who had received his gifts had already started to make waves with the knowledge he provided them with. In all honesty, Zorian had yet to hand out even a fraction of the stuff he owed to people for their help. It would take him literal years to finish paying back his debts this way, but he would persist. In any case, he was glad people were starting to make use of the knowledge they had been given. It assured him he wasn't doing all that in vain. He had also started writing a book on mind magic, but that was still in its early stages and nowhere near to completion. Publishing anything related to mind magic on a wide scale was going to be difficult, but he would find a way. Hours passed, and the night began to fall. Zorian still continued to wander the streets of the city, restless. Though he had no real emergency to worry about, it somehow felt wrong to him to just lay around and do nothing. He had spent so much time constantly on the move, constantly tackling one crisis after another, that he felt like he had to do something with himself, even if that something was basically wandering the city with no clear aim in sight. His mind wandered to the couple of issues he still hadn't dealt with. For instance, Princess. The giant divinely enhanced Hydra had survived her fight with Ogan's apprentice, and Zorian had no idea what he was going to do with her. There was no way to transfer ownership of her to Zack, so he was stuck with her. Thankfully, she was doing just fine for now, lazing around in the great northern forest, but he knew that couldn't continue forever. He had to figure out what to do with her one of these days. Another complication was the giant iron beak flock. Zorian had simply Chapter 1, the A.U. Chapter Predator. His is a collection of what-if scenarios for my other story, Mother of Learning. Time-related stories are full of interesting concepts, and alternate timelines are one of them. I've always been fascinated with AU stories, and I've decided to make a few chapters to celebrate getting Mother of Learning official published on Amazon. And yes, this is basically the author making AU fanfiction for his own story. Don't take this too seriously. None of the stories here are canonical and are made purely for fun. If you aren't familiar with my main story, this will probably not make too much sense to you. But Mother of Learning is a story of a magic-using teenager stuck in a time loop, set in a fantasy world that is in the midst of a technological and magical revolution. If you like what you just read, go hop to the main story and give it a try. Zorian's eyes abruptly shot open as sharp pain erupted from his stomach. His whole body convulsed, buckling against the object that fell on him, and suddenly he was wide awake, not a trace of drowsiness in his mind. He reacted instantly, his body twisting and moving on its own with supernatural fluidity and precision. The heavy object that fell on him was bounced back into the air with a surprised squeal, while Zorian simultaneously rolled off the bed. He landed on his feet and smoothly righted himself into a standing position, looking down at the intruder with a stony expression. Kiriel fumbled, sprawled on his bed in an awkward position and probably trying to comprehend what just happened. "Good morning, brother." "Good morning, Kiri," Zorian told her politely. He wasn't actually angry at her for waking him up like that. His reaction was simply instinctive. He then continued to stare at her silently. Kiriel said uncomfortably. "Mom said to wake you up." "That is good," Zorian told her. "As you can see, I am very awake." He continued to stare. Kiriel stared back at him for a second before righting herself into a sitting position on the edge of the bed. She gave him a big grin as she started swinging her legs back and forth. So she began excitedly. Are you excited? About what? Going back to the academy? Zorian asked her blandly. Yeah. Of course I am, Zorian confirmed. Do you want to come with me to Cyoria? Kiriel's legs froze mid-swing, and her eyes widened slightly. She stared at him uncertainly for a full second. He stared back at her, silent and still, not elaborating anything. Are really? She asked, hope and disbelief radiating off of her. Why would Dash? Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Yes or no? Zorian prompted. He knew his current approach was extremely crude and uncharacteristic for him, but he was no longer the same person he once was, and he preferred to tackle problems head-on if he could help it. And he knew that Kiriel would ultimately not look too deeply into his reasons, due to plenty of previous experience. Yes, definitely yes, Kiriel said loudly. Then she frowned. How did you even know? Did you eavesdrop on me and Mother or something? You of all people have no right to judge others for eavesdropping, Zorian told her. Let her draw her own conclusions from his misleading words. What? What do you mean, Dash? He turned around and left the room to use the bathroom before she could finish her response. Break. Zorian stared at the bowl of porridge in front of him, an unhappy frown on his face. It was already cold, and porridge hadn't been something he liked very much even before the restart, but that wasn't why he was hesitating. Ever since his change, he found his tastes in food to be vastly different than they had been in the past. He didn't like dead food like this. He longed for something living, something he could personally kill and sink his teeth into. Something vibrant in life and magic that glowed to his new senses and made him hungry. Zorian, his mother asked slowly, studying his face intently, is there something wrong with the porridge I made you? If this was old Zorian, he would have sighed here probably. A big dramatic sigh. He used to be very fond of those. Alas, his new instincts were to stand completely still and silent most of the time. He knew it tended to disturb people, but it was hard to resist. There is nothing wrong, Zorian eventually told her after a second of silence. Eating fresh prey raw was not healthy for human beings anyway, regardless of his new cravings. I'm just not feeling hungry at the moment. He should count himself lucky that humans didn't register as prey. Not innately magical enough. Kiriel tells me that you offered to take her with you to Cyoria, Mother remarked. I did, Zorian confirmed. He pushed the porridge bowl to the side, ignoring the slight frown on Mother's face as he did so. She wants to go, I want to take her. Simple to resolve. She can be quite the handful, you know, Mother remarked. Mom, Kiriel protested from the other room. She had been stealthily eavesdropping on the entire conversation all this time, of course. Zorian didn't say anything. He simply turned his head and gave Mother a long, blank look. Mother waited for a few seconds, apparently expecting him to say something, before raising her eyebrows at him. Zorian, are you all right? You're acting quite strangely today, Mother told him. She sounded genuinely worried. I'm fine, Zorian said. He just hadn't thought her comment merited a response. Just lost in thought. She sighed. You really need to stop daydreaming so much and come down to earth a little. Especially since you'll be taking care of your little sister from now on too. When I was your age, He tuned her out, pretending to listen in silence until he felt Ilsa arrive not far from their home. And he really did feel her. Even though she teleported some distance from the house itself, her magical entrance was like a miniature beacon of magic to his senses. His new senses were incredibly sharp and discerning, and Zorian had enough experience with different types of magic to immediately recognize a teleportation even when it occurred in his general vicinity. It never occurred to him until now. But why was Ilsa even able to teleport to Serin so easily? And not far from their house, too. That meant she had been here before in the past, didn't it? Probably Daimin related. Zorian, are you even listening to me? Mother suddenly demanded. Someone is coming, Zorian simply coming. What do you, Dash? There was a knock on the door. See, Zorian told her. It's probably someone from the academy. I'll go open the door. He knew he was acting very suspiciously, but he didn't care. He had done this several times before, and he knew it would all work out in the end. Break. Zorian walked the streets of Cyoria with Kiriel skipping happily beside him. Rain was pouring, but thanks to a transparent barrier a force Zorian had erected around them, they were mostly dry. Mostly because Kiriel insisted on periodically testing the barrier by sticking her hands and feet outside it, spraying water onto Zorian in the process. Sometimes unintentionally, and sometimes very clearly intentionally. He didn't react either way. It was just water. It couldn't hurt him in any way. Even most bullets couldn't hurt him now, never mind some rain. Zorian, are you sure you're all right? Kiriel suddenly asked him. You've been quiet and weird all day. What are you worried about? Are you secretly doing badly at your school? I don't think it's possible for me to keep something like that a secret from father and mother, considering what's going on with Fortov, said Zorian, shaking his head. When they went to talk to the academy about our older brother's failures, they would have surely inquired about me as well, don't you think? Oh yeah, she agreed. But then, what's up? I'm just thinking, he told her. I have lots of things on my mind right now. Like what? Kiriel challenged. Like being trapped in a steadily decaying copy of the real world? Struggling to stay sane in an endlessly repeating existence? Trying to come to terms with his new instincts and urges, and wondering how much of him was really Zorian at this point. But no, he shouldn't say that. Despite his newfound fondness for bluntness and direct approach, he didn't want to hurt Kiriel. Unlike many other people, she would likely accept the truth of the situation if he insisted it was true. But what would that accomplish? She couldn't help him, and would only worry needlessly. His other self had no special fondness for the concept of siblings, but he was still Zorian, and Zorian cared for his little sister. A small part of him wondered for how long that would stay true. But surely there was a limit to how much he could change. Yes, there was a wide gulf between what Zorian was before and after the transformation, but wasn't the same true of Zorian before and after the time loop. His changes made sense. No matter what, he was still a person, and not a mindless beast. I'm just wondering what to do with myself once I graduate, Zorian told her vaguely. I thought I wanted to be a magic item crafter when I was done with the academy, but that doesn't look that appealing anymore. So I am a bit lost. It wasn't even a lie. Zorian was a bit lost about what to do with himself once he got out of the time loop. But then again, this was true for the old Zorian as well. So it wasn't like the transformation changed much in this regard. Kiriel didn't seem to think much about his answer, but she didn't press him. They kept walking towards Amaya's place, rain pouring onto his protective rain dome. The city glowed to his senses, a riot of colors and sensations. Not literally, of course. Rather, his composite magical sense was picking up signals from various ward schemes used by building around him, weaving them into an illusory web of sensations that his mind automatically overlaid on top of what his eyes were telling him. Scioria was rather unique in this regard, since every second house seemed to have at least rudimentary warding scheme protecting the place or a luxury most places couldn't afford. Zorian liked magic. He always did, but his other half amplified this fondness several-fold. A place this awash in magic, crisscrossed by complex magical signatures like this, was instinctually and viscerally pleasing. A good place to set up a home. A good hunting ground. His thoughts suddenly turned, as they often did these days, to food. Something living and struggling. A worthy hunt he could sink his fangs into and drink deeply from until he had his fill. Maybe he should have eaten that porridge before leaving Sirin, despite his distaste. He really was getting kind of hungry here. Break. After he and Kiriel settled down a little at Amaya's place, he left the house to seek out Zach. His fellow time traveler was not all that eager to hang out with him these days. Not that Zorian blamed him much, but they still had a common enemy and goal to work towards. He found Zach drinking alcohol in some outdoor bar on the outskirts of Scioria. He wordlessly approached Zach and sat down at the same table. He then silently stared at the other boy, not moving or even twitching, waiting for Zach to reach. He knew the other boy noticed him long before he approached. Zach gave him a strange, pitying look before downing his entire mug in one gulp and smacking his lips a few times. He then twiddled his thumbs for a few seconds. Zorian just continued staring until Zach lost his patience. Are you really just going to stare at me like that until I say something? Zach soon snapped. God, Zorian. I really wish I had stopped you when you set up that shifter ritual. What the hell were we thinking? I'm sorry this bothers you so much, Zach. But I don't want to go back to the way I used to be, Zorian told him, not a hint of anger or annoyance in his voice. There are some issues, but I'm better like this. There are some issues, he says, Zach muttered. Not that you could turn back the clock and undo the ritual, even if you wanted to. True, Zorian agreed. He and his other self were one now, two halves of the same soul. He wasn't a giant salamander, that he could be sliced into two halves and have one or both halves still live. Why did you even go for it? Zach asked. Pleaded, maybe? He looked tired. Looking back at it, it's so unlike you. You're a paranoid jerk, and you always overthink everything. It's the most annoying and most praiseworthy part of you. You must have known. Zorian was quiet for a moment, and this time it wasn't because he thought no response was necessary. Fear, Zorian eventually told him. The task in front of us seemed so monumental, so much larger than either of us, but especially me. All I have is a mild talent for mind magic, and in the end I couldn't even fix the matriarch's memory package before it unraveled and disappeared from my mind. How could we ever do this, and how could I meaningfully contribute? I needed to be better. And now I am. Damn it, Zorian. Zack began before falling silent. Don't be like that, Zorian told him. I'm not dying, not suffering. In fact, I feel better than ever. Old Zorian worried too much. Me? I know we will eventually escape this time loop thing. My skin turns spells and bullets alike, and my eyes see layers of reality I was previously blind to. I am mighty, and I will win. Really, I just wish my tastes in food are not so out of line with what my body can handle. No eating people, Zack warned. You keep telling me this, but I tell you, humans are bad eating, Zorian told him. Arania, however, were a different story. They were just magical enough that his instincts saw them as a maybe. It was really complicating his relations to the telepathic arachnids. It was hard to talk to a psychic and hide that you find them potentially delicious. He wondered what would happen if he showed up in an Iranian colony in his alternate form and tried to talk to them. They'd probably flee in terror when they realized what they were dealing with, but it could be an amusing thing to try regardless. Anyway, I don't want to discuss this further, Zorian told him. Let's do something fun instead of discussing heavy topics like this. Let's go attack some invaders and cultists. Okay, Zack nodded, rising to his feet. He smiled at him uncertainly. This, at least, is something I really like about the new you. You have a spirit for adventure that you just didn't have before. Zorian smiled back at him. A genuine smile, which were a rarity for him after his transformation. Finally, a hunt. Strangely, his smile seemed to disturb Zack. Really, some people you could never make happy. Break. In the tunnels below Scioria, an Abasan patrol was having a bad time. They were used to fighting off Arania assassins, or an occasional group of dungeon denizens, but they were a big group accompanied by war trolls and other dominated monsters, and the dungeon wasn't that dangerous on their patrol route. Thus, when they were suddenly attacked by a pair of disguised human attackers, they struggled to respond effectively. But even if their response was chaotic and disorganized, they did respond nonetheless. Zorian studied the group in front of him for notable weak spots, casually sidestepping the wild sword swings of the war troll next to him. The war troll was large and intimidating, screaming unintelligible war cries as he swung a sword almost as tall as Zorian, but was all useless. Zorian didn't even have to erect any defenses. The war troll was too slow, his movements trivial to predict. And so were most enemy projectiles. 3 spells were flying at him, 2 force spears glowing with red light and a fast-moving stone sphere, but he didn't try to shield himself, teleport away, or negate the attacks. Instead, he simply twisted his body and jumped from side to side, expertly weaving through the spell fire without the need to expend much in the way of mana. Using his shifter transformation did take some mana, but much like his innate mind magic, it was very efficient and cost almost nothing unless he transformed fully. The war troll seemed incensed by Zorian's casual dismissal of its attacks. It threw its heavy sword aside and hurled itself forward in an attempt to tackle him. However, this maneuver was just as predictable to Zorian's senses as its earlier sword swings. The war troll spread its arms wide, covering the entire width of the dungeon corridor with its bulk, but Zorian simply jumped upward. It was seemingly just a hop, but he shot up all the way to the ceiling, easily getting out of the way of the tackle. He flipped himself in the air to land feet first when he hit the rock, and then immediately bounced back down with the speed and force of a cannonball. He landed feet first on the war troll's head, and the beast immediately went limp. The troll wasn't dead, Zorian knew. It was extremely hard to kill a troll through blunt physical trauma, but was unconscious, and that was good enough for him. He immediately hurled himself forward, seemingly charging toward the Abasan group. A hail of spell fire answered him, and he dealt with it the same way he dealt with projectiles before now, by dodging them. Some of the spells had a homing function in them, but they were still unable to keep up with him. He bounced off the walls, twisted his body in the last moment with supernatural speed and flexibility, and threw small rocks into the path of projectiles to trigger them prematurely. At one point, he even maneuvered himself in such a way to make 2 spells collide into one another mid-flight. Nothing could touch him, and it took barely any mana to maintain this state too. Of course, an expert mage or a coordinated group would still be able to hit him, even with his supernatural dodging skills. This group was neither, but they would get lucky eventually, provided they didn't run out of mana. Thus, Zorian decided to start stalling. He launched a single spell at the enemy group, a powerful force lance directed at one of the Abasins in charge of erecting shields for the whole group. The attack seemed woefully inadequate to take down the group's defenses, but Zorian's magical sense allowed him to analyze magical constructs at considerable distance, and he could tell this particular mage made shields with some very glaring flaws. The force lance was aimed perfectly at one of the weak spots in the man's shield, and punched through it seemingly without resistance. It then continued on towards one of the defenders, hitting him in the shoulder and incapacitating him. Zorian deliberately didn't aim for the shielder. He wanted that guy to keep making his flawed defenses that Zorian could easily exploit. If he took down him, the group might assign someone actually good to make shields for them. His plans of methodically taking down the group were suddenly interrupted by two events. First, Zack decided things were taking too long and launched a powerful attack on the group from the other side of the corridor. And secondly, someone teleported behind Zorian from the group. The teleport was clearly meant to catch him off guard, and was even accompanied by a renewed projectile barrage by the main group to distract him and cover for the maneuver, but Zorian's sense couldn't be fooled. The teleport was like a beacon in the night, and the only reason he didn't immediately turn around and kill the ambushers is that someone in the main Abasin group took out a rifle and aimed it at him. Strange. Abasins usually disdain the use of firearms. Zorian quickly placed his arms over his head to protect his eyes. The one place where getting hit by a bullet might actually be a problem, even as his body still instinctively dodged everything else thrown at him. The rifleman wasn't that good at aiming, however, and the bullets he fired hit Zorian in the chest and legs. They promptly bounced off his iron-like skin, doing nothing but sting a little. However, the bullets were still very annoying, because unlike spells, they didn't register on his magic sense, and were thus far more unpredictable and harder to keep track of. No more playing around. He quickly erected a spherical shield around himself to protect him while he transformed and then reached out into his soul and initiated a full transformation. The glowing white shield only lasted for 2 seconds under the hail of attacks, but it was enough. When it broke, a gray shadow jumped out of dissipating sphere and charged at the main group of Abasin invaders, completely ignoring the trio of mages that teleported behind him earlier. In his gray hunter form, Zorian's magical senses were even more amplified, and he could clearly sense hidden bombs the 3 teleporting mages were carrying. They were a trap, a suicide mission designed to take him out of the fight if he took the bait. The giant gray spider charged straight through spell fire, letting the minor spells break upon its furry, chitinous carapace with no effect while dodging the heavy attacks by bouncing off the tunnel's walls in a dizzying display of acrobatics. Before the invaders could really process what they were seeing, Zorian was already upon them. All shields shattered at his touch, a combination of brute physical force of his spider form and an ability to perceive minute and not so minute flaws in the spell boundaries of their defenses. He didn't kill them. The goal was to capture people for questioning, not indiscriminately kill people. Thankfully, his gray hunter form was absolutely great for capturing mages relatively painlessly. He just had to bite them and inject his magic disrupting poison, and they were largely neutralized as a magical threat. He proceeded to do just that as he broke through the Abasin defenses, simply biting everything in sight as the group started panicking and breaking formation. He really needed to figure out some way to deliver the poison at a distance. Biting people as a giant spider was satisfying and all, but trying to get into melee range was a dangerous thing to do in a magical fight. Some kind of dart, maybe. He wasn't sure how long his poison would persist outside of his spider form, however. In any case, this fight was over. He was still learning how to use his alternate form effectively, but overall, he was very pleased with results shown so far. Break. In his room at Amaya's place, Zorian was tinkering with a large ward stone design, while Kiriel drew various things on the floor beside him. One would think his new Grey Hunter half would not have any feelings towards crafting and creation, or would even disdain it. Humans often imagine wild beasts as being disdainful of civilization, living free and unbound lives in the untamed wilderness. But the Grey Hunter inside him recognized the idea of a home and found the idea of defending it with various creations very appealing. Perhaps Grey Hunters normally modified their lairs somehow, either by shaping the surrounding stone to their liking or by using their webs to create tripwires and other defenses. He had to admit he was never actually reckless enough to go and attack a Grey Hunter in its own home, so he had no idea what they looked like. In any case, his new magical senses were less of a boon in something like designing a ward stone or a golem core than they were in breaking magical defenses, but still helped in being able to perceive the flow of energies so clearly. It saved time, which was an oddly important thing for someone in his situation. He looked at Kiriel, lying on her stomach and kicking her feet in the air while she drew a pair of sparrows fighting each other over something. Once again, he was surprised by the level of detail in her drawings. The scene was very lifelike. His little sister had been remarkably tolerant of his weird and sometimes off-putting behavior this past month. He should probably say something nice to her for a change. "Kiri," he called. "Yeah," she responded, not even turning her head to look at him. "If I'm ever starving," he told her, "I will eat you last." Chapters 02, the AU chapter, Abyss of Time. Zorian's eyes abruptly shot open as sharp pain erupted from his stomach. His whole body convulsed, buckling against the object that fell on him, and suddenly he was wide awake, not a trace of drowsiness in his mind. "Good morning, brother," an annoyingly cheerful voice sounded right on top of him. "Morning, morning, morning." For a moment, Zorian was confused about what was happening. However, that moment was very brief. After all, Zorian had gone through this experience many, many times. He sent a quick telepathic command to Kiriel, and she immediately slumped unconscious across his chest. He pushed her off of him and rose to his feet in a single fluid motion, and then proceeded to walk out of the door without bothering to get dressed or put on his glasses. His hands were going through a variety of gestures even as he started descending down the stairs. The first restart was always the most annoying one. His current body and soul were deeply flawed, incapable of supporting the full breadth of his magical skills and thought. His first priority after every full restart was to reactivate his mental enhancements. "Zorian, where you dash?" Mother couldn't even finish her question before she also slumped unconscious. Zorian never even glanced in her direction, opting to simply keep descending down the stairs in his pajamas while casting spells. His thoughts and awareness shifted and expanded with every passing second as the mental enhancements snapped into place. Automated calculation spells constantly informed him about distances and measurements in his environment. Sensory filters blocked out distractions and drew his attention to details he might have otherwise missed, and irrelevant thoughts were severed and suppressed. After a while, he stopped. He wasn't done modifying things, but there was only so much he could do right now. It would take many, many restarts before he truly restored his peak capabilities. But no matter, he had time. A vast, possibly infinite amount of time. He created a simulacrum. The process was simple and quick. The moment the copy had popped into existence, Zorian's mind reached out to it and started attaching it into his overself. This he had learned from the cephalic rats a long time ago, and then refined further with examples from other collective organisms. The copy didn't resist the integration and remained silent throughout the whole process. Once both of their minds were connected into a unified whole, they turned around in opposite directions and started salvaging everything of value from the house. Damon's old room was particularly important. It still contained a number of valuable materials and magic items. Zorian and his simulacrums gathered everything that was useful and piled them up in the kitchen to be processed and disassembled for crafting materials. If he wanted to maintain the overself with his simulacrum over great distances, he needed a way for them to remain in contact. Once he would have been forced to maintain a network of permanent gates and telepathic relays to achieve that. But that was a long time ago, and he now had more convenient and inconspicuous methods available. Mostly, he just used a microgate stabilized inside a small icosahedron as his method of contact. They were small enough to be turned into amulets and keychains, allowing him and his simulacrums to carry them on their person at all times. Zorian and his simulacrum quickly made a pair of gate amulets. The materials they were working with weren't good, so the end product was unstable. The microgates contained within the icosahedrons would destabilize within 8 hours or so, but that was enough for Zorian's purposes. Each of them claimed one of the amulets, and then silently got up from the table. The simulacrum telekinetically picked up Mother from where she was slumped on the floor and took her to her room. As for Zorian, he waved his hand once, turning the leftover scrap from their crafting into fine dust. He then waved his other hand, and blowing the dust away, and straight into a nearby trash can. He then walked over to the front door and opened it. Ilsa, who was just about to knock on the door, stared at him in surprise. Zorian immediately broke into her mind, too subtly for her to notice, and started monitoring her thoughts. He couldn't help it. It was practically instinct at this point. Unless people specifically took steps to stop it, Zorian automatically spied on the thoughts of everyone around him, and he was good enough at it that people rarely noticed. Ilsa's mind told him he was still in his pajamas, and that it was kind of inappropriate to greet your teacher dressed like that. Oops. He quickly made a handful of gestures and then pressed his palms against his chest. A wave of light washed over his body, restructuring the fabric of pajamas into more appropriate clothes. What? How did you do that? Ilse asked, shocked. Instead of answering, Zorian deleted the last few seconds of memory from her mind. She suddenly frowned, trying to make sense of her sudden mental stutter. Come in, Miss Lady, Zorian invited politely. Of course, she nodded, stepping inside. Zorian felt his simulacrum disappear from the house, having teleported away after tucking Mother under the covers of her bed. Are you alone in the house? Ilse asked, frowning. No, but Mother didn't feel well this morning and went back to sleep, Zorian told her. I see. I hope she gets better soon, Ilse said politely. She glanced curiously at the icosahedron hanging from his neck but didn't say anything about it. We shouldn't disturb her then. I will erect a privacy ward so we can talk without bothering her with noise. Where do you want to talk? We can talk in the kitchen, Zorian said, pointing at the table behind him. By the way, do you mind if I ask you a strange question? It really depends on what the question is, Ilse said with a small smile. What would you do if you had an endless amount of time and no one to share it with? Zorian asked her seriously, sitting down next to the kitchen table. He noticed he missed some of the dust when he was cleaning up and simply pushed it onto the floor. What? Ilse laughed. What do you mean, Mr. Kaczynski? Are you asking me what I'd do if I was immortal? Yes. You have an eternity to hone your skills, research mysteries, and enjoy material possessions. However, all the people are gone. They have been replaced by shadows, Zorian explained, staring directly into her eyes as he spoke. What would you do? Ilse sighed at him. Mr. Kaczynski, she began. Everyone feels a little disconnected from the world around them at your age. I know you probably think no one can understand you, but we've all been through this at one point in our lives. Now please, let's just get the formal stuff out of the way, and we can discuss philosophical musings afterwards. Sure, Zorian agreed easily. He knew she would never bring this topic up again, today or in the future, but no frustration or disappointment arose in his mind. Truthfully, it was pretty pointless of him to bring up the topic to begin with. He already knew what the response would be, because he had tried this at least 12 times before. It was just something he did out of habit. A small, nearly forgotten part of him felt he was turning into something of a shadow himself. One of the mental adjustments he had done earlier quickly crushed that thought as pointless defeatism, and he continued pretending he was paying attention to Ilse's explanations, his thoughts turning tranquil once more. Break. While Zorian's main body was dealing with Ilse, his simulacrum body was walking up a small hill in rural Eldamar. Both the original and the simulacrum were still aware of each other, maintaining contact through the gate amulets hanging from their neck. There would be no need for reports or memory packet exchanges after this. His greater self was aware of everything the simulacrum was doing and was committing his actions to memory as if they were his own. Eventually, he reached the top of the hill. There was a Bakura gate standing there, surrounded by remains of small research camp. Zorian ignored the camp remains, as they contained nothing useful, and placed his hand on the bars of the icosahedron. He still didn't understand how the Bakura gate network worked. Despite the multiple greater restarts he had spent studying gate magic, he couldn't produce anything remotely similar to what was in front of him. He really wondered who the Bakura were. Still, he hadn't come here to research the Bakura gate, but to use it. As such, he concentrated and started casting a spell to contact the gate spirit, a complicated variant of the manifold resonance spell that allowed him to connect to the normally isolated entity. Like everything else about the Bakura gates, the gate spirit was strange. Zorian wasn't sure what it was, but it definitely wasn't a spirit from the spiritual planes bound into an object. It did not seem to resent its duty. It had infinite patience and generally acted as a machine more than a living being. Some kind of soul mechanism, maybe? Was it even possible to assemble a machine out of soul material? He didn't understand souls enough, but his gut feeling was yes. For all he knew, souls could be spiritual machines to begin with. In any case, Zorian had gotten pretty good at learning how to interact with the gate spirits. He ordered the gate spirit to open a passage to a gate in Koth, and it immediately complied. The moment he stepped through the gate, he began teleporting towards the forgotten sinkhole where the Imperial orb was located. Break. Zorian stepped off the train, glanced at the Scioria's main train station for a bit to orient himself, and then started walking in a random direction. He had no real destination. Much like there was no real point for him to ride a train to Scioria, there was no real point to him physically walking anywhere. The gate amulet he was wearing didn't play well with teleportation magic, but he was so good at dimensionalism at this point that he could teleport freely anyway. However, what would be the point? He wasn't in a hurry to get anywhere. There was no end to this. The train station was packed with people, and a constant stream of new minds kept entering and leaving his perception as he walked. He invaded their mind automatically as they entered his telepathic radius, some of his mental enhancements automatically assessing their thoughts for threats and interesting tidbits. It all blended together after a while, in all honesty. Just shadow people thinking shadow thoughts over and over again. Once upon a time, Zorian had moral compunctions about invading people's minds without permission. He tried to limit himself and be mindful of common courtesy and ethics. A part of him felt nostalgic for those times, wanting to return to his younger, more innocent self. Alas, that was impossible. A mind, once expanded, cannot return to its simpler origins. Zorian had even invaded the minds of Kiriel and his parents, searching through their deepest memories. What sanctity could the surface thoughts of strangers possibly hold for him? As he walked, he began cycling through a variety of gestures, mumbling chants under his breath. People around him gave him strange looks, but didn't say anything. They just put some distance between him and themselves and went on their way. He was interacting with his marker, fixing some of the damage it suffered when it was transplanted from Zack to Zorian, while simultaneously editing some parts of it to be more to his liking. There was a very real danger of rendering the marker inoperable when doing this kind of tampering, but Zorian hardly cared about that. Even if he was erased out of this particular time loop, he would just wake up back in Siren and start things all over again. And considering this was the very first loop, this was arguably the best time to edit the marker like this. He didn't bother going to the academy to sleep in his room. At some point the rain began to fall, but the raindrops couldn't touch him. They swerved out of his way as they fell near him, as if afraid of touching him. He kept walking through the entire night, tinkering with his marker and occasionally forming animal shapes from the raindrops around him. Eventually, he made it to the outskirts of Syoria, where he was stopped by guards. They didn't find him suspicious. They were just disturbed that a young teenager was out in the pouring rain, in the dead of the night, planning to leave the city. They kept asking him if he was all right and insisting they would take him home. Zorian rarely got upset about anything these days, but somehow these two guards really managed to get under his skin with their attempt to help. He mind-wiped them and left the city behind him. He didn't need concern from a couple of shadows. Eventually, he found himself in front of a small mansion not that far from the city. This was where Tezin's very Zack's official caretaker kept Zack's unconscious body while he was incapacitated by the Lich's spell in the first few restarts of every time loop. Apparently, Tezin was afraid people would think he was responsible for Zack's condition, as there was no obvious perpetrator and Tezin had a pretty good motive to get rid of Zack as far as most people were concerned. So every time he found Zack unconscious due to soul damage, he had him move to the secret location while he investigated the thing and decided what to do. The investigation into Zack's whereabouts was a total sham, since Tezin knew exactly where Zack was located. The place had guards. 8 of them, in fact. However, they were picked more for their loyalty and willingness to not ask questions, rather than skill. The mansion wasn't especially well warded either. Tezin was mostly relying on obscurity to keep this place secret. Zorian had no problems breaking into the mansion, after which he quickly disabled all the guards stationed there. Once the place was secure, he went through each of the guards one by one, editing their memories, placing mental compulsions, and otherwise changing their minds into something more useful for his purposes. Once they woke up, he ordered them to go out in the city and buy a bunch of alchemical materials using their own money and bring them back to the mansion. They didn't like this one bit, especially since Zorian instructed them to use up their savings and pawn off anything valuable from their own homes in order to get more cash. But then again, they didn't have much of a choice. Once they were gone, he dragged a chair from the kitchen so he could sit next to Zack's bed. His fellow time traveler was unconscious from the after effects of soul damage and would remain so for at least 7 or 8 more restarts. It was actually a bit unpredictable when Zack would wake up from his coma, Zorian had found. After scanning the boy for a few minutes, Zorian created 2 more simulacrums, and they all got to work speeding up Zack's recovery. Healing soul damage quickly was impossible. Even after spending centuries researching the topic, the best he could do was accelerate the soul's natural recovery process through potions. He would have to wait for the guards to return before he could make those. However, the damage done to Zack's soul was not too extensive. He was unconscious mostly because his damaged soul had damaged his body when it had been shoved into his body at the start of the restart, and now he was too injured to wake up. The damage caused by soul damage was subtle and hard to deal with, but Zorian was an expert in medical magic with centuries of experience. With him and his 2 simulacrums working on the issue, it only took half an hour to fix Zack up. He could have woken the boy up at the point, but didn't. He wanted to give Zach's soul recover potions the moment he regained consciousness, and those weren't even made yet. Instead, he went the most spacious room in the mansion and started creating a workspace for himself, consuming the fancy furniture in order to make some sturdy tables and throwing out everything else that was taking up space. Halfway through this process, another simulacrum teleported into the room. It was the simulacrum he had sent to Koth to retrieve the Imperial Orb. The simulacrum wordlessly dumped an entire bag worth of contents on a nearby table Zorian created. The Imperial Orb was there, as was a bunch of other divine artifacts the simulacrum had stolen from various places as it made its way back. There was a small bronze pyramid there, a black knife with a wavy pattern on the blade, a gem-encrusted box, and a small figurine of a goat made out of white marble. All of these were brought here for one simple purpose: to be taken apart for raw ingredients. Divine magic, much like the inner mechanics of souls and the truth behind Bakura gates, were still a major mystery for Zorian. He couldn't cast divine magic, but he could detect it. With some effort and a lot of trial and error, he was able to map out the internal workings of some divine artifacts and figure out how to crudely modify them. It involved breaking the artifacts and their corresponding divine magic mechanisms, and then combining some of the pieces into a new design. It was akin to taking apart a train in order to make a really good horse-drawn chariot. A train engineer would be horrified at waste, but if you had no other way to get yourself a chariot that good, it might make sense to do so. The chariot Zorian wanted was the memory bank function of the Imperial Orb. It allowed the user of the orb to store a basically infinite amount of information, and that information persisted across restarts. Although it was a function of the orb, the memory bank was fairly self-contained in its function, and it was possible to rip it out of the orb and attach it to something else. Your soul, for instance. For anyone else, that would be a pointless waste of a perfectly good divine artifact, but for Zorian, it was priceless. The other divine artifacts were just there to make this transfer possible. The knife was needed because it could damage other divine artifacts. The bronze pyramid and the marble goat contained pieces of divine magic that he needed to add to the memory bank in order to let it stick to his soul better. The box could hold and stabilize the pieces of divine magic inside it, giving Zorian enough time to cobble his makeshift divine magic out of the divine artifact remains. Before he could start the crafting process, however, he sensed Zach getting out of bed and making his way towards him. Huh? Zorian didn't expect him to get up for another 3 hours, at least. He simulacrums quickly left the house to go gather some more materials needed to speed up Zach's recovery, while Zorian himself remained in the workroom, making further preparations for the transfer of the memory bank. Zach stumbled into the workroom before stopping to check up the situation. He looked surprised to see Zorian there, and for a while he said nothing, slowly taking in the sights and rubbing his eyes to lessen the raging headache he was no doubt having. Zorian? Zach asked uncertainly. Yes, Zorian confirmed. It's certainly me. Where are we? Zach asked, his eyes taking in the room around him again. A countryside mansion on the outskirts of Scioria. When Tezen found you unconscious from soul damage, he hid you away here so he could pretend you went missing, Zorian explained. He knew this explanation would mean nothing to Zach and would only create more questions, but it was impossible to explain what happened in a truly concise manner. And besides, it was funnier to explain things this way. I see, Zach said slowly. Do you mind if I take a seat? My head won't stop spinning. Help yourself, Zorian told him, gesturing to the chair that had been occupied by one of his simulacrums not too long ago. Zorian himself barely glanced at Zach, opting to instead flip the bronze pyramid in one hand while holding the black knife in the other. He was wondering where to make the cut when the moment came. Even now, messing with divine magic like this was full of uncertainties, and he couldn't guarantee he would be successful. I sent the guard to get me some materials for soul recovery potions, so don't be alarmed when they start coming back. Zach gave him a strange look. Soul recovery potions. You can make those? Zach asked slowly. The time loop has taught me many things, Zorian replied casually. You know about the Tiao? Zach jumped to his feet in shock, then winced as his head protested the sudden movement. Oh, damn it. What did that pile of bones do to me? I feel terrible. Soul damage is no joke, Zorian told him. I'm afraid it will be several restarts before you fully recover. You do, Zach exclaimed excitedly. You do remember what happened before. Man, that is, he suddenly halted, frowning. But wait, since when did you become aware of the restarts? You sound so casual about it, and you're making complicated potions, and is this entire room made with alteration? Yes, Zorian confirmed, putting knife and the bronze pyramid aside for now, so he could focus fully on Zach. I restructured all the luxury furniture into something more useful. Tezin will no doubt be furious when he finds out, but then again, it's not like either of us care about that man, right? That isn't the skill of Zorian, I know, Zack said, sounding horrified. How long was I out? Don't tell me I was sleeping for years. No, just a few months, Zorian assured him. Oh, thank the gods, Zack said, exhaling heavily. Zorian couldn't help it. He laughed. What? Zack demanded. Why are you so relieved? Even if you were incapacitated for years, why does it matter? There is no getting off this wild ride. A few years here and there are irrelevant. You and me are here forever, Zorian told him, mirth obvious in his voice. Don't say that, Zack told him. There is a way out of here, I know it. He suddenly hesitated. We just have to stop the invasion, Zorian finished for him, his smile widening. The two of them kept staring at each other for a few seconds. Zack's face was full of confusion, whereas Zorian initially looked cheerful, but then gradually relaxed into an unreadable expression. I'm glad you're here with me, Zorian told him honestly, turning away from him in order to start carving glyphs into the surface of a nearby wooden board. You, Jornak, and Quetzalcoatl are the only people I can truly talk to, and Jornak is honestly crazier than me in some ways, which was quite an achievement, in Zorian's opinion. Jornak had only been looking for a fraction of the time Zorian was. How'd he get so bad in less than 100 years? He really wished Quetzalcoatl was also a looper. The ancient lich was a brutal opponent, but he was also surprisingly nice and insightful once you got to know him. I don't understand, Zack complained. What the hell happened to you, Zorian? It's nothing. Zorian tried to wave him off. He continued to carve glyphs, his mind constantly generating complicated spell formula blueprints in his head and supplying his with ideas. He rarely bothered with fixed designs anymore, preferring to adopt designs on the fly based on available materials and current needs. Just relentless weathering of time, as our dear angelic friends would say. I've been doing this for way too long. You said I was only out for a few months, Zack said, frowning. Stop being deliberately mysterious and start explaining things, or I'll punch you in the face. Don't think a simple headache will stop me. There is a second-order time loop, Zorian told him bluntly. Whenever we manage to escape the time loop, we are simply flung back at the beginning of the time loop. Well, the beginning of the time loop for me. Unlike this time loop, the second-order time loop seems centered on me instead. What? But I don't remember, Zack trained off. Zorian, stop carving those stupid glyphs for a second and look at me when I'm talking to you. Are you saying there are parts of the time loop you remember, but I don't? Zorian halted his work for a second and then sighed. He threw the knife aside and looked at Zack again. I know you understand what I'm telling you. You just don't want to accept it, Zorian told him. We lived through this entire time loop. We escaped. When the month was done, we were back here again. Repeat, repeat, repeat. Why don't I remember then? Zack demanded. People need to escape the current time loop cycle in order to retain their soul and memories in the next one, Zorian told him. Unless those people are Zorian. Zorian would still end up flung back to the start of time loop, even if he refused to leave the time loop or flat out got ejected from it. He had completely erased his own marker multiple times, and it didn't help. Anyway, since you didn't exit the time loop, your memories didn't transfer over to this cycle, Zorian continued. To you, this version of the time loop is everything. As for me, I have lived through this a great many times. His eyes glazed as select few memories came flooding back. A great many times. What happened to me? Zack asked in surprise. I mean, I'm not saying I'm invincible or anything, but it's still. I don't know, I just don't think I would lose, okay? You didn't lose, Zorian told him. You just didn't want to do this anymore. It was your 12th time loop, and you were sick of it all. There was a second of silence as Zack silently processed that. Hey, you aren't seriously suggesting I just gave up? Zack demanded. Zorian was silent for a few seconds, thinking about something. Eventually, he released a small sigh. At the end, your old self made me promise I would keep all this secret from you. That I would let you experience the time loop normally without this pointless burden, Zorian told him. As you can see, I am a liar and a cheat, and I made a mockery out of that promise immediately. In fact, I never intended to honor that promise to begin with. That's such a stupid thing to demand of someone, Zack exclaimed. I don't know anything about this old self of mine, and to be honest, I'm still leaning towards you playing some kind of trick on me. But assuming this is all true, I'm glad you broke it. I wouldn't have honored that promise if I was in your place either. Zorian said nothing. We're in this together, you hear me? Zack assured him. You and me are going to get to the bottom of this, no matter how long it takes. I don't know about my previous self's reasons, but I'm never going to quit on you. Zorian smiled at him sadly. That was what the old Zack had told him too. Chapter So 3, the AU chapter, The Fourth Looper. Hidden in the shadow of a damaged building, Zorian watched Zack fight against a horde of monsters in quiet. Regardless of whether it was war trolls, winter wolves, or iron beaks, none of the creatures could get close to Zack. A flash of fire, a barrage of force needles, and they all fell before the boy's magical might. The only creatures that saw any success against the boy were iron beaks, since they could launch their feathers from a considerable range and were relatively small and maneuverable. Even then, Zack dealt with most feathers by sidestepping the attack or making slight body movements, dodging the feathers with casual ease. It was unbelievable. The magic Zack was using was leagues better than that of a normal student, which made no sense since it was completely at odds with what Zack displayed in their first 2 years of classes. Zorian couldn't claim he knew Zack especially well, but the boy he knew wasn't subtle or restrained, and didn't strike him as someone capable of keeping this kind of secret. And the dodging. Zorian couldn't imagine how long he would have to practice something like this in order to be able to do it with such ease and confidence. Improbable magic skills could be explained away by great natural talent, perhaps, but this was something else. Zorian was so transfixed by the sight of Zack practically dancing through the halo of feathers like this was all just a giant theater play that he failed to notice one of the winter wolves sneaking up on him. Zorian jumped back when he sensed danger, but was already too late. The winter wolf was already very close, and it lunged at him too fast to avoid. The winter wolf tried to clamp its jaws around Zorian's neck, but since Zorian managed to jump back and instinctively crossed his arms in front of him in a feeble instinctive move to ward off the attack, it didn't quite succeed. Instead, the wolf's maw closed around his forearms, ripping skin and tearing flesh. Zorian screamed, his panicked wail easily heard over the sounds of fighting around them, but he was already unbalanced from his failed dodge, and the winter wolf soon slammed into him with its considerable weight and knocked the air out of his lungs, shutting him up. Zorian fell backwards on his back, and the wolf fell along with him. Thankfully, the beast failed to keep its balance as they fell. It let go of Zorian's arms and rolled away a short distance away from him, giving Zorian a moment to gather his bearings and attempt to escape. It wasn't enough. Zorian's arms were terribly injured and hurt immensely as he attempted to push himself up. His glasses were missing somewhere, and he had hit his head when he hit the ground. He had just enough time to lift his head before the wolf was already upon him again, ready to finish the job this time. A blindingly bright bolt of force hit the winter wolf in the flank as it jumped toward Zorian, easily knocking it off course and slamming it into the wall of a nearby house. Its entire body caved in upon impact, bones and internal organs crushed into paste by the force of the spell. A web of cracks was created on the wall of the building where the wolf slammed into it. Although it was a silly thought, inappropriate for the severity of the situation, Zorian couldn't help but imagine Ilsa criticizing Zack for his reckless use of combat magic and causing so much collateral damage. His arms hurt. His arms hurt a lot, and he felt a wave of dizziness and nausea assault him for a moment. Perhaps because of all the bleeding he was doing? Zorian. Damn it, are you all right? Zack quickly ran up to him, killing any creature that sought to bar his way, and helped him get back on his feet. With Zack's help, they managed to lose the monster horde and found a quiet place for Zorian to calm down and recover. Zorian winced as he looked at his arms. Winter wolves had powerful jaws, and while his arms weren't broken or insensate, the wounds were serious. When the wolf lost its grip on Zorian in the fall, its teeth ripped out chunks of his flesh and left his forearms covered in deep gashes that kept bleeding and hurting. The back of his head also had a painful bump on it, but that was comparatively minor in comparison. Looking around, Zorian managed to spot his glasses lying on the ground and was pleased to see they weren't broken. While he moved to pick them up, Zack was busy rummaging through his belongings for something. The other boy eventually fished out a pair of potions out of a jacket pocket and gave them to Zorian. A blood-clotting potion and some kind of healing potion, Zack explained. I'm not sure what it's called, but it should help. Zorian visibly winced. Drinking medical potions provided by strangers was usually not a good idea, and Zack's explanation didn't exactly soothe Zorian's fears in this regard. But truthfully, Zorian didn't doubt for a second that Zack was offering him the real deal. Zack was clearly ridiculously capable in all sorts of ways. The thing was, well, the price of these. I can't, he feebly protested. Zorian, are you really going to bleed out here just because you're too proud to accept an expensive gift? Zack gave him a strange look. Zorian didn't bother to argue with the boy after that. He drank both potions in quick succession, and his arms recovered a little after a few minutes. They were far from fine, but he was no longer bleeding, and the pain had dulled to a manageable throb. "Thank you," Zorian eventually said. "I would have surely died here without your help. I owe you my life. If there is anything you need in the future, Dash." Yeah, Zack grumbled, waving him off. "What the hell are you doing here, anyway?" "Searching for a Koja," Zorian admitted. "She left the dance a while before the attack, and it's kind of my fault." Zack rubbed his face in frustration. "I see. Well, let's go find a Koja before she ends up even worse than you did. Do you know the way?" They traveled through the burning streets of the city, leaving a trail of dead invaders behind them. Zack didn't even try to avoid the monsters, simply plowing through them like an angry god out for vengeance. At one point, they were even attacked by a horde of skeletons and an enemy mage, but Zack simply made the earth beneath their feet open up and swallow them. Zorian dutifully kept his mouth shut and never questioned Zack about his seemingly inexhaustible mana reserves or his knowledge of advanced magic that should be beyond his access level and proficiency, content to enjoy the benefits of Zack's skill and talent. Zack had outright saved his life tonight. He was entitled to his secrets, as far as Zorian was concerned. Eventually, they found a Koja. She had fled into one of the vacant buildings to escape a pack of winter wolves chasing after her and barricaded herself in one of the rooms on the upper floor. She had been very, very lucky, finding a building whose main door had been bashed in by the war trolls, long after those war trolls moved over to other targets, just in time for her to take refuge in there from a pursuing winter wolf pack. While that whole situation had had the potential to develop very differently. The wounds on his arms throbbed a little, as if resonating with those dark musings, sending pangs of pain down his spine. He shook his head, banishing the thought of a Koja being torn to shreds by the wolf pack. It didn't happen, and he didn't want to think about it. There was no trace of winter wolves around the house at the time Zack and Zorian found the girl, though. The wolves had clearly been inside the house and tried to get to her. The door behind which she hid was covered in scratches from wolf claws and frosted over. However, winter wolves were not really equipped for sieges, and the door was a sturdy thing made from quality oak. The house was very spacious and well-made in general, made by someone with lots of money to spend. Alas, while the winter wolves were gone, a Koja was not willing to simply trust them on that claim. The winter wolves had clearly moved on to other targets, but a Koja was still fearful and refused to open the door and step outside. It took several minutes of talking to her through the closed door before Zack and Zorian convinced her it was safe to come out and that staying inside until the city guards arrived was not a good plan. Actually, Zorian was not entirely sure why joining a Koja in her improvised shelter and waiting for things to die down was a bad move at this point. Things were bad out there, but surely the attackers couldn't beat the entire Eldamar military, right? The royal forces would eventually restore order. They just had to survive until that happened. However, Zack clearly didn't agree with that sentiment, and Zorian didn't dare contradict him. Clearly the other boy knew something Zorian didn't. He did his best to convince a Koja to come out, and eventually it worked. They heard the sound of furniture being dragged across the floor. A Koja had dragged virtually the entire contents of the room in front of the door to stop the wolves from getting to her if they managed to break through it, and now it took quite a bit of time and effort to clear the way before she could come out. Zorian was certain she would blame him for causing her to leave the safety of the dance hall, so he was quite surprised when a Koja immediately lashed onto him when she finally opened the door, engulfing him in a strong hug. Surprised and in pain. This was the worst possible time for someone to squeeze his arms like that. He screamed in pain involuntarily, causing her to immediately step back in shock. "Wah! Zorian, your arms. What happened to you?" A Koja said, sounding horrified. Zorian hesitated, not quite willing to tell her it's nothing. She might hug him again if he did. "It's not as bad as it looks. I gave him a healing potion," Zack helpfully added. "He'll be fine, he's just being a big baby." Zorian gave him an unamused look, but didn't snap at him. "A winter wolf bit me," Zorian told a Koja, focusing his attention back to her instead. "It hurts, but I'll live." "Those horrible beasts," a Koja said fearfully, visibly trembling. Seeing the bite wounds on Zorian's arms seemed to remind her of her own experience with the wolf pack. "Anyway," Zack said, clapping his hand obnoxiously to snap a Koja out of her terrified daze. "I know you're both a little shaken by all this, but it's best if you continue this conversation back in the shelters." "Shelters?" a Koja asked, confused for a second. "Ah, yes. The Academy's shelters. But we're so far away. How will we get there without being eaten?" "I really think it would be safer to just hide here until morning. Surely the owner of the house will understand." "Have no fear, the great Zack has a solution," Zack said with a wide grin, lifting a spell rod of some sort into the air theatrically. Zorian found it interesting, and also more than a little disturbing, that Zack could maintain this kind of attitude in the current situation. His thoughts were interrupted by Zack thrusting the rod towards them. "Both of you hold on to this, and it will teleport you to the shelters," Zack said, shaking the rod up and down for emphasis. "Teleport rod?" Zorian asked suspiciously. "Yes," Zack confirmed. "It will teleport anything touching it when it triggers. I've set it to a 30-second delay, so both of you should hold on to it before you're left behind." Zorian and a.k.a. quickly placed a hand on the rod, but when they did, Zack immediately let go of it and stepped back. "Wait, what about you?" Zorian asked in alarm. "Yes, what are you doing?" a.k.a. loudly protested. "You can't possibly be planning to stay here. Don't be an idiot." "All right." a.k.a. hadn't seen Zack fighting the invaders. "Don't worry about me. I still have something to do here. I'll catch up with you in no time," Zack said, trying to wave her concerns off. He turned around and started to walk out of the house. "Zack, this isn't a game. These things are going to kill you," a.k.a. protested, following after him. She still clutched the teleport rod in her hand as she did, and Zorian didn't have much choice but to follow after her if he wanted to hold on to it. Sadly, Zack ignored her complaints, not even bothering to turn back and look at her as she tried to catch up to him and shove the rod towards him. "Look, I'm perfectly capable," Zack began, just as they stepped through the ruined door of the house. Zorian wasn't sure what tipped him off, exactly. He just got a vague feeling of dread and knew he had to react immediately. He immediately let go of the teleport rod and slammed his whole body into Zack, pushing him out of the path of an incoming spell. An angry red ray surged through the air in front of them, passing right where Zack's head was only a few moments ago, and hit the wall behind them. The jagged beam of red light bit deep into the wall, gouging a deep trench in it and shrouding the area in a cloud of fine dust. "Crap," Zack said. "He found me." "Quick, hold the rod before dash." Zorian turned towards a.k.a., only to see her standing empty-handed behind him. When Zorian let go of the rod to save Zack, she was left as the sole person holding it. Unfortunately, she either hadn't been holding it too tightly, or she let go of it in shock, being the rod was currently rolling on the ground beside her. A moment later, it winked out of existence, having teleported away to the shelters as it was set up to do. "Damn it, you two," Zack complained. "Why didn't you hold on? You'd be dead then," Zorian protested. He wasn't going to let a person who saved his life and helped him find a.k.a. die from a stray spell if he could help it. What kind of question was that? Besides, it was clear Zack was amazingly good combat mage. Just how much trouble? A sudden gust of air blew the dust away, and a gaunt humanoid figure stepped into view. Zorian actually gasped in surprise as he took in the appearance of the thing in front of them. It was a skeleton wreathed in sickly green light. Its bones were black with a strange metallic sheen, as if they were not bones at all, but rather a facsimile of a skeleton made out of some kind of black metal. Encased in gold-decorated armor, with a scepter held tightly in one of its skeletal hands and a crown full of purple gemstones, the creature looked like some long-dead king risen from the dead. It was a lich. It was a thrice-damned lich. Oh, they were so going to die. The lich swept its empty eye sockets over them. As Zorian's eyes met the black pits that once held the lich's eyes, an uncomfortable feeling washed over him, like the lich was peering into his very soul. After less than a second, the lich lazily shifted its attention to a.k.a., who visibly took a step back and made a whining sound upon being scrutinized by the creature. The lich dismissed a.k.a. just as quickly as it did Zorian, however, and shifted its attention to Zack instead. So, the lich spoke, its voice resonant with power. "You're the one that has been killing my minions." "Zorian, you two run away while I deal with this guy," Zack said, clutching the staff in his hand. Without waiting for a response, Zack launched a barrage of magic missiles towards the lich, who retaliated with a trio of purple beams as it erected an aegis around itself with a single wave of its bony hand. Two of them were aimed at Zack, but sadly enough the lich saw fit to aim one towards Zorian's retreating form. While it failed to hit Zorian directly, the beam's impact with the nearby ground created a sizable explosion that drove stone shrapnel into his legs. The pain was immense, and Zorian collapsed on the ground in an instant, unable to take a single step further. Zorian gritted his teeth in pain. The new wounds were horrific and made his legs almost useless. He tried to drag himself to safety, but with his arms already hurting and weak, he found it impossible to do so. A spell hit the ground to the left of him a moment after, detonating into a massive explosion. Although the impact was relatively far from him, the force of the blast was strong enough that Zorian could still feel it as it passed over him. He couldn't take it anymore. He blacked out. Break. When Zorian regained consciousness, not much time had passed. He knew this because he could still hear the sound of Zack and the Lich fighting. He was still surrounded by ruined buildings, and there was a Koja crying over him. He was no longer in the same spot where he fell. His vision was blurred, but a Koja had clearly dragged him behind some rubble to shield him from the aftershocks of the spell battle. He took a deep breath and tried to see if she was injured. As far as he could tell, she wasn't. He didn't think this was because she was better at dodging than him, so that probably meant the Lich hadn't even bothered to target her in his initial spell barrage. Why did the Lich attack Zorian, but not a Koja? So unfair. Wait, was it because he had pushed Zack out of the way of that disintegration ray? That move saved Zack's life, and Zorian wasn't sorry he'd done it, but it probably made him look like a bigger threat than he actually was. Please don't die, a Koja said quietly. Please don't die. We're going to live through this. Please don't die. Zorian didn't know if she was talking to him or to herself, but he did know that she was being very stupid, and he couldn't stand it. You should go, he suddenly told her. He was hurting all over, but he could still speak just fine. Zorian, she said happily. She then winced, realizing she was being too loud and might be attracting attention to their hiding spot. Thank the gods, I thought, Dash. Seriously, you need to go, Zorian told her. Zack isn't going to win this. He's just buying time for us to run away, so why haven't you done so already? I'm not strong enough to carry you, she protested. It was hard to drag you over here. I don't think I could, Dash. Forget about me, Zorian told her. What am I to you, anyway? We're just classmates. I ruined your evening and caused all of this anyway. I'm not going anywhere like this, but you can still make it out alive. Just go. She said nothing, simply shaking her head. She didn't move. Before he could say anything else, the sounds of fighting stopped. Zack and the Lich were talking about something, but Zorian was too far away to understand what they were saying. It didn't help that his ears were still ringing slightly from the explosion that made him black out. Suddenly, Zorian completely lost control of his body. Some kind of alien force paralyzed him and lifted him roughly into the air. Beside him, he could see a Koja being likewise lifted into the air. A moment later, they were both hurtling through the air. After a brief but disorienting flight, Zorian slammed painfully into Zack, and then a Koja slammed into both of them. The three of them ended up in a confused pile, hurting all over, but very much alive. It doesn't matter if your soul can be reincarnated elsewhere if someone mutilates it beyond recognition before it gets there, a voice suddenly said. Zorian couldn't see anything, as he was currently squeezed between Zack and a Koja, but he recognized the voice as that of the Lich. After all, the soul may be immortal, but no one's set cannot be altered or added to. Zorian could hear the Lich chanting in some strange language that definitely wasn't standard Icosian used in traditional invocations, but any curiosity about this was washed away by a wave of pain and unidentifiable wrongness that suddenly slammed into him. He opened his mouth to scream, but then his world suddenly erupted into bright light before going completely black. Break. Zorian's eyes abruptly shot open as sharp pain erupted from his stomach. His whole body convulsed, buckling against the object that fell on him, and suddenly he was wide awake, not a trace of drowsiness in his mind. Good morning, brother, an annoyingly cheerful voice sounded right on top of him. Morning, morning, morning. Break. By the time Zorian arrived to Scioria, it was becoming impossible to deny what had happened. Somehow he had gone back in time and was currently reliving the month leading up to the summer festival. The whole thing was crazy and unbelievable, but there was no way this was an illusion. The whole thing was most likely related to Zack. Thus, Zorian was both dreading and looking forward to meeting Zack on the first day of classes. He didn't know how to confront his classmate about what was happening, but he had to try. However, there was a complication. When he approached his classroom, he found a Koja standing there uneasily with her clipboard clutched tightly in front of her. The moment she saw him, her eyes widened and she seized him by the arm before dragging him off to an empty corridor. Zorian, please tell me I'm not crazy, she asked him urgently. Crazy, he asked. The summer festival. The burning city. The Lich. The everything, she said, growing ever more agitated as she went on. We lived through this entire month already, and no one but me seems to remember it. But you remember, right? All right? I mean, you were there when the Lich... Zorian rubbed his forehead. Truthfully, this was not entirely unexpected. Zorian already suspected that last spell the Lich had cast on the three of them had sometimes caused this. It made sense that a Koja got caught up in the whole thing too, since she was also a target. A Koja seemed to wilt at his silence, taking it as a bad sign, so he decided to reassure her. Yeah, he admitted. Yeah, I remember. You do. Thank the gods. I knew I wasn't crazy, a.k.a. said, taking a deep breath. I don't know what I'd do if you also couldn't remember. Is Zach here? Zorian asked. No, she shook her head fiercely. I also want to talk to him. An uncomfortable silence followed for a few seconds. Anyway, you need to help me talk to Ilsa when she gets here, a.k.a. suddenly said. With both of us saying the same thing, she's going to have to dash. a.k.a.? I don't think random telling people about this is a good idea, Zorian said hurriedly. All of this sounds completely crazy, and if we try to prove it, we could end up imprisoned by the government. You can't be serious, a.k.a. told him. Zorian, this is far too important to keep to ourselves, especially for such a selfish and paranoid reason. So what if we're imprisoned and questioned? We've got nothing to hide. Zorian swallowed heavily, suddenly getting fearful of a.k.a. Although a part of him was glad he wasn't alone in this, he found a.k.a.'s reasoning highly disturbing. a.k.a., please listen to me, he said hesitantly. I'm not saying we do nothing while the city burns, but we need to do this carefully. Can you at least wait for a few days until we have a better picture of what's happening? Besides, a.k.a. said, refusing to look him in the eye. I already told Ilsa and some other people. They didn't believe me, which is why I was so glad you remember things. You can back me up and people can stop saying I'm doing it all for attention. Zorian's unease ratcheted up. You already told Ilsa? Zorian said, more as a shocked statement to himself rather than a serious question. And others? What others? My parents, a.k.a. said, biting her lip. A bunch of Scioria policemen when I visited one of the local stations. Some of our classmates. Zorian took off his glasses with one hand and started massaging his face with the other. He really wished someone else got caught up in that spell. Chapters 04, the AU chapter Grand Whistler. The tunnels Zack and Zorian were traversing were weird. Not that there was a shortage of weird things this deep in the dungeon, of course, but these tunnels were notable enough to make Zorian uneasy. They were completely covered in some kind of dark moss that formed a thick layer of soft vegetation on every wall, floor, and ceiling. Their feet sank into the dark mass with each step they took, making their progress slow and uncertain. The moss was harmless on its own, but who knows what hidden dangers lurked beneath it. Still, Zack and Zorian were pretty resourceful and skilled, and would not be deterred by something this minor. They advanced cautiously, a number of glowing spheres trailing behind them to light their way. Some sections of the dungeon were naturally illuminated by glowing crystal formations and other sources of light, but these moss tunnels were as dark as the night in their natural state. If there were any glowing crystals embedded in the surrounding rocks, they were completely covered by the moss. I can't believe nothing had attacked us yet, Zack suddenly said, stopping in the middle of the tunnel. He pressed his hand against the moss-covered wall to his left, and it easily sank into the spongy plant matter. The moss is pretty deep. There could have definitely been predators hidden here, but we've been walking through this area for an hour, and there's no trace of anything dangerous. Just minor bugs and like that feed on the moss. It probably means there is some greater predator driving everything else away, Zorian offered. But where is it, then? I know the moss dampens the sound of our steps, but you think they would notice our arrival anyway. We have an entire light show following us. You experienced yourself how sensitive a lot of the native creatures are to any trace of light. Zorian frowned. That was one of the more concerning things they had realized during this expedition, this deep in the dungeon. Almost everything was highly sensitive to any source of light, meaning anyone reliant on illuminating their surroundings to navigate around was broadcasting their position to absolutely everything in the area. If they had a way to navigate in total darkness, they would have suffered far fewer attacks. Though navigating this giant death maze in total darkness for several weeks seemed like something that wouldn't be particularly healthy for his sanity, the stress was starting to get to him as it is. This was such a bad idea, Zorian could help but say. No, this was a perfect idea, Zack said, grinning. How did he maintain such good cheer in these circumstances? When are we ever going to do something like this outside the time loop? Descending this deep into the dungeon would be sheer lunacy in the real world. Neither of us would dare to do it. Just imagine what we could discover here. This is a literal once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zorian noticed a small bug flying clumsily at him. He immediately snatched the bug out of the air before it could collide with him and inspected it as it struggled in his hand. They already confirmed earlier that the bugs that lived in the moss were harmless to humans, so he wasn't particularly worried about handling it. He was wearing protective gloves, anyway, just like Zack. The bug looked vaguely like a beetle, but with only 4 legs and something that looked like a giant compound eye on its back. Its front legs ended in something that looked disturbingly like tiny human hands, and its shell was covered in pale whitish markings that moved across the surface of the chitin like animated images. He quickly threw the little monster away. It might be harmless, but it was also disturbing. Fine, he told Zack. His fellow time traveler was right. The danger and the stress were slowly getting to him, but he couldn't deny he shared Zack's burning curiosity about what they could find down here. We go deeper. Always deeper, Zack said, nodding. Until we die or reach the bottom. The former being far more likely than the latter, in Zorian's opinion. No one had ever managed to reach the bottom of the dungeon, and some really capable and amazing people had tried over the centuries. Even with the time loop on their side, Zorian didn't think they could pull off something on that level. But he didn't say any of that. Instead, he and Zack continued their journey through the moss-covered tunnels in search of the overlord of this place. Of course, if they managed to cross the entire area without disturbing anything, that would be just as well. Their goal was to get as deep as possible, not to pick fights with powerful denizens of the dungeon. The mossy area was big and contained many similar-looking tunnels that intersected one another in various places. They got lost a couple of times, but eventually Zorian built a crude map of the place in his head and realized there was a pattern to the tunnels. They were all gently curving in a particular direction, despite looking remarkably straight to the naked eye, and seemed to consist of a bunch of spirals intersecting one another as they all slowly spiraled towards the point in the center. It took them a while, but after a few hours they finally reached the place where the spirals converged and emerged into a vast stone chamber. The place was breathtaking. The vast empty space in front of them was larger than any they had encountered since they started their descent. It was well illuminated due to the strange construct in the center of it, allowing Zack and Zorian to easily study the entire chamber from the spot where they emerged into it. The place was roughly spherical, but with rough stone walls that still gave it a somewhat natural appearance. There was no moss covering here. It suddenly terminated at the spot where the tunnel ended and the chamber began. No moss grew in the vast chamber, not even small scattered patches near the entrance tunnel. All the walls were studded with a huge number of circular holes of very similar size. Different moss tunnels all leading towards this place, if Zorian were to guess. Of course, the thing that was most amazing about this place was the thing in the center. Huge ribbon-like sections of stone floated in the center of the chamber in gravity-defying manner, spiraling chaotically towards a softly glowing blue sphere in the center. Together, the ribbons formed a strange sphere of tangled stone that glowed from within. The immense sphere of tangled stone ribbons immediately captivated Zorian when he laid his eyes on it. However, when Zorian tried to focus on the structure and details of the construct, his eyes began to water and his vision turned blurry, forcing him to avert his eyes. The way the spirals intersected didn't make any sense, and Zorian was pretty sure the whole thing was geometrically impossible. Some kind of dimensional magic? He couldn't imagine it being anything else. Perhaps he should. He was broken out of his stupor by Zack grasping his shoulder roughly and shaking him. He looked towards Zack in askance, but found that Zack was looking behind him with a grim expression. Zorian immediately turned to face whatever was making Zack so serious, and found himself looking at a large serpentine creature floating in front of him. It was almost 3 times longer than Zorian, was tall and pale white, with a body covered in iridescent scales. It had no eyes or even a recognizable head. Instead, its body terminated in an intricate bony formation, like a disturbing rose made out of bone. Immediately behind this bone rose the creature sprouted 4 equidistant arms, reminiscent of human ones. Both the arms and the fingers had far too many joints and twitched constantly. Despite the strange appearance, Zorian was unafraid. He had seen a lot of strange creatures in the past week or so, and this one was on the low end of the scale. Many deep dungeon denizens tended towards a serpentine body plan, probably because it made it easier to move through the narrower tunnels, so this was just another weird snake-like thing in his book. The unusual thing was that it was just watching them, and not attacking. The tense standoff continued for a few seconds, the creature's 4 arms constantly moving. Zorian thought it might be trying to communicate with them, but if so, he didn't have the faintest idea of what it was saying. He didn't even try to read its mind. He had learned by now that it was a total waste of time. Trying to read the minds of deep dungeon denizens usually wasn't dangerous, but he couldn't interpret anything from them either, and they all had absurdly high magic resistance. Some, like the creature in front of him, were hard for him to even detect on his mind sense. It was a huge waste of mana for little gain. Zack and Zorian stepped back. The creature floated forward slowly, maintaining its distance, but still not attacking. Zorian frowned at the situation. He didn't want to get into an unnecessary fight, But he also didn't believe the creature in front of them was truly benign. Some of the dungeon denizens did leave them alone in the past, letting them pass by unmolested, but they had also ignored them completely. This one was clearly interested in them. Everything Zorian knew about the deep dungeon suggested this was never a good thing. "I don't like this. I vote we just attack it," Zack said. Zorian was about to agree when a series of loud, high-pitched sounds sounded in the distance. They reminded Zorian of a train whistle. The creature in front of them shrank back in obvious terror and immediately bolted into the nearest tunnel and disappeared into the darkness. Zack and Zorian didn't bother saying anything. They didn't even share a look. They both wordlessly started running, bolting straight into the very same tunnel that the four-armed rose-headed snake thing used to make its escape. The whistling was getting louder at a fast rate, which meant that whatever was producing, it was approaching quickly. Neither of them wanted to face something that could terrify other monsters so easily. Thankfully, whatever was producing the whistling didn't follow them into the moss-covered tunnel. Break. A few hours later, Zack and Zorian managed to find a way out of the mossy tunnel area. They never encountered the snake thing that had fled along with them. It had flown faster than they could run, and probably made different turns than they had in the mossy maze. In any case, they decided to avoid the area in the future and go around it. The strange cave in the center was fascinating, but they weren't equipped to handle it at the moment. Their current goal was to see how far they could go if they traveled fast, and to note anything interesting they see along the way. They didn't want to linger at any particular place for too long. They marked the place on the map they were making and moved on. Unfortunately, their journey into the depths suddenly became a lot more difficult for a reason they did not expect: water. Almost all of the paths in front of them were partially or totally flooded, and every attempt to avoid it and find another entrance into deeper levels led them to more flooded caves. While magic could allow them to traverse the underwater for quite some time, both of them agreed that this should never be attempted. Dungeon creatures were hard enough to fend off on land. Trying to fight them in water was just begging to get unceremoniously drowned and eaten. Zack and Zorian were fine with dying here, but there was no need to be suicidal about it. They were currently resting on an artificially made platform they attached to the ceiling of one of the larger caverns. This gave them a good position to spot any approaching threats while limiting the number of dungeon creatures that could reach them. A lot of creatures could fly or climb, but not all. "How is our food situation?" Zorian asked, before taking a bit out of the dry ration they'd packed for the journey. It tasted pretty bad, but everyone knew that eating anything found down here was foolhardy, and they'd already eaten all the fancier stuff they had. "We packed many crates of this stuff before we set off," Zack said, twirling a familiar glass globe in his left hand. "I think we've got nothing to worry about. I just wish we brought some variety instead of buying so much identical crap." That was Zack's fault, Zorian thought to himself, chewing on his ration. The other time traveler came up with this idea seemingly on a whim, forcing them to quickly organize things without any kind of deeper research. It was amazing things were going as well as they were, all things considered. Zorian placed a small pyramid of glass and gold on the platform they were resting on and cast an illusion spell. The three-dimensional image of the path they had traversed to get here materialized in the air as a semi-transparent, translucent sculpture of light. Because they had been continuously seeking a path downwards so far, the map was very vertical and narrow, like a wobbly, irregular cylinder. In certain places like the mossy maze or that creepy cavern full of bones, it extended horizontally due to them taking a while to make sense of the area and find a way down, but by far the largest explored layer was at the bottom. They had been at this for a while, trying to find a way down that wasn't blocked by water. "Maybe we should give up the spiral search pattern and just pick a direction to go in," Zorian said. "Clearly this whole area is unsuitable." "You mean we just go straight in a random direction until we're as far away from this place as possible?" Zack asked, rubbing his chin. Zorian nodded. "Yeah, that sounds good. Even if we find a way down, we'll probably find an underground lake or something down there. There has to be a reason why every tunnel down here is flooded," Zorian said, agreeing with his conclusion. "It's just frustrating," Zack sighed, throwing the glass orb in his hand lightly into the air and catching it on the way down. He repeated the motion again and again. "We were making such good time, and then this. But I guess we don't actually have a destination in mind, and it's unreasonable to expect no issues on our first attempt." First attempt. Indeed, while Zorian was far more unnerved and stressed out by this place, he too agreed that there should be more attempts like this in the future. He didn't think this whole thing was going to be particularly helpful in escaping the time loop, the original justification that Zack had for this endeavor, but it was certainly exciting and a nice change of pace from their usual routine. He did hope they could convince more people to join them when they attempted this in the future. If only so he had someone other than Zack to talk to in times like this. Zorian's musings were interrupted by a commotion coming from the bottom of the cavern. Zack and Zorian immediately set aside what they were doing and leaned over the edge of their platform to see what was happening down there. The cavern was dim and its floor was studded by large rock formations, but they had a bird's-eye view of the situation, and their sight was magically enhanced with potions to cope with the poor illumination of the place. Two dungeon creatures appear to be having a confrontation. They weren't looking upwards, apparently oblivious to Zack and Zorian on their ceiling platform, and were instead facing each other and trading growls and hisses. The first creature was pale yellow, with a very large eyeless head. Its bottom seemed to be a tangle of legs and tentacles, mixed together in such a way that Zorian had trouble counting them. Its skin was glossy and slimy, and when it opened its large mouth, it revealed 2 rows of predatory, triangular teeth. The second one looked somewhat like a large dog with a bird's head, a relatively simple quadruped with a familiar body plan. However, its body was translucent and jelly-like, with its bones and internal organs easily visible through its skin. It was hissing up a storm, occasionally shooting its long, thin, bright red tongue at the yellow, tentacle beast. Zorian found it more than a little suspicious that these two were having a fight right below them. He suspected that they had heard Zack and Zorian having a conversation between each other up on the ceiling and came here to check it out, only to find competition from the other upon arrival. Zorian had erected a sound barrier around their platform when they made it, but he wouldn't be surprised if it was partially or totally ineffective. Dungeon creatures had strange senses and abilities, especially ones found this deep. These creatures were so exotic, they didn't even have names. Finally, the yellow tentacle creature seemed to have had enough. It made the first move, swinging several of its tentacles at the jelly dog with lightning-fast movement. Although the monster were considerable distance apart, and the tentacles didn't even come close to connecting with the jelly dog, white ghostly whips of magical force extended out from the tips of the tentacles and crossed the distance between them in an instant. They lashed at the jelly dog, who tried to jump back but failed to react in time. However, even though the jelly dog failed to evade the whips, it didn't matter. The ghostly whips cut deep grooves in the stone of the cavern, but when they actually tried to slice into the jelly dog itself, they encountered an invisible spherical barrier around the creature and slid right off and dealt no damage to it. Seemingly emboldened by this, the jelly dog opened its beaked mouth wide and produced an expanding wave of multicolored light. The wave quickly blasted the entire area where the yellow tentacle beast was at, harmlessly passing through everything. Though it seemed to do no damage to the tentacle beast, it immediately became visibly skittish. It started to inch backwards, clearly trying to retreat. Just like that, the clash seemed to have been decided. Zorian was kind of disappointed. He had been hoping. Boo! Zack yelled loudly. I wanted to see more. What kind of coward retreats after just one exchange like that? To punctuate his statement, he fired a force ray at the rock formation behind the tentacle beast, causing it to explode into a multitude of rock splinters. Zack, what are you doing? Zorian protested. He originally wanted to whisper, but it came out louder than he intended. Not that it mattered at this point. They came here for us anyway, Zack told him. I'd rather they tire themselves out and show us all their skills before we have to take one of them on. That did make a lot of sense, Zorian had to admit. The two monsters kept glancing at each other, and then at the platform at the ceiling, unsure what to do. Zack launched another 2 spells at the terrain around them, trying to push them to fight, but they seemed smarter than Zack gave them credit for, and merely circled each other, occasionally throwing glances at the platform in the sky. Zorian guessed they were either looking for the right moment to both flee, or they wanted to unite and bring the annoying prey down to the ground somehow. This is when a third challenger barged into the scene. An absolutely massive creature entered into the caverns from one of the 2 tunnels leading into it, slowly making its way to the center of the cavern. Zorian would describe it as a crawling tree, or maybe a branching worm. It was black, but densely covered in glowing blue spots and stripes. A variety of oddly shaped fruits hung from its branches, some contracting and expanding like a multitude of hearts, some unfolding and closing like petals of a flower, and some letting out feelers that probably let it perceive the world around it. It was slow and looked pretty clumsy, but it advanced towards the 2 monsters fearlessly, showing no concern at taking on 2 opponents at once. Zorian was tempted to conclude the poor creature simply didn't know what it was stumbling into, but that idea was soon dispelled. Just like before, the tentacle beast seemed to be the more aggressive and impatient of the 2 monsters, and it reacted to the newcomer's brazen appearance by attacking it with its force whips. Much like before, those whips were ineffective, but not because of any barrier. Instead, the whips deformed the black, rubbery flesh of the crawling tree, but dealt no actual damage to it. The thing didn't even slow down, and instead pounced forward in a blindingly fast maneuver that seemed completely at odds with what such a seemingly slow, clumsy-looking creature should possess. Before either of the two creatures could react, the crawling tree landed right into the middle of them and made a sweeping motion, snatching both of them into its branches. The tentacle beast fared the worst. It wailed horribly as a multitude of branches stuck to it like glue, restraining it. A number of strange organs Zorian spotted earlier unfolded into toothy mouths that bit into its flesh, tearing chunks of it while it was still alive. As for the jelly dog, the black tree failed to restrain it effectively due to its magical shield. Whatever the tree thing was using to make its branches stick to the tentacle beast, it didn't work too well on magical constructs. However, the thing had many branches, and though the jelly dog was too slippery for it to effectively restrain, it couldn't get away. But the tree-like dungeon denizen wasn't finished. It caught two creatures to eat, but it apparently wanted more. It planted its trunk-like main body onto the stone floor of the cavern, gluing itself to it, and then raised its branches into the sky, the two other dungeon beasts still struggling and howling in its grasp. It extended its branches towards the stone platform on the ceiling. Swearing a curse, Zorian immediately jumped backwards, erecting a spherical shield around him and activating a flight spell. Zack did the same thing, but was much calmer about it and didn't bother cursing. The branches of the creature swiped at the stone platform, ripping it off from the ceiling and brushing lightly over Zorian's shield. However, they slid off harmlessly off the sphere of magical force, unable to find a purchase on it. They both flew away from the rampaging creature, throwing a variety of spells to dissuade it from following them. These spells were disappointingly ineffective for the most part, as the black tree shrugged off everything they threw at it, but it didn't matter. Rooted as it currently was to the floor of the cavern, the tree monster seemed incapable of pursuing them. They quickly made their escape before that could change. The terrified shrieks of the two creatures caught the tree's branches echoed behind them for a long time afterwards. Break. One of my earlier ideas for the story included an extensive expedition by Zack and Zorian into the depths of the dungeon. That would eventually culminate in a meeting with a powerful creature that Zorian names Grand Whistler, hence the name of the chapter. I didn't have any ideas where to lead the whole thing afterwards, though, and it was kind of a weird tangent, so I cut it out of the story plan pretty early on.